In the span of 4 years of marriage, Song Yilang believed he was fortunate to have a beautiful wife and a blissful family, which spurred him to strive tirelessly, yearning to walk side by side with Lin Su. However, upon receiving the devastating news of his terminal stomach cancer, he was jolted into the harsh reality of his circumstances, witnessing the true faces of those closest. To him, he realized that the concepts of marriage and compromise were but mere illusions. Ultimately, one enters this world alone and must depart in solitude. With no glimmer of hope, Song Yilang resolved to no longer compromise his dignity and sought to live the remaining days of his life in comfort and joy. He chose to divorce his indifferent wife and sever ties with his family, who hurled cruel words at him. Faced with the relentless pressure from his superiors, he spiraled into madness. Everyone murmured in disbelief. He has lost his mind. Song Yilang has gone insane. Yet, just as he was engulfed in despair, a ray of light pierced through his darkness. She said, "I am Wanwan. Song Yilang, I implore you, please live well." While everyone else pleaded with him to seek treatment, he remained unmoved, but the sight of the young girl before him, tears streaming down her cheeks, stirred something within him. He suddenly yearned for life again. Was it still possible for him to survive? Chapter 1. Let's get divorced. The cold wind sliced through the air, the earth serving as a chopping board, viewing all living beings as mere meat. On what should have been a joyous day of family reunion, 29-year-old Song Yilang received a call from the hospital bearing grim tidings. He was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer, and without aggressive treatment, he might not survive the next 6 months. The hot porridge on the stove continued to bubble as Song Yilang, after hanging up the phone, gazed vacantly out the window, lost in thought. At the tender age of 29, he had so much life ahead of him. To outsiders, he appeared to have a respectable job, a stunning wife, and a mother-in-law's family regarded as affluent by the community. A university graduate who had risen from humble beginnings, his achievements were deemed fortunate. Their family was the envy of many. Yet, more than returning home, Song Yilang found himself yearning for the rain. Not every household serves as a sanctuary. Song Yilang, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and bring out the porridge. Lin Su's impatient voice snapped him back to reality. Startled, he quickly extinguished the flame and served the hot porridge. The breakfast table was laden with food, and Lin Fu and Bai Feng descended from upstairs, ignoring him entirely as they settled down to eat. Lin Su cast a glance at him, instructing, "Go call your brother Lin Feng down." This time, Song Yilang did not comply as usual. Instead, he untied his apron and sat down. "I have something I wish to discuss with you all." Lin Su frowned. "Let Lin Feng eat breakfast first." Song Yilang remained seated, staring at Lin Su as he retorted, "Is Lin Feng still a child? Why do you indulge him so?" Lin Su set down her chopsticks, her expression impatient. "Song Yilang, what madness are you spouting?" "Lin Su, let's hear what Xiao Song has to say first," Lin Fu interjected. Only then did Lin Su temper her tone. "Fine, Dad. Speak your mind," Lin Fu prompted. Taking a deep breath, Song Yilang began, "I am ill, and it's rather serious." Before he could finish, Bai Feng scoffed, "I thought it was something significant. It's just an illness. As long as you don't die, it's nothing to fuss over. I don't understand why you're making such a big deal out of it." With that, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and resumed her meal. Lin Fu frowned. "It's merely a minor issue. Does it warrant discussion at the dining table?" "Xiao Song, you're becoming increasingly inconsiderate." After saying this, Lin Fu turned his attention back to his newspaper, dismissing Song Yilang entirely. He thought to himself, even if Lin Su loathed him, he was still her husband. Surely she wouldn't resort to the same cruel words as her parents. To his dismay, Lin Su responded, "If you're sick, take medication and see a doctor. What good does telling us do?" Song Yilang chuckled bitterly. "What if I told you I have cancer?" Lin Su paused for a moment, then laughed at him. "Enough of your nonsense that you're well-fed and well-cared for in my home, with little pressure from your job. How could you possibly have cancer? If you're seeking my attention, at least craft a more believable excuse." Lin Fu and Bai Feng showed little reaction, but the scorn on their faces was unmistakable, leaving Song Yilang feeling utterly disregarded. "Are we not adults? Why are you still so childish?" Lin Su remarked, seemingly uninterested in further discourse. After finishing her porridge, she prepared to leave. Halfway out, she turned back. "It's the new year. Let's not speak of such ominous things. Your parents are coming over for dinner tonight, and since the maid is away for the holiday, I'll need you to prepare the meal. Song Yilang's fingers tightened on his lap. Where are you going? As she walked toward the bedroom, Lin Su replied, I'm meeting some friends for shopping. It's rare I have a day off work, so I intend to unwind. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared, disheveled and plopping down at the table, devouring breakfast with gusto. Noticing Song Yilang's grim expression, he chuckled, brother-in-law, your excuse for pretending to be sick is rather transparent. If you don't want to do housework, just say so. No need to lie, he added with a smirk, brother-in-law. Your cooking has taken a turn for the worse. This porridge is dreadful. After 4 years of marriage, Lin Su's parents and brother, including Lin Su herself, had never held him in high regard, regardless of his efforts. No one cared about his well-being. As Song Yilang gazed at the breakfast he had painstakingly prepared, not a single person acknowledged his efforts. Instead, they all chose to mock him. A surge of resentment welled up within him. Why was it that he endured so much for this family only to receive such disdain in return? Fury coursed through Song Yilang, veins bulging at his temples as he abruptly stood, gripping the edge of the table, and without hesitation, he overturned it. Dishes and pots clattered to the ground, accompanied by his enraged shout. Damn it! Stop eating! All of you! Silence fell, a deathly quiet enveloping the room. Bai Feng was the first to break the stillness. Song Yilang, what madness is this, especially on New Year's Day? Lin Fu, startled, quickly pulled Bai Feng away. Song Yilang, are you out of your mind? Lin Feng, incredulous, approached brother-in-law. Have you lost your senses? With a cold laugh, Song Yilang glared at the three of them who stood chastising him, shouting, am I mad? Yes, you've driven me to madness. Lin Feng, if you find the food distasteful, then don't eat it, you big fool. Just being served is a privilege. Stop being so picky. Bai Feng, now incensed, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting, Song Yilang? Pointing at Bai Feng, he snapped, and you old woman, what's with your filthy mouth? You cry rivers over a mere cut on your hand. Bai Feng's eyes rolled back in disbelief. You've gone too far. I see you've truly lost it. Someone call 120. Oh, I can't take this anymore. Lin Fu frowned, visibly displeased with Song Yilang, lost in thought. Yet, Lin Feng, unable to bear it any longer, approached Song Yilang. What did you just say? Have the courage to say that again. At this moment, Lin Su rushed out, and upon witnessing the scene before her, her vision darkened with fury as she hurriedly approached Song Yilang, pulling him towards the bedroom. Mom and Dad, I need to talk to him. Once the door was shut, Lin Su cast a discontented glare at Song Yilang. Is this how you express your dissatisfaction? What has gotten into you, Song Yilang? You were never like this before. What has this family done to deserve such treatment from you? As Song Yilang gazed at Lin Su's exquisite visage, memories drifted far into the past. They had once shared profound love, so why had everything changed so drastically in just a few short years? Observing Lin Su's relentless interrogation, a sense of aversion began to stir within Song Yilang. Even when Lin Su reached out to take his hand, he instinctively recoiled. Lin Su finally ceased her questioning, looking at him in disbelief. What on earth is wrong with you? How have I wronged you? Song Yilang raised his head and calmly uttered, Lin Su, let us divorce. Lin Su staggered back in shock. Why? There's no reason, he replied, turning to leave. In a panic, Lin Su grasped his hand. You must give me a reason. Song Yilang forcefully shook off her grip, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, because I am utterly fed up with this miserable existence. You, your mother, your father, your brother, they all make me sick. Sick to the point where I cannot even swallow. Are you satisfied now? With a resounding crash, Song Yilang kicked over a nearby chair and stormed out of the bedroom, leaving the house behind. Chapter 2. This world seems less terrible than imagined. Song Yilang had always possessed a gentle temperament. In their 4 years of marriage, Lin Su had never witnessed him lose his temper to such an extent, leaving her momentarily stunned. Eventually, Lin Su found herself laughing in disbelief, tossing her hair back as she muttered, "This is truly insane." The cacophony of her parents' scolding echoed in the living room, while Lin Su, feeling increasingly agitated, retreated to the bathroom, selectively tuning out the external noise. In the frigid winter, the streets were eerily desolate, with many shops closed for business. The biting cold wind pierced through the seams of his heavy coat, leaving Song Yilang shivering uncontrollably. After an indeterminate amount of time wandering, he stumbled upon a wonton shop at the end of a narrow alley, steam billowing from the pot within. His stomach grumbled in response. He was unbearably cold and wrapped his coat tighter around himself as he approached. Shaking off the snow from his body, he stepped inside and ordered, "One large bowl of wontons, please." The warmth enveloped him, yet his initial reaction was not one of comfort, but rather a sharp, penetrating pain that settled deep in his bones. It was bearable, yet undeniably unpleasant. In the depths of the cold, he had forgotten that upon reuniting with warmth, the first sensation might not be solace, but discomfort. "What type of filling would you like?" Snapping back to reality, Song Yilang's desolate expression vanished as he replied, "Pork filling, please." Seated by the window, he gazed at the snowflakes dancing outside. He had anticipated feelings of sorrow and distress, yet at this moment, he was surprisingly devoid of any emotion. The proprietor served him a cup of warm tea, saying, "Young man, your face is quite red from the cold. Drink this to warm yourself up." Gratefully, Song Yilang accepted the tea, wrapping his stiff fingers around the cup. Upon drinking the first sip, he heard the shop's announcement. It is now 12 o'clock Beijing time. He had left home around 7:30, and yet he had wandered aimlessly for so long. No wonder he felt so cold throughout. As the ice atop his head slowly melted, cold water trickled down his collar, sending a chill through him. Just as he chuckled at his own predicament, a delicate hand offered him a towel, accompanied by a sweet voice. "Here, wipe your face, don't catch a chill." Taking the towel, he turned to see a beautiful face resembling exquisite jade. As she spoke, her enchanting eyes sparkled like a serene pool, her beauty akin to a flame in the depths of darkness. Wanwan smiled as he accepted the towel, revealing charming dimples on her cheeks. Song Yilang found himself momentarily entranced. "Wanwan, come help out." With a nod and a smile directed at him, Wanwan turned to assist. "Coming, Mom." Snapping back to reality, Song Yilang wiped the melting snow from his clothes, chiding himself for being lost in admiration for a young girl when his own situation was dire. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he succumbed to a fit of coughing. The cough was so intense it felt as though he might dislodge his very lungs, causing his eyes to redden as the sound echoed throughout the shop. However, shortly thereafter, a steaming bowl of wontons was placed before him, accompanied by a colorful assortment of wrapped medicine. "I'm a doctor," Wanwan said. "You must have caught a chill, so take this medicine first." Without a second thought, Song Yilang gulped down the medicine in one go. Wanwan poured him another cup of hot tea. "It's the new year, and there aren't many customers in the shop. Feel free to stay as long as you like." As his coughing subsided, he hoarsely replied, "Thank you." Wanwan shook her head. "Eat the wontons while they're hot. They won't taste as good once they cool down." With that, she departed, leaving him alone in his thoughts, for reasons unknown. As Song Yilang gazed at the steaming bowl of wontons, his eyes inexplicably grew warm. He began to eat heartily, suddenly realizing that perhaps this world was not as dreadful as he had thought. Though the shop was quiet during the new year, there were still individuals like Song Yilang, homeless and directionless, who trickled in for a warm meal. Thus, Wanwan remained busy in the kitchen, with little time to spare for conversation with him. In the biting winter, within the anonymity of a secluded alley, Song Yilang remained unaware that this bowl of steaming wontons would become the sole beacon of light amid the struggles that lay ahead. After finishing his meal and lingering in the shop for a while, his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw the caller ID read Mom. It was his mother. With anticipation, Song Yilang answered the call, but before he could voice his grievances, he was met with a barrage of insults. "Lin Su says you flipped the table and want a divorce?" "Song Yilang, what madness has overtaken you? Life was going well. Why throw it all away? Are you too comfortable and just trying to stir trouble? If I had known you would turn out like this, I should never have given birth to you. I should have ended it before you were born. You're not even worth a fraction of your sister." Gradually, Song Yilang's expression turned cold as he listened to the incessant tirade, which only served to give him a headache. He quietly endured until her breathless ranting subsided. Finally, he spoke with a calm resolve. "Yes, I want a divorce. If you love the Lin family so much, why don't you marry Lin Su's father and become her mother? Why drag me into this? You." Before she could respond, Song Yilang decisively hung up the phone. The last remnants of hope he held for his mother shattered completely with that call. Song Yilang felt an unprecedented sense of irritation as the incessant ringing of his phone echoed, all from his elderly mother. Overwhelmed, he silenced the device. Suddenly, the world around him fell into a serene hush. Turning back, he noticed the patrons in the eatery casting sympathetic glances in his direction. With a resigned sigh, he rose to settle his bill and exited the wonton shop. Having walked only a short distance, a distressed voice called out from behind, "Sir, wait." He turned to see a young girl rushing towards him, offering the umbrella she had been clutching in her arms. In the frigid air, her breath formed little clouds as she spoke. "The northern sky is truly cold. Take this umbrella. It will shield you from the biting wind and snow." A sudden smile broke across Song Yilang's face. "Thank you," he replied. The girl waved at him with a radiant smile akin to a rose blooming in winter. "You're welcome," she responded cheerfully before turning away to return to her duties inside the shop. Despite her youthful appearance, she was already 26 years old, a resident physician at that. Song Yilang chuckled, the first genuine smile he had felt that day, silently murmuring, "Wanwan, what a lovely name." Chapter 3 Encountering is the final farewell in the end. Song Yilang did not return home. He rode a shared bicycle around for quite some time before finally checking into a hotel with its doors still open, just after completing the check-in process. And before he could even take a shower, Lin Su's call came through. Song Yilang answered, for the afternoon was drawing near, and his parents were likely on their way. He was curious about what they would say. As soon as the call connected, Lin Su's voice burst forth, fraught with exasperation. "Is it really necessary for you to go so far as to stay in a hotel over such a trivial matter? Do you honestly prefer a hotel to your own home? Your entire family has come over, and you won't return to attend to them. Do you expect me to serve them instead? I truly cannot comprehend how a grown man like you can be so petty." Lin Su continued her tirade, while Song Yilang remained impassive, listening without a hint of emotional fluctuation. How long had he served Lin Su's family? Yet, when it came time for her to reciprocate and care for his family, it seemed impossible. Clearly, a marriage rooted in unequal status was doomed to fail. Yet, in Song Yilang's memory, Lin Su had not always been this way. Why had so many intolerable habits emerged after their marriage? The words from the other end of the line made his temples throb, and finally, he erupted in anger. "Enough. Lin Su, are you done? If you are, then hang up." Before Lin Su could fully process his outburst, he terminated the call. At that moment, her face was a portrait of unprecedented distress. Shortly after, Song Yilang's phone rang again. Lin Su assumed he was going to apologize, but instead, he coldly stated, "The Civil Affairs Bureau opens on the 7th. Let us meet there to finalize our divorce, shall we?" Lin Su instinctively felt her heart stop for a moment, her eyes welling with tears. Yet Song Yilang could not see her. After so many years together, she had a fair understanding of his temperament. He was not merely trying to intimidate her. He genuinely desired a divorce. Her fury surged to its peak. "If you want a divorce, then so be it, Song Yilang. Do you think I cannot live without you? You better not regret what you said today." To Lin Su's astonishment, Song Yilang replied in an unusually calm manner, "When you come, make sure to bring all the necessary documents, including yours and mine. The house, after all, belongs to your family. I will not lay claim to it. As for your belongings, you can send them to my office at your convenience." With that, he hung up the phone without giving her a chance to ask, "Are you really not coming home? Do you not care about your parents?" Lin Su trembled as she tried to call back, but her efforts were met with silence. Bai Feng entered, noticing Lin Su's disheveled appearance, her complexion pale and alarming. Concerned, she hurried over. "My dear daughter, what has happened? What is wrong?" Tears brimming in her eyes, Lin Su finally uttered, "Mom, Yilang wants a divorce. He truly wants to divorce me." "Mom, do you think he no longer wants me?" Bai Feng never anticipated that matters would escalate to such severity. The thought that Song Yilang might genuinely consider divorcing Lin Su was astonishing. After all, Song Yilang and Lin Su had spent many years together, transitioning from their campus days to the altar. Following their graduation, Song Yilang secured a respectable position, earning a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. Most importantly, he remained steadfastly loyal to Lin Su, dedicating himself entirely to their family. For Lin Su's sake, he even willingly became a stay-at-home son-in-law. Bai Feng was quite pleased with such a son-in-law, who had, for 4 years of marriage, displayed unwavering diligence without a single complaint. Suddenly, Bai Feng recalled Song Yilang's words and felt a pang of anxiety. "Su, please stop crying. Go find Song Yilang and comfort him. He adores you and wouldn't so easily consider divorce. Lin Su ceased her tears and asked, Mom, do you really think he will come back? Bai Feng smiled gently. Silly child, I have been through this. Men just need a bit of coaxing. Hurry and bring him home for dinner. Today is a day for family reunions. And it's simply unacceptable for a husband to stay in a hotel. Go on. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Su swiftly donned her coat, grabbed her bag, and took the car keys to leave. Meanwhile, Bai Feng suddenly remembered something and hurried to find Lin Feng. She needed to remind him that when Song Yilang returned, he must not lose his temper, as Song Yilang had extensive connections that would be invaluable for Lin Feng's future endeavors after university, including marriage and family. After a shower, Song Yilang lay quietly on his bed, yearning for a moment of peace and relaxation. However, scarcely an hour had passed when Lin Su arrived, using her key to enter unannounced. Startled awake, Song Yilang saw Lin Su enter, her footsteps crunching in the snow, but he felt too apathetic to respond. Merely turning away to continue his slumber, he expected Lin Su to say something, yet she simply removed her shoes and climbed into bed, wrapping her arms around him from behind. A chill enveloped him, and unlike in the past, Song Yilang did not turn to embrace Lin Su. Feeling somewhat wronged, Lin Su understood that her words in the morning had indeed been excessive, so she tempered her temper. Yilang, I was in the wrong this morning. I just returned from a holiday, and it's natural for my mood to be a bit off. I'm sorry, can we stop arguing? Yilang, how about we go home for dinner? I'll cook tonight, okay? Darling, your parents are here, along with your sisters and your nephews. You've always wanted to see them, right? Let us go home, please. Let us not quarrel. Let us be as we were before. As Song Yilang closed his eyes, memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. From their initial acquaintance to their deep love, it felt like a dream. He turned around and embraced Lin Su. In his arms, Lin Su smiled, a hint of triumph on her face. She knew that Song Yilang would never truly leave her. The notion of divorce was merely a product of momentary frustration. Lin Su failed to notice the chilling demeanor of Song Yilang, which bore an unprecedented coldness, devoid of any tenderness in his gaze. Could they return to the past? No, it was an impossibility. Lin Su would never comprehend his feelings, and he harbored no expectations any longer. This encounter marked their final farewell. Song Yilang closed his eyes, tightening his embrace around Lin Su. After a prolonged silence, he released her and uttered, All right, let us return home. Swiftly, he rose, donned his clothing, and exited through the door. Lin Su intended to grasp Song Yilang's hand. Yet in the fleeting moment her hand extended, it ultimately fell into emptiness. A sudden flutter of anxiety gripped her heart, but it quickly subsided. Song Yilang's figure had vanished, and she could only hasten to catch up. Chapter 4. He could not hope for any family member to rescue him. The Lin household was bustling with activity as Lin Su returned with Song Yilang, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. The family gathered cheerfully, with Lin Su's parents preparing an elaborate feast. Upon witnessing the lavish spread, Song Yilang fell momentarily silent. During his absence, the elderly couple managed to fend for themselves. Everyone greeted the couple with warm smiles. Bai Feng's smile was particularly insincere. Little Lang has returned. Quickly, wash your hands and join us for dinner. Looking at his mother-in-law's facade, Song Yilang nearly forgot their usual unpleasant demeanor. He nodded at Bai Feng and Lin Fu before turning to wash his hands in the restroom. Unexpectedly, his mother, Yang Mei, followed him inside. Though the door remained ajar, they were far enough apart that the others could see them but not hear their conversation. As Yang Mei spoke, Song Yilang's expression grew colder with each word. Yilang, it's not that I blame you, but why must you quarrel with Lin Su? Can't you simply live harmoniously? Look, even after your argument, Lin Su came to fetch you, and your in-laws prepared a grand feast awaiting your return. Men, there's nothing insurmountable. You ought to temper your temper and endure when necessary. Unable to endure any longer, Song Yilang turned to Yang Mei and asked, If it were my elder sister or second sister, would you still say the same? Yang Mei suddenly paused. If it were Song Xingyu and Song Xingchen, she would undoubtedly question whether their husbands had mistreated them, leading her gentle daughters to consider divorce. As a mother, she could not allow her precious daughters to suffer. She must seek justice for them. Yet, faced with Song Yilang, Yang Mei managed an awkward smile. Yilang, you are my son. You should be more magnanimous. What comparison can you make with your sisters? A cold laugh escaped Song Yilang's lips. Mother, to me, whether it is the preference for sons over daughters or vice versa, both are equally despicable. Yang Mei's expression darkened immediately. What did you say? Song Yilang, you unfilial son. As she prepared to scold him further, his elder sister, Song Xingyu, entered. Mother, it's time to eat. Everyone is waiting. After Song Xingyu concluded her words, Yang Mei cast a fierce glare at Song Yilang and whispered a menacing warning. I caution you against divorcing Lin Su. You must make your marriage work. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my son. Following this, Yang Mei muttered a few curses, presumably criticizing Song Yilang for his lack of appreciation, before departing with a forced smile. It was only then that Song Xingyu furrowed her brow and addressed Song Yilang. For all these years, my elder sister has never truly understood you. However, dear third brother, the commotion has gone on long enough. Let us restore our lives to their rightful course after today. With that, Song Xingyu took her leave. Left alone, Song Yilang stood despondently in place, gazing into the mirror at the pallid face of the man whose eyes bore dark circles, a reflection of his ailing health. Little uncle, come eat, called his sister's son. His nephew. After responding, Song Yilang splashed water on his face to regain composure and hurried out. The meal appeared to be a delightful gathering, with Lin Su, perhaps seeking to make amends, unusually serving Song Yilang an abundance of dishes. Yet, as he looked at the lobster in his bowl, joy eluded him. Lin Su had evidently forgotten his seafood allergy. Indeed, since their marriage, she had shown little interest in his affairs. Unable to eat, it was Song Xingchen who noticed the situation and quickly removed the shrimp from Song Yilang's bowl, offering it to her little daughter, Xiao. Sweetheart, your uncle doesn't like shrimp. Shall we let Xiao have it? At 4 years old, Xiao was a delightful child, radiating charm. She giggled at Song Yilang and sweetly replied, Okay, Xiao loves it. Song Yilang affectionately ruffled Xiao's hair, yet for reasons unknown, his eyes grew misty. Song Xingchen observed her younger brother. Knowing that although she had not taken much care of him growing up, she understood his temperament to some extent. If he had not been grievously wronged, he would not have resorted to such public outbursts. But what precisely had transpired to provoke such a reaction from her usually gentle brother? After the meal, Song Yilang and Song Xingchen were in the kitchen washing dishes. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xingchen inquired, Third brother, is there an issue with your relationship with Su? Song Yilang did not answer directly, merely stating, Second sister, they are trivial matters. I know how to handle them, so do not worry. How could Song Xingchen possibly feel reassured? Yet, despite being his elder sister, she could not pry open his lips on matters he chose to keep concealed. Ultimately, she could only sigh and say, in a marriage, mutual understanding is paramount. But if it truly reaches an irreparable point, one must learn to let go. Song Yilang paused momentarily in his dishwashing. His relationship with his second sister, Song Xingchen, was neither warm nor cold, yet amidst the doubts cast upon him by others, her ability to voice such sentiments filled him with gratitude. Song Yilang, I understand, second sister. After washing the dishes, Song Xingchen prepared to leave but hesitated, seemingly burdened by unspoken concerns. Song Yilang, if you have something to say, just say it. Seeing Song Yilang's candidness, Song Xingchen decided to speak plainly. Do not take mother and eldest sister's words to heart. You know their characters, they do care about you. Song Yilang paused. I know. Song Xingchen, third brother, among us 3 siblings, you are the only boy. Mother inevitably thinks that a boy should endure some hardship. Before Song Xingchen could finish, Song Yilang interjected. And what about you, second sister? Do you think the same? Song Xingchen's voice faltered, and she awkwardly replied, Third brother, you are, after all, a boy. Which boy doesn't face some trials in youth? The saying goes, only through hardship can one become superior. Song Yilang's previously softened expression turned icy in an instant. Song Xingchen seemed to realize she had misspoken and attempted to clarify. Third brother, that is not what I meant. However, Song Yilang was no longer interested in listening. They were all the same. His father remained perpetually silent. He could not hope for any family member to rescue him. In a fit of frustration, Song Xingchen stamped her feet, ultimately fearful that Song Yilang would grow distant from her. She approached Lin Su, hoping that as Song Yilang's wife, Lin Su could comfort him and perhaps strengthen their bond. Lin Su outwardly agreed, but held a profound disdain for Song Yilang. She believed that a mere comment about men needing to endure some hardship was trivial. She did not think eldest sister had erred. It was Song Yilang who seemed overly sensitive. She found it quite embarrassing. Chapter 5. You must live well too. Upon returning to his room, Song Yilang lay down, indifferent to others' opinions, and lazily organized his belongings into a small suitcase. He then took out his phone and called Lawyer Lu. Lawyer Lu was quite surprised by Song Yilang's request. In his recollection, the relationship between Vice Song and General Lin was exceptionally good. How could a mere holiday lead to thoughts of divorce? Lu attempted to dissuade him, but Song Yilang remained resolute. Thus, Lu proceeded with formalities. When do you need it? Song Yilang. Right now, please draft it and send it to me as soon as possible. Very well. After this, Song Yilang waited at home, and 2 hours later, Lu personally delivered the documents. After receiving the papers, Song Yilang returned to his bedroom, feeling drowsy, and soon fell asleep. At 3 in the morning, Lin Su abruptly turned on the bedroom light, jolting Song Yilang awake. He looked at Lin Su, who had just returned, still adorned in a stunning evening gown. A pearl necklace around her neck, her face meticulously made up, and her lips painted a fiery red, reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing Song Yilang, Lin Su removed her high heels, revealing her delicate feet, and staggered towards him, exclaiming, "Husband." With a resigned sigh, Song Yilang caught Lin Su's soft form. "Why have you drunk so much again?" he inquired. Lin Su smiled seductively. "In the business world, how could I possibly refuse?" Indeed, over the past few years, Lin Su had thrived in the corporate realm. Her social engagements had multiplied, and the individuals she encountered had grown increasingly distinguished. It was only natural for Lin Su to evolve from her former self, was it not? Song Yilang rose to assist her. "Let me help you bathe." Lin Su abruptly dismissed his offer. "No, I wish to sleep." With a sense of helplessness, Song Yilang acquiesced to her wishes. Lin Su soon fell into a deep slumber. Feeling utterly at ease, oblivious to the absence of Song Yilang's clothing from the wardrobe, she was confident that he would manage everything perfectly. Indeed, once Lin Su was asleep, Song Yilang quietly got up, carried her into the bathroom, and washed her body, eradicating the unpleasant scent he detested. He also removed her makeup before returning her to bed. However, unlike before, he did not lie beside her. Instead, he quietly observed her striking visage. Their love story, which had blossomed from campus to wedding attire, was once the envy of all, yet when had their bond begun to unravel? Song Yilang pondered that it was when Lin Su's career began to flourish. Initially, they had both been mere employees of the same company. But Lin Su could no longer endure the cutthroat nature of the workplace and yearned to venture out on her own. Song Yilang had drawn upon his savings, sold his car, and borrowed money from friends, amassing 500,000 to provide her with initial capital. From humble beginnings selling goods, he guided Lin Su as she steadily ascended from the grassroots of her business. Now, Song Yilang held the position of deputy manager in a publicly listed company's project department, earning a salary that, while not reaching $1 million, still amounted to several hundred thousand. Yet, a portion of this was allocated to support Lin Su's entrepreneurial endeavors, another portion for their household, leaving only a modest sum for himself. In contrast, Lin Su's enterprise had already achieved notable success, with major projects yielding profits in the millions. As their economic circumstances diverged, so too did the chasm between them grow. Song Yilang chuckled bitterly, choosing not to look at Lin Su any longer. Instead, he retrieved the divorce agreement he had kept hidden beneath his pillow and placed it upon her vanity. Each morning, Lin Su would rise to groom herself, ensuring she would soon see it. Without a trace of hesitation or lingering sentiment, and avoiding any confrontation with Lin Su, Song Yilang packed a single suitcase containing a few changes of clothes, donned a coat, and silently departed from the Lin family home. Lin Su believed that his return home signified forgiveness, unaware that his grand exit was merely a test. When a person truly desires to leave, even the closing of a door is gentle. Song Yilang dragged his suitcase, drove away in his car, and left that place behind. The dawn gradually broke, and Song Yilang found himself unsure of where to go. He parked his car haphazardly by the roadside and lit a cigarette. As the ember at his fingertips slowly extinguished, there came a knock on his car window. He rolled it down to find a young lady standing there. "Sir, why have you parked here? You're blocking the entrance to the alley," she began. But before she could finish, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, in the frigid winter air?" The girl was bundled up like a teddy bear, and for a moment, Song Yilang failed to recognize her. Pardon me, who are you?" Wanwan promptly removed her hat and mask, revealing her pure and charming face, adorned with a sweet smile. "It's me, Wanwan. We met yesterday. Have you forgotten?" The memory returned to Song Yilang as he glanced toward the depths of the alley, where Wanwan's family breakfast shop awaited. Realizing his car was indeed obstructing the way, he offered a sheepish smile. My apologies, Miss Chin. I'll move it right away. Are you still here for wontons? It's only the 4th day of the new year. Many places are closed. Why are you out so early? She inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity. Faced with her inquisitive expression, Song Yilang could only nod. Yes, I came for wontons. Caught in the act, he hesitated to admit that he was merely wandering aimlessly, having unintentionally drifted to the wonton shop. Avoiding her question, he noticed that Qin Wanwan seemed unfazed. Then please park in a proper spot. I'll open the door now. Obliging, Song Yilang exited the vehicle, stepping onto the snow as he accompanied her down the alley. During the new year, when every household is closed, how is your wonton shop still open? Don't you go home for the holidays? He asked. Qin Wanwan smiled softly. My mother and I rely on each other, and when we have free time, we want to earn a little more. For me, home is where my mother is. Song Yilang paused, momentarily taken aback. Though her words were few, he sensed the hardships of her life. Unbeknownst to him, a pang of sympathy welled up for Qin Wanwan, perhaps due to shared experiences. Yet, he felt a deeper loneliness. Despite having a wife and parents, he felt utterly alone, for he had lost his home. He resonated with her sentiment. As long as one is with those they cherish, the struggles of life seem inconsequential. Qin Wanwan nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing cutely like a chick pecking at grains. That's exactly what I think. So, sir, you must take good care of yourself. Could it be that Qin Wanwan sensed his discomfort? Song Yilang instinctively glanced at her, but she had already dashed off to the kitchen. I'll prepare your wontons. The first bowl of the morning is always the freshest. Just wait a moment. Chapter 6. Today. The happiness of Song Lang is paramount. Before Song Yilang could respond, Qin Wanwan had busily departed. He settled into a seat by the window, awaiting his meal. One after another, patrons continued to arrive for wontons. Qin Wanwan busily collected payments while preparing the wontons, appearing quite occupied in her solitary endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yilang decided to approach her. If you don't mind, I could assist you with the wontons, he offered. Qin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. But your wontons are ready, she replied. Following her gaze, Song Yilang noticed a steaming bowl of wontons, and he felt his heart warm in tandem with the rising steam. He smiled lightly. It's all right, let us serve the customers first. Qin Wanwan beamed sweetly, her voice softening further as she nodded at him. All right. Thus, they divided their tasks. Qin Wanwan handled the payments and prepared the condiments, while Song Yilang stood by, serving wontons and assisting with the cleanup. It wasn't until around 9 o'clock that Qin Wanwan finally took a breath, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Song Yilang. Sir, my mother is unwell today and couldn't come, so you've had to bear the brunt of the work this morning. I'm truly sorry. Song Yilang waved dismissively. It's nothing really. No need for such formality. Noticing her lingering embarrassment, he tried to alleviate her concern with a light-hearted suggestion. How about this? Consider today's wontons as my treat. Qin Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. Absolutely. I'll make you a little extra. With that, she joyfully returned to prepare more wontons, humming a tune that was barely audible to Song Yilang. A fleeting smile graced Song Yilang's lips, though it quickly vanished. He envied Qin Wanwan's life. Though simple, it brimmed with joy, a kind of happiness he hadn't experienced in a long time. Taking a seat again, he instinctively checked his phone, but there was still no sign of activity. Soon, Qin Wanwan approached with 2 bowls of clear broth wontons, their aroma rich and inviting. One bowl was generously filled and topped with scallions and cilantro, accompanied by a small bowl brimming with slices of beef. Qin Wanwan placed the bowl abundant with herbs in front of Song Yilang, while the other, laden with vibrant red oil and devoid of any garnishing, was set before herself. Song Yilang chuckled softly. He recalled his own first visit yesterday, where he had also requested a copious amount of cilantro and scallions. This girl had a remarkable memory. Qin Wanwan then took a seat opposite him. It smells delightful. You should taste it, she encouraged. Song Yilang picked up his chopsticks. It's visually appealing and aromatic. I can't wait to savor it. As he began to eat, Qin Wanwan's mood brightened further. Though she couldn't quite understand why this person evoked a sense of sadness within her, her intuition assured her that he was not ill-natured. Thus, if fate permitted, she was eager to forge a genuine friendship with this gentleman. While relishing the wontons, they engaged in conversation. Qin Wanwan inquired, Yesterday you asked me if I would be returning home for the new year. Now, it's my turn to ask, will you be going home for the new year? Song Yilang maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I have no home. After finishing this bowl of wontons, I must busy myself with finding a place to stay. It was now Qin Wanwan's turn to be astonished, though she quickly regained her poise. Despite her brief tenure in medicine, she had witnessed much human suffering in the hospital over the years. Individuals like Song Yilang, devoid of a home, were not uncommon in such settings. After careful consideration, Qin Wanwan chose not to pursue the topic further, simply stating, given that it's the festive season, many lodgings are closed. If you don't mind, you could temporarily stay at our establishment. Song Yilang lifted his gaze to meet Qin Wanwan's, puzzled as to why she was extending such kindness to a mere passerby. Sensing his confusion, she smiled and explained, there's a small room upstairs, originally reserved for my mother and me. However, since we purchased a house elsewhere, we no longer stay here. It is cluttered with some odds and ends, but with a bit of tidying, it can be made livable. I want to charge you rent, and should you find a place and wish to leave, I want to object. Of course, this is merely a humble suggestion. If you prefer not to, that's entirely your choice. What? Qin Wanwan looked up at Song Yilang, who, with a gentle gaze, replied, I would be grateful for that. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Upon hearing him address her as Dr. Qin, a faint blush crept over her cheeks. Though she was 26 and had been a doctor for nearly 3 years, being called doctor still stirred a sense of embarrassment within her. Just call me Wanwan, she replied, then suddenly remembered to ask, by the way, what is your name? Song Yilang, he answered, with E meaning the future endling meaning bright. Qin Wanwan responded, that name carries a beautiful meaning. Your parents must love you dearly. Though it was a casual remark, it pierced Song Yilang's heart deeply. He could not fathom why his parents did not love him. If they did not love him, why then did they bring him into the world? His mother often said, when you grow up, you will understand that your father and I do this for your own good. But upon reaching adulthood, he realized it was not so. Indeed, his parents toiled for their children, but not for him. They did not love Song Yilang at all. Qin Wanwan soon recognized the potential insensitivity of her words. How could a man without a home have parents? The lightheartedness faded from her demeanor as she sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. Regaining his composure, Song Yilang offered a reassuring smile. It's all right. It's all in the past. Qin Wanwan glanced around, noting that most of the patrons had left, leaving only a couple of guests and the two of them. To express her regret and gratitude for Song Yilang's assistance earlier, she resolved to close the establishment early that day. With a hint of mischief, she asked, so, do you have any plans for today? Song Yilang shook his head, and Qin Wanwan declared, then today belongs to me. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, I'll take you somewhere. Song Yilang was momentarily bewildered. Huh? Are we not making any money? Qin Wanwan, engrossed in her bowl of wontons, did not lift her head when she heard Song Yilang's inquiry. She merely mumbled, money is endless. Today, it is paramount that Song Lang is happy. A subtle stir coursed through Song Yilang's heart. She referred to him as Song Lang and emphasized his happiness above all else. He lowered his gaze to his bowl of wontons, the aroma of scallions somehow stinging his eyes, bringing a hint of moisture to them. With swift movements, Qin Wanwan finished her meal, hurriedly hanging up the closed sign before rushing to collect and wash the bowls. By the time Song Yilang finished his leisurely meal, she had nearly tidied everything up. Donning a knee-length down jacket and a vibrant red scarf, her hands gloved, and clad in cotton pants and boots, only her sparkling eyes were visible as she looked at Song Yilang with anticipation, exclaiming, let us go. Seeing her bundled up like a teddy bear, Song Yilang couldn't suppress a chuckle. Chapter 7. She couldn't find Song Yilang. Qin Wanwan feigned anger, placing her hands on her hips, commanding him, no laughing. Song Yilang, surrendering, replied, all right, no more laughter. Dr. Qin is quite adept at self-protection. Qin Wanwan nodded in agreement, winking at him before saying, just a moment. She scurried upstairs and soon returned with a black scarf and a pair of black gloves. It's freezing outside, and you coughed quite severely yesterday. You mustn't catch a chill. Put these on quickly. Feeling a bit dazed, Song Yilang was unable to respond as Qin Wanwan placed the items in his hands and turned to search for the keys. Can we take your car? I only have a small electric one, and I fear I might shiver in the cold wind. He tightened his grip on the scarf and gloves, softly replying, okay. When Qin Wanwan emerged with the keys and noticed Song Yilang still in a stupor, she approached him, took the scarf from his hands, and, standing on her tiptoes, tied it around his neck. Mr. Song, you truly dawdle. Hurry. If we delay, It won't be as enjoyable. As she wrapped the scarf, she ensured his ears were covered, warning that otherwise, they would lose sensation in the cold. Under her gentle nagging, Song Yilang donned the scarf and gloves, an inexplicable warmth enveloping him. Even he could not articulate this peculiar sensation, only recognizing that Wanwan's words held truth. Wearing the scarf and gloves indeed brought him much warmth. With Wanwan guiding the navigation and Song Yilang driving, the two set off amidst laughter and chatter. Meanwhile, it was nearing 11 o'clock. Lin Su, still groggy, awakened. It was only the 7th day of the new year, and Song Yilang had just returned to work. Lin Su called out, "Husband, husband, I want some water." When Lin Su rose, she relied heavily on Song Yilang, yearning for his embrace, a kiss, and gentle words, hoping he would bring her a cup of warm water. However, this time, she called for him several times, yet received no reply. The room felt desolate and empty. Lin Su rose from her bed, the throbbing headache from her hangover causing her to grimace. Instinctively, she reached for the hangover remedy on her bedside table, only to find it empty. Stunned, she blinked her eyes open, realizing that the table held nothing. Puzzled, she muttered, "What on earth is happening? Where has Song Yilang gone?" Without a second thought, Lin Su stood up to search for him. She found no trace of him upstairs, and as she descended the stairs, she spotted Bai Feng and Lin Fu in the living room, engrossed in the television. She inquired, "Mom, Dad, have you seen Yilang?" Lin Fu remained silent, while Bai Feng sneered, "How would I know? It's early morning, and there's not a trace of him. No breakfast prepared, and at this rate, I bet there won't even be lunch. You truly married a burden." Lin Su furrowed her brow, initially wanting to retort, but upon seeing Bai Feng's sour expression, she opted for silence, retreating back upstairs to her room. She intended to call Song Yilang. Upon entering her room, she instinctively approached her vanity, where she typically left her phone. Indeed, it lay there, but beneath it was a document. As she picked up the phone, the stark words "divorce agreement" came into view, striking her with a profound sense of dread. Her chest tightened painfully, and the ache in her head intensified, draining the color from her face. Frantically, she scrutinized the divorce agreement, discovering that Song Yilang desired none of her possessions, her house, her car, her savings. He only intended to take his own belongings. On the final page, his signature, elegant and flowing, lingered there. Song Yilang had always had exquisite handwriting. During their school days, she would often comment that his writing mirrored his character. Back then, admiring his script was akin to admiring him, utterly captivating. It had been ages since she had seen him write, and now the sight was marred by its presence on a divorce agreement. A sudden realization struck her, and she dashed to the wardrobe, frantically flinging open every cabinet. Aside from her own clothes, Song Yilang's garments were conspicuously absent. With reddened eyes, she opened the shoe cabinet, only to find her own high heels. His 2 pairs of leather shoes were also gone. When she ventured into the bathroom, a thorough search yielded no trace of his razor. Lin Su finally grasped the painful truth. Song Yilang had left. While everyone else was oblivious, he had departed quietly. Panicking, she rushed back to the bedroom, seizing her phone to call him. The phone rang once, then twice, thrice. Still, he did not answer. A sense of urgency enveloped her. Just last night, she had successfully negotiated a multi-million project with the CEO of Mu Group. The contract was signed. Today, she had planned to share the news with Song Yilang, envisioning a future where, once the project stabilized, they could purchase a villa and move out together. She was aware of the hardships he had endured over the years. But couldn't he wait just a little longer? She had been working diligently. Trembling, Lin Su clutched her phone, her voice choking as she lamented, "Song Yilang, how could you be so cruel? Should you be angry, do not hesitate to inform me. What does your sudden silence signify?" Yet in the vast emptiness of the bedroom, no one responded to Lin Su. She yearned to dismiss her aching heart, yet tears betrayed her resolve and fell unbidden. Lin Su rose to change into her sleepwear, scarcely having the time to remove her makeup, before hastily descending the stairs with her car keys in hand. Bai Feng, busy in the kitchen preparing lunch, noticed Lin Su's hurried demeanor and inquired, "Where are you off to?" "Lunch is almost ready. Why not eat before you leave?" Lin Su, while putting on her shoes, replied, "Mother, please do not concern yourself with me. I shall dine out." With that, she slammed the door behind her. As Lin Su departed, Bai Feng sighed. "What sins did I commit in my past life to be burdened with such a son-in-law?" "Enough of that. Keep your comments to yourself. They irritate me," Lin Fu retorted. Upon hearing her husband's words, Bai Feng fell silent, though her discontent with Song Yilang lingered. Once obedient, he now seemed possessed by some unseen force. Meanwhile, Lin Su had arrived at Song Yilang's company, driving her red car. The company gate stood firmly shut, with no security personnel in sight. The streets were sparsely populated, save for a lone janitor braving the heavy snowfall to clear the way. Lin Su once again extracted her phone to call Song Yilang. He had never failed to answer her calls before, yet today, not a single call connected. Sitting in her car, as the swirling snow began to obscure her view through the windshield, Lin Su's vision blurred. The heating was set high within the car, yet she still felt a chill. Song Yilang had always maintained a simple routine between home and work, rarely engaging in social gatherings aside from the occasional obligation. In this situation, with him refusing to answer her calls, Lin Su found herself at a loss as to his whereabouts. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She dialed Song Yilang's mother. "Mother, has Yilang returned home?" "No, why do you ask? Has he not come back?" Yang Mei responded. Disappointment washed over Lin Su. Yet she was acutely aware of Yang Mei's favoritism. If she were to learn of Yilang's intention to divorce and his subsequent departure from home, she would likely provoke him further. Thus, Lin Su fabricated a lie. "Oh, mother, you worry too much. I simply did not see Yilang earlier. I thought he had returned home. Now that he is back, I shall speak with you later. Next time, Yilang and I will visit you." With that, she ended the call. Yang Mei, however, was left perplexed. What is going on? Could it be that Song Yilang is up to his usual antics again? Just as Yang Mei was about to call him to inquire, her eldest daughter called out from the yard, "Mother." Yang Mei quickly tucked her phone away and hurried outside. "Oh, I'm coming." She decided to postpone the call, deeming it not urgent. Chapter 8. Song Yilang, I wish to heal you. Lin Su drove aimlessly through the city, uncertain of Song Yilang's whereabouts, relying solely on her instincts to find him. At that moment, Song Yilang was enjoying a day of skiing with Wanwan. Wanwan appeared to be the quintessential good girl, yet her skiing prowess was astonishing, effortlessly gliding across the slope without any protective gear, a single snowboard as her companion. In stark contrast, Song Yilang, burdened by a cumbersome turtle shell strapped to his backside and wielding 2 iron poles, appeared somewhat clumsy. At some point, Wanwan stood before Song Yilang, extending her hand towards him. "Come, do not be afraid, let me guide you." Song Yilang glanced at the slightly steep terrain and shook his head. "Perhaps it is best if I refrain. At his age, a fall could result in considerable discomfort." Wanwan laughed joyfully, seizing his wrist with confidence. "Fear not, I am here. I won't let you fall. Allow me to instruct you. Stand with your snowboard apart, parallel to your shoulders, knees and hips slightly bent, and your back relaxed." Wanwan earnestly explained to Song Yilang, gradually easing the tension that had initially gripped him. Having adhered to convention for nearly 30 years, he yearned for a moment of liberation. Soon, with Wanwan leading him by the hand, he began to find his footing. Initially tentative, he soon gained confidence, managing to stand independently. As he gazed ahead, he noticed others instinctively parting to avoid their path, the wind whistling past his ears. A sensation named freedom blossoming quietly within him. He had never experienced such a moment of relaxation. Wanwan's melodious voice broke through his reverie. "Mr. Song, with me. You may close your eyes and savor the experience." Despite her petite stature, her strength was remarkable. She held his hand with such steadiness that he hardly stood a chance of breaking free. Encouraged by her words, Song Yilang truly closed his eyes, allowing himself to embrace the tranquility of the moment. At that instant, he felt utterly at ease, even contemplating whether a painless departure from life might not be so bad after all. Yet, just as this thought arose, Wanwan's delighted exclamation pierced through. "Mr. Song, look, it's so beautiful." As he opened his eyes, he beheld the crimson lanterns above, casting a gentle glow amidst the flurries of snow, a stunning sight. "Let us break," Wanwan exclaimed. Before Song Yilang could comprehend, she grasped his arms, twisting his entire body around to execute an abrupt stop. Now facing each other, Song Yilang stared at Wanwan's adorable visage, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Was she truly this strong? How could she, in such a manner, maneuver a man of his stature? Wanwan crouched down to unfasten his snowboard. "I possess no remarkable qualities, perhaps only a bit of strength. Did I hurt you?" Regaining his senses, Song Yilang replied, "Not at all." He then crouched to assist. "I'll manage myself." Wanwan nodded and stood up. As the two walked side by side, Song Yilang glanced at his watch. noting that it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Although the wind and snow had lessened somewhat, the chill remained biting. Due to his illness, Song Yilang was only now becoming acutely aware of the cold, which made it difficult for him to bend his fingers. Thus, he suggested, "Dr. Qin, let us find a restaurant. I shall treat you to a meal." Qin Wanwan replied eagerly, "Sure. I know a fantastic place nearby that serves delicious firewood chicken. Let me take you there." She took hold of Song Yilang's hand and dashed ahead. Taken aback, Song Yilang fell silent. Yet he could not help but admire the exquisite profile of Qin Wanwan as she ran ahead with great enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Qin Wanwan guided Song Yilang to a seat. "Wait here. I shall be back shortly," she instructed. Just as Song Yilang opened his mouth to inquire where she was headed, she disappeared swiftly, leaving him to wait alone. The temperature inside the restaurant was indeed much warmer than outside, and Song Yilang's numb hands and legs began to thaw gradually. Before long, Qin Wanwan returned, cradling a hand warmer and carrying a thermos. Her face and ears were flushed from the cold. Yet she hurriedly handed the hand warmer to Song Yilang. "Here, take this," she urged, then quickly poured a cup of hot tea from the thermos and placed it before him. "Drink up, it will warm you." Watching her bustling about, Song Yilang felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. He thought she had not noticed his discomfort, but Qin Wanwan had, and she had taken action. Indeed, as a doctor, she could not possibly overlook his condition, even without a thorough examination. Lowering his head in an attempt to appear composed, he uttered, "Thank you, Dr. Qin." Qin Wanwan paused, then looked at him with a hint of irritation, exclaiming, "Song Yilang, when we are out, do not call me doctor." Hearing her soft voice, his heart melted, and he obediently nodded. All right. May I call you Wanwan instead?" With that, her mood brightened. "Then in return, I shall call you Lang Lang. And we mustn't be formal with each other." Song Yilang, almost unconsciously, agreed. They chatted amiably, and soon the proprietor brought forth the fragrant firewood chicken. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a little kitten, prompting Song Yilang to chuckle lightly. "If you enjoy it so much, I shall cook for you next time." Qin Wanwan exclaimed in surprise, "You can cook?" Song Yilang nodded. "Indeed, my culinary skills are quite commendable." Qin Wanwan laughed. "Then I must treat you today, following you." Song Lang Lang, "I shall have good fortune with food. However, we cannot let you do all the cooking for free if you stay at my place. I shall assist you every day, shall we?" Song Yilang nodded with a subtle smile, "Certainly." While his demeanor remained calm, a flicker of joy stirred within him. Indeed, he found it difficult to articulate what precisely brought him such delight. After consuming a bowl of wontons in the morning, Song Yilang felt quite full and was still experiencing a sense of indigestion. His appetite was not robust. He managed to eat only half a bowl of rice and a bit of chicken before losing interest. In contrast, Qin Wanwan exhibited a hearty appetite. They had ordered a small portion of firewood chicken, yet the serving was ample, enough to satisfy 3 people, as Song Yilang estimated. Nevertheless, Qin Wanwan managed to finish it all, still yearning for more. Though somewhat astonished, Song Yilang inquired, "Are you full? If not, I can ask the boss to bring something else." Qin Wanwan chuckled innocently, "Mr. Song, do you not mind my hearty appetite?" To which Song Yilang sincerely replied, "Being able to eat is a blessing." At this moment, even if he desired to eat, he simply could not. Previously, he believed his diminished appetite was merely due to his busy work schedule, but after receiving his diagnosis, he realized it had worsened. For the past few days, consuming even a little more would make him feel nauseous. Qin Wanwan, noticing Song Yilang's reduced appetite, gently declined his kind offer, after which they walked together towards the parking area. "I will drive. You should rest," she suggested. After a brief silence, Song Yilang acquiesced, "All right." Qin Wanwan then added, "Song Yilang, I am a doctor." Uncertain of her intentions, Song Yilang nodded, "I know." Suddenly, Qin Wanwan halted, gazing intently at him amidst the swirling snow. "If you fall ill, will you tell me? I wish to heal you." Chapter 9. Song Yilang, "You are driving me to madness." Song Yilang remained silent for an extended moment, then gently stroked Qin Wanwan's head, responding evasively, "Let us head home, Wanwan." He then walked past her, clutching a hand warmer as he made his way to the passenger seat. Being a man on the brink of death, he simply wished to live out his remaining days peacefully, not wanting to burden Dr. Qin. Observing Song Yilang's frail figure, a sense of compassion welled up within Qin Wanwan for this man she had only just met twice. His silhouette appeared overwhelmingly lonely, as if he might vanish at any moment, which stirred an inexplicable anxiety in her. Ultimately, however, she chose to remain silent, taking her place in the driver's seat and driving away. Meanwhile, Song Yilang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and he dozed off shortly after getting into the car. Qin Wanwan drove slowly and steadily, and by the time they reached the alley, it was already 9 in the evening. Turning her head to glance at Song Yilang, she noted that while he was not conventionally handsome, his features were well-defined, and his figure was tall, albeit somewhat gaunt at present. Qin Wanwan found it perplexing how she had developed feelings for Song Yilang. Their 2 encounters had left a significant impression on her. The first, his despondent demeanor had captured her attention. The second, a chance meeting, revealed his profound loneliness, which tugged at her heartstrings. The new year, a time meant for family reunions, seemed to resonate with his solitary existence, leaving her to ponder why he endured such desolation. As Qin Wanwan pondered the circumstances surrounding Song Yilang, her phone rang. She quickly cast a glance at him before stepping out of the car to answer her mother's call. "Hello, Mom." In passing, she mentioned the situation with Song Yilang. Her mother responded, "I see, that poor child. Let him stay for now. But remember, he is still a stranger. Make sure to escort him back and return home promptly." Qin Wanwan acknowledged her mother's words, and after ending the call, she turned around to discover that Song Yilang had already awoken. Qin Wanwan opened the car door, saying, "I apologize for waking you." Song Yilang stepped out and replied, "It's no trouble at all. Where do you live? I could give you a ride home. It's rather dangerous for a young lady to walk alone at night." Qin Wanwan pointed to her electric scooter parked nearby, saying, "I can ride my little electric scooter." Song Yilang frowned slightly. "The wind is strong, and it will be quite cold. Allow me to take you instead." Qin Wanwan smiled, her dimples accentuating her beauty under the moonlight as she replied, "I'm not in a hurry to go back. The room is cluttered with many items. I will help you move them before heading home." Song Yilang was about to insist that he could manage alone, but Qin Wanwan swiftly interrupted, "No refusal, Mr. Song. That is my little room after all." Thus, he found himself swallowing his words once more. Together, they opened the store and ascended to the second floor. The corridor was narrow, barely accommodating one person at a time. Song Yilang struggled a bit with his suitcase, but upon entering the room, he discovered it was quite spacious, approximately 20 square meters, large enough for him to reside comfortably. The room contained a bed measuring 1.5 meters, and the bathroom was conveniently located to the right upon exiting. However, the floor was strewn with various items, boxes, tools, and an array of pots and pans. Qin Wanwan rolled up her sleeves and began to work. "Let us pile these items in the corridor for now. You'll have to make do tonight. We can clean properly tomorrow." Song Yilang had no objections, and together they swiftly organized the room. After Song Yilang finished mopping the floor, Qin Wanwan brought over a thick comforter and an electric blanket to prepare his bed, explaining, "The underfloor heating is broken, so you'll have to manage with this." A warmth spread through Song Yilang's heart, and he sincerely said, "Thank you." After making the bed and plugging in the electric blanket, Qin Wanwan wiped the sweat from her forehead and remarked, "It's a small matter. If you feel indebted, you can help me out tomorrow morning." In truth, even without her suggestion, Song Yilang would have offered his assistance. Song Yilang smiled, "All right." After agreeing, he recalled another thought and continued, "Your place is quite close to where I work. I'm rather reluctant to search for another rental. How about I rent this room from you? Name your price, and I'll pay you 3 months in advance." Qin Wanwan initially intended to decline, but feared that Song Yilang might feel uncomfortable, so she acquiesced, "That's fine. It's just a small room. If you're willing, let us say 500 a month." 500? Song Yilang's hand, poised to retrieve his phone, hesitated. The vicinity, being close to the city center, boasted comprehensive amenities. Even though it was nestled deep within a narrow alley, the metro station was merely a short stroll away. Was Qin Wanwan truly being so generous with this price? "Qin Wanwan, I understand what you wish to express, but this place was never intended for rental. Consider it a personal favor owed to me, one that you may repay gradually." Qin Wanwan continued, "By the way, you may only transfer me 1,500, otherwise I shall not accept it." At that moment, Song Yilang had intended to transfer 5,000. With a hint of exasperation, Song Yilang inquired, "Dr. Qin, are you a psychology major? How can you so accurately discern my thoughts?" Qin Wanwan playfully touched her nose and smiled mischievously, "Not at all. It's simply that, Mr. Song, your thoughts are rather transparent." Song Yilang pondered, "Are they?" Qin Wanwan nodded emphatically, "Indeed." Before Song Yilang could articulate a response, a voice called from downstairs, Wanwan, Wanwan. Startled, Qin Wanwan whispered to Song Yilang, "My mother has come to take me home." As Song Yilang was about to offer to escort the mother-daughter duo back, Qin Wanwan waved her hand. "Mr. Song, you should return. You mustn't catch a chill. No need to see me off. I will go home with my mother." Without awaiting a reply, Qin Wanwan dashed away. Song Yilang could only pick up his phone and message her, "Please be careful on your way." To his surprise, Qin Wanwan responded almost instantly, "Understood, Mr. Song." As Song Yilang read her message, a smile crept across his face. He instinctively glanced down, observing Qin Wanwan skipping joyfully alongside an older woman, presumably her mother, as they exited the alley. Their bond was evidently strong. Explaining how Qin Wanwan had grown to be so vivacious and charming, akin to a little sunbeam. Without turning back, Qin Wanwan raised her hand in a wave, a farewell gesture. Witnessing this, Song Yilang felt a warmth envelop his heart. At that moment, his phone rang once more, revealing Lin Su as the caller. Song Yilang's smile vanished at an observable pace. As the call connected, Lin Su found the moment surreal. After numerous attempts to reach him, he had finally answered. Song Yilang stated tersely, "If there is nothing to discuss, I shall hang up." Lin Su, in a state of urgency, replied, "Wait. I do have something to say." Song Yilang remained silent, having seen the missed calls, yet reluctant to engage. After a prolonged silence, Lin Su finally spoke. "Divorce. Are you truly certain about this decision?" Song Yilang scoffed. "Is the divorce agreement not sufficiently clear?" Lin Su's heart ached, her eyes swollen from tears, yet she fought to maintain her composure, refusing to let her emotions betray her in front of him. Anger surged within her, causing her demeanor to fray. "Song Yilang, must you truly be this irrational? What have I done to deserve this? Have I committed emotional infidelity or physical betrayal to warrant your relentless pursuit of divorce?" Song Yilang closed his eyes momentarily and said, "I am merely fatigued and wish to rest." Lin Su, increasingly irate, retorted, "You think you are the only one exhausted? Every working individual in this world is weary. Furthermore, you work from 8 to 5, with weekends off. Just where is your fatigue? Song Yilang, I implore you, cease this nonsense, will you? Do you have any inkling of how close you are to driving me mad?" A self-deprecating smile graced Song Yilang's lips. At this juncture, Lin Su remained unchanged. He had truly erred in harboring any expectations. Once Lin Su concluded her tirade, Song Yilang calmly informed her, "At 9 o'clock on the 7th, I shall await you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau." Chapter 10. Mr. Song, are you feeling bashful? After hanging up the phone, Song Yilang left Lin Su momentarily stunned, which quickly escalated into indignation. She forcefully tossed her phone onto the passenger seat, exclaiming, "Song Yilang, you are truly insane." So furious was Lin Su that her words became jumbled. After several deep breaths, she managed to drive home. She had already set aside her pride to plead with Song Yilang, yet he remained resolute in his desire for a divorce. What could she do? Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Lin Su gritted her teeth and declared, "You are the one insisting on this divorce, Song Yilang. Do not dare to regret it." Should he find himself remorseful, she would certainly not consider reconciliation. Upon returning home and finishing her shower, Lin Su sat before her vanity, the divorce agreement laid out before her. Her already swollen eyes felt even more stinging. Was it merely that she had not prioritized her family in a timely manner? Indeed, Lin Su conceded that her parents and brother could occasionally be excessive, but they were her family. How could Song Yilang, a grown man, insist on being so petty? Could he not take a few steps back? It was Song Yilang who had changed, becoming unreasonable and seemingly devoid of love for her. Biting her lip, Lin Su picked up a pen, opened the divorce agreement, and inscribed her name. After signing, she lingered in thought for a considerable time before taking a photograph of the signed document and sending it to Song Yilang. Looking at her phone, she muttered, "Humph. If you respond and admit your fault, I shall consider this agreement null and void." However, Lin Su waited and waited until the clock struck 1, then 2, then 3, eventually until dawn. Yet, she received no word from Song Yilang. This marked the first time in 4 years of marriage that Lin Su experienced insomnia. Unbeknownst to her, it was also the first time in 4 years that Song Yilang enjoyed a peaceful slumber. At 8 in the morning, Song Yilang's biological alarm clock roused him promptly. After freshening up, he descended the stairs to find Qin Wanwan already busy with her mother. Qin man hastily. Song Yilang approached, saying, "Aunt Qin, allow me to assist you." Qin man, preoccupied with preparing wontons for guests, glanced at him upon hearing his voice and nodded. All right, Wanwan has already informed me. Make yourself at home. Instinctively, Song Yilang's gaze drifted toward Qin Wanwan, who was wiping the table. Sensing his gaze, she looked up and bestowed upon him a sweet smile, inquiring, having a rare day off, why not indulge in a bit more sleep? Song Yilang was momentarily dazzled by the radiant smile of Qin Wanwan. For reasons unknown, he felt a slight warmth flush his cheeks, prompting him to lower his head and approach her. I've had enough rest. Allow me to assist you, he offered. Qin Wanwan, unreserved, handed him a cloth for wiping the table, her voice soft and gentle as she whispered, Thank you, Mr. Song. A hint of embarrassment washed over Song Yilang, who cleared his throat but remained silent, though the blush on his face did not escape Qin Wanwan's notice. Initially, she had merely intended to tease him lightly, yet his innocent demeanor unexpectedly stirred something within her. Wanwan, called Qin Man coming, replied Qin Wanwan, casting one last lingering glance at Song Yilang before running towards Qin Man. At that moment, Song Yilang finally exhaled in relief. Why did he feel so anxious in her presence? He certainly was no naive youth. Amused by his earlier reaction, he shook his head and resumed tidying up the dishes. Qin Man observed Song Yilang's diligent figure with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Though somewhat slender, he appeared quite upright and industrious. With further consideration, should his character prove commendable, she would indeed support this union. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the crowd had thinned. Qin Man glanced at her industrious daughter, Qin Wanwan, and remarked, Your Mr. Song hasn't had breakfast yet. Shouldn't you prepare something for him? Qin Wanwan suddenly slapped her forehead, oblivious to her mother's phrasing. All right, we had steamed buns on the way here, but Mr. Song is still hungry. Mom, what should I make for him? Qin Man couldn't help but chuckle. Her daughter, nearly 27, still often seemed oblivious. I'm not a mind reader. How would I know what's in Mr. Song's stomach? Qin Wanwan fell into contemplation. Qin Man gently tapped her daughter's head. Silly girl, just ask him directly. A spark of realization lit up Qin Wanwan's eyes. You're right. Excited. She turned and kissed her mother affectionately before hastening to find Song Yilang. He was still busy tying an apron and wiping the table when suddenly, Qin Wanwan's face loomed large before him, startling him into a standing position as he instinctively stepped back, flustered. What are you doing? The dimples at the corners of Qin Wanwan's lips deepened as she softly uttered, You. Huh. Song Yilang initially failed to grasp her words, but as the context settled in, his face instantly flushed crimson, and with a hint of irritation, he exclaimed, Qin Wan. Mr. Song, are you shy? Qin Wanwan laughed heartily, her melodious laughter drawing the attention of those around, including Song Yilang. At that precise moment, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the side of Qin Wanwan's face, enhancing her exquisite beauty beyond measure. Song Yilang stood there, utterly entranced. Qin Wanwan, still holding back a smile, inquired playfully, Are you truly upset? It's quite amusing. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I came to ask what you would like for breakfast, and I shall prepare it for you. Song Yilang, slightly flustered, averted his gaze and replied, I can eat anything. Qin Wanwan then asked, How about noodles? Yes, Song Yilang responded. Clear broth or spicy oil? She continued. Clear broth, he answered. Very well, wait for me. With that, Qin Wanwan skipped out the door. Song Yilang was perplexed. Wasn't there noodles in the shop? Why did she run out? Witnessing this scene, Qin Man felt a sense of comfort. After all these years, Qin Wanwan had never shown such concern for any man. It seemed her precious daughter genuinely cared for Mr. Song. Soon, Qin Wanwan returned, cradling a large bowl and flashing a mysterious smile at Song Yilang before slipping into the kitchen. Song Yilang chuckled helplessly, unaware that he was actually looking forward to that bowl of noodle soup. For the past 4 years, he had rarely indulged in breakfast, always ensuring Lin Su had her morning meal. During their entrepreneurial journey, both he and Lin Su had been exceedingly busy. Lin Su often had social engagements that lasted until midnight, and he would frequently wait for her outside the banquet halls. Upon returning home, she would be ill, often to the point of losing consciousness, and he would have to clean her up and carry her to bed. The following morning, he would hurriedly prepare breakfast for Lin Su before heading off to work, and when time was tight, he would have his assistant deliver it. He hardly had the chance to eat a bite himself. After work, he would rush home to cook, as Lin Su never had a good appetite and was quite particular about her food, leading him to concoct various dishes to entice her. Gradually, everyone came to regard cooking as his rightful duty. Lin Su. Oh Lin Su, amidst all these matters, did you ever truly care? Chapter 11. Lin Su is no longer the Lin Su of the past. A wave of sorrow enveloped Song Yilang, and just as he became lost in his memories, Qin Wanwan's melodious voice pierced through the gloom. Mr. Song, come and enjoy your noodles. Turning around, he beheld Qin Wanwan carefully approaching with a bowl of beef noodles that was larger than her face. He hastily took the bowl from her hands, exclaiming, "This is quite a lot." The bowl was brimming with noodles, topped with a perfectly soft-boiled egg, generous amounts of cilantro, and scallions, emitting an enticing aroma. At last, Song Yilang understood why Qin Wanwan had stepped out. She had gone to procure marinated beef slices. This girl was quite thoughtful. However, he looked at her with a hint of exasperation and asked, "May I inquire, Miss Qin, are you a professional pig farmer?" Qin Wanwan was amused by his remark. Her eyes crescent-shaped as she replied with a playful smile, "No, but I specialize in taking care of Mr. Song, if that is acceptable." Song Yilang could only chuckle in disbelief. "Let us just eat the noodles." Song Yilang found himself unable to finish his meal. So he took a small bowl and generously shared a portion with Qin Wanwan, even offering her a generous helping of beef slices. Although Qin Wanwan said nothing, the warmth in her gaze towards Song Yilang had noticeably deepened. Qin Man observed the entire exchange in silence. Thus, over the past 2 days, Song Yilang resided in this modest single room without any complaints. He would rise early in the morning to assist Qin Wanwan in her business, and in the evenings, they would leisurely stroll with her adorable corgi named Kaifuku, a name that signified good fortune. Time swiftly passed to the 7th day of the new year. Instead of hurrying to the office, Song Yilang drove directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Unlike previous occasions where Lin Su had been late or had canceled their dates, today was different. Lin Su appeared stunning, her beauty radiating even in a knitted sweater and long skirt, which could not conceal her alluring figure. Her hair cascading like a waterfall, and her enchanting eyes brimming with emotion. Yet, when those eyes met Song Yilang's, they seemed devoid of warmth. She did not question him with the same intensity as before. Instead, she calmly inquired, "Is divorce absolutely necessary?" After a prolonged silence, Song Yilang replied, "Divorce isn't inevitable. But I have 2 conditions." Lin Su felt a flicker of joy in her heart, though her expression remained impassive. "State them. I will agree to whatever I can fulfill." With a faint smile, Song Yilang articulated his first condition: "We must buy a new house and move out." Lin Su frowned, hesitating to acquiesce, signaling him to continue with the second condition. As if anticipating her reaction, Song Yilang coldly chuckled and stated, "No man enjoys having his wife constantly out drinking. I need you to maintain distance from people like Mr. Liu and Mr. Li. Can you manage that?" Lin Su's brows knitted tightly. "Song Yilang, are you unwell? You are fully aware that I am conducting business. Those encounters are merely superficial." "Superficial?" Song Yilang's voice turned grave as his icy gaze fixed on Lin Su. "Is it merely superficial if you often stay out all night? Is it superficial when you share laughter and smiles with others while your legitimate husband remains at home, like your servant?" This so-called superficiality is merely Lin Su's excuse for her opportunistic behavior. Having grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, she reveled in being adored and thrived on the admiration of others, which fed her vanity. How could she ever wish to revert to her former life? However, given Lin Su's current status, she need not personally engage in negotiations. Business does not solely rely on various drinking gatherings. With many paths available to her, Lin Su consistently chose the one that Song Yilang despised the most. "Lin Su, you are a married woman. You are fully aware of their sordid intentions towards you. Yet, you persist in this behavior, even exploiting their desires for personal gain. This is not the Lin Su I once knew." Under the allure of wealth, Lin Su had long since transformed from the woman she once was. Lin Su's face alternated between shades of pallor and flush. "But you clearly understand that I harbor no feelings for any of them. I have my principles. I will not betray. I am merely in pursuit of financial stability." Song Yilang, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Money, money, money. So, in your eyes, wealth surpasses all else, does it?" Lin Su remained silent, refraining from answering his inquiry. Ultimately, she turned away from him, her back facing his gaze. "As for your first question, my parents are aging, and Lin Feng is still in university, lacking the means to sustain himself. Once Lin Feng graduates and secures stable employment, we shall move out." Lin Su's heart was heavy, and she dared not confront Song Yilang directly. Yet her message was clear. "Yilang, I beseech you to grant me 3 more years. In that time, I promise to be with you, and we shall have a delightful child. Song Yilang offered a sardonic smile, one that Lin Su did not witness, as tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. How could he afford 3 more years? He might not even survive the next 6 months. He sighed. Everyone was the same. Before marriage, he was always the one abandoned. After marriage, having finally established a home, he still found himself forsaken. He and Lin Su had never truly walked the same path. What he desired was simply a warm family life, a simple existence with a wife and children. But Lin Su was not that person. Song Yilang stepped into the Civil Affairs Bureau first. I will wait for you at the window. Dwelling on the past held no significance anymore. Lin Su stood in place, enduring the biting cold wind for what felt like an eternity before finally stepping into the bureau. Given that it was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, few were there to finalize divorces, and after mutual consent, the process was swiftly completed. Emerging from the bureau with the divorce certificate in hand, Song Yilang was soon followed by Lin Su, who pressed a bank card into his palm, her eyes glistening like those of a rabbit. After all these years of marriage, I confess I have been an inadequate wife. There are 2 million in this card, a token of my compensation. Lin Su was acutely aware that Song Yilang had devoted nearly all his savings to support her career, leaving him with little. Despite their separation, she still wished for his well-being. Song Yilang glanced at the bank card. 2 million indeed seemed substantial. Yet, he flung the card away with a swift motion, leaving Lin Su in stunned disbelief. A fleeting glance was all he spared her before resolutely walking away. Lin Su would never comprehend that there are many things in this world that cannot be purchased with money. His illness was beyond the reach of financial remedy. The money he possessed was sufficient for him to savor the remainder of his life. As Lin Su watched Song Yilang's frail figure gradually fade from view, an acute pain gripped her chest. Had he accepted the 2 million, perhaps her heart would have felt a tad lighter. But instead, she pressed her hand against her chest. Her complexion paling slightly, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if something was irrevocably slipping away from her grasp. However, she could not articulate what it was. Chapter 12. After exiting this door, do not call me mother. Song Yilang went to work at the company, serving as the deputy manager of the project department. Even if he arrived a bit late, no one would dare to utter a word of reproach. At this moment, Wanwan was also preparing to go to her job at the oncology department of Jiang City's First People's Hospital. Just as she was about to leave, Man seized a moment to ask her, "Daughter, do you have feelings for Mr. Song?" Wanwan appeared momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "I wouldn't say it's love." Mu was somewhat astonished. "Then what are you?" Wanwan articulated her thoughts. "Mother, Mr. Song is unwell, not just physically, but mentally as well. I sensed his psychological struggles during our first encounter. They seemed to outweigh his physical ailments. Over the brief days of their acquaintance, I have come to perceive him as a genuinely good person. I do not wish for him to tread the same path as my father did years ago, and thus, I desire to assist him. I hope that one day Mr. Song will willingly seek the help of professionals." Having said this, Wanwan hurried off to work. Man remained rooted in place, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood precisely what Wanwan was conveying. Years ago, she too had a husband who cherished her deeply, and Wanwan had a wonderful father. However, after Wanwan's father fell victim to brain cancer, and with Wanwan still in high school, she found herself unable to shoulder the burden of 2 lives alone. She scoured for funds to treat Wanwan's father, but tragically, he passed away alone in a hospital bed before she could gather the necessary money, succumbing in the bitter cold of winter just before the new year. As for Mr. Song, he arrived alone at this modest wonton shop after the new year. Following her father's death, Wanwan became taciturn, pouring herself into her studies, ultimately gaining admission to medical school. Upon graduation, she gradually became an oncologist, using her savings to open a wonton shop, which allowed their lives to improve step by step. It was only after becoming a doctor that Wanwan's demeanor transformed, becoming more cheerful and vivacious. Man sighed, wiping away a tear, and it was no wonder Wanwan was so concerned for Mr. Song. In the Jinhong Group's project department, Song Yilang had just concluded a meeting when his assistant informed him that his mother, Yang Mei, and elder sister, Song Xingyu, had arrived and were waiting in his office. What is fated cannot be escaped. Song Yilang handed the documents in his hand to assistant Lu Xian, saying, "Please discuss this project with the team first. I will join you shortly." Lu Xian accepted the documents, understood, Deputy General Manager Song. As Song Yilang made his way to the office, he contemplated that although he had not disclosed his divorce to his family, if he explained the circumstances well, his parents would likely not be excessively harsh. However, as soon as he entered the office, he was met with a splash of coffee, ruining his meticulously arranged attire. Immediately after, his mother's sharp voice rang out. "You unfilial son, you dare to divorce Su. Song Yilang. It seems you have grown weary of your prosperous life and wish to return to the days of your impoverished past, do you not?" Song Xingyu was taken aback that her mother truly would confront Song Yilang. She had thought it was mere talk. Hastily, she intervened, urging Yang Mei, "Mother, please listen to what Yilang has to say." Song Yilang remained silent, his gaze fixated on the large stain on his white shirt, reflecting his own disheveled state. Meanwhile, Yang Mei continued her tirade, filled with indignation. "What is there to listen to? Do you intend to hear his excuses? I simply cannot comprehend it. Su earns millions annually and has secured good jobs for both of your sisters. You need not worry about the household. All you must do is comply with her wishes. Why are you contemplating divorce?" The commotion surrounding Song Yilang was so pronounced that colleagues outside the office began to cast curious glances. Maintaining his composure, he calmly reached for a tissue on his desk to wipe the moisture from his face. Observing this, Yang Mei's anger intensified, and she stormed over, seizing the fabric of Song Yilang's shirt, shouting, "Are you deaf? I am speaking to you." As more people gathered at the doorway, Song Xingyu could no longer bear it. She rushed to close the door and drew the curtains, shielding them from prying eyes. Song Yilang frowned, coldly regarding his mother's hand, commanding, "Let go." Yang Mei was taken aback. Had Song Yilang not always been compliant? Why was he suddenly displaying such defiance? After a moment of silence, her anger surged, and she raised her hand to strike his face, exclaiming, "You wretch! How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner?" With quick reflexes, Song Yilang grasped Yang Mei's wrist. Then, in a moment of astonishment for Yang Mei, he forcefully pushed her away. Being merely a middle-aged woman, she lacked the strength to resist, and she fell back onto the sofa. As she contemplated crying, Song Yilang's cold gaze swept over her. "Mother, I have tolerated your behavior for far too long. If you believe that your continued outbursts will yield any results, by all means, proceed." Yang Mei had never witnessed such seriousness in Song Yilang's demeanor, and she was momentarily rendered speechless. Song Xingyu, however, quickly reacted, charging forward to shove Song Yilang, causing him to stagger perilously close to falling. She berated him, "Song Yilang, you unfilial wretch. That is our mother, and you dare to lay hands on her? Do you not fear retribution?" "Retribution?" Song Yilang scoffed with a hint of derision. Perhaps he was indeed suffering from it, burdened with such a family. He promptly shed his stained white shirt and donned another from the nearby cabinet, then wordlessly made his way toward the exit. Song Xingyu intercepted him, declaring, "You will not leave this office without providing us an explanation regarding your affair with Lin Su." Gazing at his sister's contemptible expression, Song Yilang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and he coldly replied, "Why must I report the private matters of my marriage to you? Who do you think you are?" Song Xingyu stamped her foot in anger, raising her head to glare at Song Yilang. "Song Yilang, I am your sister." Song Yilang smirked with a hint of amusement. "Oh, sister?" Song Xingyu, just look at your own countenance. Do you truly believe you deserve to be called my sister? For a moment, Song Xingyu was rendered speechless by his scorn. Song Yilang coldly warned, "Song Xingyu, if you and your companions do not vacate this place within 10 minutes, I will ensure you lose your job. Do you believe me?" Song Xingyu felt a surge of disbelief. Had Song Yilang truly lost his senses to dare threaten her? "Do you even realize what you are saying?" Yet, Song Yilang, weary of entangling further with them, barked, "Get out of here." He then left the office with a sullen expression. It was only then that Yang Mei came to her senses, shouting from behind, "Song Yilang, if you walk out that door today, I shall consider you no son of mine. Do not ever call me mother again." A sharp pain pierced Song Yilang's heart, and he turned back, his eyes already red with unshed tears, gazing at his mother with an abundance of unspoken disappointment. The employees outside exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding drama, their hearts pounding in fear. Yang Mei had not anticipated that her moment of fury would lead her to utter such outrageous words. However, recalling Song Yilang's recent attitude towards her, she felt justified. As his mother, she believed he should endure her reprimands. After all, she was his mother. Yet, it was indeed wrong for Song Yilang to retaliate against her. Thus, Yang Mei held her head high, waiting for Song Yilang to come forward and apologize. But Song Yilang merely laughed derisively before turning away without a trace of mercy. Chapter 13. Song Yilang, how dare you insult me? With a mother who constantly created difficulties, a father who feigned ignorance, and a sister who exacerbated the situation, Song Yilang truly felt little attachment to this family. He ascended to the rooftop, gazing at the distant skyscrapers, the bustling traffic, and silently smoked one cigarette after another. The butts of his cigarettes were repeatedly crushed beneath his feet. His phone rang incessantly from his pocket, yet he chose to ignore it. It was not until his assistant, Lu Xian, rushed up to the rooftop, breathless, that he was interrupted. Vice President Song, President Li wants you to come to the meeting. Song Yilang glanced at Lu Xian. Did he mention the subject? Lu Xian hesitated. His expression conflicted, momentarily at a loss for words. Understanding dawned upon Song Yilang. President Li, the head of the project department, had always been at odds with him and was likely seeking an opportunity to confront him now. Squashing the cigarette butt, Song Yilang turned to leave for downstairs. Let us go? Lu Xian observed the scattered cigarette butts, momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Vice President Song seldom smoked. Had there been some turmoil at home? Earlier that morning, the company buzzed with gossip regarding Vice President Song, claiming he had divorced Miss Lin. Yet, he distinctly remembered that Song Yilang and Lin Su had shared a rather harmonious relationship. Lu Xian dared not dwell on his thoughts and quickly followed suit. However, upon reaching the threshold of the conference room, he was met with the thunderous voice of General Manager Li. Song Yilang, are you aware that your mother caused a scene at the company this morning, severely tarnishing our corporate image? Today marks the first day back to work, and such a disgrace has already been witnessed by clients and superiors. Do you still wish to retain your position as vice president? With that, Li Tsuanyun, his countenance darkened, forcefully hurled the documents in his hand at Song Yilang. The surrounding individuals collectively gasped, lowering their heads in discomfort, acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone in the company knew that the higher-ups recognized Song Yilang's capabilities, which had led to his gradual promotion to vice president of the project department, where he and General Manager Li each led a competitive team. The team led by Song Yilang was formidable, tasked with the core projects of the company, earning him further recognition from the leadership. His meteoric rise at under 30 years of age positioned him for a boundless future. In stark contrast, Li Tsuanyun, at 45, lived in constant trepidation, fearful that Song Yilang might usurp his position. To him, Song Yilang was akin to a thorn in his side, a source of deep resentment. Previously, Song Yilang had chosen to avoid confrontation with Li Tsuanyun, believing it wise to refrain from escalating tensions, as they were colleagues who would inevitably cross paths. Yet, he now understood that retreat often led to further encroachments rather than respect or understanding. Thus, with a grim expression, Song Yilang bent down to retrieve the folder and, under Li Tsuanyun's smug gaze, mercilessly flung it back, striking Li Tsuanyun squarely in the face, causing his flesh to quiver. Silence enveloped the office, palpable and oppressive, as if a pin could be heard falling. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Lu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Song Yilang. Li Tsuanyun's eyes blazed with fury, as if he wished to choke the life from him. Song Yilang merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Every family has its own troubles. Who can guarantee that one will never err in life? My personal matters have not impacted the company's interests, and I do not believe I am in the wrong. Fool. With that, Song Yilang shoved his hands into his pockets and made for the exit. Li Tsuanyun was on the verge of madness. After all, he was Song Yilang's superior. And yet Song Yilang had the audacity to publicly rebuke him. How dare he call him a fool? Song Yilang, halt this instant. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Song Yilang retorted immediately. Not only do I dare to insult you, but if you cannot hear me clearly, I can inscribe it on your tombstone. Fool. He truly paused in his tracks, turning to face Li Tsuanyun, his dark eyes like a bottomless abyss, instilling a sense of dread that compelled Li Tsuanyun to hastily step back. Everyone around fell silent, some trembling in fear. They had never witnessed Song Yilang's wrath, and were taken aback by its terrifying intensity. Truly, it seems that excessive leniency has led you, Mr. Li, to believe yourself of considerable importance. Song Yilang scoffed, disregarding Li Tsuanyun's pale visage, and continued, Mr. Li, I advise you to focus on your own affairs rather than meddling in others' private matters. If you devoted your energies to legitimate pursuits, you would not still languish as a mere project manager after so many years in the company. Just as Song Yilang intended to depart, Lee Tsun-yun snapped back to reality, his face darkening as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Song Yilang, it seems you've become quite arrogant. Do you even remember your own status? Unable to tolerate further provocation, Song Yilang shouted, "Get lost." With that, he forcefully kicked open the conference room door and strode out. Gasps filled the air. Everyone was astonished by Song Yilang's audacious behavior. In the past, regardless of mockery or bullying, he always greeted others with a smile. His subordinates held him in high esteem for enduring trials and humiliations that would break an ordinary person, viewing him as a remarkable individual. Even someone like Mr. Lee, who had his grievances against Song Yilang, understood the wisdom of not antagonizing someone who bore them no ill will, maintaining a semblance of civility. However, it was evident that a serious rift had now formed between them. Lee Tsun-yun vented his frustration on the staff in the office, berating them as useless and worthless for failing to defend their superior when he was belittled. The employees felt both wronged and angry, for Song Yilang was indeed their superior. With two titans at odds, how could they, mere minnows, dare to speak? As Song Yilang exited the conference room, he traversed the office area, leaving behind a command: "Gather in my office in 10 minutes with your ongoing projects." Witnessing Song Yilang's thunderous resolve, even Lee Tsun-yun was not spared from his disdain. Instilled a sense of trepidation among the staff. They hurriedly complied, anxious to prepare their projects. Undeterred by the surrounding chaos, Song Yilang remained focused, leading his team in the meticulous examination of their tasks. Once this batch was completed, he intended to afford himself some well-deserved rest. Indeed, Song Yilang had devoted his life to his work. Now, in the twilight of his career, he merely wished to propel his team forward, ensuring that Lee Tsun-yun could no longer hinder those he guided before he himself departed. The hours slipped by until 8 in the evening when Liu Xian reminded Song Yilang that it was time to leave. Only then did he realize that the meal delivered earlier remained untouched on his desk, now cold. Astonishingly, he had gone an entire day without eating. Yet he felt no hunger. After signing the final document and handing it to Liu Xian, he turned to leave, neglecting to take his meal with him. Chapter 14. One must learn to care for oneself. By the time Song Yilang finished his work and drove home, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Song Yilang lit a few cigarettes in the car before stepping out, only to be met by a sudden chill that made him wrap his coat tighter around himself as he made his way towards the second floor. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he spotted an electric scooter approaching. The cheerful voice of Qin Wanwan rang out, "Hello, Mr. Song. Would you like to join me for a late-night snack?" Turning back, Song Yilang saw Qin Wanwan, helmet in place, waving at him with a radiant smile. Initially inclined to decline, he hesitated when she added, "I just finished work and haven't had a chance to eat. Are you truly unwilling to accompany me for a meal?" Consequently, Song Yilang's feet redirected towards her. "Perfect timing. I've been mooching off your hospitality without formally treating you. How about I take you out today?" Qin Wanwan halted her scooter and dashed into a shop. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Song. I need to grab something." In that instant, Song Yilang understood why he encountered her at this hour. Rather than heading straight home after work, she had come to the store to retrieve something. Before long, she emerged, a bag in hand, though the darkness obscured its contents. Hanging the bag on her scooter, she called out, "Let's head to the alley up ahead for some casual dining. Your car won't fit, so hop on my scooter." Without objection, Song Yilang took his place on the back seat. The evening breeze whistled past their ears, and Qin Wanwan's laughter resonated beautifully in the night. "What happened today? Why is Dr. Qin so cheerful?" he inquired. With a gleeful tone, she replied, "I just pulled a patient back from the brink. I feel quite accomplished." Listening to her proud declaration, Song Yilang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Dr. Qin is truly remarkable. Her face lit up even more at his words. Despite standing at the operating table for 5 continuous hours, she felt her efforts were worthwhile. Since high school, Qin Wanwan had vowed never to let her father's tragedy repeat itself before her eyes. Fortunately, throughout her medical journey, she had remained true to her conscience. After a brief ride on the scooter, they arrived at the Shilin night market. As they strolled side by side, Qin Wanwan suddenly asked, "Mr. Song, have you had dinner yet?" A moment of surprise crossed his face before he realized he was rather hungry. He shook his head honestly, "No." She paused, her expression turning serious. "What about lunch? What did you eat?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Yilang smiled awkwardly. "I was too busy to eat." Qin Wanwan fell silent for 2 seconds, her demeanor unusually grave. And breakfast? What did you have this morning? Seeing her serious expression made Song Yilang feel inclined to fabricate an excuse, but ultimately, he confessed, I promise I will eat on time tomorrow, Dr. Qin. Please don't worry. In disbelief, Qin Wanwan asked, Mr. Song, do you really not have any stomach issues? With a wry smile, he admitted, well, perhaps a little. Qin Wanwan shook her head, expressing her bewilderment at people like them. Even if faced with tremendous burdens, one must not neglect the necessity of nourishment. As humans, when no one else cares for us, we must learn to care for ourselves. After speaking, she took Song Yilang by the sleeve and led him into a hot pot restaurant. Do you have any dietary restrictions? She inquired. Song Yilang, without pretension, replied, I can't eat spicy food. His stomach could no longer handle the heat. Very well, let us opt for a mild chicken hot pot then. I'll prepare a bowl of super spicy dipping sauce, and you can enjoy some chicken soup to nourish your body. Qin Wanwan suggested. Seeing her meticulous arrangements, Song Yilang felt his spirits lift considerably. I'll defer to your judgment, he replied, surprised by his words. Qin Wanwan felt a warmth flush her cheeks, but chose to remain silent. After they placed their order, they sat and awaited their meal. After a while, although the hot pot had yet to arrive, a server brought a bowl of millet porridge and set it before Song Yilang. He was momentarily taken aback. At this hour, there was porridge available? Instinctively, he glanced across the table at Qin Wanwan, who explained, I asked the server to fetch it from a nearby stall. It's not far. And he returned quickly. Song Yilang looked down at the bowl of porridge, puzzled. I was merely wondering why we have porridge when we VE ordered hot pot. With her chin resting on her hands, Qin Wanwan calmly responded, because you haven't eaten all day. Given your current condition, it's unwise to overexert yourself. Eating hot food directly is harsh on your stomach. Millet porridge is gentle. Drink some to warm your stomach first, and then we can have our meal. For a moment, Song Yilang found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude. However, Qin Wanwan, ever gracious, replied, Aren't you supposed to call me Dr. Qin? A doctor must always be at the ready to assist. There's no need for thanks. Hee. Qin Wanwan was truly considerate. Yet, the more understanding she was, the more Song Yilang hesitated to deepen their connection, fearing it might lead to an inevitable disintegration of their relationship. Dr. Qin, your thoughtfulness is much appreciated, he said politely, eliciting several curious glances from her. Still, he pretended not to notice, focusing instead on his porridge. Intuition told Qin Wanwan that something troubling had transpired in Song Yilang's day, but he was unwilling to share it with her. Ultimately, they were merely acquaintances, and despite her curiosity, she felt she had no right to pry. Soon, the hot pot arrived, its enticing aroma filling the air. Having just sipped the porridge, Song Yilang's appetite surged. Naturally, Qin Wanwan ladled a bowl of chicken soup for him, advising, drink the soup before indulging in the meat. He obediently complied. Observing him, Qin Wanwan couldn't help but smile softly. She had encountered many individuals in the hospital, yet none had left such a profound impression on her as the moment she first met Song Yilang. Song Yilang entered, accompanied by a flurry of snow, his gaze steeped in sorrow, evoking an instinctive reluctance to meet his eyes. Despite the festive atmosphere of the new year, he seemed enveloped in an aura of darkness. It appeared as though he had endured the bitter cold for an eternity. Even as he sipped the warm tea, his hands trembled. Tears streamed down his face, leaving Qin Wanwan unable to discern whether they were the melting remnants of icy despair or the scalding warmth of his emotions. A sense of curiosity blossomed within her regarding this man. At that moment, she was unaware of the adage, curiosity killed the cat. She pondered whether, had she not invited him for a late-night snack, he would have simply returned home to rest. Such a man hardly seemed to cherish his own well-being. As the steam from the hot pot billowed around them, Song Yilang suddenly declared, Today, I divorced my wife. In her startled state, Qin Wanwan's hand trembled, causing a piece of chicken to fall from her chopsticks onto the table. Chapter 15. Sharing past tales. Song Yilang continued, unfazed by her reaction. My wife and I shared a love that blossomed from campus to wedding attire. I vowed to marry her at the age of 17. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Qin Wanwan listened in silence, her demeanor unusually gentle. A few years after graduating from university, we wed. Enduring the 7-year itch that often plagues young marriages, yet we faltered in the 4th year of our union. Our differing values ultimately led us to choose divorce. My family, including my parents and sister, turned their backs on me, and now I find myself a solitary man, devoid of children and burdened with ailments. In a succinct manner, Song Yilang revealed his private struggles, reluctant to share his personal life with Qin Wanwan. Yet he felt compelled to caution himself. She was a remarkable woman, and he felt unworthy of her. After a prolonged silence, Qin Wanwan finally spoke. This is not your fault. Instinctively, Song Yilang lifted his gaze to meet hers. Observing her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the restaurant and the compassion reflected in her clear eyes, she reassured him, marriage is merely a segment of life's journey. Whether one chooses to marry, divorce, or remain single, the ultimate pursuit is happiness. I do not perceive divorce as a source of shame. As for parental misunderstanding, it often stems from deeply ingrained beliefs. At times, one cannot alter their parents' perspectives and must instead focus on self-transformation. Within the bounds of legality, we should heed our own hearts. Having witnessed countless heartbreaks in the hospital, I understand that no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or unexpected tragedy. Thus, let us not dwell on the future, but rather cherish the present. Song Yilang was genuinely taken aback by the singular insights Qin Wanwan, a single young woman, possessed regarding marriage and family. Her words resonated profoundly with him. Ultimately, he bowed his head and smiled. Dr. Qin, would you join me for a drink? Qin Wanwan felt a strong urge to refuse. Yet upon seeing Song Yilang's pitiable expression, she feared that if she did not express herself, she might truly succumb to despair. With a sigh, she suggested, this hot pot restaurant serves rice wine. How about we have some? The alcohol content is mild, causing minimal harm to the stomach. It seems the most suitable choice for now. Song Yilang had little experience with rice wine. In the past, consumed by the demands of entrepreneurship, he could not escape the drinking culture. He could not burden Lin Su with it, so he downed glass after glass of strong liquor, even ending up in the hospital twice due to gastric bleeding, all for the sake of improving Lin Su's life, hoping she could climb higher. Once his career stabilized, his drinking lessened, while Lin Su's drinking habits only increased. Mr. Song, are you all right? Qin Wanwan inquired. As he looked up, he met her concerned gaze. He nodded. I'm fine. Let us go with the rice wine then. While rice wine is not intoxicating. Seeing Song Yilang's flushed cheeks and teary eyes stirred something in Qin Wanwan's heart. Today, he must be feeling quite sorrowful. Yet, all she could offer was her listening ear and companionship. Qin Wanwan listened as Song Yilang reminisced about their love from high school to university, a time when they truly struggled. Their families disapproved of their early romance, forcing them to meet in secrecy. After graduation, they hastily wed, having stolen their household registration book. They had endured such hardships together. Why had they arrived at this juncture now? Did 17-year-old Song Yilang ever suspect that as they approached their 30s, they would gradually drift apart? Qin Wanwan did not know, nor did Song Yilang. However, the current Song Yilang no longer wished to care about anyone, including Lin Su. He merely desired to live out the remainder of his days in peace. At 2:30 in the morning, the hot pot restaurant closed, and Song Yilang and Qin Wanwan stepped out together. The cold wind seeped into their garments, prompting them to instinctively pull their clothes tighter. Are you riding your bike home? Song Yilang asked. Qin Wanwan shook her head. It's dark and the roads are slippery. We both had drinks. Let us walk back instead. The restaurant was not far from the night market, making it easy for Song Yilang to return, but for Qin Wanwan. Is your home far from here? Song Yilang inquired. Not far, just 2 streets away. It will take about half an hour to walk. I can manage on my own. You should head back and rest. She replied. However, Song Yilang smiled. Let me accompany you. It's late, and it's not safe for a girl to walk alone at night. Qin Wanwan did not refuse, simply responding with a soft, all right. Song Yilang was curious. At 26, Qin Wanwan appeared to have no one by her side. She was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Why was she still single? Contemplating this, he asked, Dr. Qin, do you have a boyfriend? Qin Wanwan hesitated momentarily before replying. I used to. Song Yilang was perplexed. Oh, Qin Wanwan, with a serene expression, began recounting her past. In college, I had a boyfriend, and we shared a sweet time together, but he betrayed me. Song Yilang was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of remorse, he uttered, I'm sorry. I was unaware of your history. Qin Wanwan shook her head, their silhouettes elongated under the moonlight as she continued. It's not your fault. In truth, I too am at a loss. How could someone I once cherished so deeply transform into a stranger? Was it that I never truly understood him? Or was he simply adept at masking his true self before me? Turning to look at Song Yilang, Her smile was enchanting yet tinged with sadness, leaving him with a profound sense of melancholy. I share your sentiment. Dwelling on the past is futile. Life, after all, is meant to be lived forward. A wave of sorrow washed over Song Yilang. Indeed, Dr. Qin was still youthful, with ample opportunity to encounter someone deserving of her affection and to lead a tranquil life. Qin Wanwan paused, her footsteps halting, and in response to Song Yilang's puzzled gaze, she smiled radiantly. Yes, hence I await the day I meet him, my future partner. Mr. Song is also quite young. Who knows, after turning the page on the past, he too may find his beloved? While her words were sincere, Song Yilang merely smiled faintly and replied, perhaps. He felt he would never encounter such a love again. The notion of lovers ultimately uniting seemed a distant fantasy for someone like him, a terminal cancer patient. For reasons unknown, Qin Wanwan sensed that whenever Song Yilang spoke of the future, he bore an air of world weariness. Before she could voice her inquiries, her mother's voice called out, Wanwan, it's time to come home. Song Yilang quickly regained his composure. It's time. You should head back. It's quite chilly outside. With unuttered questions trapped within her, Qin Wanwan simply bid farewell, goodbye. He waved back, take care, goodbye. It was only after her figure vanished from sight that Song Yilang covered his mouth, leaning against a lamppost, coughing deeply into the night. After a brief interval, a metallic taste surged in his throat, and he couldn't help but chuckle, self-mockingly stating, indeed, one should not be easily starved. He quickened his pace through the darkness. However, upon returning to the shop, he was met unexpectedly by an unwelcome visitor, Lin Su, his ex-wife. Chapter 16. A phone call disrupts an otherwise tranquil life. Lin Su remained as stunning as ever, her visage alluring yet frigid, her gaze towards Song Yilang imbued with a chilling indifference. Checking the time, he noted it was already 3:30 in the morning. Her presence at such an hour was astonishing. Lin Su observed Song Yilang's gaunt figure and frowned slightly. Weren't you quite stubborn yesterday during the divorce? Why do you look so ghastly today? Song Yilang's complexion was somewhat pale. Upon hearing Lin Su's barbed words, he could not be bothered to argue, merely lifting his eyelids to glance at Lin Su and remarking, so, you are aware of our divorce, President Lin. What brings you here at this late hour? Do you wish to rekindle old flames? As soon as Song Yilang spoke, Lin Su's expression soured, and by the time he finished, her countenance had darkened completely. Lin Su, slightly vexed, fixed her beautiful eyes on Song Yilang and declared, I am not here to rekindle anything. I came to give you this bank card. With that, Lin Su retrieved the bank card that Song Yilang had discarded at the Civil Affairs Bureau and took a deep breath, stating, Song Yilang, after so many years together, it would be a lie to say there are no feelings, but as time progresses, it seems we are no longer on the same path. Song Yilang frowned. What exactly do you wish to convey? He believed there was nothing left to discuss between them. Lin Su looked up at him. Take this bank card. The money within it, if wisely managed, could ensure a better future for you. Song Yilang remained unmoved, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Are you giving me this money to improve my future, or is it merely to ease your conscience? In this regard, Lin Su had always been candid with Song Yilang. She replied, both, but the latter certainly weighs more. Her affection for Song Yilang was undeniable, yet her obsession with power and wealth eclipsed her feelings. As Song Yilang could no longer provide her with value, she accepted his departure, though her heart ached. She was willing to grant both herself and Song Yilang the freedom to move on. Song Yilang stood in place for a moment, ultimately reaching out to accept the bank card. It must have taken you considerable effort to ascertain my address just to give me this card. If only that effort had been directed towards Song Yilang himself, perhaps Lin Su would have realized that his health was deteriorating day by day. Hearing Song Yilang's words, Lin Su felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart, her eyes betraying her with a hint of redness. With a sigh, she turned away, her cold voice dissipating into the night air. Song Yilang, I am sorry. Although we cannot return to the past, should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not refuse anything within my power. She added, your mother and 2 sisters have approached me. I assured them that my divorce from you would not affect their work. Song Yilang had always been solitary in the outside world. It was time for him to return home. With that, Lin Su departed, leaving Song Yilang standing alone beneath the streetlight. The moonlight danced around him, casting a shadow that seemed profoundly lonely and lamentable. As events had unfolded to this conclusion, Song Yilang found himself at a loss. Should he harbor resentment towards Lin Su, or disdain? With a desolate smile, he clutched the bank card and ascended the stairs, though his back appeared to bend slightly more. In the depths of the night, when no one was watching, he allowed his spine to relax. The dawn of a new day broke. Song Yilang awoke before 8, his sleep dwindling day by day. Once awake, it became increasingly arduous for him to return to slumber. As a result, he rose promptly, tidied himself up, exchanged greetings with Aunt Chin, who was busy in the shop, and prepared to drive to work. Unexpectedly, Chin Man called out to him, "Xiaolang, wait a moment." Song Yilang halted in confusion as Chin Man emerged, carrying a bag of meat buns and a cup of soy milk, handing them to him. "Here, take this." A young man skipping breakfast is simply unacceptable. Eat on the way. Taken aback by her kindness, Song Yilang hastily declined. "Aunt Chin, I feel I am already imposing too much by staying here." Chin Man chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Enough with the formalities. It's merely a simple breakfast. It will help you at work." Without waiting for his response, she hurried back to the shop. A wave of melancholy washed over Song Yilang. In the recesses of his memory, his parents had never paid much attention to whether he had eaten. The only one who ever cared about his breakfast during his childhood was his second sister, Song Xingchen. Later, Lin Su would show concern, but as time passed, her care had faded away. During their years of marriage, Lin Su only inquired if he had prepared dinner or if he had come to pick her up, never asking about the household matters he had managed. With a sigh, he adjusted his coat and got into his car, breakfast in hand. Once he had left, Aunt Chin hurriedly sent a voice message to Chin Wanwan. "Dear, I have followed your advice and prepared breakfast for him. Wontons are not convenient to eat on the road, so I specially steamed buns for him. Mr. Song won't go hungry today." Having just awakened, Chin Wanwan felt reassured upon receiving her mother's message. After getting ready, she rushed off to work. It appeared that Song Yilang's life had settled into a routine. Days passed, and aside from his persistent cough, he managed to maintain his daily affairs. His suppressed cough often echoed throughout the office, leading many colleagues to speculate about his health. However, his impeccable performance in high-pressure tasks gradually dispelled their concerns. Each day consisted of work, returning home, and on weekends, he would assist Chin Wanwan at the wonton shop. Life flowed smoothly, yet this tranquility lasted but 10 days. A phone call from his elder sister, Song Xingyu, shattered his routine. While at work, he was unable to request leave and hurriedly made his way to the hospital. Yang Mei had been in a car accident, reportedly while on her way to find him. Consequently, Song Yilang became the target of his family's ire. At Jiang City First People's Hospital, in the emergency department, Song Yilang rushed to the surgery room, anxiously inquiring, "How is my mother?" In response, a sharp slap from his typically taciturn father, Song Ji, drew the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances at Song Yilang. Song Ji's voice thundered with anger. "You are truly a harbinger of misfortune. If it weren't for you, how could your mother be lying in the operating room? How could it possibly be his fault?" The sting on Song Yilang's face burned fiercely, more agonizing than when he had coughed up blood. The gazes of those around him held little weight, yet the questioning, disdainful, and contemptuous looks from his father and sister were utterly inescapable. Chapter 17. It seems as though the donkey has been kicking your head all day long. Suppressing his fury, Song Yilang inquired, "How exactly did Mom get into the accident?" Just as Song Ji was about to chastise him further, he was interrupted by Song Xingchen. "Enough. The incident has transpired. What good does it do to continue this quarrel?" Witnessing her younger sister defend Song Yilang, Song Ji could only huff in annoyance and take a seat. Song Xingchen then pulled Song Yilang aside and said, "Mom somehow learned that Lin Su gave you a sum of money for the breakup, and she wanted to talk to you about it." "Talk about what?" Song Yilang scoffed. "After all these years, haven't I given them enough? Are they still coveting Lin Su's meager sum?" As she spoke, Song Xingchen felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet after much hesitation, she continued, "Little Lang, you know that my sister's second child is about to enter kindergarten. With their modest salaries, their only hope is you, which is why Mom thought of asking you for a loan." "A loan?" Song Yilang laughed sarcastically. "You should know better than I whether it's a loan or a demand for money, second sister. If they cannot afford to raise children, then they shouldn't have them. What gives them the right to ask me for funds?" Frustration nearly pushed Song Yilang to his breaking point, yet he forced himself to remain composed. Song Xingchen's face flushed with embarrassment, but she pressed on. Mom is truly at her wit's end. Song Yilang did not believe her words and interrupted. "How did Mom find out about that money?" At this, Song Xingchen hesitated, stammering for quite some time. Song Xingyu's voice chimed in. Your second sister is gentle. Don't take advantage of her weakness. I can answer your question. Song Yilang's gaze sharpened as he turned to his eldest sister, Song Xingyu. She had never encountered such a terrifying look from him and instinctively took a step back. Once she realized she had been intimidated, her embarrassment morphed into anger as she retorted, "You're insane. Why are you staring at me like that? Crazy." Song Xingchen quickly pulled Song Xingyu back. "Sister, please say less. Little Lang has it tough too." Song Xingyu rolled her eyes. What hardship does he face? Vice president of a public company, earning hundreds of thousands annually, managing dozens of employees. He's living the high life. Song Yilang's cold gaze fixed on Song Xingyu, and he vowed that if this woman were not his sister and not a woman, he would undoubtedly strike her down. His presence here was solely because the person involved in the accident was his own mother. It is not to humiliate these so-called family members. When the tiger does not roar, do you truly believe him to be a sickly cat? Damn it. I refuse to continue. Song Yilang exclaimed, "To hell with you. If you want to speak, then I shall take my leave. Don't dare call me." With that, he turned on his heel and strode towards the hospital exit, hands shoved deep into his pockets, exuding an air of indifference as if the sky were falling and it had no bearing on him. Song Xingyu stood in stunned silence, astonished that Song Yilang would resort to such foul language. Song Xingchen was the first to regain her composure and hurriedly pulled Song Xingyu to chase after Song Yilang, saying, "Sister, mother has yet to awaken. How can you allow the third brother to leave?" Suddenly, Song Xingyu remembered they had not completed the payment for their mother's surgery, nor the subsequent medical expenses. Their mother had suffered the accident while attempting to find Song Yilang. He must take responsibility. Thus, the two sisters rushed forward to intercept him. Song Xingchen, feeling quite conflicted, pleaded, "Xiaolang, at the very least, you should wait until mother awakens before leaving. Additionally, my sister has always spoken her mind without a filter. Do not let it bother you." Song Yilang turned to look at his elder sister, Song Xingyu, and asked, "Pray tell, how did mother come to know about that money?" Upon hearing this, Song Xingyu clenched her teeth in anger. "How can you even ask? Is it not because your mother-in-law suddenly appeared to demand the 2 million, claiming you left with nothing, demanding repayment?" In a fit of rage, "Mother chased that old woman away. She tried to call you numerous times, but you didn't pick up. That's why she went looking for you." Song Yilang, do you truly possess no heart? You are already married, yet you burden your family so. The more Song Xingyu spoke, the more jealousy swelled within her towards Song Yilang. Why should he, having divorced, receive 2 million as a severance from Lin Su, while she toiled endlessly managing the household, caring for her in-laws, raising children, and still lived a life of frugality? Song Yilang's heart was indeed callous. He possessed so much wealth yet remained silent, aspiring to hoard it all for himself. He took out his phone to check, having added Yang Mei to his blacklist to avoid disturbances. Even if Yang Mei called, he would remain oblivious. However, even if he heard her, he might not choose to answer. Moreover, as Song Yilang looked up at the contorted expression of Song Xingyu, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could he be unaware of her intentions? It was merely envy for the money he held. How much sincerity did his elder sister truly possess for this family? With no mercy, Song Yilang retorted, "Have you been unwell lately, that your brain has gone awry?" "What?" Song Xingyu's expression suddenly soured. Song Yilang continued, "Do not presume to dictate to me regarding this money, whether it was given by Lin Su or if I seized it from her. It is of no concern to you. Legally, it is considered joint property between us as husband and wife, and it does not involve you. It seems you are idle all day, only fit to kick about in your own ignorance, fool." Song Xingyu trembled with rage, her finger quivering as she pointed at Song Yilang. "Do you dare to insult me?" Song Yilang replied with a slight smile, "I did not insult anyone." Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Song Xingyu was soon met with his next remark, "What I insult is certainly not a person." Enraged to the point of nearly spitting blood, Song Xingchen darkened his expression and warned Song Yilang, "Xiaolang, enough." Unfazed, Song Yilang continued to direct his ire at Song Xingyu. "As for the accusation that I burden the family, that is truly laughable. If you, Song Xingyu, were not fixated on this money, would mother have rushed to find me?" He regarded his elder sister with a cold gaze. "Is it not you who throws tantrums to summon her? Who is truly to blame?" Song Xingyu immediately erupted in fury. "Song Yilang, how dare you slander me? It was you who caused mother's demise. You unfilial son." She clawed at him in a fit of rage, but was firmly restrained by Song Xingchen. "Enough. Sister, mother is not dead yet. And this is a hospital. Haven't you caused enough commotion? Just then, a doctor in a white coat emerged. "Hey, this is a hospital. Loud noises are prohibited." At last, Song Xingyu calmed down, glaring at Song Yilang with indignation. "You will pay for this." Song Yilang scoffed in disdain. "Eldest sister, if your salary is low, perhaps you should consider becoming a chef." Song Xingchen was bewildered. "Is a chef's salary high?" Song Yilang shook his head, saying, "I see that eldest sister is quite adept at shifting blame." With that, he turned and strode away from their sight. Song Xingyu, infuriated, screamed, "Ah, Song Yilang, I'll strangle you." Chapter 18. Spare me. I am truly exhausted. At the entrance of the operating room, Yang Mei was wheeled out. Though she was conscious, the anesthesia had not yet worn off, leaving her unable to move, yet her eyes were fixed intently on Song Yilang, as if harboring a grudge against him. The doctor remarked, "Ms. Yang has suffered a fracture in her right calf and has undergone surgery. A cast has been applied. During this recovery period, please ensure she receives adequate nutrition. Additionally, Ms. Yang has a mild concussion, so it is crucial to maintain emotional stability for a proper recovery. You may take the patient back to the ward now." Song Ji repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, doctor. I apologize for the trouble." The doctor smiled politely. "It is part of my duties, sir. Your words are too kind." At that moment, Song Xingyu and Song Xingchen arrived. Song Xingyu shot a fierce glare at Song Yilang before turning her attention to Yang Mei. "Mother, how are you? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Yang Mei, clearly unwilling to speak, nonetheless softened her expression upon seeing Song Xingyu's concern and shook her head gently. Just as the doctor was about to leave, he returned. "Oh, by the way, since the patient arrived in a hurry, the admission procedures have not yet been completed. Please go and pay for the admission as soon as possible." With that, the doctor re-entered the operating room. At this point, the gaze of the entire family fell upon Song Yilang. Song Ji, taking it for granted, commanded, "You, go pay the hospital fees. Make sure to cover all subsequent medical expenses as well." Song Yilang had no objections to this and simply replied, "All right." He pays while they toil, and he revels in his ease. Song Yilang promptly strides towards the payment counter. Song Ji scoffs. What a harbinger of misfortune. Would things have spiraled into this chaos without him? Song Xingyu chimes in. "Indeed, and to cast blame upon me is utterly repugnant." Yang Mei, still donning an oxygen mask, weakly interjects, "Unfilial child." Song Xingchen gazes at his family, slightly at a loss for words, and speaks with displeasure. "Enough. The younger brother has already covered all of our mother's medical expenses, and yet you continue to criticize him?" Song Xingyu retorts, "Isn't that what he, as a son, ought to do?" Song Xingchen replies, "Eldest sister, I cannot fathom what has gotten into Xiaolang. Your words are laced with venom. If I were him, I would find it unbearable." Song Ji interjects, "Second, how dare you speak to your elder sister like that?" For the first time, Song Xingchen can no longer contain his frustration and coldly states, "You all demanded this money, did you not? Was Xiaolang the one who coerced you? Was the accident caused by him? Instead of finding solutions, all you do is berate Xiaolang. You are aware that Xiaolang has just gone through a divorce, yet not one of you has shown concern for his mental state. All you care about is his money. Now that he has come and paid the medical bills, you all adopt such a superior attitude. Father, mother, eldest sister, Xiaolang is also a person. Do you truly not worry that if you continue down this path, you might one day completely lose this son?" Song Xingyu rolls her eyes and falls silent. Song Ji sneers, clearly unwilling to engage with Song Xingchen on this topic. Meanwhile, Yang Mei closes her eyes, displaying a refusal to communicate. Song Xingchen, feeling helpless, can only say, "I hope that day truly arrives. May you not regret it." Song Ji responds, "Regret? The only regret I have is agreeing with your mother to have a third child." Yang Mei, agitated, challenges, "Are you blaming me now?" Song Xingchen furrows his brow. "Enough. Is there no end to this?" Noticing that his younger daughter is genuinely upset, Song Ji and Yang Mei finally fall silent. Song Xingchen sighs, shaking his head. The three then help Yang Mei back to her hospital bed, after which Song Xingchen goes in search of Song Yilang. At that moment, at the end of the corridor, Wanwan emerges, deep in thought. She is not eavesdropping, but happened to overhear while attending a consultation in the operating room. She is not alone. Her intern students, following closely behind, have also heard. A few young girls whisper among themselves, "What is wrong with this family?" The son rushes to pay the medical bills, yet is still looked down upon. Indeed, he is their own flesh and blood. Why does it sound as if they are enemies? I've heard of favoritism towards males. But this is the first time I've witnessed favoritism towards females at the expense of males. How unfortunate for that son to be in such a family. They exchange their thoughts, while Wanwan's expression remains inscrutable, betraying no emotion. All right, let us not speak ill of others behind their backs, she admonishes. As the students noticed Wanwan speaking, they lowered their heads in unison, responding, "Yes, teacher." Wanwan turned her gaze towards the end of the corridor, the direction in which Yilang had departed. Could it be that this was the reason you spoke of when you said you had no home? Having worked in the hospital for several years, Wanwan had witnessed the myriad facets of life. Yet, upon hearing the words of Yilang's family, her heart felt a chill. How much more so for Yilang himself? To be so harshly criticized and insulted by those closest to you. It was no wonder that on such a day meant for family reunions, he found himself without a place to go. "Teacher, teacher." The students called out to Wanwan several times. It was only then that she regained her composure. "Let's go," she said, leading the students into the operating room. The students were puzzled by her earlier silence, yet none dared to inquire further. At that moment, Yilang had completed his payment and approached with a bag of food in hand. Coincidentally, he encountered Song Xingchen, to whom he handed the food, saying, "I won't be joining you. I've already settled the medical fees. Please take the food back." With that, he turned to leave. "Xiaolang, won't you join us for a meal?" Song Xingchen called after him. Yilang remained silent. "Your second brother-in-law will be bringing Xiao over shortly. She has long expressed her wish to see her little uncle. Won't you wait for her?" Yilang smiled faintly. "I won't be waiting, second sister. If you truly care for my well-being, perhaps you should advise the family to stop troubling me." A pang of anxiety gripped Song Xingchen's heart. "Xiaolang, are you suggesting you want to sever ties with the family?" Yilang calmly acknowledged, "Yes. After all these years, I have fulfilled my obligations. The last remnants of my worth have been drained by you all. Second sister, please let me go. I am truly exhausted." There was a profound weariness in Yilang's eyes. He was on the brink of 30. Yet the desolation reflected in his gaze made it difficult for Song Xingchen to bear. He continued, "I am too tired to deal with any of you." With that, Yilang departed, leaving without a trace of compassion. Song Xingchen felt her eyes redden, and tears streamed down her face. She longed to chase after him, but burdened with the food, she stood in the bustling hospital lobby, tears flowing freely. A sense of impending loss washed over her. An overwhelming feeling that she was about to lose Yilang. Setting down the food, she trembled as she transferred 20,000 yuan to him. Her vision blurred with tears as she messaged him on WeChat. "Xiaolang, your second sister knows you have been wronged, and she understands that you are not well lately. Please take care of yourself and ignore the family." Such harsh words about severing ties cannot simply be spoken. After all, blood is thicker than water. Be good. Chapter 19. Mr. Song, please wait for me. Upon receiving his sister's message, Yilang felt a sharp pang in his heart. Among the family, only his second sister truly cared for him. But what good was that? He no longer wished to concern himself with either her or Xiao. Without accepting the money or replying, Yilang merely pressed his lips together, coughing as he walked out of the hospital. Song Xingchen had adjusted her emotions and returned to the hospital room. Upon seeing her carrying food, Songji could not help but display a look of satisfaction. "Ah, our daughter is truly wonderful. Look how quickly Chunshin has returned with the meals." As he spoke, he took the food from Song Xingchen's hands. "Your mother must wait until she can pass gas before she can eat. Let us three enjoy our meal first and leave a portion for her." With that, Song Ji joyfully remarked, "Qinshan, your thoughtfulness is commendable. The doctor just mentioned that your mother can only consume liquid food for now. And look, you've brought back porridge, rib soup, braised pork, and several stir-fried dishes." Song Xingchen's eyes reddened, and she wiped away her tears. "It wasn't me who bought them." "What?" The three occupants of the room were taken aback. Song Xingchen took a deep breath. "It wasn't me. When I went out, Xiaolang had already brought them back." Silence. An overwhelming silence. The joy on Song Xingyu's face instantly vanished. "So what? We are all here, busying ourselves, and he merely went out to fetch some food. Is he being wronged for that?" Song Ji echoed, frowning. "It's just a matter of paying for a meal. What is the issue? Should we be grateful to him for that?" Yang Mei, in poor spirits, offered not a single word of praise. Song Xingchen looked at the three of them. Feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, Song Xingchen declared, "If that is the case, from today onward, do not seek him out, nor should you covet his money. After all, we have all established our own families. There is no need to remain tied together." Song Xingyu jumped up. Xingchen, what nonsense are you speaking? What do you mean by tied together? No matter how much we may dislike him, he is still a Song, is he not? Can he change that fact? Song Ji frowned as well, gazing disapprovingly at Song Xingchen. Just as Song Xingchen was about to say more, a soft, tender voice interrupted from behind. Mommy. Instantly, Song Xingchen's expression softened as she turned, scooping up her youngest daughter. Xiao Xiao, you've come. Do you miss Mommy? Xiao Xiao nodded her little head, kissing Song Xingchen on the forehead, and with her big, round eyes wide open, she asked, Mommy, where's Uncle? He played with me for a long time. I miss him. The emotional balance Song Xingchen had just regained nearly faltered again. Ultimately, it was Song Xingyu who rushed over to embrace Xiao Xiao. Be good, Xiao Xiao. Uncle is busy with some matters today and cannot play. How about Annie keeps you company? Xiao Xiao responded softly, okay. As Xiao Xiao was carried away, Song Xingchen's husband, Lu Wan, approached with worry etched on his face. What is going on? Song Ji glanced at Song Xingchen and her husband, continuing to eat without uttering a word. Song Xingchen shook her head at Lu Wan, remaining silent. Lu Wan could only stay with her for a while longer before they took Xiao Xiao back home. It was then that Song Xingyu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, I wonder if the second one has been possessed. He always seems to defend the third. Song Ji, visibly displeased, remarked, enough of this. You and your sister are inseparable, akin to flesh on both sides of the palm. Why do you persist in keeping score? Song Xingyu merely pouted and fell silent. It was Yang Mei who, with a voice barely above a whisper, interjected, Xingyu. The severance payment that Su Su gave him must be addressed by you alone. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyu felt a sense of helplessness. Mom. Judging by the third brother's attitude, it appears he intends to withhold the 2 million entirely from the family. Without your and Dad's intervention. Why would he show any compassion towards me, his sister? Song Ji furrowed his brow. Once your mother recovers, I will accompany her to confront him. That sum of 2 million cannot simply be appropriated by him alone. Song Xingyu murmured, but didn't Lin Su's mother also approach Song Yilang for the payment? Is it possible that the money might be reclaimed? Song Ji scoffed. Does the Lin family not understand how they amassed their wealth? Without Xiaolang's support, the Lin family is insignificant. 2 million to settle matters is a paltry sum. I find it insufficient. How dare they even attempt to reclaim it? Seeing her father's fury, Song Xingyu chose to remain silent, though anxiety gnawed at her. The Lin family, once synonymous with poverty in Jiang City, now flourished. Should they decide to exert pressure on Song Yilang, he might not withstand it. Yet, her concern was solely for the money. The thought of it plagued her, prompting her to sit down to dine. Forget it. I shall address it in a couple of days. For now, let's eat. I feel as if I'm starving. The father and daughter indulged in their meal with fervor. Meanwhile, Song Yilang wandered alone down the bustling street, now 3 in the afternoon. He had been preoccupied since noon, neglecting even a sip of water, and no one seemed to care whether he had eaten or not. His gaze drifted toward the throngs of vehicles, his expression vacant. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Lin Su's mother, by phone. As soon as he answered, she calmly stated, find a moment to return the 2 million. You are no longer a member of the Lin family, and you have no right to their funds. Song Yilang responded with equal composure. Have Lin Su come to discuss it with me personally. By Feng's fury erupted. Song Yilang, do not be so ungrateful. If you were still a member of the Lin family, that amount could be yours, but you are not. You do not deserve it, do you understand? With a cold smirk, Song Yilang remained steadfast. I've said it clearly. Have Lin Su come to negotiate, or else, this matter is off the table. By phone, seething with rage, began to retort, but he hung up the phone before she could finish. He was well aware that Lin Su would never approach him for that money. She held herself in high regard, and to her, the payment merely represented the simplest means of resolving her entanglement with him. It was likely that Lin Su was oblivious to her mother's approach to the Song family. Bai Feng intended to leverage the pressure from her family to compel him to surrender the funds. However, Bai Feng seemed to forget that if his family were to discover the sum of money he possessed, they would undoubtedly become restless. This miscalculated scheme proved to be a grave error on Bai Feng's part. Song Yilang chuckled wryly, lamenting the unfortunate nature of these individuals, yet they were, paradoxically, the ones he held dearest in this world. As Song Yilang took a step forward, having just passed through a traffic light, he heard a breathless voice calling from behind. Mr. Song. This voice felt oddly familiar. Turning around, he glimpsed Wanwan rushing toward him through the throng of people. Mr. Song, wait for me. Qin Wanwan stood across the street, waving enthusiastically. The moment the green light illuminated, she dashed over, and with a joyful grin, she grasped his wrist, exclaiming, "I've got you now." A hint of embarrassment washed over Song Yilang. "Do you work at this hospital?" He wondered if Qin Wanwan had witnessed the troubling matters at his home. He preferred not to have anyone see him in such a disheveled state. Qin Wanwan nodded, a playful dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Yes, I just saw you standing downstairs from the upper floor, and since I was about to finish my shift, I hurried over to find you. You see, I'm quite the food enthusiast, but I dislike dining alone. It lacks flavor. So, I thought I'd keep you company." Song Yilang contemplated refusing her invitation, but before he could voice his thoughts, she took his hand and began leading him away. "You can't say no. There's no room for negotiation." Thus, he swallowed his words of decline. Qin Wanwan guided him to a Chinese restaurant, where they ordered several homestyle dishes. As the server brought them hot tea, she personally poured a cup for Song Yilang, and then remarked, "I spoke with the doctor. Your mother isn't in serious condition. Aside from a fractured leg and a mild concussion, there's nothing life-threatening. With proper rest, she will recover." Song Yilang was taken aback by her words. Given the commotion they had caused at the hospital, it was not surprising that she, working there, was aware of the news. He lowered his gaze, sipping his tea and responding coolly, "Thank you." He was not particularly fond of Qin Wanwan prying into his life, no matter how well-intentioned she was. Noticing the subtle shift in his tone, Qin Wanwan paused, her round, glistening eyes filled with earnestness and concern as she inquired, "And what about you?" Song Yilang's hand, holding the teacup, stiffened slightly. "What? When will you go for a health checkup?" She pressed. He fell silent for a moment before laughing softly, replying, "Dr. Qin, that's rather amusing. I'm perfectly fine. Why would I need a checkup?" Qin Wanwan's gaze sharpened. "Song Yilang, you might fool others with that line, but don't forget, I'm a doctor." Although Qin Wanwan spent little time with Song Yilang in her daily life, each encounter left her with the impression that he was rapidly losing weight. She suspected that his condition stemmed from psychological issues and feared he might be suffering from depression. During this period, she had consulted with experts in that field and hoped to persuade Song Yilang to seek professional help. Song Yilang felt a slight tightening in his heart. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "There is no need for Dr. Qin to concern herself with my affairs." Qin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her face displaying a hint of shock, clearly not expecting such a response from him. A wave of anger surged within her, and with a cold snort, she turned away, declaring, "Then I shall no longer concern myself with you. You can fend for yourself." Song Yilang was acutely aware of Qin Wanwan's displeasure, yet he felt utterly exhausted and reluctant to burden anyone further. She was still young, with a bright future ahead, and it seemed unnecessary for her to waste her thoughts and time on someone who was destined to perish. Thus, he fell silent. The meal was soon served, featuring a delicate egg custard, stir-fried shredded pork with garlic sauce, tenderly stewed pig's feet, pumpkin soup, and a plate of stir-fried carrots with greens, all dishes chosen by Qin Wanwan. Just as Song Yilang reached for his chopsticks, Qin Wanwan had already ladled a bowl of egg custard in front of him, proudly insisting, "Start with this." Taken aback, Song Yilang looked up at her, only to see Qin Wanwan quickly bow her head and begin to eat. After a few moments of silence, he set down his chopsticks and picked up the spoon to eat the custard. Unbeknownst to her, the sight of Song Yilang obediently following her suggestion made Qin Wanwan's fleeting irritation evaporate without a trace. All the dishes she ordered were gentle on the stomach, mindful of Song Yilang's needs. After finishing her consultation, she made a point to visit Yang Mei's hospital room, where everyone was enjoying their meal together, radiating warmth and familial love. Yet Song Yilang was conspicuously absent. A wave of inexplicable sympathy washed over Qin Wanwan for the man. Consequently, she swapped shifts with a colleague, leaving work 3 hours early to cover for them. The realities of adult life often constrained one's desires. All she wished was to share a warm meal with this unfortunate man. After their meal, Song Yilang took the initiative to pay, and the two exited the restaurant together. Just as Qin Wanwan was about to speak, a voice intruded. "Oh, isn't this Xiaolang? Your mother is hospitalized, yet here you are, gallivanting about. Doesn't seem quite right, does it?" At these words, both Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang furrowed their brows, turning to face the approaching woman. Dressed stylishly yet lacking in beauty, she spoke with a harshness that was utterly uncalled for. Qin Wanwan, displeased, inquired, "Who is she?" With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Song Yilang replied, "My cousin, Song Dan." Song Dan approached, her demeanor exuding arrogance as she scrutinized Wanwan from head to toe, mockingly stating, "Xiaolang, while your mother lies in the hospital, you parade around with your little lover. Does your wife know about this?" Song Yilang's expression immediately darkened. "You haven't finished your words yet," Song Dan chuckled, her face lighting up with a false sense of realization. "Indeed, with a wife as domineering as yours, it's only natural for you to seek solace in the arms of another. However, might you have gone too far? Your mother has just been in an accident. And you." The audacity of Song Dan's remarks drew scornful glances from those around, who looked at Song Yilang and Wanwan with disdain. Unable to endure any longer, Song Yilang raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Song Dan's face, the sound echoing crisply in the air. The incessant chatter from Song Dan ceased, and a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Wanwan, startled, quickly grasped Song Yilang's arm. "Mr. Song." In an instant, Song Dan exploded, her face contorted in fury. "How dare you hit me?" Song Yilang regarded her coldly, as if she were a mere specter. "With such a foul mouth, do you not deserve a reprimand?" "Song Dan, I have divorced Lin Su, and this lady beside me is a doctor from the People's Hospital. We merely shared a meal together. How can you perceive it as anything scandalous?" Taken aback, Song Dan froze. Song Yilang had divorced Lin Su? Why had she not heard this news? A twinge of frustration coursed through her, and the onlookers began to piece together the situation, though their gazes towards Song Yilang and Wanwan remained laden with implication. Realizing she had misstepped, Song Dan refused to concede defeat, defiantly retorting, "Divorced? Huh. Surely it must be due to your infidelity that Su chose to leave you?" Song Yilang's expression darkened, and he advanced towards Song Dan. He had never struck a woman before, but today, Song Dan's words were particularly vile. Song Dan, frightened, stumbled back, her complexion paling. "What do you intend to do? Have I struck a nerve? Do you wish to hit me? Know this, it is broad daylight. Do you wish to commit a crime?" Chapter 21. Wanwan, save lives, but do not save me. Wanwan swiftly stepped in front of Song Yilang, facing Song Dan directly. Despite her petite stature, her voice rang out with clarity and strength. "I am Wanwan, a friend of Mr. Song. As for you, madam, just because your thoughts are corrupt does not mean everyone else shares your perspective." Song Dan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You?" Wanwan retorted, "What of it? With such foul language, did you not wipe your mouth after using the restroom? Mr. Song possesses the grace not to stoop to your level, but I do not. I am an innocent young lady, unlike you, who spews filth like a broken faucet. Dare I say, one more word, and I shall slap you into next week. Do you believe me?" The crowd stood in stunned silence, their meals forgotten, captivated by the fierce outburst of the seemingly fragile girl. Feigning a gesture of aggression, Wanwan sent Song Dan fleeing in terror, leaving behind a parting threat. "You'll regret this. You two shameless wretches will face retribution." Wanwan then crossed her arms, lifted her delicate face with an air of arrogance, and declared, "I'm waiting, goodbye." Upon witnessing Wanwan's fierce demeanor, Song Yilang's fleeting anger dissipated entirely, replaced by a sense of intrigue. He chuckled, realizing that he had underestimated her. She was not only adept at healing, but also quite capable of handling formidable adversaries. It was refreshing to see that she would not be easily bullied. Wanwan shot a glare at Song Yilang, tugged at his sleeve, and exited the restaurant, stepping out of the public eye. Meanwhile, at the entrance of an upscale restaurant across the street, Lin Su's assistant, Yang Lele, muttered, "Isn't that Vice President Song? Why is he with another girl? Doesn't he usually maintain a distance from women?" She cautiously glanced at Lin Su, speculating. Could it be that these two have had a significant fallout? Lin Su's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of anger danced in her eyes, quickly extinguished before anyone could notice. She cast a final glance at Song Yilang's retreating figure before turning to ascend the stairs, stating, "Let us go." They were already divorced. So Song Yilang's choices were his own, and she had no right to inquire further. However, Lin Su's heart was no longer as tranquil as it once was. At that moment, Song Yilang and Wanwan walked side by side on their way back to the hospital. Song Yilang remarked, "You shouldn't have intervened. I could have handled it." Wanwan smiled and replied, "You had already slapped her. If you had continued to strike her, the situation would have changed entirely. People would say you, as a man, were bullying a woman. But since I intervened, it's different. I am a woman too, and even if I fought her, onlookers would merely view it as entertainment. Even if the police arrived, I would be in the right." Song Yilang was taken aback by Wanwan's thoughtful reasoning. He had indeed been furious at the time. Nonetheless, if given the chance to relive that moment, he would not regret slapping Song Dan. Yet, in the presence of Qin Wanwan, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Qin Wanwan rose on her toes and patted Song Yilang's shoulder, grinning as she said, You're welcome. One mustn't approach wicked individuals with gentleness. However, her tone shifted as she regarded him earnestly. You mustn't act so impulsively in the future. It could lead to harm, Song Yilang. As Song Yilang met her gaze, he was struck by the concern and tenderness reflected in her eyes. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, murmuring, I understand. Qin Wanwan nodded happily, continuing to walk alongside him. She then inquired, Isn't she your cousin? With such a close relationship, why did she confront you upon arrival? At the mention of this, Song Yilang's expression darkened. Qin Wanwan discerned that Song Yilang was in a state of emotional turmoil, and she felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize. This is your family matter, and I ought not to intrude, she remarked. However, Song Yilang revealed the root of his distress. My family favors daughters over sons. No matter how accomplished I may be, they look down upon me. It is not only my cousin, my entire family shares the same sentiment. In the past, only Lin Su valued him and willingly offered her companionship, leading him to devote his entire life to her. He disregarded his identity as a son-in-law in the Lin family, resolutely marrying Lin Su despite the disdain and opposition from others. Yet, as he exhausted his youth and approached the twilight of his life, he realized he had chosen the wrong city and loved the wrong person. How utterly absurd. Qin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She had heard of favoritism towards sons, but had never encountered the concept of favoring daughters over sons. Nevertheless, Song Yilang was still their kin, was he not? How could they be so cruel? Wishing to console him, Qin Wanwan carefully articulated, It's all right. The future is long, and you will eventually meet someone who will love you wholeheartedly. Song Yilang, however, replied with a self-deprecating smile, If even my biological parents do not love me, who can I expect to love me? A sigh escaped him as he reflected, Moreover, I have no future left. In that moment, Qin Wanwan felt as though a lump had lodged in her throat. Could there truly be parents in this world who do not love their own children? At that instant, she found herself at a loss for words of comfort. As Song Yilang spoke these words, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He gazed at the distant scenery and remarked, Dr. Qin, my family is quite a mess. Thus, you should keep your distance from me to avoid misfortune. That is not true, Qin Wanwan quickly countered. Song Yilang turned his gaze upon her, his hand tightening slightly within his pocket, his expression calm. It is true, Dr. Qin. I am aware of your compassion, but some individuals do not require it. For when that sympathy becomes distorted, it may cast a fleeting light upon those entrenched in darkness. If that light were to vanish, they would perish more swiftly. He was already engulfed in darkness, devoid of the strength to struggle, unwilling to descend further into despair. Consequently, Song Yilang dared not draw close to Qin Wanwan, nor did he wish for her to approach him. He smiled faintly, his demeanor composed, yet to Qin Wanwan, his expression conveyed profound sorrow. Wanwan, you are still young. Do not squander your time on someone as broken as I. Focus on your medical practice, on saving lives. But do not attempt to save me. The final sentiment remained unspoken. Song Yilang departed, gradually fading from Qin Wanwan's sight. The harshness of winter had passed, and the early spring breeze was gentler, yet Qin Wanwan felt a slight sting in her eyes. How could you be a waste? You are clearly someone who strives diligently in life. She tilted her head towards the sky and sighed. Song Yilang, what am I to do with you? Chapter 22. Insults Wrapped in Subtlety? Qin Wanwan had little time to ponder over Song Yilang's matters. She swiftly adjusted her emotions and hurried back to the hospital to work overtime. Meanwhile, Song Yilang had also returned to his workplace. Upon entering his office, Liu Xian rushed in with an anxious expression. Boss, there was an inspection from above, and you weren't here. President Li took care of it. Noticing Liu Xian's urgency and hesitance, Song Yilang couldn't help but rub his weary brow. Speak. What happened? Liu Xian hesitated for a moment before finally saying. President Li mentioned that you often leave your post during working hours. The higher-ups are quite dissatisfied with you and wish to speak with you. They instructed that as soon as you return, you should head to General Manager Yan's office. Yan Su was the general manager of their entire company, overseeing all departments, with the project department being his primary responsibility. It seemed that Li Tsunyun was indeed causing trouble for him everywhere. Song Yilang, already irritated, became even more so at the thought of that old fool Li Tsunyun. He had initially planned to merely finish the projects at hand and leave, but if this continued, he wouldn't hesitate to take Li Tsunyun along with him when he departed. I understand, Song Yilang replied. You should promptly notify our team to expedite their projects. Liu Xin felt puzzled. Song Yilang had been urging them daily to complete their tasks quickly. Even though it was only the beginning of the year, there was no need to rush. However, as a subordinate, he knew he had to obey his superior's orders. So he complied and hurried off. Song Yilang then stood up and exited the office. As fate would have it, while waiting for the elevator, Song Yilang encountered Li Tsunyun and his subordinates. Upon spotting Song Yilang, Li Tsunyun smirked flamboyantly. Oh, isn't this Vice President Song? Quite the busy bee, aren't we? Out in the morning and returning just before the end of the day. Where could you have been? Surely not at General Manager Yan's office. Song Yilang replied with a slight smile. President Li, it seems that in just one day, you've become quite the gossip monger. Li Tsunyun, confused, responded, what? The employees behind Li Tsunyun stifled their laughter, realizing that Song Yilang had undoubtedly insulted him in a manner they couldn't comprehend. Upon realizing this, Li Tsunyun's face darkened. As the elevator doors opened, Song Yilang stepped inside first, then turned to Li Tsunyun, further piercing his heart. President Li, I see you have a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. Do you wish to taste the flavor of the refuse truck passing by? Li Tsunyun's face turned pale with anger. And just as he was about to retort, the elevator doors closed. After holding in his rage for a while, his face flushed, he furiously asked his subordinates. What did he mean by that? One of the younger employees quietly replied, it seems he was implying that you meddle too much. Li Tsunyun fell silent for 2 seconds, then exploded in fury. Damn it. What I asked was the previous remark. The young man trembled with fear. His face drained of color. Yet, confronted by Li Tsunyun's fierce expression, he managed to whisper, are you suggesting that you are being rather two-faced? His voice dwindled, and the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Wasn't purchasing a property in the Bagua Formation indeed a sign of duplicity? This Vice President Song certainly had a way of insulting others with subtlety. Just look at how agitated our General Manager Li is. Li Tsunyun was indeed furious, his blood boiling as he stormed off, gritting his teeth and muttering, Song Yilang, this is far from over. The employees bowed their heads, fixated on the floor, fearful of becoming collateral damage in Li Tsunyun's wrath. At that moment, Song Yilang knocked on Yen Su's office door. Come in, Yen Su called out. Song Yilang entered. Hello? General Manager Yen. I hear you were looking for me? Yen Su, in his early 30s, wore a habitual professional smile, dressed impeccably in a suit. He gestured for Song Yilang to sit, saying, there is a minor matter to discuss. They settled opposite each other on the sofa as Yen Su's assistant served them coffee. Song Yilang felt a sense of unease, but Yen Su quickly addressed the main topic. I heard from Li Tsunyun that you have been quite busy lately. Song Yilang smiled lightly, not particularly busy, just some family matters. I hope it doesn't amuse you too much, General Manager. Yen Su sighed. Every family has its challenges. I can understand. However, I heard your team has been diligently pushing forward with your project. Are you facing any difficulties in your personal life? This was an overt inquiry about his financial situation. Song Yilang immediately became vigilant. Discussing personal family matters in the workplace was taboo. If one were powerful, it might be acceptable, but revealing one's true circumstances without influence could lead to relentless subjugation in the future. Yet, one must not appear too arrogant, as it may lead the boss to deem one uncontrollable. Even if hired, trust would remain elusive. As Song Yilang's mind raced, he maintained a composed facade. The family matters are not significant enough to be called difficulties. As for pushing forward with my project, it is merely an effort to expedite the progress of my team, allowing me to ease my burdens in the latter half of the year. Yen Su smiled, I see. Then, Yen Su shifted the conversation. Our company has a project in mind, intending to collaborate with the Lin Group. Would you consider discussing it with your wife? So this was the crux of the matter. Song Yilang was aware of the project Yen Su referred to, which involved developing a barren land into a resort. Their company lacked the capacity to undertake such an endeavor alone. Furthermore, Song Yilang had previously accompanied Lin Su to survey the land last year, and they had both concluded not to partner with any enterprise. The investment of funds, energy, and time, along with human resources, was substantial. The surrounding infrastructure was insufficient, and there were no notable attractions nearby, making investment unwarranted. Feigning melancholy, he offered a wry smile and said, I fear this is beyond my influence. Yin Su raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean? Song along, we divorced last year. Yin Su's smile stiffened slightly. But he quickly composed himself. What cannot be discussed amicably between a couple? How did it escalate to the point of divorce? After a brief exchange, Song Along remarked, she loathes me deeply at this moment. If I were to discuss collaboration, I would likely be barred from entering the Lin group. What do you think? General Yin? Yin Su distantly replied, it's fine, you may leave. I shall assign this matter to someone else. Only then did Song Ilong rise. Thank you for your assistance. General Yin. With that, he turned and departed. It was only then that Yin Su's expression turned cold, muttering, what a useless man, incapable of managing a woman. Were it not for Song Ilong's team's consistently outstanding performance, he would have been disinclined to indulge him. After half-heartedly engaging with Song Yilang and gaining nothing, Yin Su felt genuinely exhausted. And that Li Tsuanyun is utterly inept. He can't even deliver results, merely scratching others' backs behind the scenes. After a moment of silence, Yin Su instructed Assistant Yang, find a way to reprimand that fool Li Tsuanyun. He can't get anything right. If it happens again, let him pack his things, the scoundrel. Assistant Yang promptly acknowledged and hurried away. The stern visage of General Yin was indeed intimidating. Managing to navigate through the cunning Yin Su, Song Ilong demonstrated considerable skill. At that moment, Song Ilong received a call from Song Xingchen. As soon as he answered, Song Xingchen anxiously inquired, Xiaolang, did you strike Cousin Dandan? Chapter 23. It hasn't even been long since the divorce, and you're so eager to sever ties with me? Song Ilong readily admitted. She spoke foully, so I naturally retaliated. After a brief silence, Song Xingchen replied, Ilong, you are being reckless. Song Ilong, second sister, do not concern yourself with this matter. Frustrated, Song Xingchen stood up from the sofa. Xiaolang, what are you thinking? Regardless of Dandan's faults, you cannot conspire with outsiders to bully a family member. Uncle is currently at home with Dandan waiting for you. You should go and sincerely apologize to her. Song Ilong chuckled. I will not be going, second sister. I have work to attend to, so I must end this conversation. With that, he hung up the phone, weary of further explanations, as everyone seemed to have already assumed he was at fault. In that instant, Song Xingchen's expression darkened. She understood that Song Ilong's life was not easy, but that did not justify his actions against family. Though she thought it, when facing Song Dandan and Uncle Song Jiang, she still wore an apologetic expression. I truly apologize. Cousin, Xiao Lang has been exceedingly busy lately and is unable to come, so I, as his elder sister, will apologize on his behalf. Before Song Xingchen could finish her words, Song Dandan sneered. You apologize for him? On what grounds? Let me tell you, if Song Ilong does not come to apologize today, I will simply refuse to leave here. You may handle it as you wish. Uncle Song Jiang cast a fierce glare at Song Xingchen before sinking into the sofa, smoking with an air of obstinacy, as if to suggest that they would not leave until Song Ilong arrived. Song Xingchen felt utterly helpless. Currently, only she and Xiuxiu were at home, while her husband was on a business trip. If Song Jiang and Song Dan truly refused to depart, she would find it impossible to evict them. With no other recourse, Song Xingchen dialed Song Xingyu. Upon learning of the situation, Song Xingyu immediately attempted to reach Song Ilong, but he was unresponsive. After contemplating her options, Song Xingyu reluctantly contacted Lin Su. At that moment, Lin Su was embroiled in a heated argument with Bai Feng. Mother, that money was the compensation I gave to Song Ilong for our separation. Why did you create such a scene at the Song residence? Bai Feng scoffed. What compensation? What has Song Ilong done for us over the years? Why should he receive such a sum? If you don't care about that 2 million, I certainly do. Just as Lin Su was about to retort, the phone rang, interrupting her. She had no choice but to answer. Su, it's your elder sister. I hope you don't mind my intrusion, but I find myself in a predicament, Song Xingyu said. Lin Su glanced at Bai Feng and stepped outside. Elder sister, what has happened? Song Xingyu proceeded to explain the situation regarding Song Ilong's altercation with Song Dan, who had brought their father to the house to create a scene. After hearing this, Lin Su furrowed her brow and replied, Rest assured, elder sister, I will handle it. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, Song Xingyu ended the call. As Lin Su prepared to leave, Bai Feng appeared. Are you planning to clean up Song Ilong's mess again? Lin Su, have you forgotten that you are already divorced? The affairs of the Song family are no longer your concern. Lin Su replied, displeased. Regardless of our separation, we shared many years of marital ties. I cannot simply abandon him. Bai Feng warned, Don't say I didn't caution you. The Song family is a quagmire. Whoever gets involved is doomed. Lin Su pressed her lips together and resolutely grabbed her bag, departing. Bai Feng fumed. This is infuriating. Even after the divorce, there are still so many issues. Lin Su, however, paid no heed. She drove directly to the Song residence, taking a moment to send a voice message to Song Yilang. Song Yilang, I am on my way to your house. Please come over when you can. At that moment, Song Yilang was occupied with a team meeting, leaving him no time to check his phone. Upon arriving at the Song residence, it was Song Xingqian who answered the door. Upon seeing Lin Su, she exhaled in relief. Su, you finally made it. Lin Su held a favorable view of her second sister. Recalling that Song Xingqian was the only one in the Song family who had genuinely treated Song Yilang well. Thus, Lin Su smiled politely. Do not worry, second sister. I am here to resolve this. As Lin Su strode in, her heels clicking against the floor, neither Song Jiang nor Song Dan had anticipated her arrival. Hadn't they divorced? Why was Lin Su still coming to support Song Yilang? Lin Su sat across from them, her demeanor icy. Despite being a woman, her position as the head of the Lin group instilled a sense of caution in Song Jiang and Song Dan, who exchanged glances and straightened in their seats. Song Dan felt a surge of anxiety, yet she steeled herself and declared, Humph, so what if you're here? It was Song Yilang who struck me. He must apologize and compensate. Lin Su smiled faintly. Why did he hit you? Surely you are aware? Upon hearing this, Song Dan's unease intensified. But she maintained a facade of composure. What do I know? He struck first. Is it my fault? Lin Su cast a cold glance at Song Dan. I was present at the scene, and no one knows the events better than I do. You were the one who insulted Song Yilang first. Song Dan appeared to be struck at her core, immediately bursting out. What do you mean I insulted him? It was clearly Song Yilang who was caught fooling around with his mistress while my aunt was ill. Lin Su, I was merely standing up for you. How can you be so ungrateful? Upon hearing Song Dan's words, Lin Su's expression shifted slightly, yet she replied, I believe he would not. Song Dan sneered. You think he wouldn't? He has been seen with another woman. Surely he has long since strayed from his marriage. Lin Su's gaze was sharp, fixated on Song Dan, who was genuinely startled and instinctively fell silent. Lin Su then spoke slowly. This is a matter between my husband and me. If there is to be any reckoning, it is my affair, and it is not for others to meddle. Both Song Jiang and Song Dan wore grim expressions. In contrast, Song Xingqian felt considerably better. Lin Su was remarkable, powerful, affluent, and strikingly beautiful. It was indeed a blessing for Song Yilang to be with Lin Su. Alas, every blessing must eventually reach its conclusion. Lin Su retrieved a stack of money from her bag and placed it on the table. Here are 2,000 yuan as your compensation. Take it and leave at once. When Song Jiang attempted to interject, Lin Su smiled knowingly. Do not say I did not warn you. If you do not leave now, my patience will wear thin. After a moment's hesitation, Song Jiang took the money from the table and pulled Song Dan away. Dad, Song Dan protested. Do not speak, Song Jiang urged. Can you afford to offend her? Do not let even this 2,000 slip away. Thus, Song Jiang dragged Song Dan out, leaving her to glare angrily at Lin Su. Once the door closed, Song Xingqian approached Lin Su with a cup of tea. Su, thank you. I am clumsy with words, and I truly appreciate your help. Lin Su, standing with her bag in hand, replied, You flatter me, dear sister. Although I am divorced from Song Yilang, you remain my family. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will certainly help in any way I can. After exchanging pleasantries for a short while, Lin Su departed without even sipping her tea. As she descended the stairs and prepared to leave, she noticed Song Yilang's car approaching. Initially, she intended to walk away, but for reasons unknown, she remained still as he parked and approached her. Standing before Lin Su, Song Yilang, who she had seen not long ago, appeared even more gaunt than before, causing her heart to feel inexplicably heavy. Song Yilang, I apologize. It is my fault for not clearly communicating with my family to refrain from troubling you. It will not happen again. Upon witnessing Song Yilang's insistence on delineating their boundaries, Lin Su's agitation intensified. How long has it been since their divorce? Was Song Yilang so eager to sever ties with her? Chapter 24. Lin Su's coercion of Song Yilang having spoken, Song Yilang prepared to depart. Yet Lin Su unexpectedly interjected, If you are willing to return, we can revert to how we once were. I shall treat your behavior as mere sulking. This phase will pass, and we can remarry, all right? Song Yilang's body stiffened slightly. Lin Su, Do you wish to remarry me out of love or as a calculated decision? Lin Su was momentarily taken aback and did not provide an immediate response. In the past, she would have answered without hesitation, but now, amidst the competitive landscape of business, she navigated her way adeptly, adapting her words to suit her audience, employing any means necessary to achieve her goals. She had elevated the Lin Group to its current stature through immense effort. Yet she also recognized that without Song Yilang's support over the years, she would not have reached such heights. Thus, her feelings for him remained distinct. Throughout the years, she had encountered younger men, yet she never entertained any inappropriate thoughts. Lin Su believed she had a clear conscience regarding her feelings for Song Yilang. Initially, she struggled to accept their divorce, even signing the agreement out of defiance. However, after a period of reflection, she gradually found clarity. While she could not let go of her family, her work was equally indispensable. She could fulfill Song Yilang's demands for material possessions, yet other aspects were beyond her reach. Approaching their 30s, she had no desire for children, unwilling to let a child impede her path. Previously, she required emotional support. Yet now she faced priorities far more significant than mere sentiment. Noticing Lin Su's prolonged silence, Song Yilang chuckled wryly. You and I are no longer from the same world. Miss Lin, it would be best for you to return. As he attempted to leave, Lin Su spoke again. You know my nature. If we remarry, I shall not treat you poorly. We can return to how things were before. Song Yilang, we are no longer young. We have surpassed the impetuosity of youth. Does love truly matter? Can we not cease this quarrel? Song Yilang could no longer muster a smile, not even a semblance of one. He gazed at Lin Su's dignified demeanor, and his expression grew increasingly cold. Despite past difficulties, they had always supported one another. Why do people change so easily? Is it truly as simple as declaring love extinguished? During the first year of the pandemic, when he was gravely ill, Lin Su disregarded her own safety, staying by his side, ignoring all caution. When hospital beds were scarce, she carried him in a sling for treatment, her frail frame somehow managing to support him through those dark times. At this moment, nearly 3 years had elapsed since then. Song Yilang ultimately withdrew his gaze, stating, It's time for you to leave, do not return. As for the mess at my home, it is no longer your concern. He adjusted his clothing and proceeded towards his residence. The streetlights elongated his slender silhouette, and Lin Su felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest as she watched him depart. Despite her yielding to such an extent, why did Song Yilang remain obstinate? Was there any merit in maintaining this stalemate? With a sigh, Lin Su remarked, Song Yilang, you are no longer young. Why do you fail to comprehend? Song Yilang did not respond. He was perplexed by what Lin Su wished for him to understand. To him, marriage signified mutual understanding, tolerance, and respect between spouses. Yet, Lin Su exhibited an unwavering stance, refusing to concede to anyone or anything within the confines of their union. He was perpetually the one who compromised, and over time, such a dynamic became intolerable. Ultimately, Song Yilang departed, while Lin Su gazed into the vastness of the night, resignedly uttering, One day, you will realize that some individuals do not require love. With her current stature, Lin Su could attract any man she desired with the simplest gesture. However, she clung to the remnants of their marital bond, feeling an obligation not to wrong Song Yilang. At this stage in life, pursuing romantic entanglements seemed rather immature. After standing still for a moment, Lin Su entered her Maybach and drove away. She had her own business to attend to and could not linger indefinitely with Song Yilang. Moreover, she believed that after a year or so, when Song Yilang had reflected, he would inevitably return. She thought that soon, he would come to understand that without her, Lin Su, his life in this city would not be as joyous. She did not wish to be blamed. She merely aimed to convey to him that power and wealth held greater significance than anything else. Meanwhile, in the dim alley, Song Yilang's cough grew more frequent, and he had not slept well throughout the night. As dawn gradually broke on the horizon, he felt somewhat relieved and managed a brief sleep before being abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of his phone. Upon answering, Liu Xian hurriedly informed him, Vice President Song. President Yin erupted in a fit of rage at the project department this morning, specifically demanding to see you. You must come at once. Song Yilang hastily got out of bed and dressed, asking, What is the matter? Liu Xian replied, It seems to concern your ex-wife. Song Yilang's hand paused momentarily. As he wearily rubbed his brow, I understand. After ending the call, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and, upon facing the mirror, noticed his complexion was as pale as a ghost. He quickly took the painkillers he had purchased a couple of days prior, alleviating his discomfort for a moment before muttering, "It appears I should avoid seeing Lin Su in the future. It triggers my ailments." He rubbed his stomach and hurriedly gathered his belongings before heading downstairs. As Song Yilang descended the stairs, preparing to depart in his vehicle, Qin Wanwan approached him with the swiftness of a gust of wind, presenting him with the steamed buns and congee she held. "Dr. Qin," Song Yilang began, but Qin Wanwan interrupted, swiftly mounting her electric scooter and beaming as she waved goodbye. "I can't finish all this anyway, so I'll share half with you. I'm off to work now, bye." Her figure quickly vanished from sight. And had it not been for the warmth of the buns and congee in his palms, Song Yilang might have doubted the encounter's reality. With the company pressing him urgently, Song Yilang had no time to message Qin Wanwan and simply drove away. While waiting at a red light, he hastily consumed the breakfast, feeling his stomach ease slightly. Upon arriving at the office, he hurried to Yin Su's office. As he entered, Yin Su hurled a folder at him, striking his chest. Fuming, Yin Su unleashed a torrent of invective. "Well done. You and your spouse have truly outdone yourselves. Song Yilang, the company has been generous to you, hasn't it? It's one thing for Lin Su to oppose that project, but why should her family sever all ties with ours? This is clearly targeted. Don't pretend you're unaware." Lowering his gaze, Song Yilang picked up the folder and glanced through it. Even he, not the dullest, recognized that Lin Su was forcing him to return and apologize. A sardonic smile crossed his face. How had he not realized before that Lin Su possessed such tactics? Yin Su continued, "Do you have any idea how much our company stands to lose because of Lin Su's actions? Can you, Song Yilang, afford to compensate?" Suddenly, Yin Su fell silent, catching sight of the icy glare in Song Yilang's eyes. In that instant, he felt as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine. Song Yilang tossed the folder aside. "What Lin's family chooses to do is their affair, not mine." Yin Su was momentarily stunned. Then his anger flared anew as he shouted, "What do you mean it's not your concern? If you hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't retaliate against our company." Chapter 25. Lin Su, you've grown capable. With a cold glance, Song Yilang replied indifferently, "I've said it's unrelated. I am already divorced from Lin Su. As you well know. What? Is this vast company unable to function without her? Instead of seeking me out to vent your frustrations, perhaps you should contemplate how to resolve this issue. Spare us the incessant barking like a mad dog." Yin Su trembled with rage, unaccustomed to anyone daring to confront him so boldly in his elevated position. Infuriated, he slammed his hands on the table, rising abruptly. "Song Yilang, do you dare insult me? Are you seeking your own downfall?" In stark contrast to Yin Su's fury, Song Yilang remained composed. "If you have the guts, go ahead and fire me." Without another word, he turned and walked away. Yin Su, beside himself with fury, kicked over a nearby chair. "This is insurrection. You, Song Yilang, have truly gone too far." However, Song Yilang merely opened the door and stepped outside, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. The employees outside had long overheard their quarrel, and now, witnessing Song Yilang emerge with a countenance as frigid as winter's breath, they felt compelled to lower their heads, desperately avoiding any further trouble. Only when Song Yilang swept past like a gust of wind did they dare to murmur among themselves. How peculiar. The vice president, once known for his gentle temperament, now audaciously clashed with President Yan. Did he not fear being dismissed? And what had incited Yan's fury to such a degree? Typically, even in displeasure, Yan would dismiss individuals with a smile. This was the first instance of such a heated exchange. Yin Su's eyes burned red with rage, harboring an intense disdain for Song Yilang. Yet, he found himself powerless to dismiss him. The project department had already lost several significant contracts, resulting in a staggering loss of millions. Without Song Yilang's efforts to mitigate the damage, Yin feared his own position as president might be jeopardized. The fact that he could not take action against Song Yilang only fueled his frustration. Meanwhile, Song Yilang descended the elevator with an air of tempestuousness, his palpable hostility causing the employees to shy away from greeting him. Upon reaching the ground floor, he made a beeline for the exit, only to encounter Li Tsunyun, who was grinning broadly as he escorted a client into the building. Observing Song Yilang's demeanor, Li Tsunyun was convinced that he had just received a scolding from Yin Su, and his amusement deepened. Well, is that not Vice President Song? You seem to be radiating hostility. What has transpired? Have you been wronged? You ought to temper that temper of yours. Constantly being at odds with others won't serve you well. Before Lee Tsunyun could finish, Song Yilang shot back icily. Fool. Do shut your mouth. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and departed. Lee Tsunyun's expression darkened considerably, as did that of the client behind him. The surrounding employees averted their gazes, their expressions obscured, but Lee Tsunyun felt as though they were mocking him, further souring his mood as he gritted his teeth and muttered, Song Yilang, I swear I will not let this go. At that moment, Song Yilang drove directly to the Lin Group. Familiar with him, no one dared to obstruct his path, allowing him to navigate seamlessly to Lin Su's office. Song Yilang's expression was grim, and even the Lin Group employees refrained from greeting him as they had in the past. Upon his abrupt entrance, Lin Su was concluding a video conference, noticing Song Yilang. She promptly ended the call. With an air of composure, Lin Su smiled at Song Yilang and gestured for him to sit. He replied with a sardonic laugh, Lin Su, you've grown quite cunning. Resorting to such despicable tactics? Lin Su, well aware of his vulnerabilities, understood that the project department was Song Yilang's labor of love. Despite battling illness, he had devoted countless hours to the project, hoping to secure a future for his loyal team members who had stood by him through thick and thin. Lin Su knew precisely how to pierce Song Yilang's heart. Lin Su, without any pretense, directly stated, if you remarry me, the Lin Group will continue to support your company and even invest greater funds, ensuring your ascent in the business world. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and I urge you to consider it carefully. Song Yilang scoffed, his gaze towards Lin Su devoid of the tenderness it once held. Lin Su, I do not wish to create such an awkward situation. Can't we part on amicable terms? Lin Su felt a profound ache in her heart, particularly under the chill of Song Yilang's gaze, which only deepened her discontent. Is there truly such a thing as a graceful separation in this world? Song Yilang, I am offering you an opportunity. Song Yilang retorted with a cold laugh. Such fickleness, and you dare to claim it as an opportunity? Lin Su, have you forgotten that the Lin Group's current stature is largely due to my support behind the scenes? Typically gentle in temperament. Song Yilang's abrupt outburst caught Lin Su by surprise. She never imagined he would raise his voice over such a trivial matter. Her expression darkened as she slammed her palm on the table. I have never denied your achievements. Over the years, have I ever treated you unfairly? Observing Lin Su's unyielding demeanor, Song Yilang realized she was resolutely determined to oppose him. In a fit of rage, he kicked over a nearby chair, exclaiming, if you think you can coerce me into remarriage this way, Lin Su, you can forget about it. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Lin Su shot up suddenly, her words escaping in a moment of frustration. Is it because of that Dr. Qin, whom you have known for less than a month? Song Yilang halted abruptly, turning back to Lin Su with suspicion in his eyes. Lin Su, have you been following me? Caught off guard, Lin Su hesitated before responding. I do not need to follow you. A brief inquiry reveals all. With a bitter smile, Song Yilang replied, Lin Su, I truly underestimated you. Lin Su countered, you have never truly sought to understand me. Song Yilang shot her a cold glance before departing without a second thought. Lin Su, inexplicably unsettled by his gaze, hurried after him, calling Song Yilang. Yet her employees watched in apprehension as he offered her no consideration and walked away. Feeling a pang of regret, Lin Su realized she may have overstepped, unsure of how to amend the situation. It was then that her secretary, Xiao Yu, remarked, President Lin, such an aggressive approach towards Vice President Song is unwise. Having been with Lin Su since the inception of the Lin Group, Xiao Yu had earned her trust. Lin Su frowned slightly. If I do not act this way, how can I win him back? With a soft sigh, Xiao Yu replied, President Lin, your assertiveness is excessive. Such tactics may work against adversaries, but they may backfire with your own husband. Lin Su gazed thoughtfully in the direction Song Yilang had taken, her mind swirling with confusion. Could it be that I have truly erred? Chapter 26. From heartache to heartfelt affection upon exiting the Lin Group. Song Yilang's phone was inundated with incessant calls from his superiors. Overwhelmed by the barrage, he chose to ignore them until his subordinate, Chen Wei, reached out. In the early days of establishing the Lin Group alongside Lin Su, Chen Wei emerged as the most loyal subordinate and friend. Without his unwavering support, neither he nor Lin Su would have achieved their current standing. Song Yilang's relentless efforts to guide his team towards the right path stemmed from his desire to eventually entrust the team to Chen Wei. They were a band of individuals bound by loyalty and camaraderie. During Song Yilang's most challenging times, none abandoned him. Thus, even as life neared its twilight. He wished to ensure their well-being. With this thought weighing on his mind, Song Yilang felt a twinge of headache but ultimately answered the call. "Boss, where have you been?" "President Yin is furious. He says if you don't return soon, he'll consider terminating your position." "What on earth happened? Has Lin been giving you a hard time?" Rubbing his weary brow, Song Yilang replied, "It's nothing. I will handle this. Let Yin Su make his fuss. Are you truly unconcerned about Yin? What if he really does go through with it?" With a sardonic smile, Song Yilang retorted, "If he truly dared to proceed, he wouldn't be making such a spectacle by having you call me back." Chen Wei found himself momentarily speechless. "All right. I won't be returning to the office these next few days. Just inform Yin Su that I will resolve this issue," Song Yilang instructed. Chen Wei acquiesced, then awkwardly ventured, "Yilang, have you really divorced Lin Su?" As university classmates, Chen Wei had witnessed the journey of Song Yilang and Lin Su. He recalled the struggles they faced while starting their business after graduation, the countless obstacles, and the opposition from their families that forced them to endure hardships together. He had once believed that no matter the trials, the couple would remain steadfast. Yet, just 4 short years into their marriage, they had arrived at a point of stark opposition, a truly lamentable situation. After a moment of silence, Song Yilang responded, "Yes." Chen Wei was at a loss for words. He intended to offer some consolation, but found himself unable to articulate anything. Ultimately, he let out a heavy sigh. "Brother Lang, how the world has changed." Song Yilang could only manage a faint smile in return. "Indeed, how the world has changed." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Song Yilang then drove back to his residence. Upon parking, he did not enter, instead standing silently by the roadside, smoking one cigarette after another. The butts were crushed beneath his feet, echoing the turmoil within his heart. He did not wish to become adversaries with Lin Su, but that hinged on her not pushing him. Otherwise, it would lead to mutual destruction. Lin Su had long ceased to love him, merely struggling with her own inner conflicts, driven by possessiveness. As night descended, Song Yilang gradually returned to his senses, the crimson glow of his cigarette glowing vividly against the encroaching darkness. The voice of Qin Wanwan resonated behind Song Yilang. "Alas, your health has always been frail, yet you continue to mistreat yourself. Why must you?" Startled, Song Yilang instinctively extinguished the cigarette in his hand and turned to see Qin Wanwan's innocent visage before him. He offered a faint smile. "I indulge occasionally." Unlike her usual teasing demeanor, Qin Wanwan strode purposefully towards him. In a moment of bewilderment, Song Yilang felt her grasp firmly around his wrist, leading him forward. A sense of surprise welled within him. It was unusual for Qin Wanwan to be here, especially with the wonton shop closed at this hour, suggesting their paths should not have crossed. Qin Wanwan inquired, "Have you had dinner?" Shaking his head, Song Yilang replied, "I had a late lunch, so I'm not hungry now." With a sigh, Qin Wanwan remarked, "I wonder how you've survived all these years." Feeling a bit awkward and unsure of how to respond, Song Yilang chose silence. She guided him upstairs, ushering him into a room. "You reek of smoke. Go wash up, and then come down for dinner." Taken aback, Song Yilang protested, "Dr. Qin, there's no need to go through all this trouble." Before he could finish, Qin Wanwan had already shut the door, urging, "Hurry and wash up." With no option for refusal, Song Yilang could only chuckle helplessly as he rummaged for clothes and made his way to the bathroom. By the time he was ready and descended, he glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Dressed in casual attire, he found Qin Wanwan had prepared a meal, a bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup, stir-fried pork, and a vegetable soup. Her eyes brightened upon seeing him, and she quickly removed her apron, cheerfully saying, "You're here? Come, eat something. It's all light and good for your stomach." As he took a seat, Song Yilang remarked, "You shouldn't have to go through so much trouble at this late hour. You've worked all day." But Qin Wanwan swiftly interrupted, "I enjoy it." Astonished, Song Yilang felt his hand tremble slightly as he picked up his chopsticks. "Dr. Qin, do you have feelings for me?" This time, it was Qin Wanwan who faltered, though she soon regained her composure. "And if I do? Or if I don't? It doesn't affect your meal." Her deft response left Song Yilang uncertain about her feelings. After a brief silence, he finally said, "Let us eat." They began their meal, engaging in casual conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yilang ventured, "Dr. Qin, you really don't need to go through this trouble to cook for me in the future." Qin Wanwan replied, "That's fine. As long as you come to the hospital for a full checkup, I won't concern myself with you anymore." Feeling somewhat resigned, Song Yilang asked, Why are you so fixated on this? Wanwan paused for a few seconds before responding, because I don't want to see you devoid of vitality. Beneath the table, Song Yilang's hand clenched slightly. Wanwan, I am a divorced man. Song Yilang's response could be regarded as a gentle and subtle rejection. Wanwan felt a twinge of discomfort. Though she harbored feelings for Song Yilang, it seemed she had not yet reached that depth of affection. Conversely, to deny her feelings would feel unjust given Song Yilang's self-destructive lifestyle. With a sigh, Wanwan remarked, I understand, you mentioned your ex-wife. Song Yilang offered a wry smile. Indeed, my ex-wife. Wanwan inquired, do you still hold feelings for her? Without a direct answer, Song Yilang confessed, I have endeavored countless times to communicate with her, attempting to salvage our fractured relationship. Yet, it was as futile as striking a fist against cotton. Over time, I came to realize that she could not empathize with me, and I must not strive to alter her. I should choose to relinquish her. Therefore, Wanwan, I am a person who has suffered from heartbreak once, and I cannot withstand a second. I will no longer love someone with the reckless abandon of my youth. Thus, to draw near me would only lead to unhappiness. With that, Song Yilang rose to gather the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Wanwan remained seated, momentarily lost in thought. At their current age, it was true that they could no longer be as fervently in love as in their youth. Yet, did that mean she ought to abandon the one who had stirred her heart so painstakingly? Heart-stirring. Suddenly, Wanwan lifted her gaze. Indeed, she did not merely like Song Yilang. She had gradually found herself enamored by him. From initial curiosity to sympathy, and now to genuine affection, this transformation had occurred subtly, unbeknownst to her. Perhaps, at the moment Song Yilang braved the snowstorm to enter the shop, their fates had intertwined. Chapter 27. I promised to eat well. After finishing the dishes, Song Yilang emerged to find that Wanwan had not yet departed. She sat quietly, resting her chin on her hand, awaiting him. Strangely, Song Yilang's heart quivered slightly as he asked, It's getting late. You have work tomorrow, don't you? Shouldn't you head home? Wanwan looked up at him and candidly replied, I wish to keep you company. Song Yilang was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a polite smile tinged with distance, It's too late. Dr. Qin should return home. Observing him closely, Wanwan discerned that he spoke with sincerity, prompting her to sigh and ask, Song Yilang, why do you always keep others at arm's length? Song Yilang felt a constriction in his heart, his brow furrowing involuntarily. As he retorted, Wanwan, why are you so impervious? Wanwan paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter, her eyes sparkling. Aren't you also disobedient? Song Yilang cast a glance at her, then fell silent, harboring unexpressed emotions that were not entirely unpleasant. Wanwan said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. If you don't want me to come every day to ensure you eat on time, can you at least video call me at mealtime? Of course not. Song Yilang was about to refuse, but Wanwan immediately leaned closer to him, insisting, If you refuse, I will come every day to watch you eat. Thus, Song Yilang found himself swallowing the words of refusal that had risen to his lips, and with a bemused expression, he remarked, Dr. Qin, you truly are rather domineering. Wanwan immediately chuckled, the awkward atmosphere between them easing considerably. I am, after all, a doctor. How can a doctor not be assertive? She responded. As she spoke, Wanwan seemed to recall something, retrieving a thermos from another table and presenting it to Song Yilang. Confused, Song Yilang asked, Haven't we already eaten? What is this? A hint of blush crept onto Wanwan's cheeks as she explained, I have to work the night shift tonight, and will likely be busy until tomorrow morning. I thought you wouldn't buy breakfast for yourself, so I prepared this for you in advance. Inside is vegetable and lean meat porridge. It's quite delicious. This thermos keeps it warm for 24 hours, so it will be perfect for you in the morning. Song Yilang was momentarily stunned. This time, he was genuinely taken aback. After she finished speaking, Wanwan waved goodbye. It was only when her slender figure vanished from sight that he regained his composure, hastily setting down the food container and rushing out after her. By this time, a gentle drizzle had begun to fall, and under the streetlight, Wanwan's petite silhouette tugged at Song Yilang's heartstrings. He called out to her, Wanwan, with her hands shielding her head from the rain. She turned back upon hearing his voice, her expression turning anxious upon seeing him in such light clothing. You should go back. I'll be at the hospital in no time on my bike. You don't want to catch a cold. However, it was evident that Song Yilang did not heed her advice. He walked toward her instead. Clearly taken aback by his approach, Qin Wanwan froze until he grasped her wrist, bringing her back to reality. It's raining. The road is slippery for biking. Allow me to take you to the hospital, he stated. Qin Wanwan was momentarily bewildered. She had not anticipated that he would offer to accompany her, especially given his previous rejections. Yet at that moment, a sweet smile blossomed on her face. Radiant and innocent like that of a child, her eyes sparkling with delight. All right, thank you, Song Yilang. Though he did not turn back. The warmth of his palm around her wrist intensified, and his ears flushed slightly. Song Yilang retrieved a spare key and took his place in the driver's seat, while Qin Wanwan settled into the passenger seat, and together they made their way to the hospital. The work at the hospital must be exhausting, especially at this hour, he remarked. Qin Wanwan nodded, her voice soft and sweet. It is indeed tiring, so you must let me worry a little less. Be diligent about eating on time, resting properly, and taking care of your health. Song Yilang drove without glancing away, asserting, I'm quite healthy. Qin Wanwan's expression grew serious. Mental health is also important. If you can gain some weight, I would be willing to acknowledge that you're in good health. Unable to resist her earnestness, Song Yilang relented. I promise you. I will eat properly from now on. You just focus on your work, I will be fine. Qin Wanwan felt a flicker of joy. Now that's more like it. Had you said so earlier, it would have been much better. The hospital arrived swiftly, with her bag in hand. Qin Wanwan exited the vehicle and waved a small hand at Song Yilang. Goodbye. Thank you for bringing me to work. She closed the car door and was about to leave, but an idea seemed to strike her, prompting her to return and tap on Song Yilang's window. He rolled down the window, and she handed him a box of bubble gum. Song Yilang looked puzzled. Without hesitation, she pressed the bubble gum into his hand. You smoke too much. It's not good for your health. Since you want to take care of yourself, try to smoke less. The next time you feel the urge, chew this instead. I've heard it works wonders. With that, Qin Wanwan hurriedly dashed through the hospital entrance, leaving no room for Song Yilang to respond. The bubble gum still retained a faint warmth in his palm. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 9 in the evening, and the hospital lobby was still bustling with people. Initially, he felt a sense of delight, but the warmth of the gum quickly dissipated, returning him to a state of clarity. He chuckled at himself, muttering, Song Yilang, whether you can survive until this winter is a question in itself. How dare you entertain other thoughts? At that moment, his only desire was to stabilize his company and visit places he had long overlooked in his youth. Ultimately, he placed the bubble gum in the car and drove away from the hospital. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan had gathered her long hair, donned a surgical gown, and entered the operating room with a serious demeanor. As a doctor, maintaining absolute rationality during critical moments was paramount. Upon returning to his rented room, Song Yilang suppressed all unwarranted emotions and forced himself to sleep. For tomorrow, he needed to focus on work matters. When Qin Wanwan emerged from the operating room, it was already 5 in the morning. She stood by the window on the upper floor, gazing at the flickering lights below, when thoughts of Song Yilang resurfaced, particularly his recent dark circles. She pondered whether he had managed to sleep well that night. Her reverie was soon interrupted by an intern. Doctor, Wang requests your presence in the emergency department for a consultation. Qin Wanwan quickly gathered her thoughts. All right, come along with me. She resolved that once the busy period subsided, she would insist on having Song Yilang undergo a checkup. If he refused, she would enlist that psychologist to visit him at home. She could not allow him to remain trapped in his own world. Chapter 28. Their first embrace the following day, as Song Yilang stepped outside. He spotted Song Ji standing at the door. He instinctively frowned, but to his surprise, Song Ji approached him directly. Son, are you going to see Susu? Song Yilang instinctively replied. That's none of your business, is it? Seeing that Song Yilang no longer addressed him as dad, Song Ji felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet he refrained from voicing it, merely sighing. It has been quite a while since we last shared a meal together. Do you have time today? Allow me to treat you. In the past, Song Yilang might have perceived a change in Song Ji, reminded of the bond they shared as father and son. However, now, he sensed that something was amiss. With a hint of impatience, Song Yilang replied, If you have something to discuss, just say it outright. There is no need for subterfuge. Noticing Song Yilang's lack of appreciation for his overture, Song Ji's expression grew somewhat frosty, yet he ultimately withheld his true intentions. Recently at the hospital, our emotions were rather tumultuous. Your mother has since been discharged, but she still requires care, which is why she couldn't accompany me today. As for what transpired between you and Susu, it is in the past. We are family, After all, can we truly sever all ties? Song Yilang regarded Song Ji with skepticism. In his memory, Song Ji had always harbored animosity towards him, rendering their relationship more strained than that with his mother. This was the first instance where Song Ji spoke to him so amiably and at length. I merely wish to share a meal with you, Song Ji continued. Look at you, after all these years outside, you've lost so much weight. As he spoke, there was a palpable sense of sorrow in his tone. During the peak hours of the workday, passers-by glanced curiously at the father and son. Eventually, Song Yilang sighed once more and followed Song Ji. They arrived at a modest noodle shop where each ordered a bowl of noodles. After settling the bill, an awkward silence ensued, as the two had little to discuss. Once they finished, Song Yilang stood up, stating, "If there's nothing else, I'll be off to work." To his surprise, Song Ji abruptly grasped his arm. A hint of urgency in his voice. There is something, indeed. Anticipating this, Song Yilang sat back down and inquired, "How much do you need this time?" The directness of his question rendered Song Ji somewhat sheepish, yet he pressed on. "Son, you are now successful and still young. Why hoard so much wealth? Your mother and I lack retirement funds, and your two sisters are not thriving." Song Yilang's eyes betrayed no emotion, his dark orbs calm and unflinching. After a lengthy lamentation, Song Ji finally broached the subject. "Could you lend us 200,000? Your elder sister's child is about to start kindergarten, and the fees are quite steep. She doesn't have the same prospects as you." Song Yilang did not smile. He found it impossible to do so. "So, you came to treat me to a bowl of noodles today only to barter $20 for 200,000? His merciless revelation left Song Ji feeling embarrassed. "What nonsense! I merely wish to discuss this with you," he retorted. "There's nothing to discuss. I have no money," Song Yilang stated coldly. In an instant, Song Ji slammed the table in fury, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch." The surrounding patrons instinctively turned their heads towards them, prompting Song Ji to temper his voice. "Is this such a trivial amount that you refuse? Are you truly our son?" Overwhelmed by fatigue, Song Yilang had often questioned whether he might have been adopted. Unfortunately, he had surreptitiously undergone a DNA test, confirming that he was indeed the biological son of Yang Mei and Song Ji. "Song Yilang, I can provide you with money." With this single statement, Song Ji was instantly filled with joy. "Excellent. You truly are our beloved son. Young Lang is indeed promising." However, Song Yilang swiftly interrupted Song Ji. "But I have a condition." With a cheerful demeanor, Song Ji poured tea for Song Yilang. "Don't worry about just one condition. I would agree to 10. Speak your mind." Song Yilang replied calmly, "I want to transfer my household registration independently. From now on, I shall have no ties with the Song family. Do not seek me out again. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. I have no parents, no family." Even though Song Yilang had resided with the Lin family since his marriage, he still remained registered under the household of Song Ji and his wife. He wished to sever all ties with them, even going so far as to remove his registration, so that in the event of his death, they would not interfere in any way. Song Ji stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. "You wish to sever ties with us for 20,000? Song Yilang replied, "Additionally, I do not possess 20,000. At most, I can offer 5,000. Do you still desire it?" At this, Song Ji completely lost his temper. 5,000? Are you trying to insult me? Song Yilang's expression turned icy, his fists clenched tightly, exuding an aura that was somewhat terrifying. Song Ji felt a shiver of fear. Reluctantly, Song Ji conceded, 5,000 it is, transfer it to me now. Yet, Song Yilang stood up decisively. Words without proof are meaningless. I suggest we engage a lawyer for notarization. Even in death, I do not wish to be associated with you. Furious, Song Ji wanted to point an accusing finger at Song Yilang, berating him as an unfilial wretch, but Song Yilang had already departed, leaving him seething in silence. Song Ji muttered under his breath, "It's just 20,000. Is it worth being so stingy? Better to die outside, utterly useless." Unbeknownst to Song Yilang, the patrons of the noodle shop were oblivious to the exchange. However, at the adjacent table sat Wanwan and her colleagues, who had overheard parts of the conversation. The last remark from Song Ji was audibly caught by Wanwan as she passed by. Wanwan paused momentarily, her expression a tapestry of emotions, and ultimately walked out of the noodle shop with tears in her eyes. Mo Yin once remarked on the ugliness of human nature, where individuals harbor selfish intentions while demanding magnanimity from others. Some words may not spill blood, yet the wounds they inflict can pierce the heart deeply. Qin Wanwan could not fathom, truly could not comprehend, how parents could be so cruel to their own children. Was Song Yilang's life filled with such hardship? Having pulled an all-nighter, Qin Wanwan should have returned home to rest. But her concern for Song Yilang compelled her to run several blocks until she finally spotted him on a bridge, dressed in a black trench coat. He leaned against the railing, the rushing river below reflecting the hustle and bustle of the passers-by. Yet, there he stood, silently smoking, his brow furrowed as he stared at his phone. The overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation radiating from him caused Qin Wanwan's tears to fall uncontrollably. After an indeterminate span of time, Song Yilang looked up and was met with the sight of Qin Wanwan, her face streaked with tears. Song Yilang found himself momentarily bewildered, his gaze clouded with confusion. Witnessing Qin Wanwan weeping so sorrowfully stirred a sense of urgency within him. What could be the matter? Was she overburdened by work? Or had someone wronged her? Qin Wanwan shook her head, yet her tears continued to flow unabated. In haste, Song Yilang extinguished his cigarette. What is happening? How did you end up here? His voice trailed off abruptly as Qin Wanwan suddenly opened her arms and embraced his waist. Chapter 29, Song Yilang. You truly have a lion's appetite. Caught off guard, Song Yilang hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To push her away seemed unthinkable while she was in such distress, and embracing her felt beyond his rightful place. Thus, he remained stiffly in place, neither embracing nor pushing her away. It was only when Qin Wanwan regained her composure that she released him, her eyes still glistening with tears, their gazes locked, and the sight of her bloodshot eyes pierced Song Yilang's heart, causing a twinge of pain. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a hint of bitterness. Why are you crying? Qin Wanwan, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered her head, her voice tinged with a nasal quality. I am the one who has brought shame. Just as Song Yilang intended to offer some words of comfort, she added, I was at the noodle shop just now. In that moment, Song Yilang's heart seemed to stop, the calm facade he had maintained crumbling to dust. He wanted to articulate his indifference to those matters, yet his lips trembled in silence. The sound of Qin Wanwan's voice, tinged with a note of disappointment, reached his ears. I do not know what you have endured over the past 30 years, but if you are willing, I would like to accompany you in the days to come. I will never treat you as your family does. No matter what happens, I will never abandon you. If that is acceptable. Qin Wanwan gazed up at Song Yilang, her eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and hope. She herself could not fathom why she felt such tenderness for a man she had known for merely over a month. All she knew was that witnessing the way his family berated him in the hospital and seeing him so wronged at the noodle shop made her want to weep. She could not bear to see him suffer. It seemed no one regarded him as family. Yet why? Song Yilang was undeniably a good person, helping his mother with her work, escorting her home, and displaying impeccable manners. He was simply a good person. The absurdity of the world struck her. Some beseech the heavens for children, yet remain childless, while others possess children, yet do not cherish them. However, Song Yilang merely gazed at Qin Wanwan, the early spring breeze lacking warmth and carrying a chill that unsettled him. He had believed that bowl of noodles would lead him out of despair and that his parents had finally regained their conscience. Yet, all of it had been a mere illusion. The first bowl of noodles his father had offered him after all these years had only propelled him deeper into the abyss. Yet, the appearance of Qin Wanwan caused the heart, long thought dead within Song Yilang, to beat a fraction faster, though that was the extent of it. Song Yilang broke into a smile, aware that it might appear unsightly, yet he reached out to gently tousle Qin Wanwan's hair, saying, Wanwan, you are now an adult. In the future, you must think twice before speaking or acting. Qin Wanwan, slightly anxious, replied, Song Yilang, I am not joking. I speak with utmost sincerity. Retracting his hand, Song Yilang reassured her, Be good, go rest. I must return to work. With that, he wrapped himself in his coat and retraced his steps homeward. Both he and his family were ensnared in a dismal situation, and he felt that Qin Wanwan, still so young, should not be mired in his quagmire. Yet, the wind on the bridge seemed stronger than usual, blurring his vision and constricting his heart. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan stood rooted in place, her eyes brimming with sorrow as she watched Song Yilang fade from view. She could not fathom why he persistently rebuffed her, yet she knew she could not abandon him. An instinct warned her that, left to his own devices, Song Yilang would continue to languish in a lifeless state. He was such a gentle soul, and she longed to see him vibrant once more. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, She whispered to herself. Perhaps accepting a status as mere friends is not so bad. Wanwan, do not be too greedy. This sentiment left her uncertain whether she was comforting or deceiving herself. Yet her eyes grew moist again. On the other end of the bridge, Song-along was hunched over, coughing persistently, his face paling from the effort. Waves of pain surged through his stomach, forcing him to bend over in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. In a moment of despair, yet clarity, he realized that his condition had seemingly worsened. Trembling, he retrieved pain medication from his pocket and swallowed it. It was a long while before he felt steady enough to stand, the weight stretching until his legs felt numb. At that moment, he remembered Wanwan. But upon peering back to the bridge, she had already departed. The wind carried away all traces of their encounter, leaving it akin to a fleeting dream. Glancing at the time, he noted that he had delayed until 10:30 in the morning. He still needed to find Lin Su. With a sigh, he turned and left. At Lin's group, when Song-along arrived, Lin Su was just stepping out of the company with her colleagues for a simple meal. Upon noticing Song-along, everyone instinctively turned to look at the beautiful CEO, Lin Su. A radiant smile graced her lips as she relayed a few instructions to her subordinates before striding towards Song-ilong in her towering heels, exuding elegance. Lin Su mused that Song-ilong remained unchanged, no matter how life had shifted. He still cherished the bond they had nurtured from campus to marriage. Coming to a halt before him, Lin Su frowned before he could utter a word. Why do you seem to have lost weight again? Song-along, since we parted. Have you not been eating properly? Song-along did not respond to Lin Su's trivial inquiry, but merely stated, aside from remarrying, as long as you do not trouble my employees, I shall acquiesce to any condition you propose, including that sum of money your mother desires, which I have not touched. You may take it all. Lin Su's expression darkened at an alarming rate. Do you truly believe I am someone who values such a paltry sum? Yet, Song-along remained indifferent to her outrage. Your desire to remarry is not rooted in affection, but rather a calculation of advantages and disadvantages. This mutual disdainful marriage is a torment for both of us. Were we not meant to part amicably? Lin Su regarded him with a stony face. Indeed, I once offered you that money with the intention of parting on good terms, but now I regret it. I no longer wish for an amicable separation. Tell me, how much do you demand for us to remarry? With a sardonic smile, Song-along replied, 1 billion. Lin Su's expression instantly stiffened, followed by an outburst. Song-along, you truly are asking for an exorbitant price. Do I appear to be worth 1 billion? Song-along raised an eyebrow. Unable to afford it? If you cannot, then do not pretend to be more than you are. After all these years, Lin Su remained as capricious as ever, leaving Song-ilong feeling numb. Lin Su's countenance was grim, her chest heaving with suppressed fury. Song-along continued, Lin Su, for the sake of our past as a couple, this is my final counsel and concession. You know that those who follow me are the original founders who helped establish the Lin Group. Do not let them feel disheartened. Lin Su was well aware of Song-along's sentimental nature, which was why she used it as leverage against him. However, with a cold glance at Song-along, she turned to leave, leaving behind a curt remark. Whenever you are willing to remarry, I shall resume our collaboration. Everything else is off the table. Chapter 30. The great wronged Lin Su departed in her high heels, and Song-along remained standing for a long while. A self-deprecating smile crossing his lips before he too drove back to the company. Since Lin Su disregarded the years of their shared history, he felt no obligation to consider the Lin Group any longer. Upon returning to the office, Song-along immediately instructed Liu Xin to convene a meeting with the subordinates. During the 2 days of his absence, the company had been thrown into disarray. Li Tsunyun had been finding fault daily, and Yin Su had halted their ongoing projects, plunging his team into a state of turmoil. Observing his team of 12, 8 men and 4 women, nearly half of whom were veterans who had followed him in founding the Lin Group, Song-along sighed as he massaged his temples. He then handed a document to Liu Xin, saying, have everyone take a look at this. Subsequently, Song-along settled into a chair, awaiting their reactions. Each person, upon finishing, wore a look of astonishment. At last, the elder of Song-along's team, Feng Zhou, spoke up. Boss, is this not the project collaboration schedule of the Lin Group for the next 3 months? Song-along nodded affirmatively. Liu Xin, also bewildered, inquired, what does this mean? Song-along continued with a nod. The forthcoming focus is to bring all enterprises that will collaborate with Lin Group on board. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was acutely aware of the relationship between Song Yilang and Lin Su. The two had always maintained a cooperative rapport, yet this sudden confrontation was unexpected. Casting a glance at Liu Xian, Song Yilang's meaning became clear. Liu Xian promptly approached and shut the office door, shielding them from prying eyes. It was then that Song Yilang spoke candidly. To be honest, once the crisis at Jinhong passes, I intend to resign. If you can secure these project collaborations beforehand, even in my absence, you will ascend without facing any adversities. However, if these negotiations falter, after a brief pause, Song Yilang rose, preparing to depart. He need not finish his thought. The astute individuals present comprehended the implications of failure. Just as he was about to exit, Liu Xian intercepted him. Urgency etched on his face. Boss, why must you leave? Things are going so well. Fang Zhou quickly stood as well. Indeed, what issues are at hand? We can resolve them together. We have overcome challenges in the past. This time shall not be our downfall. The others chimed in, expressing their solidarity. Yes, boss. Have you encountered a difficulty? Share it with us. We will tackle it together. We have followed you for so many years. You cannot simply walk away. Their voices mingled in a chorus of concern, and Song Yilang felt a pang of sorrow, managing a resigned smile as he replied, I face no particular difficulties. It is merely that a multitude of events has transpired recently. After this busy period, I wish to travel and rest. Song Yilang added, once I have rested sufficiently, I may consider returning. My impending resignation is a matter that must remain confidential among us. Let's keep our lips sealed. Now, I must discuss the project with General Yan. With that, he departed, leaving Liu Xian and Fang Zhou exchanging glances, both bowing their heads in contemplation, while female colleagues fought back tears. In their eyes, Song Yilang was an exemplary leader. Although strict, he had indeed guided them to considerable financial success over the years without ever treating them harshly. Who could not appreciate that? Now, with Song Yilang's impending departure, a cloud of sorrow hung over them, more distressing than the lack of projects. Meanwhile, Song Yilang had reached Yin Su's office, and no one knew the content of their discussion. All that was heard was the sound of Yin Su, in a fit of rage, smashing the coffee brought in by his secretary, sending ripples of anxiety throughout the company. However, an hour later, Yin Su re-emerged, donning a beaming smile as he personally escorted Song Yilang out. This spectacle left Li Tsunyun, who had been waiting outside for a moment of embarrassment from Song Yilang, utterly stunned. Hadn't it been said that General Yin was furious? Amidst laughter and joviality, it was hard to believe that a quarrel had taken place. Just as Li Tsunyun was lost in thought, Yin Su and Song Yilang approached him. Li Tsunyun forced a smile and hurried to greet them. General Yin, but was interrupted by Yin Su. Li Tsunyun, you are here too. How fortuitous, I need not search for you. A flicker of joy ignited in Li Tsunyun's heart. He wondered what Yin Su required of him. Yin Su, with a smile, continued, you still have 5 projects, correct? Please return to your duties and hand them over to Song Yilang. Your team should fully support him during this period. The blood drained from Li Tsunyun's face. Anxiously, he stammered, General Yin, Yin Su patted Li Tsunyun on the shoulder. Tsunyun, assist Song Yilang diligently. I have faith in your capabilities. With that, he turned to Song Yilang. All right, you manage it from here. Let's dine together when you have the time. Song Yilang nodded. Certainly, General Yin, take care. Yin Su departed, leaving Li Tsunyun calling after him in vain, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. No one dared respond to Li Tsunyun's confusion, and Song Yilang merely cast a fleeting glance before walking away. Watching Song Yilang retreat, Li Tsunyun gritted his teeth, silently cursing. Damn you, Song Yilang. This isn't over. Employees around him whispered amongst themselves, prompting Li Tsunyun to erupt. What are you all staring at? Have you completed your tasks? Terrified, the employees dispersed hurriedly. Taking a deep breath, Li Tsunyun plastered a cheerful expression and chased after Song Yilang. Vice President Song, wait up. Let's grab a meal together. The employees exchanged glances before collectively shaking their heads, thinking, no wonder he's a leader. Such adaptability is not commonplace. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, Li Tsunyun maintained his facade. Song, do you have time tonight? Allow me to treat you to dinner. Song Yilang replied curtly, I'm busy. The smile on Li Tsunyun's face faltered for a moment, but quickly returned. Come now, we're colleagues. It's just a meal. You needn't worry about the expenses. Upon reaching their floor, Song Yilang simply stated, Li General, do not forget what General Yin said. I need those project reports by the end of the day. With that, he exited the elevator, leaving Li Tsunyun standing there, his expression darkened. Despite his grievances towards Song Yilang, Li Tsunyun diligently organized the projects and submitted them to Song Yilang just before day's end. Song Yilang smiled contentedly. Li General, you are indeed punctual. Li Tsunyun, feeling awkward, forced a smile and attempted to ingratiate himself. Song, I have only a few projects to hand over to you. Our team's commissions over the past months are at stake. Everyone has families and loans to consider. Shouldn't we receive half of the dividends from these projects? Li Tsunyun initially presumed that Song Yilang would decline, but to his astonishment, Song Yilang nodded amiably. Of course, we are from the same company. How could I favor one over the other? The project undertaken by our two departments will, naturally, have its profits shared equally. Li Tsunyun was taken aback. Was this truly the same Song Yilang he remembered? He recalled how miserly Song Yilang could be once he secured a project. He would guard the funds as if he were a miser, unwilling to part with even a single cent. What had prompted such a change today? This was certainly unusual, absolutely out of character. Chapter 31. Qin Wanwan wept as the saying goes. Unusual events often harbor hidden motives. Before Li Tsunyun could inquire further, Song Yilang had already departed. Confused, Li Tsunyun was reassured by Song Yilang's consistent reliability. He was not concerned that Song Yilang would renege on their agreement. Though the profit share had been reduced to half, it was still preferable to receiving nothing at all. Once again, Song Yilang found himself immersed in work late into the night. By the time he regained his awareness, it was already 11 o'clock, and he was the sole remaining employee in the office. Rubbing his weary brow, he gathered his belongings and departed with his briefcase in hand. Upon returning to Jinshi Road, Song Yilang parked his car as usual and began walking into the depths of the alley. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling out in distress, "Stay away! Help!" Rushing towards the sound, Song Yilang discovered 3 intoxicated men cornering Qin Wanwan. "Come on, beautiful, just have a drink with us," it once he heard a bit. "Ha ha ha," one of them jeered. "Yes, lovely lady, we mean no harm. We simply wish to share a drink," another added. Qin Wanwan retreated, clutching her bag tightly. "Leave me alone, or I'll call the police." The ringleader, Su Tian, sneered, "You ungrateful woman. I told you, we just want to buy you a drink." As he reached for her hand, Qin Wanwan stumbled backward, twisting her ankle and falling to the ground, causing the contents of her food container to scatter. The trio exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, just as they were about to advance again when someone kicked one of them from behind, sending him crashing face first onto the ground before Qin Wanwan. "Who the hell?" Su Tian exclaimed, bewildered. The other two quickly helped Su Tian to his feet, their expressions darkening as they glared at Song Yilang. In contrast, Song Yilang rolled up his sleeves, brandishing a brick with a fierce gaze. "Oh, you wish to drink? Then come, let us drink." At this moment, Su Tian was only half conscious, about to retort, when Qin Wanwan interjected hastily. "I have already called the police. They will be here shortly. If you do not leave now, you are finished." One of Su Tian's lackeys panicked. "Boss, we need to go." Just as he uttered those words, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the night, causing Su Tian and his companions to flee in a state of disarray, abandoning their initial intentions. At this moment, Qin Wanwan's perpetually tense heart finally began to relax. Just as she attempted to rise, a sharp pain surged through her ankle, causing her to collapse back to the ground with a cry of distress. "Ah!" Song Yilang hastily dropped the brick he was holding and rushed over to her side. Squatting down to inquire, "What happened? Where are you hurt?" Tears welled up in Qin Wanwan's eyes as she pitifully cradled her right foot. "My ankle, it might be sprained." A slight pang of concern gripped Song Yilang's heart. He took out his phone, switched on the flashlight, and lifted the hem of her pants to inspect the injury. Her ankle was already beginning to swell. He put away his phone and reached out to assist Qin Wanwan. "I'll take you to the hospital." Just as he helped her to her feet, 2 police officers hurried over. "Are you the ones who called the police?" they asked. "Yes, that was me," Qin Wanwan replied. "But the assailants have already fled. I kindly ask that you review the nearby surveillance footage." The officers inquired, "Were you harmed in any way?" Qin Wanwan shook her head. "I'm fine. My friend happened to pass by and saved me." The officers visibly relaxed. "Which direction did they run?" Qin Wanwan pointed. "There were 3 of them, and they were all intoxicated." The officers immediately turned to pursue the suspects, but one of them quickly returned to add, "Please don't leave. We'll need you to come to the station to provide a statement." With that, the officers dashed off, leaving only Song Yilang and Qin Wanwan behind. A moment of awkwardness enveloped Qin Wanwan. Song Yilang supported her gently. "Can you walk?" She attempted a step, but the searing pain shot through her, bending her knee. And she sank to the ground once more. Quick to react, Song Yilang wrapped his arm around her shoulder, helping her up again. "It seems quite serious. I'll carry you to the car." As he bent down, Qin Wanwan stopped him. "Wait, there's something." "What is it?" he asked, puzzled. She pointed to the overturned food container not far away. The lunchbox. It was only then that Song Yilang noticed the scattered food on the ground. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a probing look fell upon Qin Wanwan. "Did you come to bring me lunch?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, she nodded. "I worked through the night last night and only managed to sleep in the afternoon. When I woke up, it was already 10 o'clock. I came to find you and saw you weren't back yet. So Song Yilang stood frozen for a moment, and after a few seconds, his expression turned serious. "Qin Wanwan, do you understand what it means that I wasn't here today?" With her head bowed, she replied, feeling a bit wronged. "I know. I walk this route every day and have never encountered such an incident before. How was I to know today would be so unfortunate? Moreover, I texted you, but you never replied. I was a little worried and thought I might check on you at the office." Upon hearing this, Song Yilang instinctively pulled out his phone and glanced at it. Indeed, Qin Wanwan had sent him a message. However, he had been working with WeChat logged in on his computer, so he had not noticed her message. Song Yilang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Wanwan let out a few sobs, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Song Yilang could not discern her expression. However, seeing her pitiable demeanor, he found himself unable to scold her further, despite his initial intentions. With a sigh, he said, "I apologize for not responding to your messages promptly. But you mustn't venture out alone at night. It is unsafe." After speaking, Song Yilang retrieved Qin Wanwan's food container and bag before approaching her, bending down to lift her into his arms. This time, Qin Wanwan remained compliant, quietly nestling into his embrace without uttering a word. Song Yilang, not one for comforting others, carried her to the car and carefully placed her in the passenger seat. Qin Wanwan was genuinely in pain. Her ankle throbbed, and her heart felt heavy with grievance, prompting tears to cascade down her cheeks. Song Yilang, momentarily flustered, exclaimed, "Please don't cry. I didn't mean to scold you. I was simply worried and thought it unfair that you were hurt for my sake." Qin Wanwan lifted her tear-filled gaze to him, her voice trembling with indignation. "What do you mean by unfair? If I deem it worthwhile, then it is indeed worthwhile." With that, she lowered her head and began to weep softly. "I am in so much pain, and yet you still scold me." Song Yilang, now utterly disconcerted, stammered, "I wasn't scolding you. I misspoke, and I apologize. Please, stop crying." Qin Wanwan's sobs grew more heart-wrenching. What a day it had been. Rejected in the morning and nearly robbed by nightfall. Chapter 32, Dr. Qin. "You have overstepped with your words." Song Yilang, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "Oh dear, my little aunt, please cease your tears. It feels as if I have wronged you." With reddened eyes, Qin Wanwan sniffled, "Then you mustn't be harsh with me again." Song Yilang replied, "When have I ever been harsh with you? I was simply too anxious. I was wrong, all right?" At this, Qin Wanwan nodded obediently before lowering her gaze. "You need not blame yourself. This was an unexpected event." It's just her voice softened, tinged with guilt. "I realize you likely haven't eaten. The meal I prepared is now spilled. I'm sorry for losing my temper." Song Yilang felt a pang of sympathy as he looked down, only to see the tip of her red, tear-streaked nose. Just as he was about to speak, the police officer returned. The officer reported, "The area is quite complex, and we couldn't catch the perpetrator. I will arrange for the nearby surveillance footage to be reviewed. For now, I need you to accompany me to file a report." Song Yilang nodded and simply replied, "Thank you for your assistance." He then drove Qin Wanwan to the police station. By the time they completed the report, it was nearly 2 in the morning. However, instead of taking Qin Wanwan home, Song Yilang drove her directly to the hospital where she worked. "But I'm off today. I don't have to work," Qin Wanwan protested. Song Yilang turned off the engine and exited the vehicle. "I am aware." He then moved to the passenger side, opened the door, and lifted Qin Wanwan out with gentle care. Qin Wanwan's face flushed slightly. "I can walk on my own," she asserted. Song Yilang replied, "Your ankle is swollen like that. You shouldn't risk further injury." Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan lowered her head and fell silent. Her ankle was likely injured, perhaps affecting the ligaments, necessitating a period of bed rest. Song Yilang escorted Qin Wanwan to the emergency department, filled out the necessary paperwork, and then led her for an X-ray. The hospital staff were mostly familiar with Qin Wanwan, thus facilitating a swift passage, and soon a diagnosis was made. Indeed, Qin Wanwan had sustained a ligament injury and would require 2 to 3 months of recovery, during which she would be unable to attend work. Quickly, her colleagues applied a cast to her ankle and exchanged a knowing glance with Song Yilang standing outside, softly inquiring, "Xiaoqin, is this your boyfriend?" Qin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Huh. She lifted her gaze, meeting her colleague's meaningful look, which caused her cheeks to flush even more. She instinctively denied, "No, no." Colleague Zhang Yin chuckled, covering her mouth. "You're stuttering. How can you say no? At your age, I don't see anyone by your side. If you truly like him, you should act quickly and not wait until it's too late. I think this man seems quite amiable. The way he looked at you earlier, he genuinely cares. He seems to be someone you can rely on." Hearing this, Qin Wanwan felt a warmth in her heart. But she and Song Yilang still could not envision a future together. "Thank you, Sister Zhang. If there's a chance, I'll take your kind words to heart." Zhang Yin smiled. "Absolutely, you must seize the opportunity. Among us, you're the only one still single." Qin Wanwan nodded with a smile. And then Zhang Yin went to prepare medication for her, calling Song Yilang into the room as she exited. Song Yilang hurried into the examination room and saw Qin Wanwan sitting there with her leg in a cast, looking small and lost in thought. He quickly approached her. Concern etched on his face. "How are you? Does it hurt?" Qin Wanwan turned to him and offered a sweet smile. "It doesn't hurt. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. No surgery is needed. It's all quite manageable." Seeing her optimism, Song Yilang felt a twinge of sadness. "You came here in a hurry. You must not have eaten. Let me get you something light." As he turned to leave, Qin Wanwan grasped his sleeve. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown increasingly patient with her. Looking down at her, Song Yilang asked, "What's wrong?" "I'll be back soon. Just wait for me a moment." In her eyes sparkled like stars, her smile radiant. She said, "I already ordered takeout while I was being examined. It should be arriving soon. You've been busy all day. I can't let you keep running around for me." With a soft sigh, she added, "It's also my fault." Song Yilang quickly interrupted, "It was an accident. You didn't mean for this to happen." Song Yilang appeared to be belatedly aware of the gravity of the situation. Now feeling a sense of dread, he could scarcely imagine the terrifying scenarios that might have unfolded had he not finished work at that particular time. Had he not fortuitously heard Qin Wanwan's voice. A young girl like her, in such a state of isolation and vulnerability, what calamities could have befallen her? Despite his illness, in his youth he had trained in martial arts and was not easily intimidated by a few ruffians. Crouching down, Song Yilang gazed up at Qin Wanwan and earnestly advised her. "Your mother runs a wonton shop in the morning and after tidying up in the afternoon. She generally does not come over in the evening. This area is a chaotic urban village at night, filled with dubious characters. Wanwan, heed my words, unless absolutely necessary. Try to avoid coming here after dark." Qin Wanwan smiled gently and looked down at him. "However, what you may deem trivial is of great significance to me." Song Yilang was momentarily taken aback. Could delivering meals truly be considered important? As he regained his composure, he instinctively averted his gaze from Qin Wanwan's. Realizing she was still young, ambitious, and had a boundless future ahead of her, she should not harbor any unconventional feelings for him. Desperately, he sought to escape. Yet Qin Wanwan would not easily grant him that opportunity. Her heart, long dormant, was stirring anew for someone, and she was unwilling to miss her chance with Song Yilang. Thus, Qin Wanwan grasped his wrist. Her hand was icy yet tender, making it impossible for Song Yilang to disregard. She said, "I do not know the reasons behind your avoidance, but Song Yilang, I hope you can grant me a chance, an opportunity to perhaps open your heart." Qin Wanwan was acutely aware that she could never attain the fervent and unwavering affection Song Yilang had once held for Lin Su in his youth. However, a steady and gentle companionship, likened to the daily rhythms of life, is also a rare and cherished way to exist, is it not? When Song Yilang looked up, he was met with the gaze of Qin Wanwan, filled with concern. Why this concern? Was her affection for him born from sympathy or pity? Was it out of compassion for his suffering in the harsh winter or for his struggles within a fractured family? Regardless of the source, he could not accept it. With a bitter smile, Song Yilang then gently withdrew his wrist from her grasp. "Dr. Qin, discussing such matters is overstepping the bounds." The light in Qin Wanwan's eyes dimmed swiftly. Whenever he sought to distance himself, he would address her in such a detached manner. Chapter 33. Qin Wanwan's subtle intentions. Song Yilang wanted to say something further, yet ultimately remained silent. At that moment, the delivery person arrived with congee and light dishes. The two sat in silence, finishing their meal in the examination room, both lacking appetite and thus eating very little. Just as they completed their meal, Zhang Nian returned with the medication, delivering it before resuming his busy schedule. Qin Wanwan could only sigh softly before standing on one leg to descend from the bed. Song Yilang yearned to embrace her, yet Qin Wanwan deftly swatted him away, resembling a vexed little wildcat. Weren't you the one who wanted to maintain distance? Keep away from me. Humph. With that, Qin Wanwan leaned against the wall, slowly making her way outside, her petite figure appearing somewhat pitiable. Song Yilang smacked his forehead, inwardly berating himself. How could I utter such words at this moment? He closely followed Qin Wanwan, intending to apologize, but suddenly, she lost her footing and began to fall. In an instant, his heart raced, and he rushed over, catching her in his arms. I apologize, I shouldn't have said such hurtful things. Please don't take it out on your health. Without waiting for her reaction, he bent down and lifted her effortlessly, striding purposefully out. Relieved that he was still capable of carrying a woman, Song Yilang noticed that Qin Wanwan nestled quietly against him. She, too, wished to avoid any conflict and soon sighed, her mind wandering into a haze of thoughts before she succumbed to slumber. Glancing down, Song Yilang observed her pale complexion and the slight furrow of her brow, reminiscent of a child seeking comfort. He sighed softly, tightening his embrace and slowing his pace to ensure a steadier journey. Upon reaching the parking lot, he gently placed her in the passenger seat before driving away from the hospital. Halfway through their journey, Qin Wanwan stirred from her drowsiness and turned to find Song Yilang focused intently on the road. Noticing the time was already 4:30 in the morning, with dawn approaching, she suddenly spoke, "Please don't take me home just yet. I haven't been back all night. I fear my mother will worry." At her words, Song Yilang instinctively pulled over and turned to face her. "If you're not going home, where will you go?" Qin Wanwan smiled. "I actually have a hotel where I earn a living. My mother is unaware of this. For now, could you take me there? Once my foot heals in a couple of days, I can return home." This revelation left Song Yilang astonished. "You, a young lady, have your own assets?" Qin Wanwan beamed with pride. "Of course. A girl must have her own means of support." Song Yilang chuckled at her spirited demeanor. "Indeed, Wanwan is the best. Now, bring up the navigation, and I shall escort you there." With renewed enthusiasm, Qin Wanwan activated the navigation. The hotel, located merely 5 kilometers from her family's wonton shop, was conveniently situated amidst a bustling commercial district. Song Yilang marveled. "Wanwan, you truly are remarkable. The scale of this establishment must amount to several million. I could hardly muster such funds, yet you've managed to open a 4-star hotel. Truly, one should never judge by appearances." Qin Wanwan smiled and remarked, "It's merely a stroke of good fortune. My family was once somewhat affluent, but after my father passed away, my mother and I liquidated our assets. A portion was used to settle debts with relatives and friends, while the remainder was what my mother and I kept. Subsequently, I invested in this hotel, supplemented by my earnings over the past few years, which has allowed us to live a somewhat better life." Song Yilang nodded thoughtfully, parked the car, and then embraced Qin Wanwan as they exited the vehicle. He teased, "Your self-reliant skill makes it seem as though you intend to live your life alone." Initially, Song Yilang intended it as a light-hearted jest, but to his surprise, Qin Wanwan replied, "That was indeed my initial thought." Song Yilang halted momentarily, closing his mouth, realizing he had spoken too freely. However, Qin Wanwan appeared unfazed by his reaction, continuing, "I am already 26 and have yet to encounter someone I truly like. I've often contemplated that if I never find such a person, I would spend my life in the company of my mother. But now," she softly added, "I seem to be changing my mind." Song Yilang dared not respond. Qin Wanwan's subtle inclinations were becoming increasingly apparent. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, someone called out, "Boss." Song Yilang instantly felt relieved and promptly set Qin Wanwan down. A young lady from the front desk rushed out, supporting Qin Wanwan. "Boss, what happened to your foot?" Qin Wanwan glanced at the visibly relieved Song Yilang, feeling a tinge of melancholy, yet skillfully concealed it. "It's nothing, just a minor sprain. I'll be staying here for a while." Zhang Chunxiang, upon hearing this, cast a knowing glance at Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang and inquired softly, "Boss, is one room sufficient?" Qin Wanwan, caught off guard, replied, "Huh?" Meanwhile, Song Yilang could not suppress a cough, having nearly choked on his saliva. Both Qin Wanwan and Zhang Chuanxiang turned their attention to him, and it dawned on Qin Wanwan what Zhang Chuanxiang implied. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade than before. Attempting to maintain her composure, she clarified, "He is my friend who brought me here. He won't be staying, so just one room will suffice." Zhang Chuanxiang smiled. "All right. Boss, I'll fetch the room card." After she departed, Song Yilang once again supported Qin Wanwan, and for a moment, silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere slightly awkward. Being mindful of Qin Wanwan's injury, Zhang Chuanxiang specifically arranged a room on the first floor. Consequently, Song Yilang had to carry Qin Wanwan into the room. "Take good care of yourself here. I will come back to check on you in a couple of days," he said, intending to leave. However, Qin Wanwan called out, "Song Yilang." He turned back in confusion. "What is it?" Qin Wanwan, seated on the bed, gazed at him with her glistening eyes, causing his heart to race a little faster. She said, "I can't bring you meals for now, so you must eat well and don't forget to check in." Song Yilang initially intended to refuse, yet, captivated by the sincerity in those earnest eyes, he found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. Evading Qin Wanwan's fervent gaze, he remarked, "You should rest well. I shall take my leave." Upon exiting, he encountered Zhang Chuanxiang, who was delivering something. Song Yilang advised her, "Please take good care of her." With that, he departed. Zhang Chuanxiang, brimming with curiosity, entered Qin Wanwan's room. "Boss, he is quite handsome, isn't he? Is he the one you fancy?" Qin Wanwan chuckled. "You and your incessant gossip. Hurry, help me freshen up." Zhang Chuanxiang giggled, Coming. Chapter 34. Song Yilang's fury returns. Ensnared? By the time Song Yilang returned to his modest rental apartment, it was nearing 6 o'clock. Sleep had evaded him, and after a brief shower, he reclined on his bed, savoring a moment of tranquility. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Lin Su would soon realize that it was Song Yilang who had taken action against the Lin group, and a formidable battle lay ahead. His stomach began to ache subtly, a discomfort he could endure, yet it kept him tossing and turning. At 8 in the morning, his phone incessantly rang, and curled up in bed, he chose not to check. The ringing continued relentlessly. Eventually, he glanced at the screen and saw it was his father, Song Ji. Upon answering, Song Ji erupted with fury. "I've sent you countless messages, and you choose to ignore them? Are you trying to drive me mad?" Song Yilang managed a bitter smile. "I might just be close to it." Song Ji paused momentarily, then chastised, "Don't bring such ill fortune upon us this early in the day. I've already transferred your household registration. I'll be coming over shortly. Prepare 50,000 for me, every last cent." In less than 2 days, the speed of this transition was astonishing. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, granting him greater freedom. Enduring the pain, Song Yilang replied, "Understood. But once your registration is moved, the city apartment and the house in our hometown will no longer be yours. I plan to leave the city house to your elder sister and the hometown house to your second sister. You'll have no one to blame but yourself if you regret this later." With a sardonic smile, Song Yilang retorted, "Do you truly believe that if I do not change my registration, I would have any claim to those 2 properties?" His words left Song Ji momentarily speechless. Over the years, his parents had engaged in a modest business. He ran a small shop while Yang Mei frequently sold vegetables. Though not wealthy, they had funds, or else they couldn't afford the city house. Most of the money had come from Song Yilang, yet they had long accepted it as belonging to his elder sister, Song Xingyu, and had never considered providing Song Yilang with a safety net. Despite being the only son, they had tacitly assumed he would marry into the Lin family. Both Song Xingyu and Song Xingchen had settled in the city, and they would always support them generously. Upon hearing Song Ji's silence, Song Yilang chose not to say anything further. Both were acutely aware of the pretense surrounding their father-son relationship. It is often said that home is a sanctuary for every child. However, for Song Yilang, it had become a shackle that had confined him for decades. Now, he felt weary and yearned to break free from his cage. Song Yilang remarked, "Then let us meet at the noodle shop. You bring my household registration book, and I shall bring the money." With that, he ended the call, rose from his bed, took some painkillers, and dressed before heading downstairs. At that moment, his phone chimed softly. Instinctively, he glanced at it and saw a message from Qin Wanwan. "Song Yilang, don't forget to check in." Unbeknownst to him, the tension etched upon his brow began to ease. Thus, he entered Qin's mother's wonton shop and requested, "Auntie, could you please prepare a bowl of wontons for me?" Qin Man smiled and replied, "Of course, Xiaolang. Please have a seat." Song Yilang nodded and found a place to sit. Qin Man couldn't help but murmur. After living here for so long, he has never taken the initiative to have breakfast. Today, it seems he finally cares for his health. Before long, a steaming bowl of wontons was served. Song Yilang snapped a photo and sent it to Qin Wanwan before indulging in his meal. Observing the message, Qin Wanwan felt a quiet sense of relief. If this encourages you to eat properly in the future, then your injured ankle will have been worth it. She replied, Mr. Song is quite impressive today, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. With breakfast swiftly concluded, Song Yilang paid and hurriedly exited. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he parked his car and was about to walk to the noodle shop when he spotted Lin Su. Upon seeing Lin Su's graceful figure, he couldn't help but smile. And indeed, he laughed aloud. In the past, Lin Su often used her busy work schedule as an excuse, frequently absent for days at a time. Even as her legitimate husband, he had to schedule appointments with her assistant to see her. Now that they were divorced, Lin Su appeared to be visiting him more often. Lin Su found Song Yilang's laughter glaring. As she approached him, she inquired, I heard you intend to sever ties with the Song family? Song Yilang, have you lost your mind? Song Yilang assumed Lin Su had come to discuss the project, but it dawned on him that the project had only commenced yesterday. Even Lin Su, no matter how capable, could not have discerned anything in such a brief span. He replied, what does this have to do with you? Lin Su, do not forget, we are already divorced. After saying this, he attempted to bypass her, but Lin Su blocked his path. Frowning, Song Yilang asked, Lin Su, what madness is this? Isn't this what you desired? Taking a deep breath, Lin Su patiently urged, enough of this nonsense, shall we? Let us remarry and mend your relationship with your parents. Would that not be better? Song Yilang retorted, I have already stated my conditions. They are quite simple. Are you incapable of meeting them? Lin Su, are you even aware of how sincere you are toward me? Lin Su was driven to the brink of madness by Song Yilang's relentless insistence. Why are you so determined to leave the Lin family? Song Yilang, do not forget that your ascent to this day has been supported by the Lin family. This is my third attempt to persuade you personally. Do not take my kindness for granted. Song Yilang cast a cold glance at Lin Su, then abruptly released her hand, scoffing. Is this truly your heartfelt sentiment? Lin Su's gaze turned frigid. Song Yilang, must you push this to an irretrievable extent? You ought to realize that, given my current status, I am not solely dependent on you. If I were to bring another man home in the future, do not harbor regrets. At that moment, Song Yilang perceived Lin Su as mentally unhinged, and gravely so. If he cared about whom Lin Su shared her bed with, would he have been so resolutely intent on divorcing her? Song Yilang chuckled derisively. You can sleep with whomever you please. Do you think to threaten me with this? Lin Su, do not overestimate your significance. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Su was momentarily stunned, her frustration boiling over. Song Yilang, you bastard. Song Yilang turned back, casually retorting, Lin Su, you unpredictable madwoman. It was Lin Su who claimed she did not need Song Yilang. It was Lin Su who treated him like air. It was Lin Su who was unwilling to have children, and it was Lin Su who agreed to the divorce. Now, after weighing the pros and cons, it was Lin Su who regretted the divorce and persisted in her entanglement. All the roles of good and evil fell upon Lin Su. The more Song Yilang pondered, the angrier he became. He smashed the thermos cup he held at Lin Su's feet, scalding water splattering everywhere. With eyes ablaze, he declared, I will no longer serve you. If you dare disturb me again, I swear I will make you regret it. Bystanders on the street exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Song Yilang merely kicked aside the scattered fragments and turned to leave. Lin Su stood there, astonished. Is this still the submissive Song Yilang? Surely, he must be possessed. Chapter 35. Song Yilang blocked his family as Song Yilang's figure gradually receded. Lin Su's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white. Yang Mei had remarked that Song Yilang's recent behavior was excessively obstinate. Lin Su had been skeptical, but she had not anticipated that it would transcend mere obstinacy, bordering on madness. At that moment, Xiao Yu appeared, looking troubled as he spoke. General Manager Lin, shall we continue with the plan regarding Vice President Song? Lin Su sneered. Why should we not? With that, she turned to leave, since Song Yilang believed that departing from her and the Song family would lead to a better life. Why not let him try? Xiao Yu sighed, and just then, another male colleague of his appeared, pondering aloud. Xiao Yu, do you think General Manager Lin still has feelings for Vice President Song? Xiao Yu shook his head. I do not know. Perhaps there are still feelings, but it seems her possessiveness prevails. The two exchanged glances, sighed, and then hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, Song Yilang had arrived at a noodle shop, where Song Ji had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Song Yilang, his expression darkened, but then, as if recalling something, he quickly donned a welcoming smile. Song Ji-san, you've finally arrived. Take a look and see what you wish to eat. It's on me today. Song Yilang cast a cool glance at Song Ji before directly addressing the matter at hand. Have you brought the items? Song Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment, but still handed the bag to Song Yilang. Just as Song Yilang was about to take it, Song Ji interjected, you better think this through. If you move out, it means you won't be coming back to your hometown. Now that you've divorced, without children, you will be left all alone, so lonely that no one will even be there to claim your body when you die. Song Ji's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Song Yilang, seemingly unable to believe that his usually amiable son would truly sever ties with the family. However, this time, Song Ji was mistaken. Song Yilang maintained his composure as he accepted the bag, examining its contents, which indeed confirmed that he had moved out. The addresses written on the documents were all from the city. A flicker of joy finally crossed Song Yilang's brow. It mattered not where he was, as long as it was away from them. Song Ji, observing his son, felt a swell of frustration upon seeing the long-lost smile on Song Yilang's face. How could this unfilial son wish to sever all connections with them? Song Yilang then took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Song Ji. This is what I promised you before. The password remains unchanged. Take the money, and we shall be even. With that, Song Yilang turned to leave. But Song Ji stopped him, his face a mask of disbelief. Song Yilang, are you truly out of your mind? Do you understand what this implies? Song Yilang's expression was impassive. Of course, I understand. All the decisions I've made today are the result of careful consideration. Mr. Song, if there is nothing else, please do not seek me out again. Oh, and even if there is something, do not come looking for me. With that, Song Yilang grasped his belongings and departed without a hint of nostalgia, leaving Song Ji feeling disoriented. He recalled how Song Yilang used to be so cautious and eager to please them. But when had everything changed so quietly? Puzzled and unable to find joy in holding the money, Song Ji pondered if he was truly about to lose his son. Feeling anxious, he decided to contact his eldest sister, Song Xingyu, to relay the entire situation. To his surprise, Song Xingyu burst into laughter upon hearing his tale. Father, are you really going to be foolish along with him? What does it matter if he moves out? Blood is thicker than water. Can he truly sever those ties? Even if he moves out, it only signifies that he no longer has the right to enjoy the family assets. Regardless of his denial, he remains legally obligated to support you and mother. As she spoke, Song Xingyu narrowed her eyes. I'm curious about what has gotten into Song Yilang lately. But you need not worry too much, father. This isn't such a bad thing. No one will be vying for the family home, will they? You and your mother should comfortably reside in the city. Whenever funds run low, do not hesitate to ask him for more. I refuse to believe he can truly disregard your needs. Upon hearing Song Xingyu's words, Song Ji felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, even if they change their household registration, it does not alter the fact that he is my son. Perhaps I have been overly obstinate. Song Xingyu interjected, enough about him. Father, it's distasteful. Please bring me that 50,000 quickly, as I am in urgent need of funds. Very well, I shall deliver it to you immediately, Song Ji replied. Although he had already collected his phone, he paused to contemplate before calling Song Xingchen to discuss the matter. Having just dropped off Xiao at school and on his way to the market, Song Xingchen's expression darkened upon hearing his father's words. Father, is this what you call humanity? At times, I genuinely question if Xiao Lang is truly your biological son. Surely, you do not mean to suggest he was adopted from outside. Fuming, Song Ji retorted. What nonsense are you speaking? He is undoubtedly our biological son. Is that so? I fail to see any resemblance. Is my sister not faring well? Why must both of you constantly provide assistance? Furthermore, it seems you have no regard for your paternal bond. I believe Xiao Lang is genuinely disappointed in you both. This time, you have truly gone too far. The matter of his household registration is significant, and I hope you do not come to regret your actions. With that, Song Xingchen furiously ended the call. At this point, Song Xingchen lost all desire to purchase groceries. After a moment's hesitation, she attempted to message Song Yilang, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. Had he truly blocked her, his second sister? A sense of heaviness enveloped her. It appeared this situation had spiraled far beyond her expectations. She tried calling Song Yilang, but the call would not connect. Now thoroughly unsettled, Song Xingchen hastily turned back home. She was aware that her father had never held a fondness for Song Yilang. Yet how could her mother aid in such cruelty? The family's estrangement stemmed from her parents' blatant favoritism. Upon returning home, she rushed to Yang Mei's room. Mother, is Xiao Lang's decision to change his household registration a result of your and father's discussion? Yang Mei, sunbathing in a reclining chair, rolled her eyes at Song Xingchen's inquiry. What is the matter that has you so flustered? This was entirely the third child's idea. He chose to sever ties with this family, and could I possibly intervene? Seeing her mother's indifferent demeanor, Song Xingchen felt a coldness settle in her heart, realizing why Song Yilang's temperament had shifted so drastically. With a heavy sigh, she said, Mother, should you proceed in this manner, do not come to regret it later. Yang Mei scoffed. Regret what? It is he who should be regretting and seeking my forgiveness. Now, if you have no further matters to discuss, please leave. There are plenty of fruits at home. Do help yourself to some for Xiao. Song Xingchen shook her head. Understood. With that, she departed, determined to seek out Song Yilang and have a heartfelt discussion regarding the family's affairs. Chapter 36. The emergence of Wanwan amidst illness. At this moment, Song Yilang was entirely engrossed in his work. He had been preoccupied in the office with his team until 6 in the evening, still reviewing the project when the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile crept onto his face as he answered the call. Qin Wanwan's melodious voice resonated, laced with a hint of melancholy. You haven't replied to my messages again. Realizing the time, Song Yilang replied apologetically. I'm sorry, I've been too busy to notice. Qin Wanwan chuckled softly. I knew it. When Mr. Song gets busy, he loses all sense of time. I've prepared some chicken soup for you, simmered for several hours. I've sent someone to your company's lobby. Please go down and collect it. Taken aback, Song Yilang exclaimed, but your foot is still injured. You should be resting, not worrying about me. As he spoke, he stood up and headed towards the door. Qin Wanwan responded, Oh, it's just a matter of having them pick up some ingredients. It's no trouble at all. Besides, I've taken leave from the hospital, and since I have some free time, it's nice to keep myself occupied. A sudden thought struck Song Yilang. How did you know my company's address? He recalled that he had never disclosed it to her. Qin Wanwan replied, You've driven me back a few times, and I noticed your documents in the car. It was all written there, so I remembered. As Song Yilang opened his mouth to reply, Qin Wanwan swiftly interrupted. All right, I understand you've been incredibly busy, but amidst your work, do take care of yourself. Remember to fetch the chicken soup. Goodbye. With that, she hung up the phone rather quickly. By the time Song Yilang entered the elevator, he felt an unexpected warmth enveloping him. Upon reaching the company lobby and retrieving the food container, he intended to return to his work, as he had indeed been quite occupied, needing to expedite the proposal and secure the project. However, his sister, Song Xingchen, intercepted him. Xiaolang, I've been waiting for you all afternoon. I need to discuss something with you. Although Song Yilang generally treated his sister kindly, he had little desire to engage in conversation at that moment. Thus, he replied, Sister, I'm still very busy. I know what you want to say, but it's no longer necessary. As he attempted to leave, Song Xingchen grasped his hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I understand you're disappointed with our family and no longer expect you to mend those ties. But being alone out there isn't easy either. You may ignore others, but surely you can maintain some connection with me, your sister, for mutual support in the future. Song Yilang recognized that Song Xingchen meant well, yet he feared that any renewed connection with the Song family would entrap him further. No matter how kind she was to him, it could never compare to her affection for their elder sister and parents. Thus, he shook his head and said, Sister, I'm quite content with my life now. If you genuinely care about me, please persuade them not to disturb me anymore. I need some peaceful time. After all, the time remaining for Song Yilang was limited. With that, he turned and walked away. Song Xingchen felt an emptiness within her heart. She sensed that something was amiss with Song Yilang, yet she could not articulate what exactly was troubling her. Was it truly in her brother's best interest to sever ties with their family? After all, they shared a profound blood connection. Ultimately, Song Xingchen reached no conclusion, only contemplating a future opportunity to mend the relationship between her brother and their family. Meanwhile, Song Yilang returned with chicken soup, sipping it while capturing moments of Qin Wanwan with his camera. Though warmth enveloped him, he recognized the need to refrain from indulging in such tender feelings. Thus, he messaged Qin Wanwan, assuring her, I will eat regularly from now on. Please focus on your recovery. Upon reading his message, Qin Wanwan felt a tinge of disappointment. She did not align with Song Yilang's sentiments, replying simply, "I am doing this of my own accord. If you truly feel indebted, come visit me once you are free." Song Yilang shook his head, murmuring to himself, "This girl is quite stubborn." At that moment, Lu Xian entered, announcing, "Vice President Song, everyone has arrived. When shall we commence the meeting?" To which Song Yilang replied, "In 10 minutes." Lu Xian nodded and promptly exited. Thus, Song Yilang had only the time to respond with a brief "all right" before returning to his meal. After the meeting concluded, Song Yilang had no opportunity to rest at home, instead heading to a banquet for business discussions. While attending such gatherings was inevitable in the business realm, it had been a considerable time since he had personally participated. He preferred to delegate these affairs to his subordinates, but the current circumstances necessitated his presence. To convey their sincerity to potential partners, he chose to engage directly. Once the banquet was over, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Song Yilang, reeking of alcohol, swayed as he bid farewell to everyone before instructing a designated driver to return him home. Given his health condition, drinking was undoubtedly exacerbating his ailment. Upon arriving at his rented apartment, he clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain on the floor. Even painkillers offered no relief. As he lay there in a daze, Wanwan's voice broke through the haze. "Song Yilang, are you asleep?" He lifted his sweat-drenched head, faintly discerning her silhouette at the door. Why was she here so late, neglecting her own recovery? Clearly, in his current state, he was not fit to see her. Thus, he remained silent, gritting his teeth and trembling. "Have you fallen asleep so soon?" she inquired, yet received no response. Undeterred, Wanwan fetched a small stool and sat down, gazing up at the stars. Her voice was soft as she spoke. "Perhaps sleeping is for the best. I don't know why, but I feel restless tonight. I just wanted to check on you. As long as you are all right." Wanwan cast a glance at the cane propped beside her, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips as she found her own actions rather incredulous. To ascertain the safety of one person, she disregarded her own physical limitations and hobbled over with the support of her cane, an act unbecoming of a mature woman. Moreover, in this society governed by law, with Song Yilang being a man, what could possibly go awry? Yet, she did it nonetheless. Had she not spotted Song Yilang's car at the alley's entrance, she might have ventured to his company to confirm his well-being. With a sigh, Wanwan murmured softly, "Song Yilang, why do you persist in avoiding me? Do you still harbor feelings for your ex-wife? Or am I simply inadequate in your eyes?" Song Yilang's face turned pale, akin to that of a specter. Yet he dared not move, fearful of revealing his discomfort to Wanwan. Upon hearing her words, a bitter smile tugged at his lips. If he had any lingering affection for Lin Su, he would not have sought a divorce. One does not relinquish the last vestiges of their heartfelt emotions without a struggle. As for everything else, Wanwan was indeed exceptional. It was he, Song Yilang, who felt unworthy. Chapter 37. Lin Su declares war. Once Wanwan had finished her poignant remarks, she remained seated at Song Yilang's door, assuming he had drifted into slumber. Compelling her to ramble on, she recounted the year her father passed away, when their family faced a dire financial crisis, and her father's brothers cast her and her mother aside. They were left with no choice but to liquidate the inheritance he had left behind and relocate to Jiang City. As she spoke, her eyes grew slightly red-rimmed. Why did she feel such an inexplicable connection to a man she had only met a few times? Ultimately, it was perhaps because she had endured some of the same hardships as Song Yilang. Fortunately, her mother had loved her dearly. Song Yilang was in considerable pain and, for a moment, found himself drifting in and out of consciousness. After about an hour, Wanwan finally propped herself against the wall and, grasping her cane, surveyed the darkened room. With a gentle sigh, she said, "Song Yilang, take care of yourself and try not to dwell in sadness. The human heart is indeed complex." Wanwan yearned for Song Yilang to hear her words that night, while simultaneously wishing he remained oblivious to them. Leaning on her cane, she descended the stairs slowly, guided by the faint moonlight. Inside the room, Song Yilang listened in silence until the sounds outside faded into stillness. Only then did he struggle to rise, seizing a bottle from the table to swallow several painkillers hastily. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains into his room, and as he gazed at his elongated shadow cast by the light, he inexplicably recalled Wanwan's leg injury. A solitary tear escaped, sliding down into his collar, quickly vanishing from sight. He climbed into bed, curling up as he forced himself to sleep. The better Wanwan became, the more he found himself unwilling to draw near. In the ensuing days, he was likely to face the Lin Group's frenzied retaliation in the near future. With his current energy, he could only safeguard his own team. Song Yilang was indifferent to his own future, yet he deeply cared for Qin Wanwan's well-being. Thus, he spent a restless night, enveloped in a haze of thoughts. The following day, Song Yilang resumed his work as usual, pretending that the events of the previous night had never transpired. For an entire month, he maintained a steady routine, eating properly and attending to his duties, with his exchanges with Qin Wanwan limited to brief photo check-ins during mealtimes and a few simple greetings. Qin Wanwan had hinted on multiple occasions, hoping that Song Yilang would find the time to visit her, yet he always feigned ignorance, which infuriated her. A significant change in Song Yilang's life occurred at the end of March when Lin Su personally led a group to the Jinhong Group. Heading directly to Song Yilang's office, impervious to the employees' attempts to intervene. While Song Yilang was discussing the next steps with his assistant, Lin Su burst in. Her expression as cold as ice, startling everyone present. Only Song Yilang remained calm, instructing everyone to leave the room. As the others exited, they closed the door behind them. Lin Su approached him, and just as Song Yilang rose to speak, she struck him across the face with a sharp crack. For a fleeting moment, darkness clouded Song Yilang's gaze. With gritted teeth, Lin Su exclaimed, "Song Yilang, you are truly despicable. After all my trust in you, you dare to betray company secrets, to seize company resources?" Enraged, she raised her hand once more to strike him, but this time, Song Yilang swiftly caught her wrist, his expression equally frigid. "Lin Su, I have warned you more than once. If you act unkindly, do not expect me to be merciful." With that, he released her wrist, causing Lin Su to stumble a few steps before regaining her balance. Her face twisted in disbelief. She exclaimed, "You dare to lay hands on me?" After more than a decade, from campus to wedding gowns, Song Yilang had never raised a hand against her. Yet today Lin Su's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart filled with anger. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a nearby book and hurled it at Song Yilang's head, shouting, "Do you realize the immense losses your actions will bring to the Lin Group?" Dodging her attack, Song Yilang felt a pang of discomfort as he observed her frenzied demeanor. He locked eyes with Lin Su, stating, "And what about you? Do you understand the repercussions your actions against me will have on our company?" "Lin Su, I never wished to confront you so fiercely, but have you heeded my repeated warnings? Your arrogance has led us to this point of mutual destruction." Lin Su laughed mockingly. "Is it truly worth it for those few under your command to completely sever ties with me? Song Yilang, I simply cannot fathom what value they hold for you, that you would gamble your future for them." Song Yilang, Lin Su, a heart as cold and unfeeling as yours will never comprehend this. Lin Su was momentarily taken aback, and in an instant, her once proud self-esteem lay in ruins. "Indeed, you alone consider yourself so lofty and proud. Song Yilang, do you genuinely believe I am powerless against you? As businessmen, we both understand that our primary concern is profit, not your pitiful brotherhood. You are merely a pawn of the Jinhong Group, foolishly believing you can wield absolute power. Do you suppose that if I were to act, the Jinhong Group would protect you? Or would they choose to side with me instead?" Song Yilang chuckled, yet there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. He had long anticipated that Lin Su would resort to such tactics against him. After all these years, Lin Su's nature remained unchanged. "Song Yilang, well then Lin, feel free to unleash whatever schemes you have. I shall accept them all." With that, Song Yilang took a seat. "Assistant Lu, please show our guest out." Lin Su's face turned an ashen hue from rage. Lu Exine, who had been waiting by the door, hurried inside upon hearing Song Yilang's voice, trembling as he spoke. "Lin, please." Lin Su, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Song Yilang, it has only been a few months since our divorce, yet your audacity has grown considerably. If you wish to play, I shall join you. Let us see in the end who will outplay whom." With that, Lin Su stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Song Yilang shut his eyes, preferring to remain oblivious to the turmoil. Lu Exine glanced at Song Yilang's face. The imprint of a hand was glaringly evident. Lin Su had struck hard. Lu Exine couldn't help but frown. He had once followed Lin Su. Yet now she had become utterly unreasonable. If it were not for Lin Su's reckless usurpation of their projects, Song Yilang would never have retaliated. Why was it that Lin Su could act with impunity while Song Yilang was bound to restraint? Once a loving couple, how had they devolved into such adversaries? Lu Exine sighed, observing the bitter enmity between Song Yilang and Lin Su. and feelings of apprehension toward marriage began to creep in. Lu Xian, Vice President Song. Do you require assistance with your injury? Song Yilang waved his hand dismissively. No need, you may leave. Lu Xian hesitated. The mark on Song Yilang's face was too prominent to ignore. If untreated, it could swell. Yet, seeing the exhaustion etched on Song Yilang's features, Lu Xian swallowed his words and quietly exited the room. Sitting at his desk, Song Yilang sought solace in silence. However, Lin Su's visit had shattered the tranquility he craved. Within half an hour, Lu Xian returned. Vice President Song, Mr. Yin requests your presence in his office. Song Yilang opened his eyes. There was no escaping what was inevitable. With Lin Su causing a ruckus, it was likely that more than just Yin Su would make his life difficult today. When Song Yilang had resolved to take action against the Lin group, he had already foreseen this moment. Song Yilang, understood, I shall head up at once. Song Yilang casually tidied his attire, bearing the imprint on his cheek as he traversed the office area and ascended the stairs. Observing his disheveled appearance, the employees could not contain their whispers. Wasn't General Manager Lin and Deputy General Manager Song quite affectionate? What could have caused such a rift? Who knows? As a long-standing employee, this was the first time witnessing their discord. With Lin's assertive nature and Song's refusal to yield, their relationship was inevitably strained. The spectacle was quite unbecoming. It could very well jeopardize the entire collaboration between Jin Hong and the Lin Corporation, and higher-ups were unlikely to let the matter rest easily. Indeed, the chatter among the staff grew, yet at that moment, Song Yilang had already arrived at Yin Su's office. Standing at the threshold, he felt a slight headache. Although he had anticipated this day, facing it was proving to be tiresome. Nevertheless, regardless of Song Yilang's reluctance, the inevitable was upon him. He knocked gently before entering. And before he could even close the door, a blue folder came hurtling towards him, striking his chest and causing him to wince in pain. Following this was Yin Su's reprimand. Is this what you call foolproof, Song Yilang? If the Lin Corporation truly engages in a destructive feud with Jin Hong, can you bear the entirety of Jin Hong's losses? Yin Su's voice was not loud, yet each word felt like a heavy accusation. Outside the door, the employees exchanged glances, their eyes frequently darting towards Yin Su's office, yet none dared to speak up for Song Yilang. Song Yilang closed the door, bent down to retrieve the folder, and placed it on Yin Su's desk. He calmly stated, she will not allow Jin Hong and the Lin Corporation to engage in a mutually destructive conflict. In terms of interests, Lin Su was indeed a shrewd businesswoman. She would never gamble the Lin Corporation's future. Instead, she would compel Jin Hong to relinquish Song Yilang. The eventual outcome would likely be a win-win scenario for both Jin Hong and the Lin Corporation, with Song Yilang becoming the sacrificial pawn, a result he had anticipated. Thus, he spoke. Just wait. In due time, the Lin Corporation will present their demands, and Jin Hong will acquiesce. Having said that, Song Yilang turned to leave, but Yin Su, with a scowl, inquired, you speak so lightly. What if Lin Su proves relentless? Song Yilang replied, I will manage it, but do not forget what you promised me. Yin Su regarded him with skepticism. If you dare deceive me. Song Yilang chuckled. What would I gain from deceiving you? What do I possess that warrants your concern? After a moment's contemplation, Yin Su conceded, I shall grant you another half-month, regardless of the outcome. You must apologize to the Lin Corporation. Upon hearing the final words, Song Yilang's expression darkened. Half a month is acceptable, but an apology? I cannot comply. Yin Su scoffed. Do you still believe you are the former Deputy General Manager Song? Without Lin Su's support, how long do you think you can withstand? Song Yilang, with a tone of disdain, remarked, as I have stated before, if you, General Yin, truly believe I am inadequate, you need only terminate my position, ensuring adequate compensation. And I shall not utter another word. It was a critical juncture for the Lin Group and Jin Hong. How could Yin Su possibly consider dismissing Song Yilang? If Song Yilang were to depart, what leverage would he hold over Lin Su? This very realization emboldened Song Yilang to display such insolence towards his superior. Yin Su, taken aback with indignation, retorted, You, Song Yilang interrupted, is that beyond your capabilities? If so, General Yin, perhaps you should remain comfortably in your office, enjoying the air conditioning. I am not a straw boat for you to target with your arrows. With that, he whisked away like a gust of wind. Yin Su stood rooted in place for a moment, slowly comprehending Song Yilang's words, his expression darkening instantaneously. At that moment, an assistant entered, inquiring, General Yin, would you like some coffee? Yin Su snapped, get out. The assistant hurriedly exited. Upon returning to his office, Song Yilang was soon visited by Li Tsunyun, who cheerfully inquired, "Young Song, what has transpired between you and General Lin?" A day as husband and wife fosters a bond. Even amidst a divorce, remnants of affection linger. Why the discord? Noticing Song Yilang's swollen and reddened face, he added, "I have some medication for swelling and pain. I shall bring it to you." General Lin should certainly have been more restrained. Song Yilang regarded Li Tsunyun coolly, prompting an awkward smile from Li, who then solicitously asked, "Surely, your situation with General Lin will not affect our ongoing projects? They are at a crucial stage. We cannot afford any setbacks." Song Yilang recognized the insincerity behind Li Tsunyun's concern, feeling compelled to rub his aching temples. "For now, there should be no issues. Expedite the progress. It's nothing serious. Do not bother me." With his mind preoccupied, Song Yilang decided to leave the company after arranging the remaining tasks. After his departure, Li Tsunyun could no longer contain his derision, scoffing, "Only you, Song Yilang, could be so thoroughly beaten by your wife. What a pitiful spectacle. How disgraceful." With Song Yilang gone, Li Tsunyun dropped all pretense. Having secretly gathered information, he was aware that Song Yilang was soon to resign and leave the company. By biding his time, once Song Yilang departed, the project department would be entirely under Li's control. Contemplating this, Li's mood brightened considerably. To ensure the projects proceeded without a hitch, he promptly returned to work late into the night. As for Song Yilang, uncertain of where to go, he resolved to return to his modest rented studio. Though merely a small room, it had gradually become his sanctuary. Chapter 38. The Qin family's elite approaches. After parking his car, Song Yilang made his way toward the end of the alley. Before reaching the wonton shop, he noticed a crowd gathered, the atmosphere loud and chaotic, punctuated by intermittent crying voices. Suddenly, Song Yilang recalled something, quickening his pace to push through the crowd. He soon overheard the murmurs of the onlookers. It was unclear whom the owner of the wonton shop had offended, yet trouble had come knocking at her door. Indeed, it seemed that the proprietress had only a daughter, who happened to be a doctor. Both of them appeared rather honest. How could they have attracted such significant trouble? Who could say for certain? Qin Wanwan had been recuperating at the hotel for the past fortnight, deceiving Qin Man by claiming to be on official business. Thus she was not present at the shop. Hastening towards the wonton shop, Song Yilang entered to find a commotion within. Tables and chairs were overturned, and a large hole had been smashed into the window. Surrounded by a throng, Qin Man was being incessantly berated. Unfamiliar with the situation, Song Yilang cautiously approached. Lu Xiao proclaimed, "Sister-in-law, it is not that we, the younger brothers, are bullying you, but our parents are aging and require care. You are living quite comfortably, yet you are unwilling to take them in. It seems rather unreasonable, does it not? After all, they are Wanwan's grandparents." Qin Man, both furious and distressed, retorted, "When I and little Wan were cast out by you, you did not offer a single cent. Now that we are faring better, you wish to send the elderly to us and brazenly vandalize our establishment? With Lu Yong deceased, is this how you choose to bully us mother and daughter? Are you even human?" At this moment, Song Yilang understood the gravity of the situation, largely thanks to Qin Wanwan's lengthy explanations the previous night, which had helped him decipher the relationship between these individuals and Qin Man. It seemed they were indeed the detestable relatives from Qin Wanwan's hometown. She had mentioned that after her father's death, they were forced to liquidate their assets and flee, unable to return home. It appeared they had been coerced into selling their home by these despicable relatives. And now they had the audacity to demand that Qin Wanwan and her mother care for the elderly, even resorting to vandalism? With determined strides, Song Yilang approached and boldly pushed aside Lu Xiao, who stood in front of Qin Man enraged. Lu Xiao exclaimed, "Who? Which scoundrel dares to push me?" Calmly, Song Yilang stepped in front of Qin Man, saying, "Aunt Qin, let me assist you in sitting down. Wanwan is occupied with work and may not arrive in time. I will handle this matter." Qin Man responded, "Xiaolang, this is a family issue. How can I trouble you? I can manage this. Please, Aunt Qin, just take a seat and trust me," he insisted, gently guiding her onto a chair. The group, led by Lu Xiao, scrutinized Song Yilang from head to toe, exchanging glances and smiling. Lu Xiao approached, patting Song Yilang's shoulder. "You wouldn't happen to be Qin Wanwan's boyfriend, would you?" Song Yilang brushed Lu Xiao's hand aside, his expression indifferent, neither confirming nor denying. "And who might you be?" Seeing this, Lu Xiao chuckled even more heartily. noting the designer attire worn by this man, which suggested considerable wealth. If Qin Wanwan had indeed found a prosperous partner, that would be splendid. Thus, Lu Xiao chuckled twice, introducing himself. I am Lu Xiao, the second uncle of Lu Wan. Lu Wan. Song Yilang looked at Qin Man with a puzzled expression. Sighing, Qin Man explained, my husband is Lu Yong. After his passing, I changed Wanwan's surname to mine. Song Yilang replied, changing it was for the best. Such relatives are better left behind. Lu Xiao's demeanor instantly turned icy. Hey, kid. How dare you speak like that? Don't think that just because you are Wanwan's boyfriend, I won't teach you a lesson. Uninterested in further bickering with these individuals, Song Yilang directly picked up his phone and dialed the local police. Hello, 110? I need to report a break-in. Someone has vandalized my family's shop. This sudden action caught Lu Xiao and his companions off guard. They had been loitering at the entrance for days, waiting for Qin Wanwan to be absent before daring to approach. After all, Qin Wanwan was now a doctor with extensive connections, and they were reluctant to offend her. Lu Xiao, filled with indignation, shouted, You dare to call the police? With that, he swung a fist towards Song Yilang's face. Qin Man instinctively closed her eyes and cried out, Be careful. The crowd around them gasped in unison, and soon Qin Man heard Lu Xiao's howls of pain. Ah, it hurts. When Qin Man opened her eyes, she saw Song Yilang gripping Lu Xiao's hand tightly, forcing him to kneel slowly. Lu Feng, in a panic, exclaimed, You, let go of my second brother, or I'll make you regret it. Leading a group, Lu Feng looked ready to charge forward, prompting Qin Man to stand up urgently. Xiaoling, let go. Heeding her words, Song Yilang released his grip, though Lu Xiao's hand was nearly twisted off. And a hint of fear flickered in his eyes as he regarded Song Yilang. As more people gathered at the entrance, Song Yilang raised his voice deliberately. Regardless of your reasons, vandalizing Aunt Qin's shop is unjustifiable. Everyone present is a witness, and the shop has surveillance footage. Any discussions can wait until the police arrive. Qin Man couldn't help but wipe her tears. The chaos had made her forget about calling the authorities. Moreover, these individuals were all Lu Yong's brothers, making it difficult for her to take action against them. To her astonishment, they were genuinely vandalizing the shop, showing no regard for their familial ties. Lu Xiao and Lu Feng exchanged glances, both realizing that their plans had unraveled today. Remaining any longer would only bring them harm. Thus, Lu Xiao bitterly remarked, Sister-in-law, I wonder where your Wanwan found such a wild man, meddling in our Lu family's affairs. With my elder brother gone, you have an obligation to care for our parents. I am unafraid of taking this to court. Lu Feng added, Indeed. It is your lack of compassion that has prompted us to teach you a lesson. Song Yilang's expression darkened further, and just as he was about to explode with anger, Lu Xiao continued, Consider this your lucky day. However, our parents will soon arrive in Jiangshi, and whether you choose to care for them or not, that will be your concern. Upon finishing his words, Lu Xiao deprived Song Yilang of any chance to retort, leading Lu Feng and his subordinates away in unison. Qin Man wept sorrowfully, exclaiming, What is this all about? Just as Song Yilang intended to offer some words of comfort, he heard a familiar voice call out, Mom. Mom. Lifting his gaze, he spotted Qin Wanwan, leaning on her cane, her face etched with urgency as she limped towards them, accompanied by a police officer trailing behind her. Hastily, Song Yilang approached to support Qin Wanwan, assuring her, there is nothing to worry about. However, Qin Wanwan was too preoccupied to converse with him, rushing instead to check on Qin Man. Mom, are you hurt anywhere? Huh. Chapter 39. Wanwan, you did well. Qin Man, upon seeing her daughter, became anxious. Wanwan, what has happened to your foot? Qin Wanwan's eyes glistened with tears. Mom, I merely sprained my ankle. It will heal in a couple of days. Please don't fret. At that moment, the police officer arrived, inquiring, who reported the incident. Song Yilang stepped forward. I did. Subsequently, he began explaining the situation to the officer. While Qin Wanwan and Qin Man composed themselves, the officer had finished documenting Song Yilang's account and asked whether he wished to settle the matter privately. Song Yilang glanced at Qin Wanwan, who cast him a grateful look before stating, Hello, we will not settle privately. Qin Man interjected, Xiao Wan, our losses are not significant. They are your uncle and third uncle. We cannot sue them. Qin Wanwan, slightly irritated, retorted, Mom, while you consider their familial ties with Dad, do they regard you and me? If we endure this once, they will take advantage of us repeatedly. Moreover, they dared to vandalize our store on their first visit. If we tolerate this, what might they do next time? I was powerless before, But that is no longer the case. Qin Man appeared troubled. Wanwan. Wanwan insisted, Mom, please do not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. As Qin Man opened her mouth to respond, Song Yilang gently supported her. Aunt Qin, let me assist you to the back to rest. Wanwan raised her gaze to Song Yilang, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. With resignation, Qin Man followed Song Yilang to the small room at the back to rest. Qin Aunt, please take a moment to rest here. Once Wanwan has resolved the situation out front, I will escort you home, Song Yilang said before attempting to leave. However, Qin Man suddenly remarked, Xiao Song. I am a bit uneasy with Wanwan facing those matters alone. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yilang replied, she will not confront them alone. Upon uttering these words, he felt a flicker of surprise at himself. Yet when he noticed the look of reassurance in Qin Man's eyes, he continued, I am Wanwan's friend. I will support her. Having said this, Song Yilang departed swiftly, alleviating some of Qin Man's concerns regarding him. As a mother, she was acutely aware of Qin Wanwan's feelings for Song Yilang. Yet she could not overlook the fact that he was a man of a second marriage, despite having no children, while Wanwan was embarking on her first. In this regard, Qin Man still harbored dissatisfaction towards Song Yilang. However, if Song Yilang were a responsible man who treated his wife well, perhaps this marriage could be considered after all. Qin Man's perspective on her future son-in-law had slightly shifted. By the time Song Yilang emerged, the police had already gathered evidence and departed, leaving only the impending litigation to address. Qin Wanwan had closed the shop, and the onlookers had dispersed, leaving her alone at the table, lost in thought. Unsure of how to provide comfort, Song Yilang approached her and offered, I can help you find the finest lawyer. Regardless of your ultimate decision, I will be there to assist you. Qin Wanwan did not lift her gaze, but inquired, do you think I have made a mistake? After all, they are my father's own brothers. Song Yilang promptly interrupted her, stating, true kinship lies in mutual support, Wanwan. You have done exceptionally well. He assumed Qin Wanwan was sorrowful, but when their eyes met, he was taken aback by the joy radiating from her expression. Confounded, Song Yilang asked, you? Qin Wanwan stood up, exuberantly declaring, you said it yourself, mutual assistance defines family. So, you must promise never to act foolishly again. In that moment, Song Yilang realized that her words were directed at him. A mixture of amusement and exasperation washed over him. Even amidst the chaos of the shop, she still found the heart to jest. Qin Wanwan remarked, the destruction of property is trivial. As long as we are together and safe, nothing else matters. With that, she began to gather the scattered items. But as she reached out, Song Yilang grasped her wrist, asserting, I will handle this. Allow me to take you and Aunt Qin home. Her eyes sparkling, Qin Wanwan replied, my foot feels much better now. In a few days, the cast will come off. You need not worry about me. Song Yilang released her hand, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Who is worrying about you? I merely think it inconvenient for you to be limping. Qin Wanwan's smile deepened, and she chose not to expose his pretense, nodding in agreement. Yes, you're not worried about me. It's simply your kind-hearted nature, isn't it? Her words left Song Yilang with an inexplicable feeling. Consequently, he opted for silence, rolling up his sleeves to commence work. Qin Wanwan murmured softly, is your skin so thin? She wished to assist, but Song Yilang refused, and ultimately, it was Qin Man who intervened, saying, Wanwan, your foot is injured. You should sit while Xiao Song and I take care of this. Thus, Qin Wanwan settled into a chair, observing her mother and Song Yilang laboring together. Despite her injury and the damage to the shop, the scene of harmony before her filled her with profound happiness. She took out her phone to capture this tender moment. By the time Song Yilang and Qin Man had tidied the shop, it was already 7 in the evening. Song Yilang glanced at the shattered window and the stained walls, then spoke, let us pause operations for the next couple of days. We need to invite professionals to handle this situation. By the way, ensure that they issue invoices for all the expenses related to the upcoming renovations. Qin Wanwan smiled, genuinely surprised that Song Yilang would remember such trivial matters and even remind them about it. All right, I understand. Thank you, Song Yilang, she replied. Song Yilang waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. We are all friends, and it's only natural to lend a helping hand to one another. At that moment, Qin Man interjected, after a busy half-day, we haven't eaten yet. I'll go prepare a couple of dishes. Mom, you needn't bother. I've already ordered takeout. Let us just make do with that today, Qin Wanwan said. No sooner had she finished speaking than there was a knock on the door. The delivery person had arrived. and Song Yilang stood up to answer it. Qin Man observed Song Yilang's proactive demeanor and couldn't he help but nod, quietly telling Qin Wanwan. I had quite a deep-seated prejudice against him, but it seems this young man is quite decent. If you truly like him, I will support you. Qin Wanwan felt her cheeks flush at her mother's words. Mom, it's not at that stage yet. Understanding her daughter's reaction, Qin Man smiled knowingly. Song Yilang approached with the food. What were you two discussing? Chapter 40. A long-awaited heartache. Just as Qin Man was about to speak, Qin Wanwan coughed twice. Let us eat first. That's what matters. Qin Man could only smile in agreement. Yes, let us eat first. Seeing this, Song Yilang ceased his inquiries and busied himself with the dishes, unaware of the subtle blush on Qin Wanwan's face and the unmistakable affection reflected in her gaze towards him. The meal was quite light, and over the past 2 weeks, Qin Wanwan had learned that Song Yilang favored such flavors. Observing that her daughter had considered Song Yilang's preferences even in ordering takeout, Qin Man understood that Qin Wanwan's feelings ran deeper than mere fondness. Song Yilang, lacking an appetite, only picked at his food before setting his chopsticks down. Noticing this, Qin Wanwan furrowed her brow. As Song Yilang was about to rise, she firmly said, "Sit down." He instinctively complied, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. Internally, he berated himself. How is it that I am so inclined to heed her words? Qin Wanwan, under his watchful gaze, gracefully extended her delicate hand to fill his empty bowl with a serving of rice, placing it before him. Finish this bowl before you leave. Though he remained silent, Song Yilang felt a warmth spread within him. The sensation of being cared for was truly remarkable. Both he and Qin Wanwan appeared composed, while Qin Man watched Song Yilang with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Despite Song Yilang's good temperament, he did not seem like someone who would easily acquiesce to direction. Was it truly acceptable for Wanwan to instruct him in such a manner? The dining table fell into a silence that lasted for over 10 seconds. Before Song Yilang finally chuckled and lifted his bowl once more. All right, I won't let your kindness go unappreciated. As Song Yilang began to eat, Qin Wanwan's eyes softened significantly, and she continuously served him dishes, saying, "You are far too thin. Once my leg heals, I will ensure you become plump and healthy." Song Yilang simply listened in silence, unsure of how to respond. However, Qin Wanwan was unconcerned. As long as he did not push her away completely, she was content. After the meal, Song Yilang drove Qin Wan and Qin Wanwan home. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Qin Wan entered first. Yet Qin Wanwan remained seated in the passenger seat, unmoving. Noticing her hesitation, Song Yilang exited the car, intending to assist her out of the passenger seat. To his surprise, as he reached out, Qin Wanwan looked up at him with hopeful eyes and said, "Could you carry me out of the car, please?" Song Yilang paused for 2 seconds, then replied, "Wanwan, don't be silly." This response ignited Qin Wanwan's anger, with serious repercussions. She turned her face away in frustration, refusing to look at him, and lamented, "Why was it acceptable to carry me when I was injured, but not now?" Song Yilang felt a pang of helplessness. Initially, when Qin Wanwan could barely walk, he had no choice but to carry her. Now, after such a lengthy recovery, he believed it unnecessary. It wasn't that he couldn't carry her, rather, he felt it prudent to maintain some distance. With a voice tinged with a hint of sobs, Qin Wanwan continued, "You left me at the hotel for almost 20 days. You promised to visit me within 2 days. Yet here we are, 20 days later, and you've not come. You won't even let me bring you some treats. And your replies are always so formal. Am I really that unworthy of your attention that you feel the need to avoid me?" Though she initially wished to hold back her tears, her grievances only deepened her sense of injustice. She had yearned for Song Yilang's presence at the hotel, waiting in vain. How could he be so heartless? Consequently, Qin Wanwan began to cry. Song Yilang's heart tightened at the sight, and his words stumbled out. "Wanwan, I'm just overwhelmed with work. I'm truly sorry." Still, Qin Wanwan turned her head, ignoring him. His gaze fell upon her small leg, still encased in a cast. A reminder that her injury was due to him. He pondered. In the end, she was merely a girl. Shouldn't he be less harsh with her? Thus, Song Yilang bent down, wrapping his arms around her waist and knees. "I'm sorry. Let me carry you upstairs. Please don't cry." Surprised, Qin Wanwan instinctively clung to his neck as he securely lifted her into his arms, carrying her steadily into the community, heading towards the elevator. Though tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes, She could not focus on anything else but gazing at him with an idiotic smile. Eventually, she lowered her head, resting against his chest, softly murmuring, "Yilang, what are you so concerned about? I can feel the difference in how you treat me." Upon reaching her doorstep, Song Yilang set her down, and, as he reached for the doorbell, Qin Wanwan turned and embraced him tightly. Startled, Song Yilang's eyes widened. "Wanwan?" Song Yilang instinctively wanted to push Qin Wanwan away, yet she clung tightly to him. They were so close that they could feel each other's heartbeat and smell the scent of one another. With Qin Wanwan's foot still injured, Song Yilang hesitated to exert too much force. After several futile attempts, he reluctantly conceded and said, "Dr. Qin, this is inappropriate." Leaning against Song Yilang's chest, Qin Wanwan sensed his heartbeat quickening. She had countless questions for him, wondering why, despite their mutual feelings, he could not accept them. She longed to ask Song Yilang, "Is it truly so difficult to like me?" She also wished to say, "Song Yilang, let us give our relationship a chance. No matter what happens in the future, I want to face it with you." Yet, the words lingered unspoken on her lips. Ultimately, after a few minutes of embracing, she managed to calm her emotions and, with reddened eyes, murmured, "I'm sorry for my outburst tonight." Then, she released him, opened the door, and limped away, disappearing from his view. Her frail silhouette brought a twinge of sorrow to Song Yilang's eyes. Nevertheless, he did not urge her to stay. The warmth of her presence still lingered in his palms as he remained frozen in place for a while, eventually managing a bittersweet smile before turning to leave. If, back in their school days, he had encountered Qin Wanwan and fallen for her, would he now have a family? Would he be living a fulfilling life, free from this wretched illness? Yet, there are no what-ifs. At the twilight of his life, he found himself drawn to an enchanting girl who left him utterly at a loss. It all felt so surreal. Yet, here he was, experiencing the pangs of heartache anew. This long-lost sensation elicited an unexpected laugh from him. Truly, fate seemed to toy with him alone. Chapter 41. Lin Su, you have always been heartless. After descending the stairs, Song Yilang drove away from Longyuan community. Just after his departure, Song Dan emerged from another building, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "No wonder even Lin Su isn't appealing to him. It seems there is someone else in the picture." She pulled out her phone, beaming at the photos displayed on the screen. The image captured Song Yilang leaning into the passenger seat, embracing Qin Wanwan, but due to the angle, it appeared as though they were kissing. Scrolling further, she found another image of Song Yilang carrying Qin Wanwan upstairs, their faces clearly visible. Song Dan felt a surge of gratitude for having visited a friend today. Otherwise, she might have missed this captivating drama. My cousin, seemingly so earnest, yet engaging in such scandalous behavior behind the scenes, claiming they are merely friends. How laughable. She mused. Lin Su, this is the person you have been defending. I am curious to see how you will react upon discovering these photos. As Song Dan spoke, resentment gradually welled up in her eyes. She had not forgotten the sting of the slap delivered by Song Yilang at the entrance of the restaurant, nor the threats from that woman. Finally, it was her turn for retribution. Thus, after Song Yilang departed, Song Dan promptly developed the photographs and had them expedited to Lin Su's residence. Just as Lin Su finished work and parked her car, the courier rang her doorbell. Curiously, Lin Su approached the door, asking, "Hello, who are you looking for?" The courier replied, "Good evening. I am looking for Ms. Lin Su." Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. She had not ordered anything, yet the courier presented her with an order that indeed bore her name. "I am Lin Su, thank you," she said as she accepted the delivery. Once the courier left, Lin Su was aware that she should not accept items of unknown origin. Yet for reasons she could not fathom, she felt compelled to look inside. The photographs revealed the woman she had seen in the restaurant that day. Lin Su struggled to articulate whether she felt anger or regret. In any case, she was far from pleased. After 4 years of marriage, Lin Su was well aware of Song Yilang's movements over the years. For instance, she knew that Song Yilang had first met Qin Wanwan on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year when he left home. Lin Su realized that the moment Song Yilang departed from her family, he had likely prepared himself for divorce. Had the Civil Affairs Bureau not been closed for the holiday, they probably would not have had to wait until the 7th day to finalize their paperwork. Throughout their relationship and marriage, Song Yilang had never wronged her. Lin Su understood this clearly, recognizing that regardless of whom Song Yilang was with now, she was merely a spectator. Yet, tears welled in her eyes, and her fingers trembled slightly as she held the photographs. Who had provided her with these images? What was their intention? Lin Su felt she ought to remain composed and investigate the source of these photographs, but she could not convince herself to do so. Grasping her car keys, Lin Su resolutely drove away from her home. Meanwhile, upon returning home and finishing his shower, Song Yilang heard a knock at the door. Confused, he glanced at his phone. It was nearly 10 at night. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Before he had a chance to open the door, he heard a familiar voice call out. "It's me, open the door." Song Yilang's expression grew complex, but he still opened the door. "What brings you here?" Lin Su cast a cold glance at Song Yilang and then pushed past him into his room. To Lin Su, Song Yilang's room appeared exceedingly austere, containing only a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, which was cluttered with bottles of medication she could not recognize. After a hasty glance, she averted her gaze. Further inside, there was a separate bathroom and nothing more. Lin Su smiled, saying, "I had expected you would thrive after leaving me. It seems, however, that is not the case. Song Yilang, you truly are nostalgic. Having endured hardship in the past, you still wish to live in such squalor, don't you?" Song Yilang gazed at Lin Su. "If you have merely come to witness the extent of my misfortune, then I bid you farewell." Noting Song Yilang's lack of empathy, Lin Su turned to face him, hurling the photographs she held directly at his face. A stack of images cascaded to the ground. "Your disgraceful deeds have been captured and presented to me," Lin Su asserted. "After all, you are the vice president of a publicly listed company. How could you be so foolish?" Song Yilang glanced down, furrowing his brow. "And what is your purpose in confronting me?" Lin Su replied, "I may lack the authority, yet your indiscretions have severely impacted my life. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to let your paramour witness the consequences of crossing Lin Su." Song Yilang's expression darkened. "Lin Su, our matters should not involve others. My relationship with Dr. Qin is purely platonic. Do not be unreasonable." Lin Su felt a chill in her heart. Song Yilang had never before raised his voice at her due to another woman. Even upon seeing the photographs, Lin Su believed it to be a misunderstanding. For no one understood Song Yilang better than she, his lawfully wedded wife. Yet at this moment, he dared to defend that woman? Doubt crept into Lin Su's mind as she scrutinized him. Could it be? "Song Yilang, you are soon to turn 30. Had I not been unwilling to bear children, your offspring would be preparing for elementary school by now. Surely, you do not harbor feelings for her." As Lin Su spoke, a cacophony echoed in Song Yilang's mind. He longed to refute her, yet he found himself speechless. Perhaps it was the subtle pain in his stomach that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Noticing his silence, Lin Su's gaze grew increasingly frigid. A 30-year-old man, remarried and residing in a rental space bestowed upon him, Song Yilang. "Do you even consider whether you are worthy of her?" A sarcastic smile graced Lin Su's lips, concealing the anguish beneath. If Song Yilang were merely sulking, she had ample means to coax him back home. But if his affections had shifted, she truly did not know how to cope. Hence her words became unfiltered. Lin Su had expected Song Yilang to at least engage in a quarrel, yet he merely responded with a cold smile. "Lin Su, you have always been a heartless person." Song Yilang sat on the bed, clutching his abdomen, his complexion unnaturally pale. "You may leave. I have no desire to debate with you." In that instant, Lin Su felt as though she had struck a punch into cotton, an unbearable sensation akin to drowning. Song Yilang was in pain, cold sweat breaking forth. His ailment was indeed unpredictable, and she wondered if it had been incited by her. Lin Su noticed his distress, but remained obstinate. "Did you ever contemplate that this day would come when you left? The feeling of being utterly alone is indeed unbearable." Chapter 42. Dawn breaks. Dreams will eventually fade away. Song Yilang genuinely could not comprehend what grievances Lin Su harbored against him. At that moment, he lacked the energy to engage in a quarrel with her. So he could only darken his expression and declare, "I have a stomachache and no time to bicker with you. Just leave." "A stomachache?" Lin Su paused in surprise before chuckling. "Song Yilang, could it be that you are suffering the consequences of your actions? Your words are rather foul. Did you not clean your mouth after using the restroom?" Song Yilang's retort ignited Lin Su's indignation, prompting her to push him with a shove. "Song Yilang, how dare you speak to me like that?" Feeling an intensifying pain, Song Yilang could not help but gasp, quickly supporting himself against the bed as he staggered to the desk to take some painkillers. He sat there for a while, gradually regaining his composure. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Su merely observed coldly, offering neither water nor assistance. Although he was well aware of Lin Su's indifferent nature, experiencing it repeatedly still left him with a sense of desolation. Song Yilang flung open the door, pointing outside. Get out. Lin Su had intended to express some concern for him, but his dismissive demeanor left her at a loss for how to proceed. Just as she began to feel a flicker of sympathy for him, his words turned her feelings to ash. She wished to engage in a meaningful conversation, to inquire about his well-being, to understand how he had lost so much weight in such a short time, and whether life outside had truly been so challenging. She even contemplated softening her stance, believing that as long as they could live harmoniously, she would fulfill her duties as a wife. Yet, the moment Song Yilang uttered those 3 words, her fleeting compassion was swiftly retracted. Lin Su closed her eyes in fury, exclaiming, "I must be insane for coming to find you tonight, Song Yilang. You truly deserve this. May your pain be excruciating." With that, she suppressed the last remnants of her concern and departed, her heels clicking resolutely against the floor. As for Song Yilang, he finally exhaled in relief. The pain in his stomach was beginning to subside, though he found himself drenched in cold sweat. He contemplated a visit to the hospital, realizing that his dosage of painkillers was increasingly substantial. There were still matters left unfinished, particularly regarding Qin Wanwan. The issues with the Liu family remained an unresolved threat. He needed to devise a plan to ensure that Qin Wanwan would have no future worries. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Su's departure no longer affected his emotional state. Instead, thoughts of Wanwan stirred an ache in his chest, yet he could not conceive a solution. Thus, Song Yilang lay back on his bed, drifting into a hazy slumber. This was the first beautiful dream he had experienced in the past 2 years. In his slumber, Song Yilang found himself returning home. The moment he stepped through the doorway, he instinctively turned to leave. However, Yang Mei approached him with a beaming smile, calling out, "Xiao Lang is back. Quickly, wash your hands and come to dinner." Song Ji emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "You arrived just in time. Susu has also just arrived. It has been ages since you two have dined at home. Tonight's meal is all your favorites, so come on in." In a daze, Song Yilang allowed Yang Mei to guide him to the dining table. Lin Su emerged from the kitchen, dressed in a floral dress, placing the dishes on the table. She then wrapped her arms around Song Yilang's neck and planted a kiss on him, playfully saying, "There are still 2 more dishes. I'll go fetch them. So you be good." Before Song Yilang could fully comprehend the scene, the door opened again to reveal Song Xingyu and Song Xingchen. Apart from requesting money, he had never seen Song Xingyu treat him with such warmth, but this moment was different. Song Xingyu set down her belongings, carrying a roast duck over to him, saying, "Xiao Lang, this is your favorite roast duck, still warm. Do give it a try." Song Xingchen chimed in with a smile. "Our eldest sister went out of her way to buy this for you because she knows how much you love it, and she got 2 portions. Make sure to take one home later." Song Xingyu added, "Oh, by the way, I heard you mention to Su that you've been having trouble sleeping. I brought you some nutritional supplements and a sleep-inducing aromatherapy oil. Remember, work is important, but your health comes first." The table soon filled with food, and the family shared laughter and joy. Lin Su gazed at him with eyes brimming with affection, while their parents and sisters regarded him with gentle warmth. Lin Su urged, "Darling, eat up. I helped Mom and Dad prepare the meal." Song Xingyu remarked, "Your relationship is truly enviable." Song Xingchen chuckled, "You two are of the right age. It's time to think about having children." Song Ji smiled kindly, "Indeed, Xiao Lang, you must treat your wife well. Let us hope for a lovely baby boy next year." Yang Mei added with delight, "Yes, you both can focus on your work. I'll help take care of the baby." Lin Su blushed and replied, "Oh, let us not dwell on me. These matters depend on fate. As long as Yilang is willing, I am too." The family erupted into laughter at Lin Su's words. The sound was melodious, and as Song Yilang looked at the smiling faces around him, he felt a sense of disorientation. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found that dawn had already broken. He noticed his pillow was damp, and while he had pretended not to care, deep down, he yearned for that elusive familial affection. But with the dawn, dreams must inevitably fade. After a moment of silence, Song Yilang quickly rose, tidied his belongings, and drove to the hospital. Initially, he had been diagnosed at the hospital where Qin Wanwan worked, but he could not muster the courage to return there. So he drove to another public hospital instead. As Song Yilang emerged from the doctor's office, his mind was clouded with confusion, replaying the physician's words. "Mr. Song, you must be hospitalized promptly for treatment. Your cancer cells have begun to spread, and the risk of metastasis is looming. If you delay any further, it is unlikely you will survive even 3 months, let alone 6. "Mr. Song, where are your family members? I need to discuss this matter thoroughly with them." He could not recall how he had exited the building, merely wandering to collect his medication. Upon stepping outside, the glaring sunlight pierced his eyes. Reflexively, Song Yilang raised a hand to shield himself, then smiled softly. After all, he was still alive, and that was a blessing in itself, was it not? With a determined mindset, he placed the hefty bag of medication in the back seat and drove to the office. Eager to resolve the project matters swiftly and extricate himself from this wretched turmoil. Chapter 43. Song Yilang, have you not eaten again? Yet. It must be said that misfortune truly compounds when one is down on their luck. Upon his return to the company, Song Yilang was met with the disheartening news that Lin Group had definitively terminated their partnership with Jinhong Group and publicly declared their intent to pursue retribution. Lu Xian, speaking with trepidation, expressed his bewilderment at Lin Su's transformation from a previously understanding individual to one now so aggressively confrontational. Not only Lu Xian, but Song Yilang himself was taken aback. Was Lin Su intent on a vendetta against him? Was it merely due to his relationship with Qin Wanwan? No. Perhaps it was because he had tarnished the Lin family's reputation. Lu Xian sighed. "Boss, what should we do? The higher-ups have issued a stern directive. We must recover the company's losses within 3 days, which essentially means you must humble yourself before General Lin." Lu Xian found the company's leadership rather despicable, as it was precisely the upper management's responsibility to negotiate with Lin Group during such a crisis. Yet they had shifted the burden entirely onto Song Yilang. He, too, felt compelled to respond, given that he had been overseeing the dealings with Lin Group for several years. Overwhelmed, Song Yilang sought to divert the conversation, asking, "What is the status of the projects with other companies?" Lu Xian replied, "Currently progressing smoothly, but Lin Group has suffered significant losses. I doubt General Lin will simply let this go." Lu Xian hesitated, as if holding back further thoughts. Casting a glance at Lu Xian, Song Yilang urged, "At this point, what is there left to say? Please, speak freely." Only then did Lu Xian divulge, "Tonight, Wu Group is hosting a charity gala. While it is termed a charity event, it is essentially Wu Group's public selection of business partners. As a significant player in Jiang City, if Jinhong can collaborate with Wu Group, then Lin Group will become inconsequential to us." However, Lu Xian continued, "Lin Group has long-standing ties with Wu Group. It is said that General Lin himself negotiated that partnership. Given the public knowledge of your fractured marriage with Lin Su, attempting to insert ourselves into their alliance may prove rather challenging." Wu Group? Song Yilang could not help but smile. Indeed, it was Lin Su who had negotiated this collaboration, yet the majority of the project proposals and strategies were conceived by him. Initially, Jinhong's funding was insufficient to partner with the Wu family, but the Lin family group had the means. However, the situation had changed. He was now obliged to attend the Wu family's charity gala, not for the prospect of becoming a partner, which held little interest for him, but rather for the imperative of showcasing Lu Xian and Feng Zhou. He had been contemplating how to consolidate resources and present them to Lu Xian and Feng Zhou. And with the opportunity of this charity gala, which attracted numerous businessmen, his attendance became essential. Weighing the pros and cons, he instructed Lu Xian to meticulously organize the proposal for the real estate development project in the North City district, indicating that he, along with Feng Zhou, should accompany him that evening. Lu Xian was taken aback. "What? Even after all this, we still have to go?" He was acutely aware that attending would likely lead to difficulties at the hands of Lin Su. Yet, Song Yilang nodded resolutely. "Yes. Hurry and prepare. Bring it to me once it's ready." Seeing no other option, Lu Xian acquiesced. Just as he was about to leave, Song Yilang seemed to recall something and called him back. "Have them set aside their current tasks and help you finalize the proposal within an hour. Also, have Feng Zhou check the schedule of the Wu family's CEO for today. Make it quick." Lu Xian instantly grasped Song Yilang's intent. Understood. He departed in haste. While Song Yilang busied himself, seeking assistance from trusted contacts in the industry, he was determined to attend the charity gala. Yet if Feng Zhou and Lu Xian could secure the Wu family's endorsement beforehand, he could indeed contemplate resigning. This path had become wearisome. He had treaded it with trepidation for many years, and it was time to relinquish it. Both Feng Zhou and Lu Xian were capable and loyal. Should either of them ascend to his position after his departure, they would adeptly lead his team, thus honoring the loyalty they had shown when they left the Lin family alongside him. An hour later, armed with documents, Song Yilang, along with Feng Zhou and Lu Xian, set out to confront the situation. With a full 4 hours remaining before the charity gala commenced, there was ample time to seize the opportunity. At the Xian Yuan Hotel, as Lu Xian parked the car, Song Yilang remarked, "I will not be attending today. You two have accompanied me long enough. You must go on your own. Remember, you must exert all your effort to secure this collaboration." Panic seized both Lu Xian and Fang Zhou simultaneously. This was a significant occasion. Even during their time alongside Song Yilang, they had seldom encountered such an opportunity, which was equally vital for him. Failing to secure the collaboration would be trivial. They might merely be dismissed. However, should they inadvertently offend someone, the repercussions were daunting. Yet, Song Yilang simply closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. "This is your mission for today. Whether you attend the charity gala rests entirely upon your capabilities." Lu Xian, with a resolute demeanor, remarked, "Boss, this seems rather inappropriate." Fang Zhou hesitated momentarily before adding, "Indeed, boss, this could serve as a springboard for you. If you take the initiative, success is assured, and your position may elevate, sparing you from having to constantly appease Mr. Li." Song Yilang chuckled softly. "I have never been one to concern myself much with his opinions. Now, you two should hurry along. There is no need for unnecessary hesitation." Upon finishing his words, Song Yilang fell silent. Lu Xian and Fang Zhou exchanged glances, both harboring gratitude for Song Yilang's thoughtful intentions. They were acutely aware of his struggles. Consequently, they simultaneously expressed, "Thank you, boss," before departing with the documents in hand. Only then did Song Yilang exhale deeply. He understood that this endeavor would not be easy. Yet he recognized that one must dare to attempt before knowing the outcome. After a brief moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, his phone rang. It was Qin Wanwan. As he answered the call, he was somewhat unaware of the subtle tension within himself. After all, since last night, Qin Wanwan had not reached out to him, leading him to believe she might be upset and unwilling to engage with him any further. "Hello?" He spoke softly, but there was silence on the other end, prompting him to grow anxious. "Wanwan." Finally, Qin Wanwan spoke. "Why didn't you clock in this morning or at noon?" "Clock in?" For a fleeting moment, Song Yilang was bewildered before realizing she was referring to his failure to share photos of his meals. While he pondered how to evade her inquiry, Qin Wanwan's voice, tinged with disappointment, interrupted, "Song Yilang, you actually, once again, did not eat." Chapter 44. The interrogation from Qin Wanwan, just as Song Yilang was about to respond. Qin Wanwan, with indignation, interjected, "Don't try to deceive me. Although I am a surgeon, I have also studied psychology. You cannot fool me." "Humph." Song Yilang found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, I won't deceive you. I went to the hospital this morning for a blood test. So I didn't have breakfast on an empty stomach." Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan's concern escalated. "Ah? You went to the hospital? Is everything all right?" Recalling the doctor's words, yet simultaneously envisioning Qin Wanwan's worried expression, Song Yilang reassured her, "No, it's nothing serious. I've just been feeling fatigued lately. I went for a checkup, but there is nothing alarming." Qin Wanwan pressed, "Did you see a psychiatrist?" Song Yilang sighed, realizing that she still perceived him as having psychological issues. Was she truly considering him a mental patient? While some of his eccentric behaviors might appear abnormal, surely he had not reached the threshold of insanity. "I did not," he replied. "Wanwan, please don't think of me as mentally ill. Rest assured, if I truly had such an ailment, I would keep my distance from you to avoid causing you harm." He left the latter part of his statement unspoken, as Qin Wanwan interrupted him once more. She stated, "Even if you suffer from a mental illness, I can take you to the finest psychological expert in the country. If they cannot help you here, I shall escort you abroad." "Song Yilang, I am a doctor. Regardless of the ailment you may bear, I shall not distance myself from you. Nor should you endeavor to push me away." A sudden jolt reverberated through Song Yilang's heart, akin to a harsh blow that rendered him momentarily speechless. Qin Wanwan sniffed softly. "Therefore, Song Yilang, you must eat well and live healthily. Do not presume that just because my leg is injured and I cannot come to fetch you, you can act as you please." Song Yilang could not help but curve his lips into a smile, responding, "All right." Only then did Qin Wanwan beam. "So, why didn't you have lunch?" Glancing at the time, which was nearly 4 in the afternoon, he realized he had simply been too occupied. With a sigh, Song Yilang replied, "I was too busy with work and lost track of time. Now that I have a moment, I will go eat." Qin Wanwan's eyes glistened with concern. "Where are you?" Taken aback, Song Yilang asked, "What is wrong?" I will come and supervise you while you eat. I cannot be at ease otherwise. Chuckling, Song Yilang replied. I am on the outskirts of the city, quite far from you, and I am in a work meeting. It would not be suitable for you to come given your injury. I will eat now and send you a photo, all right? Wanwan acquiesced. All right then, no more talking. Hurry along. Before Song Yilang could utter another word, she swiftly hung up the phone. He murmured, she truly is impatient. After taking his phone and car keys, he exited the vehicle and randomly selected a noodle shop, ordering a bowl of clear beef noodle soup, which he photographed and sent to Wanwan. Awaiting his update, Wanwan sighed with relief upon receiving the photo. She replied, eat up. After work tonight, I will have dinner prepared for you at the shop. Instinctively, Song Yilang responded. No need, I'll just grab a bite outside. Wanwan countered, protests are futile. After much hesitation, Song Yilang finally sighed and replied, fine, take care of your foot. However, Wanwan sent him a photo of her foot, now free of the cast, revealing her delicate, rosy toes. This morning I had an x-ray at the hospital, and upon returning, I removed the cast myself. In a couple of days, I'll be back to my lively self. Song Yilang felt a pang of guilt. Wanwan was injured because of him, yet he had not visited her at the hotel even once. Nevertheless, he resolved to assist her in resolving the troubles with the Liu family, considering it a way to repay her kindness. After finishing his noodles, Song Yilang received a message from Liu Xian. Boss, the word has spread, but there has been no response. What should we do? Song Yilang replied promptly, wait until there is a response. Liu Xian responded, understood, boss. While Liu Xian and Feng Zhou awaited developments inside, Song Yilang remained in his car outside. The charity gala is set to commence at 7 in the evening. Song Yilang, having finished his noodles, returned to his car around 5:30. And as he waited until nearly 6:30, he received no updates. He had lost count of how many times he had checked his watch. The proposal was under his meticulous control. He had thoroughly reviewed it upon submission, and it was no less competent than the one Lin Su had presented to the Wu Group. The crux of the matter was not only to submit it, but also to ensure the other party's satisfaction. Liu Xian and Feng Zhou were well acquainted with the proposal, and he believed that as long as they could meet and converse, there should be no major issues. As Song Yilang waited at the entrance until 1850, the president of the Wu Group, Wu Yu, departed with his entourage, while his two companions were still nowhere to be seen. Just as Song Yilang felt anxious and was about to exit the vehicle, he spotted Liu Xian and Feng Zhou coming out, accompanied by a familiar figure, Wu Yu's assistant, Qi Yuan. Observing the broad smiles on Liu Xian and Feng Zhou's faces, Song Yilang's heart instantly settled, and he quietly remained in the car, awaiting their return. It seemed he had done well in guiding his team over the years. With a sigh of relief and a slight smile gracing his lips, he awaited their arrival. Soon, Liu Xian and Feng Zhou returned, bursting with youthful exuberance. Liu Xian exclaimed, Boss, it was truly worth our 4-hour wait at the entrance. We secured the collaboration agreement. Feng Zhou, hurriedly pulling an invitation from his pocket, added, and we also obtained the invitation to the charity gala tonight. Seeing this, Song Yilang felt a wave of assurance wash over him. Well done, he commended. Drive us to the gala venue. Liu Xian cheerfully replied, got it. The three of them then proceeded towards the event, chatting and laughing along the way. As Song Yilang gazed out at the fleeting scenery, a smile crept onto his face. He felt he could now entrust Feng Zhou and Liu Xian to lead the way while he sought an opportune moment to tender his resignation. Suddenly, he remembered something. Feng Zhou, seated in the passenger seat, turned back at the sound of his voice. What is it, boss? Song Yilang lowered his gaze to his phone, saying, I have sent you the details of an individual. Please find a reliable person to uncover the intricacies of this matter. I need a thorough investigation, understood? Feng Zhou immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Understood, boss. When do you need it by? Is it work-related? He inquired. Song Yilang shook his head. No. It pertains to my personal affairs. I have encountered a bit of trouble, and I need you to maintain confidentiality. As for the timeline, the sooner, the better. Feng Zhou and Liu Xian exchanged solemn glances and nodded in unison, affirming, we will keep it confidential. Upon arriving at the charity gala, Song Yilang instructed, you both go ahead. Since the contract has been signed, you should know how to proceed tonight. Liu Xian and Feng Zhou were instantly taken aback by his words. They were aware that Song Yilang intended to resign, yet even in the event of his departure, connections would still be paramount for future endeavors. The charity gala presented an excellent opportunity for networking. While others clamored to gain access, their leader exhibited no enthusiasm whatsoever. Liu Xin, feeling anxious, urged, "Boss, regardless of your resignation, you should attend this gala, if only to make an appearance. It can only benefit you." Fang Zhou fervently nodded in agreement. Observing their fervor, Song Yilang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "I simply dislike such occasions. As for this opportunity, you may take it. Consider yourselves the full representatives of our company today. Go ahead, I shall drive myself home." He had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. Liu Xin and Fang Zhou reluctantly exited the vehicle. And as Song Yilang stepped out, he noticed the teary expressions on their faces. A warmth enveloped him. Yet he couldn't resist delivering a playful punch to each of them. "Enough of the tears. I'm not on the verge of death. What is there to cry about?" Liu Xin and Fang Zhou finally broke into smiles. Liu Xin added, "Take care on your drive back. Boss, we won't disappoint you." After exchanging a few brief words, Liu Xin and Fang Zhou departed. At that moment, Song Yilang received a message from Qin Wanwan. "Are you coming back soon?" He replied, "Almost there." After stowing away his phone, he prepared to return home, only to hear a familiar voice. "Oh, is that you, third brother? Why aren't you entering the charity gala? Afraid of running into Su?" The warmth on Song Yilang's face instantly vanished. He recognized that voice all too well. Turning around, he found his elder sister, Song Xingyu, who had evidently dressed up for the occasion in a white evening gown, her hair meticulously styled. Were it not for her haughty demeanor, she would undoubtedly be considered a beauty. Song Yilang furrowed his brow. "What does it matter to you whether I enter or not? And what brings you here?" He was also puzzled as to why Song Xingyu would attend such an event, even if her husband had a modest income. He certainly wouldn't be able to access this social stratum, especially given that he was merely a low-ranking employee. However, the reason soon became clear to Song Yilang. Lin Su, his ex-wife, approached in a sultry red off-shoulder gown, gracefully linking arms with Song Xingyu as she made her way toward him. Lin Su declared, "I invited your sister here. Isn't your brother-in-law as company experiencing a growth spurt? Naturally, we should introduce her to some high society." Upon hearing this, Song Xingyu's laughter blossomed exuberantly. Su is indeed wonderful. Look at you, Song Yilang, failing to cherish such a splendid wife. You're always caught up in trivialities. Su mentioned your stomach pains. In my opinion, it's simply a case of being too finicky. Serves you right. If you're in pain, who else will be? Song Yilang found himself stifling a laugh. If the intent was to help his brother-in-law's little company expand its network, why not bring him along? Why bring along someone as clueless as Song Xingyu? Lin Su, you must have anticipated his arrival to bring Song Xingyu here, didn't you? The intention was likely to exert pressure on him, hoping to steer Song Yilang back to the right path. However, this plan has misfired. He doesn't even care about his parents. How could he possibly be swayed by the trivial words of Song Xingyu? Thus, Song Yilang cast a flat glance at them. "Indeed, I have received my comeuppance for encountering your family." With that, he directly entered the car. Song Xingyu, filled with indignation, kicked the car in frustration. "I truly don't understand what you're upset about. You have such a wonderful wife and a great job. What on earth are you dissatisfied with? Do you realize that others would yearn for the life you currently lead? How can you be so ungrateful?" As Song Yilang fastened his seatbelt, he turned to Song Xingyu through the window. "If you believe this life is so splendid, why not marry Lin Su and spend your life with her? After all, you admire her so much, and she dotes on you. The world is so accommodating. Why not just be together?" I want to utter another word. Upon hearing this, both Lin Su and Song Xingyu were left speechless. Lin Su shook her head. "Song Yilang, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what nonsense you are spouting?" Song Xingyu was still stunned by Song Yilang's words. Song Yilang rolled his eyes at Lin Su and promptly closed the car window, driving away. Lin Su felt bewildered. Wasn't he here for the charity gala? Why did he leave so soon? This charity event should hold significant importance for him. What could Song Yilang possibly be thinking? Eventually, Song Xingyu regained her composure, her expression darkening. "I see he has grown too proud and lofty. I believe you should have taken away his salary card from the start, preventing him from taking a single penny. That would teach him a lesson." Her words made even Lin Su, an outsider, uncomfortable. Lin Su replied, "Sister, I am quite curious. Why do you harbor such disdain for Song Yilang? Isn't he your own brother?" Song Xingyu scoffed. "I would prefer not to dislike him, but just look at that face of his, as if everyone owes him a fortune. Who wouldn't find that irritating? If I had the choice, I would wish for a life without this brother." Lin Su retorted with a sarcastic smile. Is that so? But without this brother, you wouldn't have me as your sister-in-law, nor would your husband have secured such a great job, and you wouldn't enjoy this leisurely lifestyle. Lin Su glanced in the direction where Song Along had departed. No wonder he has forsaken his family. With that, Lin Su no longer paid attention to Song Xingyu, submitted her invitation, and entered the charity gala with her assistant. Song Xingyu had merely been a tool she had recruited, since this tool proved ineffective against Song Along. There was no need to keep her around. Thus, when Song Xingyu attempted to enter the charity gala, she was stopped by the staff. In a fit of urgency, Song Xingyu dialed Lin Su's number, but Lin Su remained unresponsive. Ultimately, Song Xingyu had no choice but to leave in dismay, harboring resentment not only towards Lin Su, but also towards Song Along. If it weren't for Song Along, how could Lin Su have targeted her, causing her husband to miss this opportunity? Meanwhile, Song Along was experiencing, for the first time, an overwhelming longing to return home. He had never known the sensation of being awaited by someone, as he was always the one waiting at home. Unexpectedly, just the thought of Qin Wanwan waiting for him filled him with uncontainable joy. As he passed a flower shop, Song Yilang instinctively halted his vehicle and purchased a bouquet of blue roses. This gesture felt entirely natural. Qin Wanwan prepared meals for him, and he wished to express his gratitude with a floral tribute. However, as he cradled the bouquet in his arms upon returning to the car, a sense of unease washed over him. Chapter 46. Qin Wanwan plays the fool, yet having purchased the flowers, he hesitated before placing them in the passenger seat. He decided to disregard his doubts and bring them home. As he drove, glancing at the flowers, a swirl of complex emotions enveloped him. He felt bewildered. In the past, when Lin Su was at home, he would often stop by a flower shop on his way back from work to bring her a bouquet. During their first 2 years of marriage, Lin Su delighted in such gestures, but gradually, she lost interest in both flowers and him. Now, how could he treat Qin Wanwan in the same manner he had treated Lin Su? Lin Su was Lin Su, and Qin Wanwan was Qin Wanwan. Ultimately, Song Yilang resolved not to present the bouquet. After parking the car, just as he was about to unbuckle his seatbelt and exit, the passenger door swung open unexpectedly. Startled, he turned to find Qin Wanwan's delighted voice exclaiming, "Wow, such beautiful flowers. Are they for me?" Song Yilang froze, bewildered. Why was Qin Wanwan by the roadside? Why had she opened the car door? Shouldn't she have been waiting for him inside the shop? Before he could respond, Qin Wanwan had already seized the bouquet. Even if they aren't, they must be, she declared. With no alternative, Song Yilang conceded, "They are for you. I passed by the flower shop and thought to buy them. As long as you like them, that's what matters." Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan looked up, her eyes sparkling as if filled with tiny stars, her voice soft and melodic. "Really? They are truly for me?" Under her fervent gaze, Song Yilang slowly nodded. Instantly, Qin Wanwan's face lit up with joy as she embraced the flowers, inhaling their fragrance as if they were a treasured prize. Unbeknownst to him, his expression towards Qin Wanwan had softened considerably. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Wanwan, clutching the flowers. She took a step back, limping slightly. "You should get out of the car. I came to find you for a reason." "All right," Song Yilang replied, hastily exiting the vehicle. As he approached her, intending to offer assistance, a stylish bag appeared before him. "Tada!" she exclaimed. Song Yilang was momentarily taken aback as Qin Wanwan's head emerged from behind the packaging bag, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. "Actually, I have a gift for you today as well." With a dazed expression, Song Yilang accepted the gift, while Qin Wanwan, with one hand on her bicycle and the other cradling flowers, cheerfully continued, "I noticed your wardrobe consists solely of unchanging suits. So I took the liberty of purchasing 2 casual outfits for you. You can wear them when you're not working." A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within Song Yilang, the sensation both poignant and overwhelming. His limited collection of clothing had never drawn attention, and he had been indifferent to acquiring more. Yet, he was astonished that Qin Wanwan had noticed this subtle detail about him. As he lowered his gaze, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Thank you," he murmured. Qin Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. "No need to thank me, but it would bring me joy if you could be a bit more obedient in the future." With that, she clutched the flowers and limped away towards the alley. Her foot had yet to fully heal, requiring more time to adapt. The distance from the corner to the shop was not far, yet it was not close either. Her petite figure was elongated in the glow of the streetlights. Watching her retreating silhouette, Song Yilang felt a tremor in his fingertips. Knowing he shouldn't, He nonetheless hurried forward, pressing the bag into her hands. He then positioned himself before her, crouching down to pat her shoulder. "Hop on," he instructed. Initially taken aback, Wanwan soon broke into laughter. "Mr. Song, this time I didn't ask you. You're the one volunteering to carry me." Song Yilang responded softly, "MHM." Her delight was palpable, and she quickly bent down to wrap her arms around his neck. The mingling scents of the flowers and her delicate fragrance enveloped him, causing a flush to rise to his cheeks. Feeling a twinge of shyness, Song Yilang found it challenging to articulate his emotions, for he was no longer the innocent young man he once was. Yet, here he was, feeling bashful because of a girl. This predicament left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet he steadied himself and lifted Wanwan onto his back, making his way toward the shop. Wanwan leaned in close, whispering, "I stewed some ribs today." You've worked hard," Song Yilang replied. "I hobbled around for quite a while picking them out. I made a large pot. You can take it to the office tomorrow. I've packed it for you." Song Yilang hesitated, reluctant to accept. Wanwan understood that he was still resisting her advances, yet after many years, she had finally found someone she liked again. She had no intention of allowing him to evade her affections. Thus, she persisted, "Resisting is futile. I'm all prepared. If you don't take it, it will go to waste." At that moment, they arrived at the shop, and Song Yilang declared, "Let us eat first." Wanwan detected the evasion in his tone, but chose not to confront it. Instead, she smiled and nodded. "All right." As they sat across from each other at the dining table, the steaming dishes bore witness to the fact that Wanwan had just finished cooking not long ago. In a modest home-cooked meal, there lay tenderly stewed pork belly and beef tendons, accompanied by stir-fried green peppers and shredded potatoes, alongside a generous bowl of steaming lotus root and pork rib soup. Although it was merely a simple meal, Song Yilang, who had long been adept at cooking, understood the considerable time and effort required to prepare such dishes. Wanwan truly cared for him, which is why she exerted herself to win his affection. This love carried a weighty significance. After a brief silence, Song Yilang spoke. "Wanwan, your foot injury hasn't healed. I worry about you doing all this." Wanwan promptly interjected. "Worry about what? That I might injure myself again?" Song Yilang looked up, his gaze piercing. "Yes, precisely." Wanwan replied, "Then from now on, when you return from grocery shopping, I will handle the cooking, which will minimize my need to walk, all right?" Song Yilang responded, "Wanwan, you know that is not what I mean." Wanwan chuckled, feigning ignorance. "Let's eat first. There are so many delicious dishes. If you don't eat, I might genuinely cry." She served 2 bowls of rice, placing one in front of Song Yilang. Seeing this, he could only sigh softly and began to eat. The dining table was enveloped in silence as Song Yilang contemplated whether to say something, when suddenly a bowl of rib soup appeared before him. Wanwan appeared unfazed. "This is a medicinal dish, quite gentle, meant to nourish your body. You must finish it." Song Yilang, taken aback, asked, "Medicinal dish?" Wanwan, with a slightly silly gesture, touched her head. "Isn't it called that? A friend from my traditional Chinese medicine class recommended it. I thought the herbal medicine would be too bitter for you, so I opted for a different approach. Rest assured, this will only benefit your stomach." Song Yilang inquired. "How do you know my stomach is not well?" Wanwan retorted, "Can a person with an irregular diet for years have a healthy stomach?" Song Yilang fell silent, realizing how keenly she observed him. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief that she was merely aware of his stomach issues and not that he was already in the late stages of stomach cancer, living each day as a borrowed gift from fate. Chapter 47. Wanwan's heartfelt confession. Ultimately, Song Yilang simply lowered his head and smiled, uttering a word of gratitude. "Thank you." Wanwan replied with a smile, "You're welcome." Following this, a prolonged silence ensued, filled only with the sounds of chewing. Once the meal concluded, as Wanwan prepared to clear the dishes, Song Yilang grasped her wrist gently. Unperturbed, Wanwan sat back down and lifted her gaze to meet his, initiating the conversation. "What do you wish to ask me? As adults, some matters deserve clarity." Song Yilang queried, "Given that we have known each other for such a short time, why are you so kind to me? Or rather, when did you begin to harbor feelings for me?" Wanwan was genuinely taken aback by Song Yilang's directness. She had anticipated that he would evade the topic for a while longer. However, since he had broached the subject, she gazed into his eyes, filled with sincerity. She said, "I am uncertain when it all began, but by the time I realized it, I was already ensnared. If you truly seek an answer, I can only tell you that the first moment I recognized I didn't want you to face life alone was quite by chance, during our encounter in the hospital, when I witnessed you in a heated argument with your family. The second time my heart raced uncontrollably was that night when I returned home from work and saw you leaning against your car, smoking one cigarette after another. Although you extinguished the cigarette as I approached, I couldn't help but notice the slight moisture in your eyes. How long you had been smoking was precisely how long I had been watching. Song Yilang's hand trembled slightly, his heart in disarray. Wanwan remarked, "Perhaps you think my feelings for you are more rooted in sympathy than affection," and indeed, in the beginning, that was true. She recalled our first meeting, how you burst into our shop like a marionette, your eyes vacant, ordering a bowl of wontons. At that moment, I thought to myself how pitiable you were, so desolate during the festive season. Thus, I offered you a towel and even lent you an umbrella upon your departure. Even during our subsequent encounter, when I rented you a room. It stemmed from my nature as a doctor, my inherent compassion. Song Yilang instinctively wanted to withdraw his hand, yet at that moment, Wanwan grasped his palm firmly. Her hand was warm, almost feverish, much like her heart at that instant, leaving Song Yilang with no recourse to escape. Yet, human emotions are fickle. Why can't sympathy transform into love? Song Yilang, can you cease your evasion and allow me to accompany you for a while? If after 3 years, or even 2, you still cannot open your heart to me, I shall willingly let go. How does that sound? Song Yilang remained silent for a moment, perspiration forming in his palms while Wanwan held on tightly. Eventually, he replied, "Let go." While Wanwan may be naive, he, Song Yilang, could not afford such folly. Even if there were feelings, what of it? In the bloom of her youth, with a flourishing career ahead, she has a long path yet to tread. If he were to act selfishly, perhaps he could savor the present with Wanwan. However, knowing that she would endure suffering in the days to come, why should he? It is best to cut losses while one can. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wanwan asked, "Song Yilang, I have laid my heart bare before you. Do you still doubt my sincerity?" Song Yilang replied with composure, "I have never questioned your sincerity." Wanwan felt a spark of joy, about to speak, when she heard Song Yilang's next words. Yet, sincerity can be as fleeting as the wind. Thus, Wanwan unconsciously released his hand. Song Yilang, too, calmly withdrew his hand and added, "Those things that once moved me willingly have repeatedly let me down. Wanwan, I am no longer young. To me, my future now holds greater significance than love." Wanwan retorted, "So, in your eyes, am I merely an obstacle in your pursuit of fame and fortune?" Pain fluttered in Song Yilang's heart. Yet he raised his gaze and resolutely replied, "Yes." Wanwan was indeed furious. She discerned that Song Yilang was speaking sarcastically. Yet her anger persisted. Regardless of Song Yilang's underlying reasons, he had ultimately chosen to forsake her. Consequently, Wanwan rose silently and made her way towards the exit. Song Yilang observed her limping figure, his brow furrowed with concern. Just as she was about to step out of the door, she halted. Song Yilang's heart sank. Filled with unease, Wanwan turned back, her eyes betraying remnants of unshed tears. In that moment, Song Yilang felt a twinge of shame. Ultimately, Wanwan limped back, clutching the bouquet of blue roses he had purchased, then glared at him with fierce intensity and declared, "Song Yilang, do not presume that your words will free you from me. I concede that you are correct. In this ever-changing society, sincerity is indeed fleeting. But have you ever heard a saying? Love, at our age, traverses mountains and valleys, reliant solely on conscience. One day, you will realize that I, Wanwan, genuinely wish to build a life with you, rather than merely uttering empty words." With that, Wanwan limped away, vanishing from Song Yilang's sight. He bowed his head with a bitter smile, a single tear cascading onto the back of his hand. Had it not been for his resolute composure, he might have embraced Wanwan in that fleeting moment, yet reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. Song Yilang resolved that once he stabilized the company and dealt with the Liu family, he would relocate, eliminating any lingering hopes for both of them. He began to tidy the dishes and clean the kitchen before finally locking the shop's door. Although he intended to retire upstairs, memories of that evening compelled him to walk towards Wanwan's home. Wanwan, injured and unable to walk swiftly, was pursued by Song Yilang until he reached her neighborhood. He watched as she limped, clutching the flowers as she entered the complex and ascended the stairs, finally feeling a sense of relief. Subsequently, he lingered outside her community for an extended period, uncertain of his own thoughts. Ultimately, he retraced his steps, pulled out his phone, and called his good friend, Zhang Tian. Lawyer Zhang, are you free lately? Shall we meet tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Zhang Tian was taken aback. His dear friend rarely sought him out, aside from the commercial crisis involving the Lin Group years ago. This marked only the second time in many years. Having heard about Song Yilang's divorce from Lin Su, Zhang Tian pondered whether this was related to that case. Thus, he acquiesced, sure, let us meet tomorrow afternoon. It's been a while since we caught up. Song Yilang replied, great, I'll send you the address shortly. After hanging up, he walked briskly back. But upon reaching the intersection, he spotted Lin Su standing under a streetlight, waiting for him. Song Yilang furrowed his brow imperceptibly and chose an alternate route home. Upon arrival, he did not turn on the lights. Instead, he took his medication and went straight to bed. His energy had been waning day by day, leaving him utterly drained of the strength to confront the people and matters of the past. Lin Su, however, kept glancing around anxiously. Song Yilang's car was parked in the spot ahead, indicating that he had returned long ago, yet when she visited his residence, she discovered he was not home. She had been waiting here for over an hour. This was the only path he would take home. Why hadn't he arrived yet? Although winter had passed, the evenings still held a chill, and Lin Su stood there exhaling puffs of breath, her eyes filled with urgency. After attending a charity gala, she rushed over, eager to have an earnest conversation with Song Yilang, hoping to clarify the insincerities of her past words. She intended to negotiate with him again, using her shares in the Jinhong Group as leverage. Yet, she could not fathom why she was so insistent, considering she had personally signed the divorce agreement. Each restless night, as she noticed the absence of warm milk prepared at the table, the unpressed clothes, and the lack of Song Yilang's constant reminders, her insomnia deepened, compelling her to resort to desperate measures to draw him back. However, she had forgotten that Song Yilang was one who responded better to gentleness than force. Thus, she was willing to set aside her pride for a sincere dialogue, hoping he would overlook past grievances and abandon the woman he had known for merely 2 months. Returning to her. Yet, 2 hours had passed, and Song Yilang still had not come back. Growing increasingly impatient, Lin Su realized that she had been blocked by him. So she randomly approached a nearby shop, borrowed a phone, and called Song Yilang. The ringing disrupted his slumber, and upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, he simply hung up and turned over to continue sleeping. Lin Su was infuriated, her face turning pale with rage. When a troubling thought struck her, had their relationship progressed so swiftly? A deep sense of worry enveloped her. For the past 2 years, she had been preoccupied with work and her marital life with Song Yilang, deliberately avoiding intimacy due to a disdain for him and a fear of unexpected pregnancy. Was it possible that this very hesitation drove him into the arms of another woman? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became, prompting her to call her assistant and request the exact address of Qin Wanwan. Lin Su remained in her car, anxiously waiting. If her suspicions held any truth, Song Yilang would indeed be a source of great disappointment. Soon, she received a text message containing Qin Wanwan's address. Lin Su drove to the entrance of Qin Wanwan's neighborhood. Initially intending to go inside and take a look, she hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Thus, she settled for keeping vigil at the entrance of Qin Wanwan's community throughout the night, until the dawn of the following day when Qin Wan stepped out. At 8 in the morning, Qin Wanwan also rode her bicycle out the door. Meanwhile, Lin Su had yet to catch a glimpse of Song Yilang, which left her utterly perplexed. As Lin Su pondered this enigma, she decided to follow Qin Wanwan in her car and soon spotted her purchasing breakfast along the way. They arrived at the alley's entrance just as Song Yilang emerged. Appearing quite rushed, he accepted the breakfast offered by Qin Wanwan and hastily drove away. Qin Wanwan, seemingly in a hurry for work, smiled and rode off down another path. Lin Su felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this scene. If Song Yilang was home, why did he refuse to see her? Why create the illusion of being away? And in just 2 short months, how could he interact so naturally with Qin Wanwan? Lin Su's grip on the steering wheel trembled slightly. If this is the case, Song Yilang, do not hold it against me. A hint of madness danced in Lin Su's smile. At that moment, Song Yilang had arrived at the company. As soon as he walked in, Lu Xian and Feng Zhou hurried over. Lu Xian exclaimed, President Wu has arrived, and Vice President Yan is with him. You need to hurry over. Song Yilang furrowed his brow and asked, is there an issue with the proposal? Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought, believing it impossible since he had personally overseen it. Fang Zhou added. It's still unclear. They just said they wanted to find the project leader. Suddenly enlightened, Song Yilang realized that as the current vice president of the company, he indeed was the project leader. It made perfect sense for them to seek him out. As he walked, Song Yilang instructed Fang Zhou and Lu Xian, "You both come with me to Vice President Yan's office. Wait outside, and I will call for you when it's time to enter." Lu Xian and Fang Zhou were left bewildered. "Huh?" Song Yilang insisted, "No more questions. Just do as I say." He then knocked on Yin Su's office door. "Come in," came Yin Su's voice. Song Yilang strode in confidently. Greeted by the smiling face of Yin Su and the composed demeanor of Wu Yu, the president of Wu Group. "Vice President Yin," Song Yilang acknowledged. Come. Greet President Wu. He has been eager to meet you," Yin Su urged. Feigning surprise, Song Yilang replied, "Me?" He approached and extended his hands for a brief handshake with Wu Yu. "Hello, President Wu. Indeed, the project we are collaborating on with Wu Group is under your purview. Isn't it? There's no need for modesty. President Wu appreciates your talents," Yin Su remarked. Wu Yu's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Song Yilang. Taken aback yet suddenly recalling something, Song Yilang smiled. "This project is indeed commendable, but I cannot take full credit. I merely played the role of approving the signatures. Please, Vice President Yin, do not jest about my contributions." Yin Su was momentarily taken aback. "You didn't write it?" Shaking his head, Song Yilang insisted, "This is no joke. It truly isn't." Wu Yu's satisfaction was evident as he smiled. "Vice President Song, your demeanor has truly impressed me." Wu Yu had always been perplexed as to why Song Yilang willingly entrusted his hard work to others. However, upon seeing Song Yilang, he began to grasp the reasoning. Song Yilang was an admirable leader. With a humble smile, Song Yilang replied, "I am not worthy of such praise." Thus, Wu Yu suggested, "Since that is the case, why not invite those two young men in to discuss our future collaboration?" Given that Song Yilang was inclined to promote his own team, Wu Yu saw no reason to hinder him. Song Yilang breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Yin Su was about to decline, Song Yilang hastily interjected, "Very well, Mr. Wu. Please hold on a moment while I summon them." Yin Su felt a twinge of discontent, but restrained himself due to Wu Yu's presence. Meanwhile, Song Yilang's spirits lifted considerably, and he chose to ignore Yin Su as he exited. Next, he would prepare his resignation letter and get ready to hand over his responsibilities. Chapter 48. Song Yilang's abrupt reversal upon returning to his office. Song Yilang busied himself with organizing the projects and ultimately pinned his resignation letter. At noon, precisely at 12 o'clock, he received a message from Qin Wanwan. "Time to clock in." Song Yilang couldn't help but smile and replied, "All right." Subsequently, he rose to head to the cafeteria, fetched a bowl of noodles, and just as he finished clocking in, Lu Xen rushed in, breathless. "Boss, there's a crisis at the company." Furrowing his brow, Song Yilang inquired, "What has happened?" Lu Xen hesitated, his face expressing distress. Seemingly understanding, Song Yilang asked, "Is it about the Lin Group?" Lu Xen nodded. "Yes, President Lin mentioned a potential collaboration with Jin Hong, but you can only choose one project." Upon hearing this, Song Yilang's tension eased. He had feared something truly catastrophic had occurred. This was fortuitous. Retrieving his resignation letter from the drawer, he made his way directly to Yin Su's office. As Song Yilang entered, he hadn't yet uttered a word when Yin Su queried, "Why would you choose to divorce? Abandoning a golden opportunity as a son-in-law?" With an impassive expression, Song Yilang replied, "This is a personal matter." Observing Song Yilang's indifferent demeanor, Yin Su's temper flared. "What attitude is this? Is this how you address your superiors?" Yin Su rose abruptly. "I haven't even begun to address you. Consider the immense losses you have inflicted upon the company. If not for you, the collaboration between the Lin Group and Jin Hong would not have faltered. President Lin has issued an ultimatum. Either secure the partnership or forfeit you. How do you expect the company leadership to decide?" Clenching his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, Song Yilang was about to respond when Yin Su continued his tirade. "It is truly laughable. I initially thought the project collaboration with the Wu Group was facilitated by you. Yet it appears you were merely a bystander. From start to finish, you have proven to be ineffectual, bringing nothing but trouble to the company." Yin Su's voice abruptly ceased. With a resounding crash, Song Yilang kicked over a nearby chair, the sound echoing sharply. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Am I a failure? Have you ever calculated the KPIs I generated with my team over the past year? Am I a failure? Then what does that make you? A useless individual? And what of the so-called failure? Is there any value in your worthless existence? What do you possess? Aside from sitting in your office, issuing commands with an air of superiority, what else can you do? Yen Su was momentarily taken aback, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Song Yilang, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Song Yilang retorted furiously, how dare you? Yen Su, what gives you the right to dictate how I should speak? Do you think you are some kind of deity? Just because I attend a mediocre class, must I constantly bow to you? Yen Su, infuriated and bewildered, pointed at Song Yilang. Are you out of your mind? Do you even want to keep your job? In an instant, Song Yilang produced his resignation letter and slammed it against Yen Su's face. To hell with it. As you wished, I'm out. Find someone else if you need help. I refuse to serve you any longer. Yen Su's face darkened, trembling as he pointed at Song Yilang, cursing, you've gone too far. You've truly gone too far. However, Song Yilang merely cast him a cold glance before turning to leave, slamming the door behind him with such force that it nearly came off its hinges. The employees outside, eavesdropping, jumped at the sound. Witnessing Song Yilang emerge with a frostbitten expression, they saw Yen Su, in a fit of rage, overturn everything on his desk. The staff exchanged glances, observing Song Yilang's departure, and involuntarily raised their thumbs in admiration. How many times had this happened? What on earth had transpired with Song Yilang over these past 2 months? Everyone remembered how he used to bow and scrape before Yen Su just a few years ago, yet now without hesitation. Song Yilang descended the stairs and headed straight for his office. Lu Xian approached him, concerned. Boss, what happened? I heard from colleagues upstairs that you had a fierce argument with Yen. I've resigned, Song Yilang replied. Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Others nearby overheard and wore expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, Song Yilang entered his office, not pausing even for a moment, and began packing his belongings without closing the door. Whispers erupted among the staff. What was happening? Was Vice President Song losing his mind? Perhaps he had been oppressed for too long and could no longer contain it. Lu Xian shouted, what are you all staring at? Have you all finished your work? The employees scattered at his command, allowing Lu Xian to finally enter the office and close the door behind him. With a worried expression, Lu Xian rushed over. Boss, you don't need to pay attention to what Yen said. If he truly had any capability, he wouldn't have waited until now to dismiss you. Let's approach the chairman. There must be a solution. Don't act out of spite and leave. What will happen to the rest of us if you go? Song Yilang continued packing without interruption. This isn't out of spite. I genuinely wish to resign. Lu Xian hurriedly approached and grasped Song Yilang's hand, saying, Boss, the collaboration with the Wu Group has only just begun to take shape, and there are still countless details that need to be scrutinized. Even if you intend to leave, at least wait until the Wu project is successful. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, Song Yilang looked up at him and replied, as for the project, Fang Zhou and Chen Wei will assist you. I am truly exhausted. I had originally planned to depart once the collaboration with Wu was confirmed. It is merely a few days earlier than I intended. Lu Xian, momentarily stunned, released his grip and said, Boss, if this is your final decision, I won't persuade you otherwise. However, do keep in touch with the brothers. Song Yilang picked up his neatly packed box and said, take care. With that, he left, only to find Fang Zhou, Chen Wei, and the rest of their team waiting for him, their eyes glistening with tears. Song Yilang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Although there are still some unfinished matters at work, feel free to reach out to me or Assistant Lu privately if you have any questions. Taking a deep breath, he continued, this resignation is the result of careful consideration. I am immensely grateful to you all for accompanying me from Linz to Jinhong. Thank you sincerely. After saying this, Song Yilang bowed deeply to them. It could be said that without this group of individuals who had fought alongside him, he would not have achieved his current success. Thus, he had always hesitated to leave casually. However, now seemed to be the perfect moment. Fang Zhou and Lu Xian would ensure the team was well taken care of. Fang Zhou asked, Boss, are you truly leaving? Chen Wei added, Boss, is departure absolutely necessary? Song Yilang nodded solemnly. Subsequently, they made way for him. Chapter 49. Song Yilang takes the initiative to call Qin Wanwan with the box in hand. Song Yilang gradually walked out of their sight, ultimately leaving the company without looking back. Yen Su also received the news. President Yen, Vice President Song has indeed left. He has taken all his belongings. Yen Su, still fuming, replied, let him go. The company can still function without him. The assistant timidly inquired, Should we notify the higher-ups? What about President Lin of the Lin Group? Yin-Su snapped. What? Are you waiting for me to do that? The assistant quickly responded. Yes, yes. I will inform them right away. Yin-Su took a sip from the cup of cool tea on his desk, gradually suppressing his anger. However, he could not remain seated. He stood up and approached the window, just in time to see Song Yilang's car emerge from the basement and drive away. Yin-Su's brow furrowed deeply. Although the Lin Group had pressured him, he had never intended to dismiss Song Yilang. He merely thought to reprimand him as a formality. For the value that Song Yilang brought extended far beyond just the Lin Group. Little did he expect that Song Yilang would act so recklessly today, leaving him devoid of rationality. Yin-Su could not fathom why. When all that was required of Song Yilang was to endure his scolding as he had done in the past, the man now seemed as though he had consumed gunpowder. His assistant hurriedly returned, stating, President Yin, with Vice President Song gone, it is imperative that someone oversees his team. Yin-Su replied, have Lu Xian temporarily take over Song Yilang's responsibilities, with Feng Zhou and Chun Wei providing support. The assistant acknowledged the instruction and swiftly left, closing the door behind him. Letting out a sigh, what a waste of talent. After leaving the company, Song Yilang finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had finally escaped the endless grind of work. Since graduating, he had toiled for years without a proper respite. Remembering his agreement with Zhang Tian, he arrived at the cafe 2 hours ahead of schedule. Upon his arrival, he called Qin Wanwan, who had just emerged from the operating room. The moment she saw his name on her caller ID, she couldn't help but smile brightly. Running to the changing room, she answered the call. Hello? Song Yilang. You finally decided to call me. This is the first time you've taken the initiative. Listening to her jubilant tone made Song Yilang's cheeks flush slightly. But he quickly regained his composure. I wanted you to tell me more about your situation with the Lu family, if that's all right. Qin Wanwan paused for a moment, then cheerfully replied, if you wish to know, I will share, but I have another surgery soon, so I'll have to speak quickly. You might want to record this. Song Yilang obediently activated the recording, and Qin Wanwan recounted in detail how the Lu family had expelled them and their current attempts to extort money. After approximately half an hour, she concluded, that's all there is. Song Yilang remained silent for a moment before saying, you've endured so much over the years. While Qin Wanwan had recounted her past with calmness, Song Yilang's words caused her eyes to well with tears. She sniffled and replied, I'm fine. But you mustn't be so foolish. Think of yourself as well. Song Yilang smiled gently, saying, your foot injury is still healing. You must take good care of yourself and avoid further harm. Warmth filled Qin Wanwan's heart as she responded, I understand. All right, I'll hang up now, he said. Wait. She interjected. I have to work late tonight, and won't tea be able to cook for you? Will you manage to eat well on your own? Looking down at his cup of coffee, Song Yilang appeared momentarily lost in thought, but replied, all right, you take care too. Qin Wanwan smiled through her tears, filled with joy. After they hung up, she wiped her eyes and returned to her tasks. The work was exhausting. Previously, Qin Wanwan had been like an emotionless machine. Yet now everything had changed. It was only after she began to care for Song Yilang that she realized having someone in her heart truly brought anticipation for life. She understood that Song Yilang aimed to help her navigate her troubles with the Lu family, and for this reason, Qin Wanwan grew even fonder of him. At that moment, Zhang Tian arrived. Upon seeing Song Yilang, Zhang Tian smiled and remarked, old classmate, it has been quite a while since you reached out to me. Pray, is this concerning the divorce case with Lin Su? Song Yilang fell momentarily silent. Zhang Tian sighed. I suppose it makes sense, after all. Your relationship has transitioned from school uniforms to wedding gowns. How could it possibly be so easily discarded? Rest assured, I will devise a way to help you win Lin Su back. However, Song Yilang unexpectedly interjected, it's not about Lin Su. Zhang Tian was taken aback, bewildered. Not about Lin Su? Then what is it? Song Yilang produced his phone and forwarded a recording of his conversation with Qin Wanwan, saying, you should listen to this first. Zhang Tian listened with a puzzled expression, while Song Yilang quietly sipped his tea in anticipation. After finishing the recording, Zhang Tian looked up at Song Yilang and asked a trivial question unrelated to the audio. Have you really moved on from your relationship with your sister-in-law? Both Song Yilang's and Lin Su's classmates were astonished to hear of their divorce, having witnessed the depth of their love for one another. Song Yilang had sacrificed a stable job in his hometown to support Lin Su in the bustling city. Conversely, Lin Su had defied her family to live with Song Yilang in a rented apartment, subsisting on instant noodles, merely to affirm that her choice was valid and that they were indeed in love. Following their joint efforts in establishing the Lin Group, Song Yilang willingly stepped back, ceding power to Lin Su, and chose to rebuild his career, eventually ascending to the position of deputy director at the Jinhan project department. The challenges they faced were far too complex to summarize in mere words. Zhang Tian found it hard to believe that those who had stood by each other during their lowest moments could now be so estranged. Observing the seriousness etched on Zhang Tian's face, Song Yilang couldn't help but let out a bittersweet laugh. Yes, I have let go. Zhang Tian asked, do you not miss her? Song Yilang turned to gaze out at the bustling traffic, reminiscing about his former self, brimming with vitality on the basketball court, and contrasting it with the cautious demeanor he had adopted in Lin Su's presence. His eyes reflected a bittersweet acceptance of his pain. He had loved Lin Su so deeply that he lost sight of himself. Thus, he hesitated to love anyone else without reservation. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, among all the people I have lost, I miss myself the most. Zhang Tian scrutinized Song Yilang's expression, hoping to catch a glimmer of regret, but regrettably, what was past was truly past. Zhang Tian sighed. I am curious, what does this lady desire? Song Yilang replied, to ensure that the Liu family no longer covets her family's wealth, and I hope that those who have wronged her will receive their just deserts. Chapter 50, Xiaoling. I am doing all of this for your own good. Song Yilang meticulously discussed the details with Zhang Tian and agreed to visit Qin Wanwan's hometown in a couple of days. Liu Xiao mentioned that he would send the two elderly individuals over in due time. He must take precautions. After concluding their conversation, Song Yilang suggested, let's go. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Zhang Tian glanced at the time and politely declined. We can dine any time, but I have customers tonight. Let us arrange for another time when we visit Miss Qin's hometown. Song Yilang replied, that works. I shall not impose any further. Zhang Tian picked up his briefcase and began to leave, only to turn back midway, leaving Song Yilang in a state of confusion. What's the matter? Song Yilang inquired. Zhang Tian said, in truth, you might consider embracing your next romantic endeavor. You and Lin Su have yet to have children, have you not? You are not getting any younger. It is high time to contemplate this. I am of the same age, and my son is already in elementary school. You can no longer delay. Song Yilang was taken aback by Zhang Tian's unexpected return for this discussion, finding it somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, he replied, I will do my best. Zhang Tian then smiled and patted him on the shoulder before departing. After a brief moment of solitude, Song Yilang finished his coffee and turned to leave. However, upon arriving home and parking his car, a knock on his window startled him. It was Song Xingchen, his second sister, her face etched with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yilang exited the vehicle, asking, what has happened? Song Xingchen replied, I have been dismissed from my position. Song Yilang was taken aback. How could this be? As a kindergarten teacher, she had dedicated many years to her job. The thought of being dismissed seemed unfathomable. This was orchestrated by Su Su, Song Xingchen explained. A shadow crossed Song Yilang's face. The salary for a kindergarten teacher is only around 3,000. It doesn't matter much whether I work or not. I have a small shop and must take care of Xiao, so it might be a blessing in disguise. However, she continued, your eldest sister has also lost her job. Given her temperament, she is likely to go mad. I suggest you lower your head and have a candid conversation with Su Su. In a marriage, there should be no insurmountable obstacles, don't you agree? Hearing what seemed like comforting words laden with veiled implications for his eldest sister, Song Yilang could not help but chuckle. Jobs can be found again. The city is vast, and no matter how influential Lin Su may be, she cannot possibly shut down the entire city. With that thought, he turned to leave. Song Xingchen, anxious, intercepted him, while that may hold truth. Have you considered the reasons behind Lin Su's actions? Song Yilang, disinterested, simply maneuvered past her without uttering a word. Frustrated, Song Xingchen pressed on. Does she not still wish for your return? Song Yilang, she harbors feelings for you. Can't you see that? Song Yilang halted, turning to face Song Xingchen, and dear sister, can you perceive just how unwilling I truly am? In that moment, Song Xingchen was rendered speechless. Indeed, if he were not so reluctant, why would he refuse to even cohabitate with Lin Su again? Song Xingchen suddenly recalled that when Song Yilang had just divorced 2 months ago, she had supported him. However, now she sighed with a face full of melancholy. Xiaolang, my dear younger brother, my intentions are solely for your well-being. You must understand the depths of my concern. Consider this. Su is a formidable woman, always prioritizing her career. It is already a challenge for her to show you even a modicum of affection. Moreover, at present, you are without children. Should you have them, I am certain Su would shift her focus to family. Such is the nature of women, Xiaolang. Before Song Xingqian could finish her words, Song Yilang scoffed and interrupted. Elder sister, while your every word is ostensibly for my sake, have you truly considered my feelings? Or is it merely because my divorce from Lin Su has deprived our family of potential benefits? Song Xingqian was rendered speechless by his retort. Disinterested in further debate, Song Yilang coldly remarked, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Leave me be, or I cannot predict what reckless actions I might take. I hope you can convey this to Song Xingyu. With that, he turned away without a hint of remorse. Xiaolang, Xiaolang, Song Xingqian called out. But he did not look back. Overwhelmed with helplessness, she realized that if things continued this way, the relationship between Song Yilang and the family would only deteriorate further. Despite her efforts to persuade him, she felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Lin Su received alarming news. What? Are you saying Song Yilang has resigned? Xiaoyu jumped in surprise, but quickly nodded. This information comes from Assistant Yang, who is close to General Yan. It should be accurate. Lin Su was instantly bewildered. He would forsake his most cherished job just to escape me? She could not fathom why Song Yilang was behaving so unusually. Lin Su believed she understood him well, but now she found herself uncertain. Xiaoyu cautiously observed Lin Su and then tentatively inquired, since Jinhong has complied with our demands, does that mean the collaboration between Lin's and Jinhong can proceed? Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of helplessness. Lin Su had always been a rational individual. Having followed her for many years, she had never witnessed her allow emotions to cloud her judgment. However, ever since her divorce from Mr. Song, Lin Su had changed. Initially, she had been distracted, then resistant to advice, and now she was resorting to business matters as leverage against Mr. Song, treating everything as a trivial game. Discontent was brewing among the ranks. If this continued, Lin's might face another commercial crisis. Previously, Mr. Song had been the one to avert disaster. Now that he was absent, could Lin Su resolve these issues on her own? Little you believed that Lin Su was finally going to relent, only to find Lin Su suddenly deflating like a punctured balloon as she sank into her chair. There's no rush. I need to contemplate this thoroughly. You may leave for now. Observing this, little you, risking imminent dismissal, implored General Manager Lin, while Jinhong may not rival the Lin family conglomerate, it is still a publicly listed company. If we do not expedite our collaboration with Jinhong, our financial chain may ultimately suffer. I understand your sorrow, but we must prioritize the greater good. Despite little Yu's earnest entreaties, Lin Su erupted with anger. I said, leave. Startled by Lin Su's furious glare, little Yu swallowed back the words he wished to express, replying meekly, yes. Little Yu was perplexed. Had Lin Su not achieved her desires? Why, then, was she still discontented? Chapter 51. Why are you so oblivious to the nuances of the situation? Meanwhile, Song Yilang had not ventured anywhere. He merely lay in his room, peacefully slumbering. Upon awakening, it was already 8 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the sky. The room was unlit, and an unsettling silence surrounded him, evoking a slight sense of panic in the depths of his heart. If he were to pass away, would he be met with an endless void of darkness? However, this thought was fleeting, soon interrupted by the urgent ringing of his mobile phone. Upon answering, he heard Qin Wanwan's anxious voice, hello? Song Yilang. The moment he heard her urgency, Song Yilang became fully alert, throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. What's the matter? I was just sleeping. Qin Wanwan sighed with relief. You were sleeping? You really scared me. Hearing her concern, Song Yilang couldn't help but smile slightly. With you sounding so frantic, I thought something serious had happened. Qin Wanwan retorted, look for yourself. I've called you numerous times and sent countless messages. You didn't respond to a single one. Of course, I would be worried. Song Yilang, perplexed, glanced at his missed calls and messages. Indeed, Qin Wanwan had attempted to reach him multiple times, yet he had heard none of them. His phone was not on silent mode. Confused, he slowly regained his composure as Qin Wanwan had called out to him several times. Oh, I'm fine. I've just been exhausted lately and must have slept through it. Qin Wanwan, though puzzled, chose not to inquire further, her mind already devising excuses to bring Song Yilang in for a checkup. Are you not working today? Sleeping in the middle of the day? Song Yilang paused for a moment before responding, I resigned. For a brief moment, Qin Wanwan was taken aback, yet she refrained from asking why. Instead, she said, If you've resigned, then so be it. A job that brings unhappiness is not worth keeping. You should rest well for a while. Thank you, Wanwan, Song Yilang replied. You're welcome. Have you eaten yet? I just finished work and will come to pick you up. Let us go out to eat. Initially inclined to decline, Song Yilang suddenly remembered he wanted to discuss returning to his hometown with Qin Wanwan. Thus, he agreed, all right. After hanging up the phone, Song Yilang took his medicine and proceeded to the bathroom, while Qin Wanwan, filled with joy, hurriedly shed her white coat and left work. Although she still walked slowly, she appeared to be quite normal. Qin Wanwan swiftly dashed to the underground parking lot, hopped onto her little electric scooter, and departed. The distance to her home was relatively short. In half an hour, she arrived at the shop just as Song Yilang finished drying his hair and came downstairs. The moment she laid eyes on Song Yilang, her eyes sparkled with delight. When he glanced her way, he couldn't help but notice how captivating her eyes were. What's the matter? He inquired. You're wearing the outfit I gifted you today? She exclaimed. Song Yilang looked down and realized it was indeed true. Since he was dressed casually and not at work, he wore it without hesitation. He graciously acknowledged, it fits well and is quite comfortable. Thank you. Qin Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. We're friends, so no need to be so formal. You look good in casual attire. I'll buy you a few more sets next time. Before he could respond, she patted the back seat of her scooter. Come on, hop on. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Song Yilang swallowed his words and climbed onto her little electric scooter. As they rode along the moat, the evening breeze gently caressed them, lifting the strands of hair behind Qin Wanwan. A few wisps brushed against Song Yilang's cheek, stirring feelings he could hardly conceal. What do you want to eat? He asked. I'm craving something warm at this hour. There's a Lijiang spare rib place ahead that's particularly authentic. The soup is delicious. Let me take you to try it, she replied, her tone brimming with excitement about the food. Song Yilang's gaze softened as he secretly thought. She truly is a little foodie. All right, I'll follow your lead. Qin Wanwan chuckled softly. I really enjoy this feeling. What feeling? He inquired. Riding together with my best friend after work, looking for something to eat while enjoying the evening breeze and chatting. It's simply delightful. In truth, Qin Wanwan yearned to express that she wished to share this kind of life with Song Yilang every single day, not just once, but countless times. Song Yilang was momentarily lost in thought before he echoed. Indeed, such tranquil days are truly wonderful. As they spoke, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant. After parking, Qin Wanwan naturally took Song Yilang's hand and led him inside. Hurry, I'm so hungry. I feel like I could faint. In that instant, Song Yilang's heart skipped a beat as he looked down at their intertwined fingers, momentarily forgetting to resist. Boss, we'll have a two-person pot, clear broth please. Qin Wanwan called out. Sure thing, the boss replied. Qin Wanwan then guided Song Yilang to a seat by the window, where they could see the bustling traffic outside. It was then that Song Yilang regained his senses. Are the Lu family still causing you trouble? Qin Wanwan. He has called me several times, but I did not answer. Song Yilang produced a business card belonging to Zhang Tian and handed it to Qin Wanwan. This is my university classmate, now a rather renowned lawyer. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you can reach out to him. He will undoubtedly assist you. However, Qin Wanwan did not take the card but instead smiled at Song Yilang, her eyes sparkling. I seek you out for the same reason, do I not? Song Yilang, feeling somewhat bashful under Qin Wanwan's gaze, promptly stood up and tucked the business card into her bag resting on the table. Take it. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wanwan mumbled, Indeed, it's just like you, always so oblivious to romantic nuances. Song Yilang pretended not to comprehend and shifted the topic. I have discussed your family's situation with lawyer Zhang. To resolve this matter entirely, we must amplify the issue, ensuring that your hometown is made aware of the truth from years past. Pursuing legal avenues would be time-consuming and costly. It is more prudent to leverage public opinion. If they wish to continue living in peace, they will certainly seek a reconciliation with you. By that time, you will have no lingering worries. Qin Wanwan's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Why did I not think of that? Song Yilang, your mind is remarkably quick. Embarrassed by the praise, Song Yilang replied. But we must wait until they truly bring your grandparents over. Only then will you have a stronger basis to confront them. After a moment of silence, he added, You girls tend to be sensitive. If you find it difficult to raise a fuss, perhaps I should step in. Qin Wanwan interrupted him. While we may be sensitive, it also depends on who we are dealing with, does it not? If they lack shame, what do I have to lose? Moreover, it would be far more fitting for me to confront them in public. Upon hearing this, Song Yilang chuckled. I have an impression that you possess quite a bit of experience in such matters. Wanwan beamed with joy. That is because I only act a bit meekly in front of you. In front of others, I am quite fierce, you know. My interns are rather intimidated by me. As she spoke, she demonstrated with her hands, resembling a small wildcat ready to pounce. Song Yilang could not help but laugh heartily. Wanwan felt a surge of satisfaction. How delightful it is to finally see you smile. Chapter 52. Wanwan discovers something amiss with Song Yilang. As Song Yilang's laughter subsided, he noticed the tender affection in Wanwan's eyes. He reined in his mirth. Then let us wait until they come knocking, and I will accompany you back to your hometown with Lawyer Zhang. Wanwan nodded. Thank you for your assistance, Song Yilang. It is no trouble at all, merely a small effort on my part. Wanwan, however, remarked. If it were merely a small effort, I have never seen anyone invest such thought and energy to aid another, only to dismiss it as a trivial matter. Song Yilang tightened his grip around the teacup, momentarily at a loss for words, while Wanwan's inquisitive gaze lingered on him. Just then, the proprietor appeared with a plate of braised pork ribs, conveniently dispersing the awkward atmosphere that had settled between them. The boss smiled warmly, saying, Dr. Qin, you used to come here with your colleagues, but this time we have a new face. Wanwan returned his smile with grace. Yes, this is a very special friend of mine. The boss's gaze instantly grew suggestive. Those who understand will understand. Please enjoy your meal before it cools down. And let me know if you need more. With that, he departed. The boss's remarks left Song Yilang feeling increasingly uncomfortable, yet he refrained from further comments. As the topic was better left dispersed, Wanwan ladled a bowl of hot soup for Song Yilang, and then casually inquired, Why do I feel like you've lost weight again recently? Looking at him, she sensed something was amiss. Despite her diligent reminders for him to eat, hoping he might gain a little weight, there seemed to be no effect whatsoever. Song Yilang nonchalantly replied, I have a constitution that doesn't allow me to gain weight. Wanwan furrowed her brows. There was no such thing as a constitution that precluded weight gain. Those who never seemed to gain weight often had issues, whether it be parasites or digestive problems. Regardless, you've resigned, and I'm on the afternoon shift tomorrow, starting at 10. Come with me to the hospital. Wanwan insisted. Song Yilang's hand trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks. I just had a physical examination a few days ago. There's no need to visit the hospital daily. It would be a waste of money. Despite his careful concealment and calm demeanor, Song Yilang had already declined her several times. Coupled with his unusual behavior today, Wanwan felt a weight settle in her heart. Nevertheless, she smiled. All right, I'll heed your wishes. Since you've had a checkup, we can go another time. Song Yilang finally exhaled a sigh of relief and placed a piece of rib into Wanwan's bowl. Here, have some meat. It's still warm. As long as the topic remained unmentioned, everything would be fine. Wanwan nodded with a smile, but as she lowered her head, a myriad of doubts swirled within her. What illness could Song Yilang be concealing from her? This question pricked at her heart, leaving her in a state of unease. As the meal neared its conclusion, Wanwan suddenly asked, Why didn't you come to our hospital for your last examination? Instantly, Song Yilang's guard went up. Why was she fixating on this question today? I went to the Second People's Hospital because a friend was also going. He made the appointment for me. So I just went there directly, he explained. Wanwan's eyes brightened with understanding. I see. Next time, have your friend accompany you to our hospital. I have acquaintances in the examination department, which would be more convenient for you. Song Yilang nodded. All right. After that, he fell silent, while Wanwan had achieved her aim. Had she directly asked him where he had his examination, he might not have divulged that information. However, all she needed to know was which hospital it was. And having worked in this field for several years, she had enough connections to investigate Song Yilang's medical history without much difficulty. Despite knowing it was inappropriate, she could no longer wait. Song Yilang was clearly concealing something from her. She had been puzzled for some time, but had patiently awaited his revelation. Yet, it was evident that the day she longed for would never arrive. After their meal, both emerged, burdened with their own thoughts. Wanwan rode her small electric scooter, carrying Song Yilang back, albeit at a notably slow pace. Song Yilang gazed longingly at the surroundings, quietly savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. It seemed he had not taken the time to appreciate the scenery in ages. Once Wanwan's arrangements were settled, he would have to depart. In the remaining months, he yearned to explore the world. The timing was perfect, as he was able to move, and summer was approaching, bringing with it a reprieve from the chill. Through the rearview mirror, Wanwan observed Song Yilang's expression, which deepened her unease. He exuded an aura of disinterest, as if he desired nothing at all. Her heart tightened involuntarily. Despite their leisurely pace, they eventually returned to the shop. As Song Yilang dismounted, he urged, "It's still early. You should head back quickly. I won't see you off any further." With that, he turned and walked away. Just as Wanwan opened her mouth to respond, a sudden sharp pain shot through her scalp. Before she could comprehend the situation, someone yanked her hair, dragging her from the scooter to the ground. The electric scooter toppled, causing her considerable pain, and she couldn't suppress a cry of distress. "Ah?" With fury etched across her face, Song Xingyu spat. "So it's you, you shameless woman. Who has seduced my brother? How dare you? Today, I shall ruin you." Song Yilang turned back to witness Song Xingyu perched upon Wanwan's petite form, poised to strike her with a fierce slap. Startled and unprepared, Wanwan instinctively shut her eyes. A piercing scream echoed, and she felt a sudden lightness. When she dared to look up, she found Song Yilang, his expression as cold as ice, lifting her up. However, the pain from her scalp still lingered, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Song Yilang enveloped Wanwan protectively. "I'm sorry, I reacted too slowly. Are you hurt anywhere?" Song Xingyu quickly regained her footing, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Yilang. "How dare you push me away, Song Yilang?" The strength of a man was formidable. Song Xingyu winced, clutching her shoulder in pain, revealing that this was the first time in many years that Song Yilang had ever laid hands on his own sister. Clearly, he had been bewitched by this vixen, unable to discern right from wrong. Wanwan wished to argue with Song Xingyu, but was pulled behind Song Yilang. In a chilling tone, he addressed her, "Song Xingyu, do you believe that your meager blood ties to me grant you the right to bully those around me? Do you think I won't ensure that Lin Su makes it impossible for you to keep your job in your current position, and that I can make it untenable for you to remain in Jiang City?" His words struck like thunder, leaving Song Xingyu momentarily stunned. Chapter 53. I do not care for your survival. Wanwan instinctively grasped Song Yilang's hand. "Yilang, I am fine." Although Wanwan was unfamiliar with Song Xingyu, the exchange between them revealed their connection. Despite the woman's arrogance and the considerable pain she endured from having her hair yanked and her body bruised, she was unwilling to let Song Yilang face familial difficulties because of her. Song Yilang cast a cold glance at the dazed Song Xingyu before gently guiding Wanwan. "Please, go sit in the store for a moment and wait for me." Wanwan hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Ultimately, she recognized that this was a matter concerning Song Yilang's family, one in which she should not interfere. Suppressing her pain, she walked towards the shop, insisting, "I am fine. You should resolve your own issues first." Once Wanwan departed, Song Yilang turned to face Song Xingyu, his eyes betraying unmistakable disdain. "What is your purpose in coming here?" Only upon hearing Song Yilang's voice did Song Xingyu snap back to reality. Looking at him, she felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. The Song Yilang of the past had always possessed a gentle disposition, speaking with kindness. Now, however, he appeared transformed. With disbelief etched on her face, Song Xingyu exclaimed, "You laid your hands on your own sister for the sake of Wanwan. Are you truly out of your mind?" She stepped closer to him. "Your second sister claimed you have changed, but this is not mere change. This is madness. What has become of you? You insist on divorcing, yet you are entangled with this woman? Do you have any idea how disastrous your actions have been for me?" Song Xingyu seemed on the verge of breaking down. "My job was secured through Su's efforts. You know well your brother-in-law lacks substance. I have children to support. I cannot afford to lose this job. Xiaolang, please heed your elder sister's advice. Sever ties with this woman and return to Su. Is that not preferable?" With a hint of awkwardness, she added, "Of course. If you are willing to compensate me with 100,000, I could overlook these matters." A sardonic smile threatened to break through Song Yilang's stoic facade. Surely this was the true sentiment Song Xingyu wished to convey. He regarded her with icy detachment, his heart devoid of any tumultuous emotion. "Are you finished? If so, then leave." With that, Song Yilang turned to walk away, but Song Xingyu, in desperation, seized the sleeve of his garment. "Song Yilang, do not mistake my humility for weakness. I have come to you in a lowly manner. What more do you want?" Song Yilang brusquely shook off her grip. Song Xingyu, already unsteady, fell to the ground, her palm striking a sharp stone and drawing blood, eliciting a pained gasp. Song Yilang's gaze was fearsome as he looked down upon her. If you do not leave, I cannot guarantee what actions I may take. Never had Song Xingyu anticipated that Song Yilang would resort to violence against her a second time. With eyes filled with resentment, Song Xingyu rose, pointing at Song Yilang. Had I known you were such a treacherous being, I should have suffocated you in your infancy. A grown man. Yet you seem to be wallowing in your own pretentiousness. For the sake of an inconsequential person, you've sullied your relationship with your family to this extent? I even heeded your second sister's advice to give you some time, only to find you frolicking with another woman under the moonlight. Song Yilang, you truly deserve damnation. Lin Su was right. You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf. This time, Song Yilang was genuinely enraged. He clenched his fists, contemplating whether to strike her, when suddenly, Wanwan rushed out and slapped Song Xingyu across the face. The petite girl, despite her small stature, wielded considerable strength, sending Song Xingyu reeling, her head spinning and her lips split. With uncontainable fury, Wanwan exclaimed, I have endured your slaps and insults, but Song Yilang is not just anyone. He is your own brother. How can a sister so shamelessly insult her own flesh and blood? Standing before Song Yilang, Wanwan's eyes glistened with tears, her voice quivering. He has divorced, resigned, and fallen ill. You turn a blind eye to his plight, yet you have the audacity to stand on your moral high ground and hurl insults? How can you demand money from him during his darkest hour? Has anyone ever bothered to ask Song Yilang what he truly desires? Song Yilang stood frozen, gazing at Wanwan's silhouette. Despite her frail appearance, she seemed to create a shelter for him, her words tugging at his heartstrings, causing even this grown man to well up with tears. Wanwan, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, Have you not noticed how he is withering away? Does the Song family possess no compassion? Are you attempting to drive him to despair? Song Xingyu's ears buzzed. She intended to retaliate, but faltered upon seeing the pain etched in Song Yilang's expression. In that fleeting moment, she was taken aback. She had never witnessed such a look on his face. Suddenly, Song Xingyu felt a pang of guilt. I merely came to reason with him. Besides, he is the one who cost me my job. Isn't it reasonable for me to seek some compensation? Furthermore, Lin Su offered him 2 million as a severance. What is wrong with me asking for a share? As Wanwan prepared to argue further, Song Yilang grasped her hand. There is no point in reasoning with her. Through Song Xingyu, he peered into the dark alley beyond, aware that someone awaited the outcome. With no support behind her, how could timid Song Xingyu dare approach him alone after his warning? Tell her this, Song Yilang asserted. The affairs of the Song family have nothing to do with me. Even if you attempt to use them to threaten me, it matters not, for, he chuckled lightly, I am utterly indifferent to your fates. With that, he took Wanwan by the hand. Wanwan, let us depart. Song Xingyu wished to speak, yet her cheek burned with pain. And recalling Song Yilang's earlier expression rendered her momentarily speechless. At this moment, Song Yilang and Wanwan had already entered the establishment. Lin Su, concealed in the shadows, emerged, her gaze contemplative as she observed the wonton shop, her expression enigmatic. Ultimately, Lin Su turned away from the scene. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, cautiously inquiring, President Lin, aren't you going to explain things to Mr. Song? From his demeanor, it seems he truly harbors some resentment towards you. Lin Su remained silent, and Xiao Yu grew increasingly anxious. After all, Xiao Yu had previously worked alongside Song Yilang, and her loyalties were somewhat inclined towards him. With resolve, Xiao Yu pressed on. President Lin, you clearly have feelings for Mr. Song, so why do you persist in making things difficult for him? Upon hearing this, Lin Su halted, her sharp gaze piercing into Xiao Yu, causing her to instinctively shrink back. After a moment, Lin Su resumed her stride, stating, It is not about making things difficult. I merely wish for him to see the reality of the situation. I only hope he can be more compliant and not continually oppose me. Xiao Yu was taken aback, but she thought, Mr. Song is a person, not a dog. However, Lin Su moved too swiftly, and Xiao Yu's words were too faint for her to comprehend. Chapter 54. At worst, I will support you. Song Xingyu stood in a daze for a considerable time, long enough for the evening breeze to cause a slight tremor in her. And only when her swollen cheeks throbbed with pain did she regain her senses and turn to leave. She could not articulate the tumult of emotions within her. Yet for a fleeting moment, Wanwan's accusations left her feeling utterly ashamed. However, her mother had once told her that she bore Song Yilang to support the family. Now, with a son and a daughter, her eldest son nearing graduation from middle school and her daughter already in kindergarten. Life was already challenging. Was it too much to ask for Song Yilang to assist her and the family a little, especially when things had reached such a dire state? Song Xingyu found it incomprehensible, yet at this moment, she still believed she was in the right. Xiaoyu drove while Lin Su sat in the back seat, gently closing her eyes as memories of the moment Song Yilang left home on the third day of the new year flooded her mind. Lin Su couldn't help but ponder whether she had erred. Should she have shown Song Yilang more care? Or perhaps given him a child? Lin Su recalled that shortly after their marriage, he had repeatedly proposed having a child, yet she had declined each time, believing that a child would hinder her entrepreneurial pursuits. Despite Song Yilang's countless assurances that he would care for her and nurture their family, Lin Su remained resolute in her refusal. Gradually, Song Yilang ceased to bring it up, and she assumed he had matured, allowing her to immerse herself fully in her work. As Lin's enterprise flourished, the couple used their entrepreneurial earnings to purchase a home in Jiang City. Situated in a villa district, the house was spacious with multiple rooms across 3 stories. Lin Su, however, harbored concerns for her family and proposed bringing them over to live with them. At that time, Song Yilang truly loved her and readily agreed. Thus, Lin Su urged Lin Fu to sell their home, and the family moved in. Meanwhile, Song Yilang no longer wished to continue his tenure at the Lin family business. Instead, he sought to forge his own path. In just a few short years, he ascended to the position of Deputy General Manager of the project department. It was widely acknowledged that Song Yilang was exceptionally talented. Yet, in the delicate balance between family and career, one must inevitably be sacrificed. Why could Song Yilang not comprehend her plight? Now, merely recently divorced, he chose to support that Qin Wanwan, leaving Lin Su feeling utterly exhausted, both physically and emotionally. At that moment, Song Yilang was tending to Qin Wanwan's injuries. Previously, Song Xingyu had been merciless towards Qin Wanwan, who had fallen from her electric scooter, sustaining scrapes and bruises on her shoulder, knee, and face. Her palm was also injured. She had managed to turn quickly enough to avoid more severe harm. But the sharp pebbles had drawn blood, leaving her with significant abrasions. Song Yilang was filled with regret. He should not have acted so hastily. He delicately cleaned Qin Wanwan's wounds with cotton swabs and iodine. Qin Wanwan did not cry. Her complexion was pale, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, while Song Yilang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tended to her palm. Qin Wanwan managed to smile, softly reassuring him, "I'm not in pain, so please do not worry." Song Yilang remained silent, focused on treating her injuries. Though Qin Wanwan trembled slightly, she maintained her smile. How could she not be in pain? Song Yilang's movements grew increasingly gentle. When he used tweezers to extract the tiny stones embedded in her palm, tears cascaded down Qin Wanwan's cheeks, quickly wiped away. As he wrapped her hand in gauze, she wiggled her fingers and playfully asked, "Does it resemble a pig's trotter?" "Song Yilang, your bandaging skills are lacking. You should learn from me." Qin Wanwan sounded a tad disappointed. "I knew it. You're acting mute again and won't talk to me." In the next breath, Song Yilang replied, "All right." "What?" Qin Wanwan's heart skipped a beat, caught off guard. Song Yilang smiled gently. "I said all right, I'll listen to you." After speaking, he lowered his gaze to Qin Wanwan's right knee, which was marred by blood and bruises, a sight that was quite distressing. He crouched down to continue tending to her knee, carefully instructing, "For the next few days, keep it dry and take good care of it." Qin Wanwan gazed at Song Yilang with a newfound warmth in her eyes. If these injuries could allow him to lower his guard around her, perhaps it was not so undesirable. At that moment, she had forgotten her initial intention of treating Song Yilang's psychological issues, which had once prompted her gentleness towards him. Song Yilang meticulously addressed Qin Wanwan's knee injury while she tended to the wounds on her face. What vexed Qin Wanwan the most was the abrasion on her face. She was not the type of beauty that radiated brilliance and exuberance, a style that Song Yilang favored. The injury only deepened her sense of inferiority. After a prolonged period of attending to her wounds, Song Yilang finally put away the medical kit, while Qin Wanwan remained silent, waiting patiently, with his back turned to her. Song Yilang pondered for a long moment before finally uttering, "Wanwan, you must have seen that my home is a chaotic mess. Being around me could be perilous." Qin Wanwan remained silent for quite some time before responding, "But my family is the same." "Song Yilang, why do you use your connections to help me resolve the troubles with the Liu family?" Song Yilang frowned and turned to face her. "That's different," he replied. Qin Wanwan lowered her head. Tears as large as beans fell from her eyes. I think it's the same. An extended silence ensued, and ultimately, it was Song Yilang who yielded. He approached her and said, I will take you home. Wanwan replied, then I want you to carry me. She dared not meet his gaze, focusing instead on her own feet. Song Yilang observed her for a while, noting her fidgeting fingers and the numerous wounds on her body. His heart softened, and with a sigh, he lifted her white shoes and effortlessly cradled her in his arms. Surprised yet elated, Wanwan wrapped her arms around his neck. Song Yilang said nothing, merely adjusting his grip on her as he walked towards the exit of the store. Reaching her destination, Wanwan felt a surge of happiness, even finding that her wounds ached less. After driving her home and carrying her upstairs, Song Yilang intended to leave when Wanwan grasped his hand. With a puzzled look, he turned to her, and she said, Don't feel guilty towards me. I was the one slow to react. You Haven Tea burdened me. My injuries are merely superficial. Don't confine your own path because of me. Song Yilang's heart trembled, his lips moved, yet he could not articulate a single word. Wanwan gently patted his head and said, You have always been too tense. If you're tired, it's perfectly fine to rest. After all, she flashed him a sweet smile. I can take care of you. Chapter 55, The Calm Before the Storm? Her words lingered in Song Yilang's mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment even as he sat in the car. He was undoubtedly in turmoil, a myriad of emotions overwhelming him, making it difficult to breathe. Unable to drive due to the chaos in his mind, he exited the vehicle, the only way to relieve his stress being through silent smoking. Unbeknownst to him, Wanwan stood on the balcony, watching him with tear-filled eyes. Man emerged and sighed, asking Wanwan, Wanwan, do you truly like him that much? You've only known each other for 2 months. Why is that? Wanwan, in matters of the heart, if there are reasons, then it ceases to be true affection. Man, but he cannot protect you properly, can he? Just look at all your injuries. Wanwan, I do not blame him, it is my own fault. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, Man could only shake her head and say, I will fetch the medical kit. You come inside and remove your clothes so I can check for other injuries. Wanwan responded, Understood, I will be there shortly. Without looking back, her gaze remained fixed upon Song Yilang, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hastily called a friend. Is this Dr. Liu? I have a patient here. Could you assist in reviewing the case? Liu Jiang. Ah, Dr. Qin, is this a patient from the second hospital? What is your relationship with this patient? Wanwan paused for 2 seconds. He is the one I care for. Wanwan. Dr. Liu, I implore you. Liu Jiang. I see, I understand. If necessary, I will request a consultation from your hospital. Although Liu Jiang could not divulge the specifics of the patient's condition, the need for a consultation implied that the issue was serious. Her visit would not breach patient confidentiality. Wanwan smiled. I am immensely grateful. Liu Jiang, no need for formality. After hanging up, Wanwan anxiously turned her gaze towards Song Yilang, who was just starting his car to leave. It was not until his vehicle had vanished from sight that she stepped inside. For several consecutive days, Wanwan continued her routine at work, while Song Yilang rested at home, only occasionally visiting in the evenings. Life unfolded pleasantly, yet it always left Song Yilang with a sense of tranquility that hinted at an impending storm. On this particular day, after seeing her last patient, Wanwan finished her shift. While changing in the locker room, a notebook fell from her pocket. Unbeknownst to her, the intern, Xiao Li, picked it up. Song Yilang? Who is this? A teacher? Upon hearing the voice, Wanwan turned around to see Li Na holding the notebook, which was open to a page where she had written Song Yilang's name during a moment of boredom. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she feigned nonchalance. Just a friend. Li Na's teasing gaze immediately shifted her way. Oh really? Just a friend? What kind of friend? Wanwan maintained a stern expression. Are you being nosy? Li Na instantly responded with a cheeky grin. Not nosy at all. I was mistaken. Please don't be angry. Teacher, he. Only then did Wanwan reach out to tap Xiao Li's forehead with her index finger. Matters of adults should not concern children. With that, she grabbed her bag and departed. Li Na burst into laughter, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a delightful secret. Li Na, it seems our teacher is on the verge of something wonderful. Song Yilang's name lingered in Xiao Li's mind, suddenly feeling all too familiar. And then, in a flash, Li Na suddenly recalled that Dr. Li's patient was someone named Song Yilang. Dr. Li had mentioned several times in a single day that this Mr. Song was particularly obstinate, even in dire health, yet he failed to return for a follow-up. Physicians often harbor a disdain for non-compliant patients. Li Na, momentarily taken aback, pondered. It couldn't possibly be him. There are so many with the same name. Nevertheless, as her thoughts spiraled, unease settled within her. She hastily donned her white coat and sought out Dr. Li. After all, they were in the oncology department. Upon arriving at the doctor's office, Li Na inquired, "Dr. Li, may I take a look at the medical records?" Dr. Li responded, "Whose records do you need?" Li Na clarified, "Isn't it true that every patient who visits our hospital has a medical record?" Dr. Li explained, "Not necessarily. Only those who are hospitalized have a physical medical record. If someone merely consults and leaves, only a file exists, and over time, that file may even be lost." Perplexed, Dr. Li asked, "Why the sudden interest, Xiao Li?" Unsure of her own intentions, Li Na feigned nonchalance. "I just remembered a patient you mentioned previously. Was it Song Yilang? I recall you saying his case was somewhat unique." Dr. Li pondered thoughtfully before shaking his head. "If he were a hospitalized patient, I would certainly remember him. However, I doubt that is the case. I cannot be certain. If you wish to know more, you could check the records next Monday when you return to work." Li Na numbly replied, "All right, then I shall head home for now." "Teacher." Dr. Li nodded, and their conversation came to a close. Li Na contemplated calling Qin Wanwan, for if Qin were to inquire, the information could be retrieved immediately. However, as an intern, Li Na's access was limited. Uncertain and conflicted, she ultimately refrained from making the call. It was Friday, and she decided to wait until Monday to learn more about Song Yilang's medical history before discussing it with Qin, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan finished her shift on her bicycle but did not head home. Instead, she rode directly to the store. It had been several days since she last saw Song Yilang, and her own condition had improved considerably, warranting a visit. Upon arriving at the store, just as she parked her bike, Lu Xiao rushed out with a group. Instinctively, Qin Wanwan attempted to leave, but her cousin, Lu Fei, swiftly approached, snatching the key from her electric bike and halting her in her tracks. With a mischievous grin, Lu Fei teased, "Lu Wan, why do you run away when you see us? Do you not miss your family? How heartless of you." Qin Wanwan's expression turned icy. Before she could respond, a voice filled with disdain from behind pierced through the air. "Xiaowan, your grandparents have come to see you." In an instant, a throng of self-important relatives surrounded Qin Wanwan, chattering incessantly. Lu Yi chimed in, "Xiaowan, your grandfather heard that you and your mother opened a store in the big city, so he and your grandmother thought to come and stay with you. Where is your mother? Call her so she can take us out for a meal." Qin Wanwan's lips twitched slightly, taken aback by the audacity of these shameless individuals who had truly arrived. At that moment, Song Yilang happened to open the door and, upon witnessing the scene, felt a tightening in his chest. Without even changing his shoes, he hurried downstairs. Chapter 56. Dr. Qin's masterful acting. Chen Ping boldly stepped forward, grasping Qin Wanwan's hand. "Wanwan. It's me, Grandma. Don't you remember? I used to hold you when you were little." Qin Wanwan regarded Chen Ping with a cold smile before withdrawing her hand, disregarding the displeased expressions of her grandparents, and casting a disdainful glance at the entire family gathered before her. Her grandfather, grandmother, second uncle, third uncle, and two cousins had indeed come in a well-coordinated manner, evidently resolved to keep her grandparents here. Raising her voice, Qin Wanwan declared, "What is this? In broad daylight, are you all attempting to coerce me into supporting you in your old age?" Passers-by frequently turned their heads, their expressions turning sour, though they quickly masked their reactions. Chen Ping maintained her smile. "Wanwan, how can you say such a thing? Your grandparents are elderly. Isn't it the responsibility of the younger generation to care for them?" Lu Yi interjected, "Exactly, Wanwan. We just rushed here from our hometown and haven't even had a bite to eat. You should call your mother and have her treat us to a nice meal." Lu Xiao chimed in with a smile. "Yes, Wanwan, what family issues can't be resolved? Let bygones be bygones. After all, your parents are your biological grandfather and grandmother. It's only right for them to stay in the city for a while and for you to make arrangements for them." Qin Wanwan's face turned icy, and she suddenly felt relieved that it was she facing these heartless relatives, not her mother. Their voices intertwined, all suggesting that Qin Wanwan should lavishly cater to their needs. Suddenly, Qin Wanwan laughed, then boldly pushed past Lu Fei and dashed into the shop. Lu Xiao and Lu Feng exchanged glances, satisfaction evident in their eyes. Indeed, the young girl was still too soft-hearted. Lu Xiao remarked, "Mom and Dad, Look how understanding Wanwan is. Let us go inside. Lu Yi and Chen Ping grinned. Let us go, let us go. The group then proceeded towards Qin Wanwan's wonton shop. Just then, Song Yilang also descended the stairs and walked in their direction. In the next moment, his steps halted, and he even took a step back, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This was because Qin Wanwan had burst out with a broom in hand, charging at Lu Xiao and the others. Get out! Get out! Who are these lowlifes? All of you leave. Qin Wanwan's voice was so loud that it attracted onlookers, and gradually, the crowd swelled. Meanwhile, Song Yilang did not rush forward, but instead retreated into the crowd, pulling out his phone to call Lawyer Zhang. Louis exclaimed, "Oh, you little brat. What are you doing? Are you trying to murder your grandfather?" The several grown men, unable to retaliate against Qin Wanwan in public, could only retreat awkwardly, covering their faces. Lu Fei, filled with rage and humiliation, seized the broom held by Qin Wanwan and exclaimed, "Qin Wanwan, do not presume that your gender will spare you from my wrath." Qin Wanwan tilted her head back, glaring at Lu Fei with resentment. "Come on, try to lay a finger on me." As Lu Fei raised his hand, poised to strike, Song Yilang rushed forward the moment Lu Fei grasped the broom. However, before he could reach Qin Wanwan, Lu Fei's hand never descended. Instead, Qin Wanwan took the opportunity to collapse onto the ground, wailing loudly, "Woe is me! My father was driven to death by these people, and now they seek to do the same to me." Lu Fei's face turned a shade of green, visibly enraged. Meanwhile, Song Yilang managed to halt his advance just in time, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. This girl was far more entertaining than he had anticipated, resilient and unyielding. He subtly shifted to the side, allowing Qin Wanwan to express her distress freely. As long as she remained unharmed, he would handle the aftermath. At that moment, Song Yilang received a message from Zhang Tianfa. His people had arrived. The neighbors, familiar with Qin Wanwan as a doctor, were concerned for her well-being. One kind soul inquired, "Dr. Qin, what troubles you?" Qin Wanwan had been waiting for such an inquiry. As soon as it was posed, she tearfully began her lament. "These two elderly people are my father's parents, and these men are my father's brothers. When my father succumbed to cancer, they conspired to evict my mother and me from our home, seizing our possessions. Now that my grandparents have grown frail, they wish to offload them onto me, a young woman, while my uncles, in the prime of their lives, shirk their responsibilities." Everyone stood in stunned silence, observing the vivid display of emotion from Qin Wanwan, save for Song Yilang, who struggled to suppress his laughter. "Truly, you are remarkable," he thought. Qin Wanwan continued, "It is utterly unjust. I, Qin Wanwan, have served the people for many years, only to find myself in such a tragic predicament. My father's death went unnoticed, and now they dare to bully us." Lu Zhao's expression soured. "Qin Wanwan, what nonsense are you spewing? Your grandparents merely wish to see you." Lu Yi, feeling the pressure, coughed awkwardly and added, "Wanwan, your grandparents came to visit because they miss you." At this juncture, Song Yilang interjected, "Is that so? You come to see your granddaughter, yet you bring along a throng of men, and empty-handed, no less." He paused, gesturing toward a pile of luggage not far off. "It seems you have not arrived empty-handed. Rather, you appear to be moving your belongings in." Lu Fei retorted, "Who are you to speak here? What audacity!" However, as the crowd turned to look, they indeed noticed a considerable amount of luggage, including pots and pans. This was hardly a visit to see a granddaughter. It seemed more like an attempt to usurp her home. Lu Zhao's gaze fell upon Song Yilang, and in that fleeting moment, he faltered. It was this very man who had previously thwarted his plans, and to his astonishment, he found him present once again. They had clearly come while others were absent. How had this individual managed to be here at such a moment? Consequently, whispers erupted among the onlookers. Two sons with arms and legs. Yet they refused to care for their own, bullying a fatherless child. What a heartless family. Indeed, Dr. Qin is a good physician. How unfortunate to be related to such relatives. What a travesty. This family is truly inhumane. Song Yilang looked at Lu Fei with a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking, sending a shiver down Lu Fei's spine. Just as he opened his mouth to curse Song Yilang, the police arrived. "Everyone disperse, nothing to see here." Meanwhile, Zhang Tian and an armed officer approached Qin Wanwan, assisting her to her feet. With a smile, Zhang Tian reassured her, "Dr. Qin, rest assured, we witnessed the entire scene and have it all on record. Justice will be served through the law." The Lu family was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 57. I do not believe in Buddha. I believe in human effort. The armed officer extended his hand, briefly shaking hands with Qin Wanwan. Dr. Qin, greetings. Zhang has already briefed me on the situation, and we have indeed observed everything. Qin Wanwan expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. The armed officer then turned to Lu Xiao. You and your companions are suspected of damaging property and extortion. Please accompany us. Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What property damage? What extortion? I am her biological uncle. The officer remained impassive. Any further discussion can occur at the police station. Lu Feng, smiling, produced a cigarette and offered it to the officer. Officer, we are indeed her relatives. There must be some misunderstanding. Surely we can resolve this amicably without such a commotion. The officer replied firmly, save your breath. Please come with us. The two elders, upon observing the situation, fell silent, while Lu Fei harbored a deep resentment towards Qin Wanwan, yet dared not act upon it. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wanwan playfully winked at Song Yilang, exuding a mischievous charm. A faint smile tugged at Song Yilang's lips. Just then, Chen Ping could no longer contain her anger. She bent down to pick up a bottle from the ground and hurled it towards Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan turned just in time to see the bottle flying towards her head, half filled with water. This was it. She instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for impact. However, instead of the anticipated pain, she found her head pressed against someone's chest. The bottle struck Song Yilang on the back of his head, causing him to wince. The armed officer exclaimed, Elder, what on earth are you doing? Take her away. Chen Ping continued to scream, Qin Wanwan, you and your mother are both ungrateful daughters. Ungrateful. Amidst the cacophony, Qin Wanwan could neither hear nor see clearly. She could only feel the warmth of Song Yilang's breath against her forehead. Before long, the crowd began to disperse. Song Yilang released Qin Wanwan, and Zhang Tian's gaze flickered between them before he offered a knowing smile. It was then that Song Yilang began the introduction. Dr. Qin, this is Lawyer Zhang, and Lawyer Zhang, this is the Dr. Qin I mentioned. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled as they exchanged a brief greeting. Zhang Tian then remarked, Dr. Qin, I am aware of your concerns, as Yilang has conveyed them to me. To completely resolve this matter, a trip back to your hometown is indeed necessary to apply some pressure. When might you be available? I can accompany you. Qin Wanwan responded. Naturally, the sooner, the better. I can adjust my schedule. Zhang Tian glanced at his itinerary and said, in that case, how about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? We have 3 days. Qin Wanwan nodded. That sounds good. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. Zhang Tian waved dismissively. No trouble at all. It is my privilege to assist you. I must take my leave now, as I have some work to attend to. I will meet with Yilang at our designated location tomorrow. Qin Wanwan felt a flush of warmth, but nodded in agreement. All right, thank you. Song Yilang and Zhang Tian exchanged farewells, and Zhang Tian departed. Only then did Qin Wanwan grasp Song Yilang's wrist and lead him into the shop. Sit down. Let me examine the back of your head. Although it was merely a bottle, had Song Yilang not shielded her, the pain would have been hers to endure. Furthermore, the bottle contained water, and the force with which it had been thrown could not be underestimated. Seated on a stool, Song Yilang allowed Qin Wanwan to inspect the back of his head, where she noted some swelling. Her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, it seems you have sustained an injury. Wait here, I will fetch some ice. Before he could protest, Qin Wanwan hurried into the kitchen to search the refrigerator. Song Yilang touched the swollen area on the back of his head and let out a sigh. In truth, the initial pain had subsided, and this minor discomfort was bearable. Qin Wanwan soon returned with a towel-wrapped ice pack, taking a seat behind Song Yilang to apply the cold compress. As he reached out for the ice, he said, I can take care of it myself. However, Qin Wanwan firmly swatted his hand away, insisting, let me handle it. You're clumsy. Song Yilang conceded. Fine, I should have kept quiet to avoid being scolded. Qin Wanwan then questioned, why did you shield me from that blow? Song Yilang paused momentarily before explaining, after all, you are my landlord. Just as Qin Wanwan was about to respond, Song Yilang swiftly changed the subject. By the way, please inform Aunt Qin not to open the shop for now. Once we return from your hometown and the situation has calmed down, she can resume. Let her take a few days to rest. Qin Wanwan acknowledged, you are very considerate. I will let my mother know. Song Yilang nodded, and thereafter, a prolonged silence enveloped them. After several minutes of applying the ice, Qin Wanwan removed the ice pack. As Song Yilang attempted to rise, Qin Wanwan made a bold move, embracing his neck from behind. When her soft form pressed against his back, Song Yilang's body stiffened. In the wake of his shock, he felt a flicker of anger. Qin Wanwan? She whispered softly in his ear. The reason I can face them with such courage is that I know you are here. Thank you for being willing to protect me, and for not resenting me for the embarrassment I caused today. A tremor passed through Song Yilang's heart. He wanted to respond, yet words lodged in his throat. In the past, he had failed to comprehend why protagonists in novels often harbored unspoken sentiments until he found himself in this moment, realizing that some feelings are indeed difficult to articulate. Finally, he gently pried her hands away and stood up. Relationships are reciprocal. There is no need for thanks. I will pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. Let's leave early and return early, so as not to disrupt your work. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Qin Wanwan called out. She dashed outside, causing Song Yilang to instinctively halt. Soon, she returned, carrying 2 shoe boxes, which she handed to him. I noticed your shoes are quite lacking, just those 2 pairs of leather shoes. I bought you 2 pairs of sneakers. They are comfortable to wear. As Song Yilang opened his mouth to decline, she pressed the shoe boxes into his hands. I chose these after much deliberation. Consider it a token of gratitude for shielding me today. Qin Wanwan's cool hand enveloped his, and their eyes met. Within her gaze lay emotions that Song Yilang could not decipher. Once I resolve matters at home, let us discuss our personal affairs properly. Song Yilang, you claim that sincerity is fleeting, yet I refuse to believe it. I shall shatter your perceptions in my own way. Just as I do not believe in fate, I believe that outcomes are shaped by our actions. Chapter 58. The one who cannot be relieved. With Qin Wanwan gone, Song Yilang found himself alone, staring at the shoebox in his hands. For a brief moment, confusion clouded his gaze, but clarity quickly returned. He murmured, I once believed that outcomes are determined by our efforts, yet I have always found myself at odds with fate. Wanwan, how can one possibly contend with destiny? A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he tidied up, turned off the shop lights, locked the door, and returned to his rented room. Recently, his coughing had diminished. The nights felt less unbearable, and the frequency of his stomach pains had lessened considerably. If it weren't for the fact that each bout of pain was more intense than the last, he might almost have considered himself a healthy, normal individual. To ensure a restful night, Song Yilang took medication after washing up before sleeping, aiming to avoid being jolted awake by pain in the middle of the night. Thus, another night passed with him awakening at dawn. Fortunately, tonight he slept soundly. However, Lin Su was experiencing a different fate. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Since the departure of Song Yilang, her sleep has been persistently troubled, oscillating between insomnia and waking at the slightest sound, leaving her enveloped in a profound sense of insecurity. Lin Su endeavored to uncover traces of Song Yilang's existence. Yet the remnants of his life were scant, merely a handful of old clothes and shoes. Once Song Yilang took those belongings away, nothing remained. A sense of guilt weighed heavily on Lin Su. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Song Yilang repeatedly. They were the closest of companions, fully aware of each other's vulnerabilities. Thus, when Song Yilang resolved to resign and refused to yield, Lin Su understood that he had genuinely decided to forsake their years of marital affection. She found herself unable to lower her pride and speak gently to him, resulting in an impasse. Lin Su could not help but ponder whether, if she acquiesced to the 2 demands Song Yilang had proposed, he might reconsider. Yet, she was conflicted. Her family, including her parents and Lin Feng, were her kin, and it felt unjust to cast them aside for Song Yilang. As for refraining from going out for drinks, she resolved to take a step back. Abstaining was a simple compromise. Lin Su contemplated that she would seek out Song Yilang for a heartfelt conversation come dawn. Lost in thought, she eventually drifted into slumber. The hour hand struck 6 in the morning. Song Yilang sprang from his bed, swiftly gathering all the belongings he intended to take with him, including the clothes and shoes gifted by Qin Wanwan, as well as a bottle of medicine from the table. Indeed, once he had resolved the matters concerning Qin Wanwan, he planned to depart for a place where no one recognized him, seeking to live out the remainder of his days in peace. His acquaintance with Qin Wanwan had been fleeting, spanning little more than 2 months. Thus, her feelings for him could not run deep. His task was to extinguish her lingering affections. He felt grateful for her companionship during this time, which had ignited a flicker of unwarranted sentiment within him. Yet that was all it was. With few possessions, he carried only a small suitcase as he stepped outside, placing the suitcase in the trunk. Song Yilang drove off to collect Qin Wanwan. She had been waiting by the roadside and waved excitedly upon spotting his vehicle. Upon stopping, She climbed into the passenger seat with her bag and handed him a food container, urging, "You should eat breakfast first. We can hit the road afterward." Cradling the warm container, Song Yilang instinctively inquired, "What is this?" Wanwan, a bit bashful, replied, "It's vegetable and lean meat porridge, which I made this morning. It's quite fragrant. Buying something on the way would have sufficed. There was no need for you to go to such trouble," he remarked, with a naive smile. Wanwan responded, "But cooking for someone you care about is a beautiful thing. Your appetite is usually quite poor, and nothing is as clean as what I prepare." After Wanwan finished speaking, she placed her backpack on the back seat with a certain nonchalance. Subsequently, she produced a thermos from seemingly nowhere. "Your stomach has been troubling you. Although winter has passed, you must still take care to keep your stomach warm. Otherwise, it could lead to serious issues later on. Feel free to drink from the thermos whenever you need water." Her actions were so natural that Song Yilang found himself momentarily dazed, to the point where he almost felt as if they were an old married couple. However, reason ultimately prevailed, and he quietly continued to sip his porridge before uttering a simple, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Wanwan replied. After finishing his porridge, Song Yilang drove away from the city. "Where is Zhang Lu waiting for us?" Wanwan inquired. "At the toll station outside the city," Song Yilang replied. She acknowledged him, but then noticed the shoes on his feet, her eyes instantly lighting up. Although he had not responded to her earlier comments, today he was wearing not only the clothes she had gifted him, but also the shoes. Any lingering frustration she felt vanished in an instant. This was how it should be. She would gradually accept everything about him. She understood that Song Yilang had his reservations, but she was willing to wait. This was the first time she had felt such profound affection for someone, and she wanted to give him the best. Upon reaching the highway entrance and meeting with Zhang Tian, the two cars set off towards her hometown, Huaping County. To prevent Song Yilang from dozing off, Wanwan chattered incessantly, sharing gossip from the hospital, recounting what she had eaten and done the previous day, seemingly with an endless supply of topics. Song Yilang occasionally responded with a word or two, which brought her immense joy. When they arrived at a gas station, Wanwan went to the restroom. Meanwhile, Song Yilang approached Zhang Tian and handed him a bank card. "What are you planning to do with this?" Zhang Tian asked, puzzled. "Brother, I have never asked you for anything in my life, but now, I wish to leverage our years of friendship to ask you to protect someone for me," Song Yilang replied. Zhang Tian felt a wave of unease wash over him. "What do you mean?" "I have been diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. The doctors say it is incurable," Song Yilang stated calmly. Zhang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he involuntarily stepped back, a grown man suddenly on the verge of tears. "How can that be possible?" Song Yilang gently patted Zhang Tian's shoulder. "Life is unpredictable. I have accepted it with composure, but there are still people I worry about." Zhang Tian initially wanted to ask if it was Lin Su, but then he thought of Wanwan. "Is it Dr. Qin?" he asked. Song Yilang smiled faintly. "Yes. She is a wonderful person. I can only wonder which lucky fellow will get to marry such a remarkable wife." Zhang Tian choked back his emotions. "What do you want me to do?" "This card contains 500,000. Please use it to hire someone to install several surveillance cameras in that dark alley where the wonton shop is located. And it would be best to set up streetlights along that road as well. Brother, I implore your forgiveness for my selfishness. I wish that henceforth, regardless of any circumstance that may befall Wanwan, you could discreetly extend a helping hand on her behalf." Song Yilang smiled, though tinged with a hint of sorrow. "This could be deemed my way of repaying her unwavering loyalty in standing by my side." Zhang Tian held the card in silence for a considerable time before ultimately returning it to Song Yilang. "The expenses for streetlights and surveillance equipment cannot possibly amount to this much. As for Dr. Qin, she is an exceptionally skilled oncologist. Song Yilang, you ought to seize this opportunity to fight for your life and place your trust in Dr. Qin." Song Yilang felt immense gratitude for Zhang Tian's words. However, while Zhang Tian could articulate such sentiments, he himself felt incapable of acting upon them. Song Yilang simply remarked, "Brother, Wanwan is still young." At those words, tears streamed down Zhang Tian's rugged face, only to be hastily wiped away. Zhang Tian replied, "I understand. You should keep this money, and I shall resolve the rest." Song Yilang said nothing, merely embracing Zhang Tian in silence. Zhang Tian then inquired, "Do you harbor resentment towards Lin Su?" This name, though undeniably familiar, sounded strangely foreign to Song Yilang at that moment. He sighed, "I do not resent her. I hope she can live her life well in the future." Zhang Tian chuckled, "You are quite magnanimous." Song Yilang offered a faint smile. Our ending may be somewhat unsightly, yet she was once my wife, nearly sacrificing her life for me. Song Yilang continued. As long as she diligently safeguards the Lin family, she shall live her life in peace, which is quite commendable. Zhang Tian asked. Indeed, they have all found closure. What about you? Where do you intend to go? Song Yilang replied. As for me, I shall go wherever the winds take me. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Wanwan emerged, her pure visage adorned with a radiant smile as she waved at him. Song Yilang stated, I shall return now. I hope you can keep today's conversation confidential, brother. With that, he returned to his vehicle. Zhang Tian's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He wished to articulate something, yet at that moment, any words felt utterly inadequate. The only course of action left to him was to respect Song Yilang's decision. The two vehicles resumed their journey. Meanwhile, at 10 o'clock that morning, Lin Su awakened from slumber, glancing at the time and muttering a curse. Damn, it's so late. She hurriedly washed up and set out, but midway, a thought struck her, prompting her to return to the mall to purchase 2 suits for Song Yilang before hastily driving to find him. Upon her arrival, however, she discovered that the wonton shop was closed, and her growing sense of unease intensified. Lin Su rushed upstairs only to find the door locked. Instinctively, she dialed Song Yilang's number, but he did not answer. It had been quite some time since he last picked up her calls, and she was uncertain if he had blocked her number. A sudden yearning to see where Song Yilang resided overcame her, and after considerable deliberation, Lin Su decided to call a locksmith to come over. The process of waiting is undoubtedly a torment, long and arduous. Lin Su's heart was in disarray. Song Yilang had left the Lin family and was unwilling to return to the Song household. Where else could he possibly go? Lin Su found herself at a loss. The locksmith arrived half an hour later, and upon opening the door to Song Yilang's rented apartment, Lin Su hurriedly dashed inside. Instinctively, she rushed towards the wardrobe and discovered that his 2 suits remained, and upon looking down, she saw his 2 pairs of leather shoes as well. A quiet sigh of relief escaped her lips. However, just as she felt she was overreacting, she turned around only to find that apart from the suits and shoes, everything else was gone. The bedding on the bed was neatly folded, the place was spotless, but the jars and bottles, the medications she couldn't comprehend, and the suitcase were all missing. Lin Su's heart sank. Could it be that Song Yilang had fled far away? The color drained from Lin Su's face. She took out her phone, trembling as she called Xiaoyu. Immediately, find out where Song Yilang has gone and who he is with. Report back the moment you have any news. After hanging up, her emotions began to fray. Was it really necessary to leave the city over such a trivial matter? It truly disappointed her. Lin Su cursed. Song Yilang, you always run away when faced with difficulties. You truly are worthless. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan was feeding Song Yilang strawberries and cherries. You should eat. These are for little girls, Song Yilang remarked. Qin Wanwan shook her head in disapproval. Who says? Enjoyment knows no gender or age. Just as Song Yilang opened his mouth to respond, Qin Wanwan swiftly popped a cherry into his mouth. Observing her triumphant demeanor, he could only helplessly begin to chew. Qin Wanwan held a tissue to his mouth, making it easier for him to spit out the pit. Song Yilang felt a bit awkward, but seeing her natural demeanor, he chose not to be overly sensitive and complied with her. Qin Wanwan was delighted by this. Song Yilang had too many burdens weighing on him, appearing far more mature than his years, yet he would only truly turn 30 this winter. His life had been exceedingly tough, resembling a little bitter melon. Qin Wanwan was already contemplating how to prepare a unique birthday celebration for Song Yilang this year, hoping it would bring him a touch of joy. At 2 in the afternoon, 2 cars entered Huaping County. Song Yilang first took his companions to a restaurant for a meal. Everyone's time was precious, and they wished to avoid any delays. Thus, during their meal, Zhang Tian proposed, once we finish eating, let us find a lodge in the village to stay overnight and gather information later in the evening. Song Yilang responded, how shall we go about gathering information? Zhang Tianyi presented a voice recorder to Song Yilang and Qin Wanwan, instructing them to inquire about the events of the past from the villagers, urging them to gather as much detail as possible, for these recordings would serve as evidence. He advised them to make 100 copies of each recording. However, he noted that relying solely on the villagers' testimonies would be insufficient, and he planned to visit the police station as well. You two should focus on this task for the next few days, he concluded. Exchanging glances, Song Yilang and Qin Wanwan nodded in agreement. All right, they affirmed. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tianyi shared a bold idea. Dr. Qin, you need to find a way for the village committee members to witness how the Liu family has treated you and your mother. This would provide another layer of protection and exert invisible pressure on the Liu family. However, I fear they might act out of desperation and cause you harm. Qin Wanwan raised her chin, smiling, with shallow dimples gracing her lips. I'm not afraid. With Song Yilang by my side, he will protect me. Won't he you? Song Yilang paused for 2 seconds, then replied, Qin Wanwan? She playfully chuckled. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Zhang, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to me. It would hurt if I got beaten, and my back is still healing. Upon hearing this, Song Yilang subtly furrowed his brow. Was her previous bruise that severe? Zhang Tianyi responded, all right, let us proceed with this plan. Remember to record everything, and be sure to seek the villagers' consent before starting. With a unified understood, the trio assigned their tasks and began to work diligently, recognizing that nourishment was essential for their efforts. Chapter 59. I will do my best. After their meal, the three ventured to Liu family village. Since her father's passing, Qin Wanwan had not returned for quite some time. As she gazed upon the landscape, both strange and familiar, a myriad of indescribable emotions welled up within her. They found a small inn to stay at, and after a brief respite, set off on their respective missions. Qin Wanwan, accompanied by Song Yilang, purchased some nutritional supplements before heading to visit her father's old friend. Wang Hao, knocking on the door, a young girl wearing a middle school uniform answered. Instantly recognizing her as Wang Yin, the second daughter of Wang Hao, Qin Wanwan noted how much she had grown. Who are you? Wang Yin inquired. With a warm smile, Qin Wanwan replied, you must be Yin Yin, right? I am your sister Wanwan. Is your father home? Upon hearing this, Wang Yin called out, Dad, someone's here. Coming. Who is it? Wang Hao emerged from the house, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Wanwan. With uncertainty, he asked, is that you, Wanwan? Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded. Yes. It's me, Uncle Wang. Wang Hao, astonished yet delighted, exclaimed, Wanwan, you've grown into such a young lady. Come in. He ushered Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang inside, and she presented her offerings. Uncle Wang, just a small token of my appreciation. Wang Hao beamed, look at you. You didn't need to bring anything. Have you eaten? If not, I'll ask your aunt to prepare a chicken. Qin Wanwan chuckled, Uncle Wang, we've already eaten. I apologize for this sudden visit. I wanted to learn more about my father's past. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately discerned the purpose of Qin Wanwan's visit. Years ago, when Liu Yong departed and the Liu family split, they sought to expel Qin Wanwan and her mother, a matter that had long since become common knowledge in the village. Sighing, Wang Hao glanced at Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang and said, come. Let us proceed to the study. Exchanging a look, Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang followed him. At that moment, a young man clad in a white t-shirt approached, appearing to be in his 20s, exuding a refreshing demeanor. He called out to Wang Hao, Dad. Wang Hao replied, this is your sister Wanwan. At a loss for how to address Song Yilang, he hesitated, but Song Yilang took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, I am a friend of your sister Wanwan. My surname is Song. Wang Jun smiled and greeted them. Hello, brother and sister. Qin Wanwan remarked, it has been many years since we last met. Do you still remember your sister? Wang Jun looked at her, a bright smile gracing his face. I remember, but alas. It has been so long since Wanwan left that my memories have grown a bit hazy. Qin Wanwan chuckled softly. Indeed, it has been quite a while. With a sigh, Wang Hao took the lead, and Song Yilang urged, let us go. Qin Wanwan nodded, giving Wang Jun a gentle pat on the shoulder. We shall chat again when we have the time. I must take my leave now. Wang Jun nodded in response. All right. Afterward, Qin Wanwan followed Song Yilang, leaving Wang Jun with a gaze that lingered, imbued with a hint of affection. Wang Yin appeared. Brother, is this Wanwan's sister the girl from your wallet? Do you like her? Wang Jun chuckled and ruffled Wang Yan's hair. You are mistaken. It is not her. With that, Wang Jun departed, leaving Wang Yin puzzled, scratching the back of her head. Huh? Is it not? This brief interlude passed unnoticed by anyone, and at that moment, Qin Wanwan was engaged in conversation with Wang Hao. Wang Hao prompted, speak, what is it you wish to know? Qin Wanwan replied, Uncle Wang, the events surrounding my family were quite the uproar. My mother and I had no choice but to sell our house and flee. However, our 20 acres of land and 10 acres of fish pond were seized by them. A fact known to all, I presume? Then, Qin Wanwan added, Uncle Wang, may I record our conversation today? Wang Hao smiled, go ahead. Subsequently, he said, Wanwan, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that I am unable to. Qin Wanwan, puzzled, asked, What do you mean, Uncle Wang? I merely seek acknowledgement from the Liu family for their past transgressions. Wang Hao, with a heavy heart, replied, That was during your high school years, Wanwan. It is now quite challenging to find evidence. Moreover, your family's land and fish pond have long since been acquired and expanded into a considerable enterprise. You must understand, Wanwan, the truth that one should not contend with authority. Moreover, the number of fish ponds has dwindled considerably, while the practice of returning farmland to forest has increased. The fish pond that once belonged to your family, due to its substantial size, employed many villagers and was crucial to their livelihoods. As the saying goes, to sever someone's means of income is akin to killing their parents. Wanwan, if you wish to reclaim that money, it is undoubtedly impossible. Wang Hao even interjected, saying, I have been a long-time friend of your father, which is why I am willing to share this with you. However, apart from me, I hope you, Wanwan, will refrain from engaging in futile efforts to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Song Yilang could not comprehend why, given the Liu family's significantly higher standard of living in this area, they would still seek out Qin Wanwan. Sensing his confusion, Qin Wanwan chuckled softly and remarked, Humans are always insatiably greedy. Song Yilang fell silent. Her words resonated with harsh reality. Qin Wanwan sighed, My second uncle and his family have found me in the city, attempting to send my grandparents to my home, so that my mother and I can care for them in their old age. If it were not for dire circumstances, I would not resort to such measures. Wang uncle, when my mother and I left, we had already forsaken that land. One cannot take possessions with them in life or in death. There is nothing worth reminiscing about. However, if I do not fight for what is rightfully ours, they will not easily let go. Wang Hao's eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, The Liu family must be heartless scoundrels. Not only did they expel you from your home, but they now have the audacity to demand that you care for them in their old age? Truly, they are shameless. Qin Wanwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Wang uncle, for sharing these thoughts with us. Wang Hao, filled with emotion, reflected, In the past, your father was an exceptional man. It is a pity that if he were still here, he would never allow you and your mother to endure such indignities. Qin Wanwan smiled faintly, though her eyes betrayed her sorrow. Song Yilang observed this with a heavy heart. After a brief conversation, Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang took their leave. Upon exiting the Wang household, Song Yilang inquired, Shall we continue? To which Qin Wanwan replied, Of course, one person's strength is insufficient. We must rely on public opinion to topple them, mustn't we? Song Yilang fell silent for a moment, gazing into the distance, and asked, Do you wish to reclaim the land? Qin Wanwan responded, Is it difficult? Song Yilang replied, Indeed, it is challenging, but if you desire to retrieve it, I shall do my utmost. Chapter 60. Qin Wanwan's whims and Song Yilang's startled. Qin Wanwan's heart fluttered slightly at Song Yilang's words, yet her ambitions were not grand. Those 2 plots of land had long ceased to belong to them. Despite her reluctance, she was even less inclined to let such matters disrupt her current life. She yearned to cherish her days with her mother and Song Yilang. Were it not for the Liu family's relentless pressure, she would not invite unnecessary complications into her life. Thus, Qin Wanwan declared, I merely wish for the Liu family to cease their entanglements with us. Her return was only to shed light on past events, aimed at morally constraining them, for after all, her uncles, despite their lack of concern for their own reputations, ought to consider the well-being of their children. Song Yilang gently tapped Qin Wanwan's head and said, All right, I will comply with your wishes. Qin Wanwan blinked a couple of times, gazed up at Song Yilang, and remarked, Song Yilang, I can't help but feel that you seem a bit different today. Song Yilang's heart raced momentarily. In what way? Qin Wanwan flashed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling. You seem less distant. Song Yilang glanced at Qin Wanwan, shook his head, and took the lead in walking ahead. With youthful exuberance, Qin Wanwan skipped after him, and though she was already 26, her lively demeanor resembled that of a university student. She caught up to Song Yilang and said, Actually, I quite like you this way. Can you be a little gentler in the future, please? Song Yilang chuckled inwardly. Was I really that fierce before? Qin Wanwan nodded, and then shook her head, adding, Your serious expression can indeed be quite intimidating. Song Yilang felt a touch of helplessness, unsure of how to respond, and opted for silence. Yet, Qin Wanwan remained unperturbed, chattering away beside him, her eyes not on the path ahead, causing her to slip and nearly stumble forward. In a swift motion, Song Yilang reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her back to safety. Qin Wanwan blinked, her face pale, clearly startled. Song Yilang gently patted her back. You should pay attention to the road while talking. Not everyone has their eyes on top of their heads like you. Regaining her composure, Qin Wanwan's round eyes darted around before she focused on Song Yilang, finally breaking into a silly grin. But you're here, aren't you? Song Yilang released her. I cannot remain by your side forever. A hint of disappointment flickered across Qin Wanwan's face. Although she had been so close to him that she could feel the warmth of his hand, he withdrew with remarkable swiftness. After speaking, Song Yilang walked away, leaving Qin Wanwan staring at his retreating figure. She murmured softly, "Why can't that be possible? Song Yilang, you are truly driving me to my wit's end." Hastily, she chased after him. The two, undeterred, visited numerous relatives. Initially, when Qin Wanwan introduced herself as Liu Yang's daughter, everyone was quite welcoming. However, upon hearing her inquiries about the past, their expressions soured, ranging from disinterested dismissal to outright rejection, forcing Qin Wanwan to leave. Aside from the Wang family, they truly had nothing to show for their efforts. By 10 in the evening, both Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang returned to their hotel. Song Yilang remarked, "The situation is even more complicated than we anticipated." Qin Wanwan, filled with concern, replied, "I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about this topic." Song Yilang explained, "It's understandable. The fishing industry now affects the livelihoods of the entire village. People tend to be selfish. If Uncle Wang weren't your father's closest friend, his reaction would likely mirror that of the others." Qin Wanwan sighed, "But what can we do? If we cannot extract information, how do we balance their interests?" Song Yilang suggested, "Let's wait for news from Zhang Lu." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Tian returned, his expression far from cheerful. "Song Yilang, what has happened?" Zhang Tian, "This matter is more complicated than anticipated. The village committee's gossip is quite serious. Dr. Qin, why does everyone in Lijiakan support the Liu family?" Consequently, Qin Wanwan recounted the issues regarding the fishing industry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian remarked, "Then there is only one alternative." Song Yilang and Zhang Tian exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's thoughts. Qin Wanwan, perplexed by their silent communication, inquired, "What does that mean?" Song Yilang, "Regardless of whether you desire that land, you must escalate the situation until the authorities are compelled to mediate your relationship. This will provide you the opportunity to reveal the events of the past and present your demands." Zhang Tian, as the saying goes, "A wise official finds it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. Your father has passed away, and the family assets have been divided for many years. The likelihood of reclaiming them is slim. However, if your intent is merely to deter the Liu family from troubling you and to teach them a lesson, that can be managed more easily." Qin Wanwan grasped the implication. "So what should I do?" Zhang Tian, as a lawyer with professional ethics, "I cannot involve myself in your matters." With that, Zhang Tian rose and departed from Qin Wanwan's room. Qin Wanwan gazed at Song Yilang with a pitiful expression. "Mr. Song, do you have any good ideas?" Song Yilang, unable to resist a smile at Qin Wanwan's pleading demeanor, replied, "You truly are a fool." Qin Wanwan, feeling indignant, retorted, "Oh, why am I a fool? I am a doctor, and my mind is filled only with clinical knowledge. I have no room for anything else. Please help me. Will you?" As she spoke, Qin Wanwan even grasped Song Yilang's wrist and shook it in a feigned display of grievance. Song Yilang felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet ultimately beckoned Qin Wanwan closer. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she leaned in. Song Yilang whispered a few words into her ear. After he finished, Qin Wanwan's smile broadened, her gaze towards Song Yilang filled with admiration. "Qin Wanwan, I never would have guessed that the impressive Mr. Song harbors such mischief." Song Yilang calmly sipped his drink. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Qin Wanwan laughed heartily. "This is delightful. I absolutely adore your facade of propriety while scheming." As a result, Song Yilang was taken aback, spitting out his drink in astonishment. He looked at Qin Wanwan in disbelief, his face and ears flushing with visible embarrassment, followed by a hint of annoyance. "Qin Wanwan, damn, does this woman have any idea what nonsense she is spouting?" Qin Wanwan was initially taken aback, but then playfully offered him a tissue to wipe his mouth. "Look at you. All this fuss over a mere comment." In response, Song Yilang executed a move that astonished even himself. He fled in haste. Qin Wanwan's melodious laughter echoed behind him. However, Qin Wanwan calmly observed the direction in which Song Yilang had departed softly murmuring, it seems I have uncovered a slight vulnerability in Mr. Song. Qin Wanwan couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if things could remain this way forever. Chapter 61. The disappearance of Qin Wanwan after Song Yilang left. Qin Wanwan took a shower and went to bed, her heart filled with joy from Song Yilang's earlier reactions, sinking into a deep slumber. Conversely, it was the first time Song Yilang did not succumb to his ailment, yet he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find rest, eventually drifting off only as dawn broke. A sudden and urgent knock at the door jolted Song Yilang awake. Song Yilang, you need to come out. Something's happened. Zhang Tian's anxious voice pierced through the morning stillness. Startled, Song Yilang opened his eyes wide and instinctively rushed to the door, asking, "What's wrong? What has happened?" Zhang Tian, his face etched with worry, exclaimed, "Don't you check the time? It's already 10 in the morning. I thought you two had gone to visit the villagers again. But when I inquired at the front desk, they said you hadn't left at all. I called Dr. Qin, but she didn't answer, so I came up to find her. I found her door ajar, her phone ringing by the pillow, but she's nowhere to be seen." Upon hearing this, Song Yilang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Without even changing his clothes, he hurried to Qin Wanwan's room. Indeed, the door was open. Her phone lay beside the pillow, but Qin Wanwan was missing. Biting his lip, he forced himself to remain calm. "Let us go check the surveillance footage," he said. Zhang Tian and Song Yilang rushed downstairs, only for the manager to inform them, "Our hotel's surveillance cameras have been broken for half a year and have yet to be repaired." Furious, Song Yilang exploded. "What do you mean the cameras are broken? They were working just yesterday. How can they be broken now?" The manager, taken aback by Song Yilang's outburst, stood speechless, like a lion with its fur bristling. Song Yilang was nearly uncontainable, prompting Zhang Tian to intervene. Getting upset, "Won't help. We should focus on finding Dr. Qin. Perhaps she simply went for a walk?" Gradually, Song Yilang calmed down. "She wouldn't go for a walk without her phone, nor would she fail to inform me. Let us go back to the room," he suggested. As they returned, Song Yilang's thoughts began to crystallize. Given the commotion they had caused the previous day, it was likely that many were aware of their intentions. Qin Wanwan's disappearance might merely be a warning. Zhang Tian, agitated, declared, "I'll report this to the police." However, he frowned, adding, "They want to file a case for someone missing less than 24 hours. This may not be as simple as it seems." Regret washed over Song Yilang. "Uncle Wang warned us initially, and I dismissed it. I brought Wanwan here with such fanfare, alerting others to our presence. That was my mistake." Zhang Tian urged, "Regardless, we need to find her first. Lujia Village is Dr. Qin's hometown. Many must know her. We should start asking around." Song Yilang retrieved Qin Wanwan's phone, placing it in his pocket, and packed some food and drink into a bag before following Zhang Tian downstairs. The hotel's cameras may be down, but that doesn't mean all nearby cameras are out of order. You check the footage and begin asking at each house. Zhang Tian nodded. "All right, and what about you?" "I will head to Lujia," Song Yilang replied resolutely. Zhang Tianli's mind quickly raced, and he nodded in understanding. "Good." The door to Qin Wanwan's room stood ajar, with no signs of forced entry, suggesting that it was likely opened by Qin Wanwan herself. Qin Wanwan was not one to be caught off guard. Someone familiar must have persuaded her to open the door. Aside from the Lu family, Song Yilang could think of no one else. On his way, Song Yilang called Lu Xian. "Brother, I might need your assistance." Lu Xian, upon hearing this, immediately sprang awake. "Deputy General Song? What's the matter?" With little time to explain, Song Yilang instructed Lu Xian to bring a few trustworthy individuals to Huaping County, urging him to hurry. Lu Xian readily agreed. It was the first time in years that Song Yilang spoke to him in such a serious tone. Without delay, Lu Xian began calling for help. Knowing that regardless of the challenges Song Yilang faced, as brothers, they would not stand idly by. After all, Lu Xian owed his current status to Song Yilang's support. Meanwhile, Song Yilang arrived at the iron gate of the Lu family estate. He pressed the doorbell, and soon after, it was opened by Lu Xiao, Qin Wanwan's uncle. Instantly, Song Yilang's gaze turned icy. It seemed Lu Xiao had hurried back upon hearing of their return to the village. Lu Xiao chuckled, "Oh, isn't this our Wanwan's old acquaintance? What brings you here uninvited?" Song Yilang remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiao. Feeling uneasy under Song Yilang's stare, Lu Xiao retorted, "What are you looking at? You're not welcome here. Don't think you can intimidate me in the village just because you can in the city. Get lost." As he spoke, Lu Xiao attempted to close the door, but his efforts were thwarted by a firm hand. Alarmed, he looked up to find Song Yilang asking, "Where is Qin Wanwan?" Lu Xiao replied, "What do you mean? Qin Wanwan? Isn't she with you? Why are you asking me?" Song Yilang shot him a cold glance before striding inside. The courtyard was eerily quiet and impeccably clean, and a glance into the main room revealed no one present. Looking up, it appeared that the second floor was also deserted. The absence of any unusual signs only heightened Song Yilang's sense of unease. Lu Xiao rushed over. "I say, Song Yilang, this is my home. How dare you barge in?" Song Yilang scoffed. "Is it really true that no one is home in the Lu family this early in the morning?" Lu Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, but defiantly replied, "Everyone has gone out. Farmers must work, unlike you city folks who can't lift a finger." Song Yilang merely cast him a cold look and warned, "It would be best if you had nothing to do with Wanwan's disappearance, otherwise." With that, he turned and left. Lu Xiao's countenance darkened as he hurried to secure the door and retreated upstairs. In the hall on the second floor, two children, a boy and a girl, both in their early teens, knelt with their bodies marked by bruises of red and purple, stifling their cries. Meanwhile, the adults had gathered, their expressions grim. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiao was consumed by fury and seized a nearby stick, ready to strike again. "You wretched children! Lu Xiaotian, Lu Jiao, you have truly caused a calamity. When has it ever been your place to intervene in adult matters?" Lu Xiao's wife hurriedly rushed over to restrain him. "Enough! What good does it do to blame the children now? If Yuan Ti constantly mentioned that Qin Wanwan and her daughter were out to seize our family's fortune in front of them, would they have acted this way?" With tears streaming down her face, Lu Jiao gasped for breath. "Dad, I was just teasing my cousin. I never thought she would actually believe me." Lu Xiao's anger intensified. "You dare speak." Chapter 62. A major incident terrified. Lu Jiao hid behind Lu Xiaotian, who straightened his back. His father, Lu Feng, was in the city dealing with the lawsuit brought against them by Qin Wanwan and had not yet returned. Lu Xiaotian seethed with resentment. "Second uncle, if it weren't for my cousin, my dad wouldn't be stuck at the police station. Since she has abandoned this family, why do you still protect her?" At this, Lu Feng's wife, Cheng Luo, sprang from the sofa and slapped Lu Xiaotian across the face. "You insolent wretch! What have you learned at school? These matters are to be handled by adults. Who gave you the right to take matters into your own hands? If anything happens to your cousin, you will face the consequences." Cheng Luo's face paled with fury. Their entire family had indeed been contemplating teaching Qin Wanwan a lesson, but had never anticipated that Lu Xiaotian and Lu Jiao would conspire together to create such a significant problem. Indeed, the previous night, shortly after Qin Wanwan had gone to bed, Lu Jiao had stealthily sought her out. In their childhood, Qin Wanwan had cherished Lu Jiao and had taken care of her for a long time. The two sisters had shared a good bond. When Qin Wanwan and her mother were cast out, the newly aware Lu Jiao had secretly gathered an assortment of candies and snacks to give to Qin Wanwan, sweetly saying, "Sister, Jiao Jiao is waiting for your return." Thus, Qin Wanwan had let her guard down around Lu Jiao. She never imagined that Lu Jiao would deceive her regarding Lu Xiaoyan's unfortunate fall into the river. Before leaving, Qin Wanwan needed to retrieve her phone, but Lu Jiao clung to her tightly, weeping, "Sister, I've already called 120. Xiaotian has been rescued, but he remains unconscious. Dad sent me to find you. There is no time to lose." As a doctor, Qin Wanwan knew the urgency of saving a life. Thus, she hurriedly followed Lu Jiao to the back mountain. The small river was not far from their location, and her memory told her that the water was not very deep. Upon her arrival, she found no one by the riverbank. Lu Xiaotian, as mentioned by Lu Jiao, was nowhere to be seen. While she was still puzzled, she suddenly felt a sharp blow to her head from behind. In a moment of dizziness, Qin Wanwan turned her head and saw Lu Xiaotian, who had grown taller than her, though his face still bore the innocence of youth. At that moment, he glared at her with resentment. "It's you who caused my father to be unable to return home. I despise you." Qin Wanwan grimaced in pain, wanting to explain, but was pushed by Lu Jiao. Losing her balance, she twisted her injured foot again, agony coursing through her as she tumbled into the river, splashing water everywhere. Lu Jiao was stunned, and Lu Xiaotian stood in shock. Both were flustered, and Lu Jiao, terrified, began to wail, "I didn't mean to." At that moment, Qin Wanwan extended her hand. Her voice barely a whisper, "Help me." Although Qin Wanwan could swim, she felt utterly exhausted by the antics of the two children, nearly devoid of strength. Lu Jiao hurriedly ran over to assist her, but Lu Xiaotian blocked her way. Jiao Jiao, if she dies, our fathers will be tormented every day, unable to eat or sleep. Lu Jiao cried out in fear, but she is my sister. We can't let her. Lu Xiaotian hesitated, gripping Lu Jiao's hand. Sweat beading on his forehead from anxiety. Lu Jiao struggled free. Brother, if she really dies, we're finished. Her words jolted Lu Xiaotian into action, and they rushed to save her. But by then, Qin Wanwan had vanished from sight. Lu Jiao's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing, Sister? Cousin? Sister? In a panic, Lu Xiaotian ran back to inform the adults. The family had been searching near the river for several hours. Yet there was still no sign of Qin Wanwan. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xiao hurried back without delay, while Lu Feng remained at the police station. For the moment, only Lu Xiao returned with Lu Yi, Chen Ping, and his son Lu Fei. Lu Fei had already enlisted his friends to search by the river, and Lu Yi had followed, but there was still no news. Song Yilang felt increasingly unsettled, his heart racing with a sense of impending doom. His intuition told him that something was amiss with the Lu family, yet he lacked evidence and dared not act rashly. Fearing that those involved might act out of desperation and harm Wanwan, reason urged Song Yilang to find proof to present to the police. However, he had never felt such fear and concern before. Desperate to calm himself, he took out a cigarette, but as he attempted to light it, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Unable to ignite the flame, Song Yilang discarded the cigarette and hurried to join Zhang Tian in their efforts. Zhang Tian went door to door inquiring, while Song Yilang monitored the surrounding shop's surveillance footage. Yet, as the sun sank below the horizon, their efforts yielded nothing. With frustration mounting, Song Yilang received a phone call from Zhang Tian. Yilang, I just checked with my assistant at the police station. They can't dispatch officers at the moment. Song Yilang gripped the phone tightly, his hands shaking. What about the surveillance? What did the people you asked say? Zhang Tian replied. So far, we have nothing. Song Yilang spoke calmly. Money can make the devil push the mill. I need people. Zhang Tian's heart skipped a beat as he realized Song Yilang's intentions. Do not rush. I have another plan. Yet how could Song Yilang remain composed? At that moment, Lu Xian arrived with Chun Wei, Feng Zhou, and a group of brothers at the entrance of Lu family village. After hanging up the phone, Song Yilang hurriedly dashed outside, for vehicles were parked at Lu family village. Upon seeing his brothers, or their brothers, disembarking from the cars, 12 men in total, Song Yilang's anxiety became palpable. Lu Xian, observing Song Yilang's urgent demeanor, couldn't help but feel astonished. Even during the Lin family's near bankruptcy years ago, Song Yilang had not exhibited such distress. What has happened? Lu Xian inquired. Let us talk as we walk. Song Yilang replied, and Lu Xian along with the brothers hastily followed, as Song Yilang briefly recounted the situation. Zhang Tian rushed out as well. Yilang, please remain calm. Charging in with your men changes everything. Song Yilang, filled with anguish, retorted, I cannot wait. If anything happens to her, I will suffer for a lifetime. Without further ado, Song Yilang sprinted ahead, while Zhang Tian's heart raced, sensing the gravity of the situation. At the Lu residence, Song Yilang and his men pounded on the door. When Lu Xiao opened it, he had no time to react before Song Yilang and his men surged inside. What are you doing? Lu Xiao exclaimed. Silence him. Song Yilang commanded. Lu Xian, with determination, declared, I'm sorry, brother, but my friend's beloved is lost in your place, and we cannot allow you to interfere. He quickly removed his sock and stuffed it into Lu Xiao's mouth. Lu Xiao whimpered helplessly as he was bound. Chun Wei led the others inside to search. Ascending to the second floor, Song Yilang found only 2 terrified middle school students kneeling on the ground, their fear evident. Simultaneously, he noticed the whip marks on Lu Jiao and Lu Xiaotian, along with their muddy shoes. Chun Wei approached. Boss, aside from Lu Xiao and these 2, there is no one else at home. With this revelation, an overwhelming wave of panic engulfed Song Yilang. Chapter 63, Finding Qin Wanwan. Song Yilang, filled with fury, clutched Lu Xiaotian by the collar, demanding, Where is she? Where is Qin Wanwan? Lu Xiaotian, terrified to the point of wetting himself, trembled as he pointed toward the back mountain. She fell into the river. A thunderclap seemed to strike Song Yilang's mind, leaving him lightheaded. Lu Jiao cried, Grandma. And my mother went to the back mountain to search for our cousin. It wasn't he intentional, truly. Song Yilang's eyes blazed with fury. Chun Wei, concerned, attempted to steady him. Boss, but Song Yilang, in a fit of rage, abruptly pushed Chen Wei aside and dashed downstairs, stumbling in his haste. Lu Xin's heart sank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yilang quickly vanished from sight, prompting Lu Xin to immediately question Chen Wei, who recounted the children's words. Lu Xin decisively instructed, "Quickly find Zhang Lu and inform him of every detail regarding this matter. Then call the police and urgently request professional divers." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's face drained of color, his heart plummeting into despair. The situation had indeed been exposed. Lu Xin, unconcerned with Lu Xiao, immediately took the remaining brothers and Feng Zhou to pursue Song Yilang. By the time Song Yilang arrived, a multitude of people were already scouring the riverbank, with even some venturing into the water. Upon seeing Song Yilang, Lu Yi and the others felt an ominous chill. They understood that things had taken a turn for the worse. At that moment, Lu Fei dared not utter a word. His gaze filled with dread as he looked at Song Yilang. Song Yilang rushed forward, gripping Lu Fei by the collar, demanding, "Where is she? I ask you, where is she? Why didn't you call the police? Why?" Lu Fei, overwhelmed by the fury, could not muster a single word, his face ashen. Lu Xin quickly intervened, grasping Song Yilang. "Boss, please, remain calm. Finding her is paramount." A flicker of reason returned to Song Yilang. "Yes, we must find her." He called out along the riverbank, "Qin Wanwan, where are you? Don't scare me, Qin Wanwan." At that moment, Zhang Lu arrived with a professional recovery team, and everyone donned their gear in preparation to search for the body. Seeing this commotion, Song Yilang felt a sharp pain in his chest, his face devoid of color. Chen Wei approached. "We have clarified the situation. It was merely a prank by two children, intended as a release of pent-up frustration, but unexpectedly." Song Yilang's eyes darkened with fury as he bellowed, "If anything happens to Qin Wanwan, I will ensure the entire Lu family pays the price." The Lu family, intimidated by Song Yilang's demeanor, hesitated to approach. Lu Fei hurriedly took his grandparents and continued the search. Song Yilang was not jesting. He was a man already on the brink of death, and it was Qin Wanwan who had given him hope for life. Otherwise, on that fateful day on the rooftop, he might have already leaped to his demise. The thought of losing Wanwan was unbearable, and he could not fathom the madness he might unleash. The rescue team continued their search along the river, and many villagers arrived to assist, but as night fell, there was still no sign of her. The following morning, the recovery team began to disperse, and the Lu family returned home, all believing that Qin Wanwan's fate was dire. However, Song Yilang held on to hope. The rescue team and Chen Wei took turns on watch, yet only Song Yilang remained relentless, refusing to rest. Had it not been for Lu Xion's insistence on forcing him to eat something, Song Yilang surely would have succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Su received the news and, after a tumultuous internal struggle, made her way to Lu's village. Night soon descended, the rescue team almost entirely withdrawn, and light rain began to fall, causing the river to swell. Lu Xian, despite his helplessness, could only say, "Boss, let it go." Song Yilang, lost in a daze, replied, "She won't die. She can't." At this moment, Lin Su unexpectedly appeared behind the crowd. Lu Xian glanced at her with a sigh and turned away with his companions, leaving the space open for them. Song Yilang naturally noticed this, yet he merely cast a cool glance before seizing his backpack and continuing to walk forward. Lin Su dashed over, grasping Song Yilang's hand with fury, demanding, "How long will you remain in this madness?" Song Yilang effortlessly shook off Lin Su's grip, continuing his silent march ahead. Lin Su, frustrated, stomped her foot and pursued him, exclaiming, "That woman is dead. Dead. Just a woman you barely knew for 3 months. Why are you so fixated on her?" Listening to Lin Su's voice filled him with irritation. He lacked the strength to argue with her and calmly replied, "If she is dead, I would give my life for hers." With that, Song Yilang plunged back into the rain, determined to search downstream, resolute in finding Qin Wanwan, regardless of whether she was alive or dead. Lin Su stood there, stunned. The words just spoken by Song Yilang hardly seemed fitting for a man of 30, typically rational in the face of adversity. How could he be so consumed by a mere Qin Wanwan? What kind of enchantment had she cast upon him that he would willingly sacrifice himself for her? During those few moments of bewilderment, Song Yilang's figure vanished, while the rain intensified. Xiao Yu hurried over with an umbrella, urging, "President Lin, let us seek shelter from the rain." Lin Su, her limbs cold and her mind clouded, followed Xiaoyu back along the path they had come. Meanwhile, Song Yilang had ventured far, far enough for the rain to ebb and flow repeatedly, leaving him muddy and hoarse. Time passed, and as dawn began to break, Song Yilang gazed at the murky river, his knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. It was now the third day. Just as exhaustion threatened to consume him, a voice filled with joy pierced the air. Song Yilang. He thought he was hallucinating, but in the next moment, Song Yilang. He shot his head up to see Qin Wanwan, brandishing a stick, joyfully waving at him. Initially bewildered, Song Yilang watched as Qin Wanwan dropped the stick and dashed toward him, her radiant smile jolting him back to reality. Before he could utter a word, she enveloped him in an embrace, exclaiming, "You came to find me. I knew you would." My relentless haste to return was not in vain. For a fleeting moment, Song Yilang felt as though it were all a dream, but as reality settled in, he quickly pulled Qin Wanwan away and examined her from head to toe. Noticing her ankle was wrapped in something, he hastily helped her sit down, asking, "Has an old injury flared up again?" Qin Wanwan gazed at the anxious countenance of Song Yilang, unable to suppress a light laugh. After 3 days and nights of arduous travel, enduring hunger and cold, it seemed to be worth it. Chapter 64. Mr. Song, do not leave regrets behind. Not having heard Qin Wanwan's words, Song Yilang was oblivious to everything else. He quickly removed his backpack, his expression fraught with urgency as he rummaged through for medicine. I brought medicine and food. Even Song Yilang failed to notice the desperation lacing his voice, his hands trembling with intensity. He appeared paler than Qin Wanwan, who had been missing for so long. Observing him, Qin Wanwan felt a sudden ache in her eyes. "I'm fine." However, Song Yilang seemed oblivious to her reassurances, repeatedly muttering, "I brought the medicine. But where is it?" Suddenly, Qin Wanwan threw herself into Song Yilang's embrace, wrapping her arms around him and gently patting his back. "Yilang, I'm okay, truly. I just sprained my ankle, but I've already found herbs to treat it. I'm fine, really, so don't be afraid." Her soothing voice calmed Song Yilang. He closed his eyes, haunted by the image of Qin Wanwan being engulfed by the river, a sensation that left him breathless. Reminiscent of the day he received his cancer diagnosis. Ultimately, Song Yilang shed his previous hesitance and embraced her frail form in return. With a heavy heart, he murmured, "I'm sorry, I came too late." Qin Wanwan wiped her tears, her eyes brimming with relief at having survived. "I don't blame you. It was my own foolishness." After a prolonged silence, Song Yilang finally asked, "How did you manage to survive?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan quickly released him, winking playfully despite her disheveled appearance. Her bright eyes were impossible for Song Yilang to overlook. "I can swim. I've known how since childhood and am quite adept at it." At that moment, Xiaodian gave me a bump on the head and then pushed me again, which caused me to lose my balance and fall in. I could have climbed out, but I simply didn't have the strength. I had to ensure I wouldn't sink. So, I balanced myself to stay afloat on the river, drifting downstream to conserve my energy. Once I regained my strength, I climbed out immediately. Impressive, right? Listening to her, Song Yilang felt a profound sorrow, mingled with gratitude. How could a young girl like Qin Wanwan not be terrified during such an ordeal? Qin Wanwan casually picked up a small bread that Song Yilang had taken from his bag, munching on it as she spoke. "I was actually quite scared, but I kept thinking you would come looking for me, so I just kept walking." The road was so desolate, and there were hardly any signs of life around. I had no idea how far I had drifted and could only retrace my steps. If it hadn't rained halfway, forcing me to seek shelter, I might have returned sooner. Once she finished speaking, she noticed Song Yilang handing her a bottle of clean mineral water. Looking up, she saw his eyes were red-rimmed. A warmth spread through her heart inexplicably. Having just faced life and death, the sight of Song Yilang in that moment made it all seem worthwhile. Qin Wanwan, for reasons unknown, suddenly declared with unwavering determination, "As long as you and my mother remain in this world, I would return even at the cost of my life." She took the cup of water and drank it eagerly. Song Yilang's gaze was filled with complexity. Ultimately, he merely raised his hand to gently pat Qin Wanwan's back. His tone imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "Drink slowly." Qin Wanwan smiled foolishly at Song Yilang, who then lifted his hand to wipe the dirt from her face. Seizing the moment while she was eating, he stood and cautiously parted her hair to examine the back of her head. The blow she received was indeed severe, and her scalp was still swollen. Song Yilang's expression shifted to one of chilling coldness, yet he seemed to be wary of something, and it quickly softened. Qin Wanwan smiled. And despite the pain, she reassured him, I'm fine. It's just a superficial injury. It will heal in a couple of days. Song Yilang silently let her hair fall back into place, then casually ate a bit before lifting her up without a word, effortlessly carrying her on his back. As she lay against his back, Qin Wanwan whispered, Thank you, Song Yilang. Thank you for not giving up on me. Song Yilang remained silent, adjusting his hold to make her more comfortable. She continued, You've always believed I would be all right, Haven to you? Song Yilang did not respond. Qin Wanwan spoke to herself, Otherwise, why would you come looking for me with this bag? It has food and water inside. She was unbothered by his lack of reply, tightening her arms around his neck and nuzzling his cheek, saying, I'm so glad to see you. Song Yilang stiffened at her gesture, yet his heart softened. If you're tired, you should rest. Qin Wanwan quietly murmured, Am I heavy? Not at all. Just sleep, he replied. Thus, Qin Wanwan, who had been in a light slumber, finally relaxed and succumbed to unconsciousness. Song Yilang walked for what felt like an eternity, his steps growing increasingly sluggish. Just as his strength was waning, Lu Xin and his group spotted them. Boss. At the moment Song Yilang collapsed, Lu Xin and Chinwei caught him, allowing Song Yilang to finally catch his breath. When Song Yilang regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital and 4 drip attached to the back of his hand. As his vision cleared, he moved slightly, causing Qin Wanwan, who had been dozing at his bedside, to awaken. Song Yilang stared blankly at the bandaged Qin Wanwan. Upon seeing him, she hurried to her feet, disregarding her own condition. How are you? Is there anywhere that hurts? Song Yilang shook his head in a daze. Just as he attempted to speak, he realized his throat was painfully sore. Qin Wanwan gently touched his head. The fever has subsided. That's good. Then, she quickly poured him a glass of warm water and helped him drink it. Feeling a bit better, Song Yilang asked, How are you? Qin Wanwan shook her small head, her smile radiating warmth like a little sun. It's nothing, just a bit of pain. After applying the medicine, I'll be fine. Look at me. I'm in great health and Haven T caught a cold. But you, finding someone to help you, yet ending up in such a miserable state with a persistent high fever. You've slept for an entire day and night, and only now is your fever subsiding. Song Yilang was somewhat taken aback. A whole day and night? Qin Wanwan nodded. You should lie down. I'll quickly fetch you something to eat. After saying this, she hurriedly left without waiting for Song Yilang to persuade her to stay. Before long, the doctor entered with a serious expression, asking, Where's your family? Upon seeing the doctor's demeanor, Song Yilang understood that the results of the blood test had come in. He suddenly felt relieved that Qin Wanwan had left. Doctor, I am well aware of my condition, he stated. The doctor appeared somewhat surprised but replied, Mr. Song, you need to be hospitalized for treatment as soon as possible. Song Yilang inquired, If I don't get hospitalized and just take medication, how long can I survive? The doctor paused for 2 seconds before responding truthfully, At most 6 months, at least 3 months. Song Yilang tightened his grip on the blanket, the veins on the back of his hand standing out as he could not help but cough into his palm. The doctor looked at him, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. If you prefer not to be hospitalized, you can come in for chemotherapy regularly. Once a person is gone, nothing remains. Moreover, I noticed that girl just now genuinely cares for you. Even if it's not for your own sake, live on for those who care about you. You may find a way out of despair. Besides, your episodes are becoming more severe. How long can you keep this hidden? Mr. Song, don't leave yourself with regrets. He placed the test results on the bedside table and turned to leave. Chapter 65. Qin Wanwan, You Are My Calamity. Song Yilang lay quietly on the bed, gazing out at the scene beyond the window, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just then, Lin Su's voice broke the silence. Since she hasn't died, can you come back to the city with me now? Song Yilang turned to Lin Su, not responding to her query, but merely holding up the test results, stating, Lin Su, I'm ill. However, this statement caused Lin Su to frown. Another excuse? Song Yilang, can you not come up with a different explanation? Song Yilang continued, undeterred. I am indeed sick, with late-stage gastric cancer. Lin Su was taken aback at first, then recalled that Qin Wanwan was a tumor specialist. Song Yilang, to remain by her side, you resort to such a clumsy excuse? It seems Song Yilang wished to prove something, extending the test results towards her, yet Lin Su, clearly impatient, swatted his hand away, causing the test results to flutter to the ground. Song Yilang stared blankly at the results on the floor, as if he had anticipated this outcome, and simply blinked slowly. Upon witnessing this, Lin Su furrowed her brows tightly. Song Yilang, I hope you understand that my patience is limited. I have lingered in Lajiakan with you for far too long, not to hear you utter such words. Pack your belongings promptly. We shall return to Jiangshi tonight. Furthermore, you need to sever ties with the woman outside. Since you have resigned from Jinhong, come to Lin's. It is a domain you once built with your own hands, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Additionally, I have chosen not to dwell on your recent actions. It is time for you to turn a new leaf and cease testing my limits. After speaking, Lin Su turned and left, showing no concern for Song Yilang's pale countenance. He had followed the doctor's advice, seeking answers to questions, yet what had he received in return? Exhausted, Song Yilang closed his eyes briefly. At that moment, Xiaoyu returned, looking troubled. Vice President Song, please do not take Lin's words to heart. She is merely upset at the moment. In truth, she cares for you deeply. Upon hearing of your predicament, she abandoned her work and rushed over. Although Miss Qin has been by your side, Lin has also spent sleepless nights worrying about you. There remains a bond between you. A bond? Song Yilang found it somewhat ludicrous, yet he couldn't muster a smile. Xiaoyu, witnessing his reaction, could only sigh and turn away. She had not heard Song Yilang's words, but Lin Su's proclamations resonated clearly. If she truly did not care, why would she relinquish her work to come? Why not sit down and have a proper conversation? Yet, upon reflection, Xiaoyu pondered that a couple reaching the brink of divorce must have seen their feelings erode long ago. Even without Qin Wanwan, could things ever revert to their original state? Xiaoyu remained unaware, and Song Yilang was not inclined to contemplate such matters. Zhang Tian arrived and, upon seeing Song Yilang lost in thought on the bed, felt a pang of sadness. He approached, carrying food, picked up the test results, glanced at them, and inquired. Did Lin know? Song Yilang found it somewhat amusing. I have already informed her. Zhang Tian intended to ask about Lin Su's reaction, but reconsidered, realizing it was a matter between them. Thus, he simply sighed and said, if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Song Yilang expressed his gratitude briefly. Zhang Tian hesitated for a moment before asking, what about Dr. Qin? She is an expert in this field and knows many oncologists. Are you not planning to inform her? Song Yilang remained silent for a couple of seconds. When she returns, I will tell her personally. Yet, he recognized that this would be too cruel for Qin Wanwan. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to do it. Zhang Tian then added, this is the meal Dr. Qin brought for you. You should eat and regain your strength. Assistant Liu and the others left upon seeing that you were all right, eager to return to work. Song Yilang accepted the food Zhang Tian offered. Where is she? Zhang Tian replied. She is busy packing her things to return. Song Yilang looked at Zhang Tian with confusion. What do you mean packing? The matters here are still unresolved. Zhang Tian replied. I heard that Aunt Qin was overwhelmed upon learning about Qin Wanwan falling into the river. Upon hearing this, Song Yilang was taken aback. She must be quite distressed. Zhang Tian continued. Indeed, her face turned pale with worry, yet she still remembered to buy you a meal. At this point, Song Yilang lost his appetite, eager to leave, but was stopped by Zhang Tian. She will come to pick you up shortly. You should finish your meal first. Upon hearing this, Song Yilang froze in place. He had initially decided not to return to the city. He intended to help Qin Wanwan and depart thereafter. Zhang Tian, being a longtime brother of Song Yilang, could easily discern his thoughts. He remarked, Old Song, can you truly escape for a moment, only to evade forever? Moreover, considering Qin Wanwan's current mental state, can you really bear to let her return alone? Looking at Zhang Tian, Song Yilang insisted, you should accompany me back. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then responded, there are still numerous issues here that require my attention. As Qin's lawyer, I cannot leave at this time. I must strive for her best interests. Ultimately, Zhang Tian forcefully placed the meal in Song Yilang's hands. This is settled. Hurry up and eat so you can leave. Song Yilang gazed at the enticing meal before him, sighed in resignation, and began to eat. It seemed he was not going anywhere. He inwardly lamented, Qin Wanwan, you truly are my calamity. After finishing the meal, Song Yilang had completed his foretreatment and felt rejuvenated, while Qin Wanwan arrived at the hospital in his car. They had come with 2 cars and 3 people, but were now left with just Song Yilang and Qin Wanwan on the return journey. Concerned about Qin Wanwan driving, he took the wheel himself. Qin Wanwan was in a state of turmoil, her eyes as red as a rabbit's. Song Yilang reassured her, don't worry, Aunt Qin is destined to be safe and sound. After taking a few deep breaths, Qin Wanwan managed to calm herself. She turned to Song Yilang and said, thank you. Song Yilang had lost count of how many times she had expressed her gratitude in the past 2 days, and he chuckled, asking, "Why the sudden formality?" However, Qin Wanwan replied with utmost sincerity, "Because you are willing to accompany me back." Her words sent a shiver through his heart. For a fleeting moment, he almost believed she knew of his intentions to leave. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed himself overly cautious. This matter was only known to him and Zhang Tian. How could Qin Wanwan possibly be aware? Ultimately, Song Yilang simply replied, "You're welcome." Following this, a prolonged silence enveloped them. Chapter 66. Song Yilang's fury at this moment. Lin Su had also received the news. After Xiao Yu informed her that Song Yilang had left Lu village, still alongside Qin Wanwan, she cautiously observed Lin Su's expression. Seeing Lin Su maintain her composure while sipping her coffee, she let out a small sigh of relief. Lin Su rose from her seat and said, "Let us go." Xiao Yu hurriedly followed, sensing that Lin Su's current mood was rather unsettling. Tentatively, Xiao Yu inquired, "President Lin, should we send someone to invite Vice President Song back?" Lin Su sighed deeply, "No need. As long as he remains in Jiang City, we need not concern ourselves with him." Xiao Yu was perplexed. "But he is with another woman." Lin Su chuckled softly. Qin Wanwan is merely a fleeting light that appeared during his moment of despair. Perhaps this light holds significance for Song Yilang at present. However, Lin Su continued gently, "I am the one who has shared life and death with him. Sooner or later, he will have to make a choice. I may have been too insistent. Once he returns to Jiang City and comes to Lin's, I will treat him as I always have." Xiao Yu grasped Lin Su's meaning. It was evident that President Lin had never perceived Dr. Qin as a rival. It was akin to a household pet throwing a tantrum and running away to seek comfort from another owner. Once the storm had passed, the pet would naturally return home. The sustenance it encountered along the way was merely the benevolence of another kind soul. Ultimately, the pet would return home, and the owner would not concern themselves with who had accompanied the pet during its absence, as long as it returned. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, feeling that this was an inappropriate way to train a person. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts and hurriedly chased after Lin Su. Before long, Song Yilang arrived at the hospital with Qin Wanwan, the very hospital where she worked. Qin Wanwan rushed inside without pausing for a moment, while Song Yilang went to park the car. When he finally arrived at the ward, he found Qin Wanwan peeling an apple for Qin Man. Upon seeing him, both Qin Man and Qin Wanwan broke into smiles. Qin Man kindly called out, "Xiaolang, come here." Obeying her call, Song Yilang approached and cheerfully greeted, "Aunt Qin, are you feeling better?" Qin Man warmly took his hand. "Much better. Wanwan has told me everything. I truly thank you. If it weren't for you." Her voice caught in her throat. Song Yilang quickly reassured her, "Not at all. It is Wanwan's own capabilities that have made a difference." Qin Wanwan chimed in, "Mom, I have returned safely, so do not worry." With reddened eyes, she embraced Qin Man. At that moment, Lina appeared at the door, peering in hesitantly, wrestling with the decision to enter, but ultimately refrained. The teacher had just survived a harrowing ordeal, and her mother was only beginning to recover. To bring up Song Yilang's terminal cancer at such a time felt unbearable. With a heavy sigh, Lina departed the ward, murmuring to herself, "Perhaps in a couple of days." However, she paused, contemplating the reality that a terminally ill patient teetered on the brink of danger. What if, in 2 days, something happened to Song Yilang? After a moment of internal struggle, she turned back, only to encounter Song Yilang smoking in the corridor. Lina gazed at Song Yilang, summoning her courage to approach him. "Hello, may I ask if you are my teacher's boyfriend?" Song Yilang appeared somewhat bewildered. "Your teacher?" he inquired. "Qin Wanwan. She is my instructor," Lina replied. Upon hearing this, Song Yilang extinguished his cigarette and offered a friendly smile. "No, we are merely friends." With a sigh, Lina continued, "You were diagnosed by Dr. Li at our hospital, but why have you not returned for a follow-up?" Song Yilang looked at her in shock. "I understand you have many questions, but Mr. Song, isn't hospitalization for treatment the best option now?" Lina urged. Song Yilang managed a bitter smile. "I know." He glanced in the direction of Qin Wanwan and said, "I will attend regular treatments. Thank you." With that, he attempted to leave, but Lina interjected, "Our hospital is the best oncology specialty hospital in Jiang City, Mr. Song. You should not hide this from your teacher any longer." As soon as Lina finished speaking, Song Yilang turned to her and asked, "Then why did you not directly inform her of my condition today?" Lina hesitated. "We have all heard about what your teacher has been through. I feared she might not be able to bear it." Song Yilang nodded with a smile. "I feel the same way. Rest assured, once this period has passed, I will tell her myself. He had intended to confess while at Lajayakan, but fate had played a cruel trick on him. Lina was momentarily lost in thought. She wanted to express her concern about his deteriorating condition, yet Song Along had already turned to leave, denying her the chance to speak further. Lina felt a heavy weight in her heart. As an intern, she was unsure of how to act in Qin Wanwan's best interest, leaving her deeply conflicted. Meanwhile, Song Along went to buy food for the mother and daughter. Just as he returned, carrying the bags, he was intercepted by Yen Su. Uncertain if it was merely his perception, Yen Su felt that Song Along's gaze was somewhat unsettling. He awkwardly scratched his nose and forced a smile. Hey Xiao Song. Have you rested well? It was just a simple argument. I certainly did not agree to your resignation. If not, before Yen Su could finish, Song Along shot him a cold glance. Did Lin Su send you? Yen Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had assumed Lin Su no longer wanted the useless Song Along. Only to discover her fickleness, she had claimed that as long as Song Along was willing to return, she would invest 10 million into Jinhong, a staggering amount. Although Yen Su believed Song Yilang was not worth such a price, the board had dispatched him to persuade Song Yilang to return. If he refused, the outcome of working at Lin's group would be the same. Before Yen Su could voice his thoughts, Song Yilang sneered, "Get lost." With that, he disregarded Yen Su's dismayed expression and strode directly into the hospital. Yen Su, realizing too late, muttered a few curses under his breath and hastily followed, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Xiao Song, if you are willing to return, I can offer you a raise. How does double your salary sound? How about you take full charge of the project department? If you are unwilling to return, then you might as well work for the Lin Group, where the salary would be double what you currently earn. What do you think? Song Along, overwhelmed by the noise, felt his head pounding. I do not wish to repeat myself, he stated emphatically. Yen Su's face twitched in anger, his expression darkening. What audacity did Song Yilang possess to treat him with such disdain? Did he truly believe he wanted to return? He ought to reflect on his own worth. Consequently, Yen Su charged forward again. Song Along, I am offering you sage advice. Others lack this privilege. Do not be ungrateful, for the next person to offer you counsel may not be as kind. In a sudden shift, Song Yilang's demeanor turned icy. He seized the trash can from the corner and hurled it at Yen Su. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Am I truly the ungrateful one? What of it? Chapter 67. By Feng's persuasion, Yen Su howled in pain from the impact, retreating while clutching his head. His assistant hurried over, shielding him as they retreated. As they fled, Yen Su shouted, Song Along, you are a lunatic. No wonder Lin Su dismissed you. You deserve it. His voice faded into the distance, and Song Yilang gradually regained his composure. The onlookers regarded him with expressions of fear. Yet he calmly adjusted the trash can and ascended the stairs with his meal in hand, leaving the patients to whisper amongst themselves. Is he perhaps unwell? Who resorts to violence over a mere disagreement? This is a hospital, after all. Could he be mentally unstable? Who knows? Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion had departed as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to the ward, Song Yilang adjusted his mindset and entered with a smile. Come, let us eat something. Qin Man remarked, Xiao Lang, you are thoughtful. Qin Wanwan cast a shy glance at Song Along, who averted his gaze from her eyes. The three shared a light-hearted meal together. At that moment, Lin Su received a message from Yen Su. Frowning as she read it, an unsettling emptiness filled her heart. Why did Song Yilang refuse to adhere to reason? She had already compromised to such an extent. Why did he remain ungrateful? The Lin Group had invested half its funds into Jinhong Group, and should Song Along choose to return, his prospects would be boundless. Why then did he insist on opposing her? Was she to be forced into employing unscrupulous tactics? Just then, Bai Feng arrived. Lin Su looked up, momentarily startled. Mother, what brings you here? Bai Feng snorted dismissively and strode over to sit on the sofa. Xiao Yu, visibly apprehensive, spoke up, President Lin, this. Lin Su waved her hand. You may leave. Xiao Yu sighed in relief. Bai Feng's arrival was intimidating, and he was caught in a dilemma, but now he was finally free. Understood, he replied before quickly closing the door behind him. Lin Su approached and took a seat opposite Bai Feng, subsequently pouring her a cup of tea. Mother, you seemed eager to find me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Bai Feng glanced at Lin Su and replied calmly. I heard you went to Lu family village to see Song Along? Lin Su appeared to have anticipated this inquiry, offering a composed smile. Mother, this is a matter between my husband and me. We can manage it ourselves. Bai Feng abruptly slammed the table. What do you mean your husband? Are you still a couple? Can divorced spouses still be called a couple? Lin Su's expression instantly turned icy. It was my haste that led to signing the divorce agreement. I now wish to remarry him. Bai Feng, infuriated by Lin Su's words, clutched her chest. Oh dear, you want to remarry him? Have you asked if he is willing to reconcile? Besides, I've heard he already has another woman in his life. How can you possibly remarry? Lin Su paused thoughtfully. That is merely a fleeting distraction for him. It cannot be taken seriously. Bai Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it not be serious? Lin Su, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Lin Su remained remarkably calm. I do. But, mother, at our age, does it truly matter? Does your father not have his own affairs? Yet I have never seen you falter? Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback by Lin Su's words. Then, with a tone of exasperation, replied, Is it the same? Lin Su took a sip of her tea. What is the difference? As long as he is willing to return, I am indifferent to his escapades while apart. Bai Feng fell silent for an extended period, grappling with whether to chastise Lin Su for her rational clarity or her reckless madness. Do you know why I have tolerated your father's behavior? Bai Feng finally asked. Lin Su lifted her gaze. Why? Bai Feng continued. Because there has never been love between us. Your father and I met through an arranged marriage. We would not for love, but for the satisfaction of our parents. Hence, I turn a blind eye to his affairs. But can you and Song Along be compared? Lin Su's grip on the cup trembled slightly. Bai Feng sighed and said, Once you reach the point of divorce, it signifies an insurmountable chasm between you. Even if he returns, what then? Will you continue this half-hearted existence and inflict pain upon one another? Lin Su remained silent for a long time, words escaping her. Yet her heart ached. Having navigated the business world for so long, she often disregarded such trivial matters, focusing solely on achieving the desired outcome. Thus, Lin Su stated, Mother, we are no longer children. Whether it be affection or love, how significant can it truly be? I have grown accustomed to Song Along. I cannot tolerate another man beside me. It must be him, and only him. Bai Feng retorted, Do you not find that absurd? Lin Su, if you consider yourself an adult, is it appropriate for a wife to frequent banquets and social gatherings? What about those young men you bring to the events? This statement seemed to strike a chord with Lin Su, who replied, Mother, those are merely social engagements. I have not engaged in any inappropriate conduct. Lin Su turned around. I have never betrayed Song Along. I am guiltless. Bai Feng laughed. Then guess, why does Song Along insist on divorcing you? Lin Su's body trembled slightly. Bai Feng continued. No man can endure a wife who constantly flatters others at the banquet table. They would rather endure suffering themselves than witness their spouse in such a state. Although you have indeed done nothing to wrong him, when you had the chance to refuse, you still chose to conform to the crowd, did you not? Bai Feng added. Such matters, even if you are innocent, and even if Song Yilang believes in your innocence, will eventually erupt. Your divorce is already a point of eruption. Ask yourself, how many times has Song Yilang suggested that you need not exhaust yourself so? He has the capability to cultivate others for such tasks. Why must you take it upon yourself? Su, when a person stands at the pinnacle of wealth and power, do they still remember the road they traveled to get there? Bai Feng stated, Your marriage is beyond salvage. Lin Su, you must recognize reality and cease your delusions. Let him go. It would be for the betterment of both of you. With that, Bai Feng picked up her bag and departed. In truth, Bai Feng understood that Song Yilang's reluctance to return was not solely due to Lin Su, but also because of their household. It was not just Lin Su. They shared the same sentiment. Song Yilang had always been gentle and never lost his temper. As Lin Su achieved success, over time, they developed an inexplicable sense of superiority. This sense of superiority led them to raise their expectations of Song Yilang, gradually deeming him unworthy of Lin Su. Chapter 68. Lin Su faces Qin Wanwan. After Bai Feng left, Lin Su stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the towering skyscrapers. Her mind drifting to the times she attended social gatherings. Song Yilang had indeed urged her many times, last year, during a festive season. He had even shed tears in front of her, saying, Su, you need not struggle so hard. Lin Enterprises has many capable individuals, and with my support, you should take a break. But what did she say? Lin Su's eyes were clouded. She was intoxicated and could not recall the details clearly. Yet, she remembered expressing, Song Yilang, I have endured enough hardship. Do not speak of this again. Instead, focus on how to better yourself. What happened next? She became utterly inebriated, and Song Yilang brought her home. Gradually, It seemed that Song Yilang began to care less for her. Initially, she would wait for him to pick her up after her engagements, but as others began to accompany her, she eventually cast him aside. Now, upon reflection, those details that Lin Su had overlooked became increasingly vivid. Time and again, Song Yilang attempted to clarify his thoughts with her, yet each time Lin Su denied him. In both work and family matters, she perceived Song Yilang as the one who had it easiest. Why then did he complain day after day? She attempted to discuss having children with him. In the past, Lin Su believed that the Lin family was flourishing and she could not possibly work with a burgeoning belly. However, Lin Su had forgotten that Song Yilang had long desired to become a father. Perhaps he had been disappointed in her for quite some time. Lin Su managed a bitter smile, and in that fleeting moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks. I have wronged you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Su pondered whether her mother was indeed right about letting go. The mere thought of someone else sharing a bed with Song Yilang filled her heart with a suffocating dread. Therefore, she resolutely decided not to relinquish her hold. If necessary, she would present her sincerity to Song Yilang. Wiping her tears away, Lin Su called Xiao Yu. Come to the office. As soon as Xiao Yu entered, Lin Su tossed a bank card to her. Find a prime location and purchase a villa with the title in Song Yilang's name. What? Xiao Yu was taken aback. Just in Mr. Song's name? Lin Su nodded. Yes, exclusively in his name. Buy it today, ready for immediate occupancy. Xiao Yu trembled as she accepted the bank card, utterly perplexed by Lin Su's sudden fervor. Lin Su continued, by the way, arrange for someone to move my belongings from home, and also from Song Yilang's rental apartment. Xiao Yu's hands shook even more. Ms. Lin, moving your things is manageable. But regarding Mr. Song S, if he is unwilling, Lin Su fell silent for a few seconds. Where is he? I will go myself. Xiao Yu exhaled in relief. He is at the hospital. Miss Qin's mother is ill, so Mr. Song is accompanying her. Lin Su couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He certainly keeps himself busy. Lin Su added. Also, hire a few bodyguards for the new house. Xiao Yu was taken aback. What? Ms. Lin, you're not planning something akin to house arrest, are you? As it turned out, Xiao Yu's concerns were not unfounded. Should Song Yilang continue to provoke her, Lin Su could not guarantee her own restraint. Lin Su's gaze swept over, and Xiao Yu dared not inquire further. Hastily responding, yes, I will take care of it immediately. Lin Su replied with a nonchalant hum, then checked the time, grabbed her bag, and left. This time, she truly recognized her faults and acquiesced to Song Yilang's wishes. They ought not to quarrel any longer. Seated in the car, with the driver at the helm, Lin Su remained restless. If this time did not work, lost in her thoughts, the hospital arrived. Lin Su proceeded directly to her destination. Just as Song Yilang emerged from the ward, laughing and chatting with Wanwan, upon seeing Lin Su, his smile instinctively faded, his expression turning somber. Meanwhile, Wanwan finally faced Lin Su directly. Without needing an introduction from Song Yilang, her feminine intuition led her to discern that this woman must be Song Yilang's ex-wife. Lin Su cast a casual glance at them, then turned her attention to Song Yilang. Shall we talk? Wanwan subtly shifted her stance, positioning herself in front of Song Yilang. This is a hospital. Lin Su, observing Wanwan's protective demeanor towards Song Yilang, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, and thus shot a piercing glance in Wanwan's direction. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Lin Su's words pricked Wanwan, causing her eyes to redden suddenly. You. At that moment, Song Yilang grasped Wanwan's shoulders. Wanwan, let me handle this matter. Gritting her teeth, Wanwan shot a resentful glare at Lin Su before stepping aside. Only then did Lin Su smile at Song Yilang. The person you found is rather unimpressive, isn't she? Song Yilang's gaze turned fierce. Lin Su, you do well to watch your tongue. Wanwan is my dear friend, and she naturally possesses the right to speak on my behalf. What about you? Are you relying solely on your status as his ex-wife? Lin Su's expression darkened, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, warmth blossomed within Wanwan. He spoke up for her, indicating that she still held a modicum of significance in Song Yilang's heart. Song Yilang whispered to Wanwan, take good care of your mother. I'll visit when I can. Wanwan nodded obediently, though a hint of anxiety lingered in her eyes. With Lin Su present, Song Yilang refrained from saying much else, merely adding, don't worry. Subsequently, he descended the stairs first. As Lin Su was about to follow suit, she caught sight of Wanwan's longing gaze, fixed intently on the direction of Song Yilang's departure. Thus, Lin Su altered her course, approaching Qin Wanwan instead. Standing before Qin Wanwan, Lin Su recognized their stark contrasts. Qin Wanwan exuded an air of innocence, seemingly devoid of guile, while Lin Su was anything but that, having navigated the complexities of life for years. Hence, Lin Su chuckled lightly and remarked, "Dr. Qin, you are accomplished and beautiful. Yet why do you fail to recognize the realities of the situation?" At this moment, Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Su without a trace of fear. "It is you who has consistently misread the circumstances." Lin Su detected the resoluteness in Qin Wanwan's eyes, which irritated her greatly. Lin Su retorted, "After years of marriage, do you truly believe that mere months of your seduction can sway him to your side? Dr. Qin, you are a physician. How could you engage in such contemptible behavior?" Qin Wanwan found the situation amusing. Yet she maintained her composure and countered, "And what right do you have to question me now? Do not forget, the divorce certificate is still fresh." Lin Su's gaze darkened further. Qin Wanwan continued, "I do not know the reasons behind your divorce, nor do I wish to understand the trials you faced together. All I know is that I love him, and until he remarries, I shall never relinquish my hold on him." Lin Su's expression grew even more grim. Qin Wanwan asserted, "I am the only person in this world who will never give up on Song Yilang." Lin Su, now infuriated, retorted with a mocking tone, "Is that so? Then let him abandon you, and it would amount to the same, wouldn't it?" Qin Wanwan's expression changed dramatically. Lin Su merely smiled before departing in her high heels. Chapter 69, We Cannot Go Back. After Lin Su left, Qin Wanwan's gaze gradually dulled. The transformation of Song Yilang must undoubtedly relate to his ex-wife, Lin Su. He had never fully accepted her, and Qin Wanwan remained oblivious to the reasons behind his profound reluctance. She was uncertain whether it stemmed from lingering affection for his former spouse. Qin Wanwan felt as though her strength had been siphoned away, her hands tucked into her pockets as she leaned against the wall, lost in contemplation. At this juncture, Lin Su had followed Song Yilang to a cafe outside the hospital. Song Yilang gazed at Lin Su, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Speak. What brings you here today?" Observing his indifferent demeanor stirred a profound discomfort within Lin Su, yet she maintained her composure and replied, "I had shall you purchase a house." Song Yilang appeared somewhat taken aback, a faint hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "And so? What does that have to do with me?" Lin Su took a sip of her coffee and said, "Yilang, stop jesting with me. Come back. I agree to both conditions you mentioned." Song Yilang remained silently seated, lost in his thoughts. Noticing his stillness, Lin Su assumed she had swayed him and seized the moment. "During our months apart, I have reflected deeply on our past hardships and the love we once shared. I now understand what I desire. Yilang, I am willing to move out and rebuild a new family with you. Can you grant me another chance? An opportunity to make amends." Song Yilang maintained his calm demeanor, finding Lin Su's display both anticipated and unexpected. "Lin Su, do you genuinely believe you were in the wrong?" Just as Lin Su prepared to respond, Song Yilang interjected, bluntly stating, "Or is it that after weighing the pros and cons, you have concluded that I am the only one suitable to be by your side?" His succinct remarks left Lin Su momentarily speechless. She yearned to counter his assertions. Yet their years of marriage made it evident that Song Yilang could discern her authenticity from mere pretense. Song Yilang offered a faint smile. "I am not like you. What I seek is merely a tranquil life. I do not desire tumultuous highs and lows, but rather a steady, unembellished existence." In an uncharacteristically serene manner, he divulged a secret he had long kept silent. "In the past, I wished for a child, thinking that even if you were indifferent to me, you would care for the child, perhaps redirecting your focus towards home." Lin Su, I, as a man, found myself attempting to ensnare a mother in the same way as those women can find within domesticity. Listening intently, Lin Su felt tears welling up in her eyes. She choked out, "It was my fault." Song Yilang continued, "I have never understood why, despite our profound love years ago, our marriage transformed so drastically within just 4 years." As he spoke, Song Yilang smiled again. "But now I understand, you have always been yourself. The person who loved me in the past is you, and the one who does not love me now is still you. Time alters a person's disposition. You are not the same, and neither am I." He turned his gaze, peering through the window towards the hospital. "If on the day we were to divorce, you were willing to live with me properly, then regardless of how difficult the days ahead may be, I believe I would stand by your side, for after all these years, you are my only wife." Lin Su's heart felt heavy. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Yet deep within, she comprehended the truth. She might truly be on the verge of losing Song Yilang forever. As you said, we are no longer the people we once were. Regardless of our past actions, we must bear the weight of our mistakes. Thus, Lin Su, Song Yilang's words gripped her heart tightly. We cannot return to what we were. With that, he rose abruptly, unwilling to cast even a single glance in Lin Su's direction. If you truly feel remorse, my final plea is that you do not disturb my life any further. Tears cascaded down Lin Su's cheeks as Song Yilang brushed past her, choking back her sobs. She implored, even if I am willing to raise our child with you now, would you still not reconsider? There seemed to be tears in Song Yilang's eyes as he replied, Lin Su, I know the pain of a child without parental love. I do not wish for our future child to experience what I have. With that, he left the cafe without looking back. The coffee on the table had long since cooled. Lin Su gazed at the cup, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips. Yes, it came flooding back. When they had decided to marry, Song Yilang had once said, Su, because I was an unloved child, I hope our future children will receive boundless love from us. What had her response been at the time? Lin Su recalled her solemn vow to Song Yilang. Yilang, I promise you, our children will never tread the same path as you. Yet, over the years, she had drifted so far that she had not once remembered those words. Suddenly, she broke down in tears. The patrons in the cafe turned to look at her, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Lin Su had never felt so utterly shattered, especially in front of others. Observing her distress, the cafe owner ground fresh coffee, intending to offer it to her. But within minutes, Lin Su had composed herself. No matter how sorrowful today was, her future life was not to be altered. Perhaps, as Song Yilang had said, they truly could not return to the past. Yet, it mattered little. As long as Song Yilang could return to her side, everything could gradually mend. Lin Su wiped her tears and picked up her bag to leave. The cafe owner watched in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been in despair, and now she seemed to have found her footing. He shook his head, realizing that indeed, the world of adults was fraught with challenges. Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Su took a deep breath and called Xiaoyu. Have you found a suitable property? Xiaoyu replied, I've looked at several. I'll send them to you now. A moment later, a message from Xiaoyu appeared. Lin Su casually perused the options and selected one that caught her eye, forwarding it immediately. This one, she instructed. Tomorrow, go check the furniture, ensure everything is in order, and then deliver the property certificate. Xiaoyu was taken aback by Lin Su's swift decision, but complied nonetheless. Additionally, gather a few people. We need to invite Song Yilang back the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. President Lin, if Mr. Song is unwilling, Lin Su interjected, what? Do you need me to instruct you on how to proceed? Startled by her tone, Xiaoyu could only hastily agree, understood. But if something inadvertently harms Mr. Song, Chapter 70, seeking a psychologist? Lin Su rubbed her aching temples and replied, just remind them to be discreet. Xiaoyu wished to say more, but Lin Su had already disconnected the call. Feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy, Xiaoyu sighed, pondering how things had escalated to this point. It seemed likely that Mr. Song would harbor even greater resentment towards President Lin as a result. Moreover, Xiaoyu couldn't help but worry about Song Yilang's health. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she sensed that Mr. Song's condition was deteriorating. At the age of 30, most men tend to gain weight, yet Mr. Song appeared to be losing weight instead. Xiaoyu even had a foreboding sense that Song Yilang's life might be coming to an end. Yet, Lin Su, who had lived with him for so many years, showed no concern. How could she, an outsider, dare to intervene? Lin Su was her superior, and she ought to focus on her own responsibilities. Just then, Xiaoyu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated but ultimately answered. Sister Xiaoyu, am I disturbing you? The voice on the other end belonged to a young man. What do you need? Xiaoyu's tone had grown cold. After a moment of uncertainty, the young man asked, why hasn't Sister Su been around to discuss collaborations lately? It's been nearly 3 months. Xiaoyu's voice turned frosty. Gu Yuan, this is President Lin's private matter. Your inquiries are crossing a line. Gu Yuan's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Sister Xiaoyu, you know I am typically well-behaved. But every time Sister Su books a private room, it represents a significant deal for me, yielding substantial profits. Naturally, I pay more attention to such important clients. Listening to his lofty rationale, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile wryly. They were all in the same industry, fully aware of each other's motivations. Gu Yuan, after all, was merely relying on his resemblance to the youthful Song Yilang. Gu Yuan, Xiao Yu cautioned, President Lin values you and is willing to support your business. However, if she discovers that you have been prying into her affairs today, do you think you will still have the opportunity to meet her? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but tremble slightly. I understand. I kindly ask Sister Yu to pretend I never spoke of this. Indeed, Gu Yuan was aware that he was merely a server at a KTV in the imperial city of Jiang City, not particularly remarkable in appearance. Yet, Lin Su had chosen him as her companion on her very first visit. Subsequently, whenever Lin Su entertained clients, he would frequently be summoned to this establishment. Thanks to Lin Su, he had earned a considerable sum. Unlike other patrons, Lin Su never imposed excessive demands upon him. Her request for companionship was genuinely just that. Gu Yuan had witnessed countless occasions where Lin Su navigated social gatherings with remarkable finesse. However, regardless of how late it grew, Lin Su never stayed out overnight. Some had playfully queried whether she feared upsetting her family, to which Lin Su candidly admitted that she indeed did. Gu Yuan never intruded into Lin Su's personal life, possessing only Sister Yu's contact information. Today, he felt as though he had lost his senses. Lin Su had once remarked, Gu Yuan, you possess a keen sense of propriety and a promising future. I hope you continue to know your limits. There are matters best left unasked. And if I invite you to drink, it is simply to drink. Gu Yuan understood that Lin Su favored those who were compliant, and so he had always remained well-behaved. Yet today, he sensed a change in Lin Su. After hanging up, Sister Yu messaged Lin Su regarding the matter. A short while later, Sister Yu received a response, you did well. With that, she heaved a quiet sigh of relief. Lin Su, young and beautiful, successful and generous, had naturally become the object of many young men's dreams. However, she was a woman with a family. The distinction between the playful banter of social gatherings and the weight of familial obligations was something Lin Su had always discerned clearly, and she never privately exchanged contact information with anyone. This was precisely why Sister Yu felt emboldened to reprimand Gu Yuan today. Oh, what is this all about? She exclaimed before hastily returning to her tasks. Meanwhile, Song Yilang had returned to the hospital. Qin Wanwan had been waiting at the door of the ward. Upon seeing Song Yilang return, she felt a quiet relief and greeted him with a smile. You're back? Song Yilang smiled in return. He assumed Qin Wanwan would inquire about what Lin Su had said to him and had already prepared his response. However, Qin Wanwan directly changed the subject. Do you have any plans for later? Song Yilang, perplexed, replied, No, why? Then come with me for a moment, Qin Wanwan said. When he questioned where they were going, she simply took his hand and smiled. You'll find out when we get there. Upon hearing this, Song Yilang ceased to speak and followed Qin Wanwan to the mental health consultation room. Dr. He, I've brought you a patient. I kindly ask for your assistance. Qin Wanwan said. Song Yilang remained silent for a few seconds, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Dr. Qin, you really insist on having me evaluated, don't you? Qin Wanwan gently said, Song Yilang, I beg you, please take a look. Only if you are fine can I feel at ease. Song Yilang gazed into Qin Wanwan's sincere eyes and eventually nodded. She then looked at Dr. He, who nodded back, and she walked out, closing the door behind her. Doctor. He turned to Song Yilang and said, Please, have a seat. The two sat facing each other, and Dr. He remarked, It is evident that Dr. Qin cares deeply for you. Song Yilang merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Noticing this, Dr. He chose not to pursue the topic any further. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan paced anxiously in the corridor. Dr. He was an expert in this field. If Song Yilang truly had psychological issues, he would certainly discern them. However, she could not guarantee that, even if identified, Song Yilang would be willing to accept treatment. Time ticked away, and after what felt like an eternity, 2 hours later, Song Yilang finally emerged. Qin Wanwan could not decipher his emotions and turned her anxious gaze toward Dr. He. Let us go, Wanwan, Song Yilang said. Wait, Qin Wanwan replied, then approached Dr. He, asking, How is he? Dr. He glanced at Song Yilang, receiving an affirmative nod before stating, He does have psychological issues, but it does not reach the level of a mental illness, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dr. He. Dr. He smiled and, in a tone audible only to them, added, However, Song Yilang's physical condition does not seem optimal. If possible, it would be wise for him to undergo a comprehensive examination. Qin Wanwan's heart sank at this remark, and she quietly replied, Thank you for the reminder, Dr. He. I will be attentive. With that, she walked back to Song Yilang. Song Yilang observed Qin Wanwan's expression, feeling a twinge of confusion. Did Dr. He say something to her that he was unaware of? As he contemplated asking her, Qin Wanwan stepped in front of him, took his hand once more, and with a bright smile, said, "Let us go. You've been through a lot lately. I'll take you home so you can rest well." Chapter 71. Song Yilang's declining memory. Thus, Song Yilang's myriad questions were temporarily set aside. When Qin Wanwan offered to drive him back, she indeed took him to his rental apartment. They parked the car together and walked side by side. Unexpectedly, Qin Wanwan said, "Song Yilang, can you promise me one thing?" Song Yilang smiled. "Of course, but it must wait until Aunt Qin is discharged." Qin Wanwan was slightly taken aback. "Do you know what I want to say?" Song Yilang replied, "A physical examination, right? I'll agree to it." Qin Wanwan was pleasantly surprised by his easy acceptance, and her spirits lifted. She quickly extended her pinky. "Then let us make a pact." Song Yilang chuckled, knowing the gesture was childish, yet he extended his pinky in return. Qin Wanwan declared, "Pinky swear. 100 years without change. If you lie, may you turn into a fortune." Song Yilang responded with a smile, and the weight on Qin Wanwan's heart finally lifted. However, she seemed to suddenly recall something, saying, "Doctor, he mentioned that you still have a slight psychological condition. Though not severe, it requires caution." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wanwan proposed, "Song Yilang, once I finish my current commitments, shall I take you on a trip?" A subtle tremor coursed through Song Yilang's heart. While he could agree to many things, this one was different. "Let us discuss it once you are free," he replied gently. His voice, tender and warm, stood in stark contrast to his previous aloofness and resistance, filling Qin Wanwan's heart with a sweetness akin to honey as she nodded enthusiastically. With a smile that curved her bright eyes, she said, "Mr. Song, your willingness brings me great comfort." Song Yilang merely smiled back at her. "All right, it's getting late. You should return to the hospital." Qin Wanwan nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "Okay, will you join us for dinner at the hospital tomorrow?" Her concern for Song Yilang being alone at home was palpable. Although unable to articulate her reasons, she felt an inexplicable urge to keep him within her sight. Aware that her request might be unreasonable, she braced herself for his inevitable refusal. To her surprise, Song Yilang replied, "All right." Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight, shining brighter than the stars above. "That has settled then. You must come." Song Yilang nodded. "You should hurry home." With that, he ascended the stairs first, while Qin Wanwan, elated, left, glancing back multiple times. Song Yilang dared not look back at her, for a cramping pain had surged in his stomach. He hurried inside, closing the door behind him, only to collapse on the floor with a thud. Raising his gaze, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. In that instant, his complexion was as pale as a ghost, beads of sweat forming profusely on his brow. Sensing something amiss, Qin Wanwan turned back, but only beheld the closed door. She took a tentative step towards Song Yilang's direction, yet recalled the kindness he had shown her that day. If she were to return now and disturb him, what if he reverted to his former self? Ultimately, after standing in place for a considerable time, she decided to leave, unaware of the events outside. Song Yilang attempted to take his medication, but his trembling fingers failed to grasp it, and he succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. In the depths of darkness, he lingered in that confined space, fighting for breath. After an indeterminate time, he awoke with a splitting headache. Having spent the night on the cold floor, he unexpectedly developed a fever. Struggling to rise, he crawled to his feet and swallowed a few cold medicine tablets. Yet the aches throughout his body remained unabated. Seated on the bed, his gaze wandered aimlessly. He felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, unable to recall what it was he had overlooked. Finally, Song Yilang donned his coat and glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He then called Zhang Tian. "Have the matters over there been resolved?" Zhang Tian replied, "The Liu family's patience is wearing thin under the pressure of public opinion. They wish to seek a private reconciliation. Ultimately, whether it leads to litigation or compensation rests upon your decision. My suggestion is to opt for compensation, considering that those 2 children are still minors." Song Yilang rubbed his aching temples and said, "This matter requires Wanwan's input, regardless of the path she chooses. I do not wish for this family to have an easy time of it. I entrust this to you, my brother." Zhang Tian affirmed, "I understand. I will do my utmost. Under my watch, they will not have it easy." Just as Song Yilang intended to express his gratitude, Zhang Tian, half serious and half joking, remarked, Your tone seems off, as if you were preparing for a farewell. Song Yilang paused momentarily, then chuckled. Haven't I already prepared you for that? Anyway, enough of that. I caught a chill last night and need to get an injection. After hanging up, Song Yilang wrapped himself in his coat and stepped outside, casually seeking a nearby clinic for his shot. As he lay on the bed, feverish and dazed, his mind was clouded. At 9 o'clock, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered, Wanwan? Wanwan, sounding somewhat irritated, asked, Did we not agree to have breakfast together? Why are you still not here? Song Yilang's expression momentarily shifted to confusion. When did we make that plan? Upon asking, he sensed something was amiss, a doctor's intuition kicking in. Wanwan replied, Last night, on the way back after I dropped you off, you explicitly promised me. Have you forgotten after just one night's sleep? As she spoke, she was already grabbing her bag and heading out. Something felt terribly off to Song Yilang. It was only after Wanwan's words that he began to recall, albeit vaguely. He responded, Oh, I'm sorry, Wanwan. I may have caught a chill last night and woke up with a fever this morning. I'm currently getting an injection. I'll come over as soon as I'm done. Listening to him, Wanwan seemed to find his forgetfulness somewhat understandable, yet her concern remained. Send me your location. I'll come over right now. Song Yilang replied, Aren't you working? I can manage alone. You needn't go through all this trouble. Wanwan insisted. I have a night shift today. Unable to resist her determination, Song Yilang eventually sent her his location. After ending the call, a grave expression settled on his face. His memory had been slipping, an unprecedented occurrence. How could gastric cancer lead to memory loss? His heart raced at the thought. If this continued, would he gradually forget Wanwan and even lose sight of his own identity? Gazing out the window, Song Yilang lost himself in contemplation. If that were the case, Zhang Tian, you must expedite the resolution of these matters. When Wanwan arrived, she was met with the sight of Song Yilang, utterly devoid of spirit. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to describe him as lifeless. She stood at the doorway, the clinic bustling with noise, yet only Song Yilang lay there in isolation, his eyes seemingly devoid of any vitality. Chapter 72. A long-awaited reunion with mother. As she gazed upon him, Wanwan felt her eyes welling with tears. Is there truly nothing in this world that you hold dear? Even if it is merely me, Wanwan. Steeling herself, Wanwan cheerfully entered, carrying breakfast. What are you pondering? Upon noticing her, Song Yilang snapped back to reality, and a faint smile flickered across his pale face. Nothing much. Just admiring the flowers and plants. Wanwan placed the breakfast before him. You need to eat something before your injection. You're far too old to lack such common sense. Song Yilang accepted the steaming bowl of 8 treasure porridge. You've certainly grown bolder, daring to chastise me. Wanwan playfully stuck out her tongue. It's your fault for indulging me. Song Yilang was momentarily taken aback, but merely smiled without responding. Wanwan didn't mind. She quietly sat beside him, watching as he consumed the porridge. The more she observed, the heavier her heart felt. Compared to 3 months ago, Song Yilang had lost considerable weight. Despite eating properly, why had he become so frail? A terrifying thought loomed in Wanwan's mind, unsettling her composure. She looked at Song Yilang and inquired, Yilang, have you felt unwell lately? Song Yilang replied, Look at me now. Isn't it evident that I am unwell? As if wishing to divert her from further questioning, Song Yilang shifted the topic. How do you intend to handle the Liu family's affairs? Wanwan responded, bewildered. Huh? Seeing her confused expression, Song Yilang felt a pang of sorrow. This girl was truly naive, unaware that they sought to bring her to ruin. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, and continued. Although the 2 children acted thoughtlessly, their actions nearly cost you your life, and their family is pressing you so relentlessly. For reasons of compassion, morality, and law, they must be held accountable. If you wish to pursue legal action, I will assist you. Wanwan gazed at Song Yilang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and slowly reached for his somewhat cold fingers. Song Yilang frowned. Wanwan, I'm discussing serious matters with you. Yet Wanwan lowered her head. Song Yilang, do you know what I was thinking while I was adrift on the river? Song Yilang asked. What? Wanwan replied. I thought that once I made it to shore, I would surely seek revenge on them for daring to bully me. I also know that no matter what I do, you will always protect me. Song Yilang remained silent, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. In that moment, he had also prepared himself to go to extremes. If he could not find Wanwan, he would take down the Liu family and then end his own life. He had truly lost his mind then, entertaining such absurd thoughts. However, It has become evident that he has indeed lost his mind completely. Qin Wanwan continued, yet after enduring those 2 long nights, when I saw you come to find me alone, I began to ponder. If this is the trial that precedes our meeting, then I accept it willingly. The moment those 4 words escaped her lips, Song Yilang lifted his gaze, their eyes locking, and he beheld the depth of love in Qin Wanwan's eyes, so fervent, so passionate, utterly unmasked. With a bitter smile, Song Yilang remarked, "You have lost your mind as well. Why forsake a healthy and admirable man only to fixate on a frail being like me? What is the purpose?" Qin Wanwan chuckled softly, caressing the distinct knuckles of Song Yilang's fingers, and sighed, "I can't explain it. When it comes to matters of the heart, if they could be unraveled so clearly, there would be no such thing as infatuation in this world." Song Yilang withdrew his hand and averted his gaze. "What of the Liu family? Do you not intend to pursue them?" Qin Wanwan shook her head, chuckling lightly. "Do not be angry. I never claimed I wouldn't seek accountability. I am no saint. I recall well the burden they placed on me regarding my grandparents." Song Yilang replied, "In that case, I will have Attorney Zhang negotiate the highest possible compensation for you, and ensure they draft a legally binding guarantee to refrain from disturbing you and your mother, eliminating future troubles." Qin Wanwan asked, "Will the guarantee be effective?" Song Yilang's expression remained inscrutable as his gaze deepened. "I will make it binding, and ensure the Liu family respects you henceforth." Qin Wanwan nodded. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Seemingly fatigued, Song Yilang finished his breakfast, exchanged a few words with Qin Wanwan, and then drifted into a deep slumber. Qin Wanwan, opting not to disturb him, rose to adjust the blanket around him, and then leaned down to place a gentle, fleeting kiss upon his forehead for the first time. Cautiously, she grasped his icy fingers. In a soft whisper, she declared, "Regardless of your reasons for evading our relationship, I will not abandon you." Unbeknownst to anyone, the tenderness and compassion in Qin Wanwan's gaze as she looked at Song Yilang were palpable. Song Yilang, deeply asleep, remained oblivious to her words. By the time he awakened, it was already noon. The fever had subsided, and the 4 had been removed. As he stirred, he discovered Qin Wanwan peacefully asleep at his bedside. Summer had arrived, and the warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Wanwan's delicate face, infusing her with an added vibrancy. Unseen by her, this was the first instance Song Yilang revealed a sorrowful and yearning expression. If time could be suspended at that moment, he would have no regrets. Song Yilang covered his mouth and coughed softly, rousing Qin Wanwan from her slumber. She immediately rushed to fetch him a glass of warm water, her face etched with concern. "We can't delay any longer. You need to come with me to the hospital for blood tests now." As Song Yilang drank the warm water, he observed Qin Wanwan's anxious demeanor, on the verge of revealing the grim state of his health. "Song Yilang, Wanwan, in truth." But that acerbic voice shattered the words he had yet to utter. It was his long-absent mother. Yang Mei's gaze bore into him, as disdainful as ever. "I thought Su Su's words were mere fabrications, yet I find you shamelessly unrepentant." The clinic bustled with visitors, all wearing bewildered expressions as they regarded Yang Mei. However, she paid no heed to Song Yilang's frail form and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "Indeed, a pair of adulterers. You wretched girl, who permitted you to seduce my son?" As she spoke, Yang Mei advanced toward Qin Wanwan with a fierce countenance. Initially taken aback, Qin Wanwan soon felt a surge of anger, her face flushing crimson. Never before had she been so brutally insulted, especially by someone who was Song Yilang's mother. Leaving her momentarily at a loss, Song Yilang immediately descended from his bed, positioning himself in front of Qin Wanwan to shield her from Yang Mei. His expression one of palpable impatience. "Kindly clean up your language." Yang Mei seemed intent on escalating the situation, her cold laughter directed at Song Yilang. "You wish to negotiate? Very well. As long as you obediently remarry Lin Su, I shall consider this girl as inconsequential and cease my disturbances. What say you?" Yang Mei, disinterested in any cryptic exchanges with Song Yilang, was delivering Lin Su's ultimatum. Were it not for the presence of others, she would not have bothered to wade into this murky affair. It was merely that Lin Su had promised a reward of 200,000 if Song Yilang was willing to remarry. Chapter 73. Qin Wanwan appears during medication. Upon hearing Yang Mei's words, Song Yilang grasped the situation. He wondered how Yang Mei could be so meddlesome. It was evidently Lin Su's influence. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Qin Wanwan. "Wanwan, would you please return home to rest?" Qin Wanwan wished to respond, but with everyone in the clinic watching them intently, She hesitated and simply replied, "All right." Subsequently, Song Yilang approached Yang Mei. "Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. It is best you come with me now, lest I be compelled to resort to force." Yang Mei's expression soured at Song Yilang's demeanor, and despite her desire to hurl insults, he seized her and dragged her out of the clinic. After regaining her composure, Wanwan followed closely behind. She understood that Song Yilang acted in her best interest, yet the relentless barrage of adversity weighed heavily on him, leaving her uneasy. Song Yilang brought Yang Mei to a secluded area where he halted. Wanwan found a distant spot to wait. Song Yilang regarded Yang Mei. "Speak. What benefits has she offered you? What could possibly motivate you to abandon your lofty perch?" Yang Mei shot him a venomous glare, vexed that someone so seemingly handsome could utter such unpalatable words. "Yang Mei, since you are aware, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. You have two choices. Either you provide me with 200,000, and I shall cease to concern myself with your affairs regarding Wanwan, or you return and remarry. Su will give me the 200,000. Choose between these two options." Song Yilang found it amusing. 200,000? Do you intend to sell your son?" Yang Mei, clearly impatient, retorted, "What do you mean by selling? Do not use such harsh language. Lin Su is your wife. She has done nothing to betray you. Why must you create such an uproar? A grown man should possess a modicum of tolerance. One cannot fathom what you are truly thinking." Observing his mother-esque grotesque demeanor, Song Yilang felt a twinge of sadness. In the past, he might have vehemently questioned her. Yet now he simply offered a self-deprecating smile and said, "Tell Lin Su to grant me 1 month, and I shall return. In a couple of days. Once Wanwan's compensation is settled, I will depart from this place that evokes both love and resentment within me. When the time comes, with the heavens vast and the emperor distant, where shall Lin Su find me?" Yang Mei was astonished by his willingness to comply. She gazed at Song Yilang intently and absently remarked, "You have lost so much weight." Song Yilang replied with a smile, "It is because I have fallen ill. My days are numbered." Yang Mei rolled her eyes. "Do not be ridiculous. Are you about to claim you have cancer again? Such a tale might fool Lin Su. But I refuse to believe you are truly at death's door. As the saying goes, calamities linger for 1,000 years. How could someone like you possibly die so soon?" Song Yilang dismissed the topic. "It is merely 1 month. I hope you will refrain from further disturbing Dr. Qin." Yang Mei, contemplatively, said, Su is strong-willed. It is natural for an older man like you to be fond of a younger woman like Wanwan. But since Su is willing to turn a blind eye, you could keep Wanwan outside. No one would criticize you for it. Why must you create such discord in our family?" Song Yilang scoffed. "Is that so? Should my father then also keep a mistress outside?" Yang Mei grew agitated. "Nonsense. You are you, and your father is your father. They cannot be compared." Song Yilang found it amusing. "Have you ever heard the saying?" Yang Mei, "What saying?" Song Yilang, "Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself." Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback, speechless. She had intended to chastise Song Yilang further, but upon seeing his emaciated form, she found herself at a loss for words. The wind picked up slightly, and Song Yilang coughed into his hand, his complexion growing even paler. Yet, Song Yilang remained resolute. "Wanwan is my bottom line. Regardless of whether you seek money or a person, I implore you to cease your disturbances. Otherwise, the manner in which you treat her will only provoke me to retaliate with even greater fervor." Yang Mei, still defiant, retorted, "What? Do you intend to strike your mother over a woman?" Song Yilang's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand, startling Yang Mei, who stumbled back in shock. "If you doubt me, you may test it. My patience is no longer what it once was." Indeed, Yang Mei felt fear in that fleeting moment. Song Yilang's expression seemed utterly alien to her, as if he were not the son she had nurtured for so many years. With a calm demeanor, Song Yilang remarked, "The only reason you can stand here and converse with me is that you are my mother. But were you not?" He smiled faintly. "I would truly consider ending your life." Yang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by his chilling words. The prospect of 200,000 was tempting. Yet for the first time, Song Yilang instilled a sense of dread in her. She realized with clarity that this son, who had always been obedient, was not jesting. Having spoken, Song Yilang chose not to engage further and turned to leave. Yang Mei called out just in time, "You have changed." He halted in his tracks. Shaking her head, she continued, "You have become frightening and selfish. You were never like this. Why have you transformed? It is truly absurd." Those who pressured him into this state now questioned him with such fervor about his metamorphosis. Song Yilang offered no reply and gradually walked away. Yang Mei gazed at his retreating figure, perplexed that her son could be even thinner than his two sisters. In the sweltering summer heat, while others donned short sleeves and shorts, why was Song Yilang clad in such heavy attire? Her fleeting fear was swiftly overtaken by concern. She muttered to herself, "Could it be that this boy speaks the truth?" Yet, that seemed implausible. Song Yilang had always been healthy. Yang Mei attempted to reassure herself, but anxiety gnawed at her insides. His emaciated frame was impossible to overlook. With a heavy heart, she returned home. Qin Wanwan, seated at a distance, remained unseen by Song Yilang. His throat itched, and his vision blurred. After walking a short distance, he leaned against a wall at the corner and shakily retrieved his medication, consuming it all at once. The pain compelled him to bend slightly, his complexion pale, as if he were unwell. As he attempted to return the remaining pills to his pocket, a pair of delicate hands snatched them away. Hydrochloride tramadol is a medication typically prescribed for patients with stage 2 cancer pain. Even simple ibuprofen fails to alleviate such suffering. Her words left Song Yilang momentarily stunned. Raising his gaze, he met Qin Wanwan's expression, filled with profound sorrow. Of course, as an oncologist, she would be all too familiar with these medications. Steadying himself against the wall, Song Yilang wished to smile, but found himself utterly unable to do so. "I apologize, Dr. Qin. I intended to inform you earlier, but I was concerned." Suddenly, Qin Wanwan turned and enveloped him in an embrace. Chapter 74. Song Yilang, you must take care of yourself. In that instant, Song Yilang's entire being stiffened. Qin Wanwan inquired, "What ailment do you suffer from?" Song Yilang replied, "Late-stage gastric cancer." Qin Wanwan pressed on, "When was the diagnosis made?" "Over 3 months ago," he answered. "Was it on the day we first met?" she asked. "Indeed," he confirmed. What ensued was an agonizing silence. Song Yilang felt an unsettling anxiety, his heart racing beyond its normal rhythm. The pain emanating from his stomach was nearly unbearable, leaving him dizzy and the figure before him blurred. He yearned to explain, yet what could he possibly say? Just as he felt himself on the brink of fainting, he heard Qin Wanwan's voice, choked with emotion, "It's my fault. As a doctor, I failed to notice the serious illness afflicting the one I care for." Song Yilang longed to voice, "Wanwan is wonderful. She is the only light in my darkness." But the words remained unspoken, and as tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, he collapsed. Qin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, but soon lost her composure, cradling the fallen Song Yilang, calling out his name in desperation, "Song Yilang, Song Yilang, Song Yilang." Yet, he could no longer hear her. Compelled to regain her composure, she hoisted him onto her back and hurriedly hailed a taxi to the hospital. Panic coursed through Qin Wanwan as she began to sweat profusely, having treated numerous patients. She knew she ought to remain calm, yet, tears streamed down her face as she spoke on the emergency call, her voice trembling. Before long, Song Yilang was ushered into the resuscitation room. Outside, Qin Wanwan observed her colleagues bustling about, and suddenly the world spun around her. As her legs weakened, Lina timely supported her. Finally regaining her senses, Qin Wanwan turned to Lina. "What brings you here?" Lina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Teacher." With that, Lina recounted the entire sequence of events to Qin Wanwan. In conclusion, Lina shared, "It was Dr. Li who diagnosed the patient. He had called twice, urging Mr. Song to seek treatment promptly, but Mr. Song's stubbornness left us powerless." Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan's complexion paled further, but she quickly steeled herself. "Let us go. I must review his medical records immediately." Time was of the essence, each moment precious. Donning her white coat and tying her hair back, Qin Wanwan transformed back into the meticulous Dr. Qin. The X-rays of Song Yilang arrived, and she convened with her colleagues to deliberate. For 2 full hours, Song Yilang remained in the resuscitation room while Qin Wanwan labored in the office, exerting every effort to unearth a chance for his survival. Ultimately, her endeavors yielded no fruit. Dr. Li remarked, "Too much time has elapsed. The cancer cells have now spread to the brain. It would be unwise to proceed with surgery. We can only resort to conservative treatment for the time being." Dr. Chen added, "Patients diagnosed with cancer often undergo 3 psychological responses. First, denial and seeking verification. Second, anxiety and depression, frantically seeking treatment, often exhibiting irritability. Thirdly, one must accept their condition, whether through active treatment or by finding peace with it." However, Mr. Song stands apart. He is not engaged in either of the first two stages and shows no inclination towards proactive treatment. Qin Wanwan listened quietly, neither voicing her opinion nor refuting anything. As the doctors departed, she remained alone in the office, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. She looked up to see Dr. Li, who smiled and remarked, "I have heard a bit about your situation with that patient. Dr. Qin, do you recall what is most taboo in our profession?" Qin Wanwan remained silent. Dr. Li continued, "Firstly, it is crucial to avoid excessive empathy with patients, and secondly, one must refrain from developing emotional attachments. Dr. Qin, you are an excellent physician, and the hospital has plans to send you abroad for 2 years of study. Your future is bright. Do not squander it on a patient whose prognosis is all but certain. We both know that, barring a miracle, Mr. Song has little time left." Dr. Li sighed and patted Qin Wanwan's shoulder once more. "Life and death are simply part of the norm. As a doctor, you must gather your strength." After Dr. Li departed, Qin Wanwan sat alone in the office, feeling desolate. A smile broke on her face, but as she smiled, tears began to fall like pearls from a broken string. How can one truly comprehend pain if it does not strike them directly? Qin Wanwan understood this well, yet accepting it was another matter entirely. Song alone was a living, breathing person. The fear of cancer did not terrify her. Rather, it was the days following his diagnosis that filled her with dread. If it were not for desperation, if life had not become unbearable, how could Song Yilang have chosen divorce? How could he have told her, "All alone, I have no home"? Before long, Qin Wanwan's phone rang. It was the emergency doctor. "Dr. Qin, Mr. Song has regained consciousness." She quickly wiped away her tears, composed herself, and hurried towards the emergency room. Song Yilang was on a ventilator, and 4 in his hand, and his complexion had improved, yet he stared blankly out the window, like a wooden figure. Qin Wanwan felt a pang in her heart. "Once he finishes his 4, let's transfer him to oncology." Dr. Lu replied, "That is possible, but you cannot be his attending physician." Qin Wanwan smiled faintly. "I understand. I will arrange for Dr. Li to take over." Dr. Lu shook his head and patted her shoulder. "Make sure to spend time with him." Just then, a nurse approached with a tray containing Mr. Song's pain medication. Qin Wanwan took it, saying, "I can administer it. You all can carry on with your duties." Dr. Lu and the nurse exchanged glances before leaving. Qin Wanwan approached Song Yilang. "What are you thinking about so intently?" He turned to see her in her white coat, looking beautiful, a true angel in white. Song Yilang smiled. "It's my first time seeing you at work. It's quite different from your usual self." Qin Wanwan donned her gloves and prepared the injection with deft skill, prompting an inexplicable sense of admiration from Song Yilang. She was meant to shine in her role, unencumbered by his burdens. Now, she understood the importance of timely cessation of losses. Qin Wanwan declared, whether in this moment or in private, "My feelings for you have remained unwavering." She approached Song Yilang, turned him slightly, and administered the injection to his backside. Although he felt a tinge of embarrassment, Qin Wanwan remained unfazed. After completing the procedure, she washed her hands and tenderly cupped his face. Planting a gentle kiss on his forehead amidst his astonished expression, "You are merely unwell. It is all right. I shall not leave. Song Yilang, you must take care of yourself." Chapter 75. Sacrificing everything for his life. Song Yilang offered a faint smile, not embracing her as Qin Wanwan had envisioned, but instead withdrew her hand, coolly stating, "Since you are aware, there are words that must be spoken." The hospital room was devoid of others, granting Qin Wanwan the time to listen. Thus, she procured a stool and sat across from him. "Please, speak." A premonition nagged at her. Perhaps today she would finally receive the answer she had long desired. Song Yilang continued to gaze out the window, then slowly began, "Dr. Qin, I recognize your affection and confess my own fondness for you. Consequently, I have remained silent amidst your repeated attempts and advances, unable to surmount my internal barriers, yet unable to reject your fervent love." Qin Wanwan anticipated a different revelation. Surprised by his admission, she did not fault him. When one is drowning, even a mere straw is clutched tightly. It is the nature of humanity, a common state for those in the advanced stages of cancer. Qin Wanwan reached out, clasping his icy fingers. "I consider myself fortunate to be your sole redemption in this dark world." Song Yilang turned towards her, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. "Yet, you must understand, at that moment, anyone's presence would have held significance for me. It merely happened to be you who appeared, and it had nothing to do with love." Tears welled in Qin Wanwan's eyes. I comprehend, yet I am still grateful that it was I who appeared, the one who offered you solace, and the one who remained by your side. She wiped her tears. I grasp your meaning, but Song Yilang, do you understand me? Song Yilang remained lost in thought, uncertain how to respond. Should he chastise Qin Wanwan for her naivety, or commend her for her devotion? Regardless of the outcome, neither was what he desired. He withdrew his hand from her grasp, turned away, and ceased to look at her. I cannot offer you a future. After a prolonged silence, Qin Wanwan replied, why not try allowing me to provide you with a future? I understand that our initial encounter, and all the kindness you have shown me since, was merely a result of my fortuitous arrival at that particular moment. Yet, in Lajayakan, when everyone believed I was dead, why did you stubbornly continue to seek me out? Why did you keep my favorite snacks in your bag? Perhaps your feelings for me were once merely gratitude, but what about after Lajayakan? Song Yilang, I have never denied my own heart. What about you? Do you truly not love me, or are you simply afraid to love me? When Qin Wanwan's final words fell, Song Yilang's heart trembled violently. Indeed, is it a matter of not loving, or of fearing to love? Song Yilang closed his eyes. You are a doctor. You should have long since come to terms with life and death. So why are you so stubborn? Qin Wanwan replied, it is precisely because I regard life and death with indifference that I cherish every hard-earned opportunity. Song Yilang asked, is a fragmented ending what you desire? Qin Wanwan's heart ached painfully. A fragmented ending is still an ending. You are not me. How can you know that I am not willingly accepting it? The words Qin Wanwan wished to say had already been spoken. I am leaving. Take care of yourself. Song Yilang declared, I want to be discharged. Qin Wanwan's steps to leave faltered. She did not question him, nor was she aggressive, nor did she insist that Song Yilang must accept treatment. She simply stated, fine. But you must be transferred to the oncology department for chemotherapy first. Tomorrow, I will arrange for your treatment, and once it concludes, you may be discharged. Song Yilang countered. You know it is futile. Yet Qin Wanwan remained resolute. If you do not try, how will you know if it has any effect? Should you refuse, I shall stay by your side until after your chemotherapy. Song Yilang gazed at Qin Wanwan, noticing her typically gentle demeanor now replaced with an unwavering determination that incited a smile within him. Song Yilang conceded, very well, I agree. It is merely a day spent here. He could manage that. If all goes as expected, Zhang Tian should return tomorrow with the contract. Once Qin Wanwan signs, and the compensation is secured, she would be able to enjoy a leisurely time for quite a while. One more day is but one more day. Seeing his agreement, Qin Wanwan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She said, rest well, and if anything arises, call me. After which, she turned to leave, leaving only Song Yilang alone in the ward, where the beeping of machines filled the silence, drowning out all else. He was acutely aware of how bleak his future appeared. Yet, Wanwan Song Yilang repeated her name as if it were a breath of fresh air amidst the suffocating reality of life. He knew full well that had it not been for Qin Wanwan's appearance, he would not have survived even a month, let alone half a year. It was the anticipation that kept him going. Each rejection was tinged with anxious hope, wondering what delicious dish Qin Wanwan might prepare next, and looking forward to every single meeting. Though he never spoke of it, every time she thought of him, Qin Wanwan felt as if she had saved him once more. Song Yilang smiled, but as the smile lingered, tears silently fell, dampening the white pillow. Why must he encounter Qin Wanwan when he had lost all hope in life? Fate truly played an unprecedented jest upon him. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan swiftly immersed herself in her work. She had no choice, for as a doctor, she bore the responsibility for her patients. She was not merely a beacon for Song Yilang alone. Time passed swiftly, and by the time Qin Wanwan could catch her breath, it was already past 10 in the evening. Yet, she still faced a long night ahead, though at last, she could visit Song Yilang. Lina reassured her, don't worry. Teacher, Mr. Song had dinner in the afternoon, but it seems he had little appetite and barely touched his food. Qin Wanwan gently patted Lina's shoulder. Thank you for taking care of him. Lina smiled. It's the least I could do, and Dr. Li and the others are also very attentive to Mr. Song, providing him with the best medication. Qin Wanwan replied, please inform Dr. Li that all of Song Yilang's medical expenses will be charged to my account. Lina was taken aback, but teacher, once the treatment begins, the cost will not be insignificant. It could amount to hundreds of thousands. However, Qin Wanwan remained unfazed. Though I may not be wealthy, if spending all I have could save his life, I would gladly accept it. Money can be earned back over time. After saying this, she smiled and added, "After all, if I do not save him, no one else will." Leaving the office under Li Na's astonished gaze, Qin Wanwan felt no burden of her decision. She had proclaimed that in this world, only she, Qin Wanwan, would never give up on Song Yilang. In her youth, she could only relinquish the hope of saving her father. Now, having matured, she was determined to try her utmost, regardless of the outcome. Chapter 76. Long Life for Song Yilang. Song Yilang was in a single room, and when Qin Wanwan arrived, he was engrossed in a book given to him by Dr. Li, who suggested that reading could ease his mind. Qin Wanwan did not come empty-handed. She brought 2 bowls of wontons, a familiar aroma to Song Yilang. "Where did you find wontons at this late hour?" he inquired. Qin Wanwan approached and placed the wontons on the table. "My mother just brought them over. Upon hearing about your illness and knowing I was on night duty, she made sure to send some wontons right away." A complex emotion stirred within Song Yilang. Here he lay, gravely ill, being cared for by someone with whom he shared no blood ties. Life was indeed quite dramatic. "Thank you, Aunt Qin," he said. As Qin Wanwan served him small wontons, she remarked, "I asked Li Na to bring you lunch this afternoon, but I heard you barely ate. Was the hospital food unpalatable?" Before Song Yilang had the chance to respond, Qin Wanwan continued, "How about I prepare a meal for you tomorrow? After my night shift, I will have 2 days off. And I've already spoken to my supervisor. During this period, I will be working nights, allowing me to spend more quality time with you." As Song Yilang accepted the bowl of wontons handed to him by Qin Wanwan, he expressed, "Constantly staying up late is detrimental to one's health. It is best to maintain a regular schedule. I am still capable of taking care of myself." Qin Wanwan chuckled softly, her voice taking on a sweeter tone. "Though you say that, I still want to be by your side." Song Yilang felt a warmth flush his ears, but remained silent. The two shared a peaceful moment, savoring the wontons. Noticing that Qin Wanwan had a hearty appetite, he polished off the entire bowl. Qin Wanwan teased him, "You eat less when I'm not watching. I suppose I need to keep an eye on you during mealtimes from now on." Song Yilang paused momentarily before replying, "That's not true. You're overthinking it." Qin Wanwan chose not to expose his pretense, and, while tidying up, inquired about his wishes. Startled, Song Yilang playfully asked, "What? Are you here to fulfill my last wishes?" Qin Wanwan quickly retorted, No. Not last wishes, but heartfelt wishes. However, you must choose something I can realistically achieve. I cannot pluck stars from the sky." Amused, Song Yilang's demeanor lightened, and he half-jokingly, half-seriously stated, "If I cannot be cured, I wish to pass away on a clear day. Winter is simply too cold." His words cast a brief shadow over Qin Wanwan, who then replied, "Indeed. Winter is too cold." Her father had passed away during the harsh winter, and it was also during that season that she had met Song Yilang. She had once despised winter but had grown fond of it because of him. Over the past few months, she had often envisioned spending the next winter solstice with Song Yilang, cozied up on the sofa, eating dumplings, and wishing for peace and safety. That was her heartfelt wish. Now, Qin Wanwan said, "I have a wish too. Can you guess what it is?" Song Yilang replied, "Is it to make a fortune?" Qin Wanwan shook her head. "Who doesn't want to make money? That doesn't count. Guess again." Song Yilang pondered, "Is it to marry a wealthy man?" Qin Wanwan burst into laughter. "That doesn't count either. I already have someone I wish to marry." Feigning ignorance, Song Yilang asked, "Then what is it?" "I'm stumped." In a soft voice, Qin Wanwan revealed, "My only wish right now is for you to live a long life." "What?" Song Yilang looked up in astonishment. Qin Wanwan simply smiled gently. "The beginning of autumn is my birthday, Song Yilang. You have yet to celebrate my birthday properly. I suppose I have saved your life in a way. So shouldn't you make me a cake and prepare a bowl of longevity noodles as a gesture?" Song Yilang's hand, concealed beneath the blanket, trembled. Qin Wanwan was the source of his will to survive. Each phrase, every single word, though unspoken directly, conveyed her humble plea for him to endure. Song Yilang's eyes were completely red. His lips quivered, rendering him speechless. Qin Wanwan noticed his distress and approached him, extending her hands to gently embrace him. "I understand that your life has been exceedingly arduous, devoid of proper rest. Given this, why not take this time to truly rest, to think of nothing at all? I will handle the rest." She did not voice her intent to secure the finest experts for him. If they were unavailable domestically, she would seek them abroad. She had snatched many from the clutches of death before, and she would not relinquish him this time. Tears streamed down Song Yilang's face, an uncontrollable outpouring that he had never allowed himself in front of others. In Wanwan's embrace, he sobbed uncontrollably. She merely held him, saying nothing, fully aware of the prolonged suffering he had endured. He needed this release. Having suppressed his emotions for far too long, he risked developing a mental affliction if he continued. Now that he was crying, she felt a pang of sorrow but also a slight sense of relief. After a considerable time, Yilang shifted away from her, feeling a twinge of embarrassment after his bout of tears. He lay down, covering his head with the blanket. Wanwan smiled gently, patting his shoulder. "Sleep now, rest well, dear." He mumbled a quiet thank you. She took a seat on a nearby stool. The night had deepened. "I will remain here with you, going nowhere. Just sleep soundly. And if you feel any pain, let me know." He murmured a soft okay before drifting off to sleep. He was indeed exhausted, his body perpetually weary. However, he struggled to find restful sleep, often ensnared by nightmares, lingering in a state between wakefulness and slumber. Observing him, Wanwan rose to fetch a syringe, silently administering an injection. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to her worried expression as she whispered, "I had no idea you were sleeping so poorly." In the solitude of the deep night, she could no longer contain her sorrow. Leaning down, she kissed his closed eyes repeatedly, as if this act could alleviate her anguish. She understood the nature of his illness. Each passing day, he would gradually forget many things, perhaps even her one day. But that was acceptable. Wanwan softly declared, "As long as I remember, that is enough. You just need to take care of yourself." Sitting at his bedside, she firmly clasped his hand, resolute in her commitment. Chapter 77. Zhang Tian's return. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered into the hospital room, Yilang stirred awake. Dr. Li promptly arrived, saying, "Mr. Song, you are the first patient scheduled for chemotherapy today. Allow me to escort you." Instinctively, Yilang glanced behind Dr. Li. Noticing his gaze, Dr. Li smiled reassuringly. "Dr. Qin has not yet completed her shift. She is still occupied. Let us proceed, and she will come to greet you shortly." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yilang's face at being so easily read, yet he nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Dr. Li." "You're welcome. Follow me," Dr. Li replied. And together they made their way to the chemotherapy room. Along the journey, Dr. Li informed Yilang of various precautions regarding the treatment. Yilang was well acquainted with these details, having researched extensively and undergone several consultations himself. By 9 o'clock, when Wanwan finally arrived after finishing her tasks, Yilang was already inside the chemotherapy room. After inquiring about the progress from her colleagues and learning there was still some time left, Wanwan hurried off to fetch breakfast. Upon her return, not long after, Yilang was wheeled out. She expressed her gratitude to her colleagues before pushing him back to the hospital room. The experience of chemotherapy was far from pleasant. Yilang's complexion was pale, his hand bruised, and he appeared exceedingly frail. Once back in the room, he intended to rise from the gurney to his bed, but Wanwan firmly pressed down on his shoulder. With a look of confusion on his face, she rolled up her sleeves, lifted the covers, and effortlessly scooped him into her arms. Stunned, Yilang's shock brought a flush of color to his cheeks. "You," as she carried him back to the bed. Wanwan laughed. "I possess considerable strength by nature, and considering how much weight you've lost, lifting you is a breeze." While tucking him in, she added, "I assured you I could take care of you, and I always keep my promises." Yilang struggled to comprehend this display of strength, as Wanwan was quite petite, barely reaching his chest. He knew of her strength, but had not anticipated this. He coughed lightly. "I finally understand what it means to be narrow-minded." Wanwan merely chuckled softly, setting a small table beside the bed and adjusting his bedding. Shortly after, she presented a meal on the table. "Do not be surprised. This is common knowledge among the department. When my colleagues saw me coming for you, they did not join because they already knew." The meal consisted of comforting home-cooked dishes, fragrant with flavors: black-bone chicken soup, sautéed bok choy, tender braised pork belly, and steamed pumpkin to cleanse the palate, all generously portioned. As Yilang gazed at the spread, warmth filled his heart, and he softly remarked, "This is too much. Perhaps we can have a little less next time." As Wanwan handed chopsticks to Yilang, she remarked, "I don't believe that one should refrain from indulging in delightful dishes while unwell." Moreover, she smiled radiantly, akin to the morning sun. "If you cannot eat, I am here for you. Do not underestimate my petite frame. I possess a hearty appetite. I shall eat more henceforth, to better care for you. You should also eat more. Regardless of your weight, I can manage to lift you." With that, Qin Wanwan removed her shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, facing Song Yilang. Her affection for him was profound, so much so that he feared disappointing her and hesitated to accept her feelings, resulting in a prolonged silence between them as they quietly consumed their meal. I have spoken with my mother, Qin Wanwan continued, and you need not stay in that rental place any longer. It is rather shadowy there, unsuitable for your recovery. We have decided that you shall stay with us for the time being. While I am at work, my mother can look after you, and once I return, I will take care of you myself. Besides, I work night shifts, and after my mother's wonton restaurant opens in a few days, she will be on the day shift, so we will both be able to attend to you. Song Yilang's hand trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, reddened and painful to behold. Wanwan, I do not wish to be a burden to you and your mother. You both have your own lives. There is no need for you to pause your progress for my sake. Qin Wanwan set down her bowl and met his gaze with a rare seriousness, devoid of her usual smile. You have never been a burden to us. I am not stagnant. I have taken significant strides towards you. Song Yilang, do you not feel my sincerity? Indeed, I feel it, and it is overwhelming, Song Yilang sighed, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and offering it to Qin Wanwan. There are 200,000 in here for your medical expenses during this time. Before he could finish, Qin Wanwan pushed the card back towards him. I have been keeping track of what you owe me, and there is no rush to repay it all at once. With a smile, she added, let us eat first, and after our meal, we can rest. I will take you home. Thus, Qin Wanwan meticulously organized everything for Song Yilang, while he appeared to have no right to object. Due to the side effects of the medication, he had little desire to eat, yet seeing Qin Wanwan's concern, he persevered and consumed a generous bowl of rice along with a serving of chicken soup. Just as they were ready to discharge from the hospital, Zhang Tian arrived. Have you eaten? Shall we find a place to dine while we talk? Song Yilang inquired. Zhang Tian waved his hand dismissively. I have already eaten, but I need you both to review this contract. Consequently, Song Yilang and Qin Wanwan resumed their seats. Zhang Tian handed the contract to Qin Wanwan, briefly explaining, the Liu family has agreed to a settlement, and I have secured the maximum benefit for you. They are willing to offer 1 million as compensation, with each family of the 2 children contributing 500,000. Certainly, there are prerequisites. Dr. Qin, you must refrain from soliciting land and fish ponds from the Liu family, and they must also assure that they will no longer intrude upon your and your mother's lives. Otherwise, a penalty of 10 million will be enforced as stipulated in the contract, which holds legal validity. Should they renege on this agreement, you have the right to pursue legal action, compelling the court to enforce compliance. After articulating this, Zhang Tian hastily took a sip of water. The recent days of relentless travel had been quite taxing for him. Yet, time was of the essence for Song Yilang, compelling him to prioritize this matter above all else. Qin Wanwan diligently examined the contract, while Song Yilang expressed his gratitude succinctly. Let us find time for a meal together. Although the land and fish ponds were valued far above 1 million, Song Yilang recognized the considerable effort Zhang Tian must have exerted to extract such a sum from the Liu family. Zhang Tian had matters to discuss privately with Song Yilang. Thus he acquiesced. All right, let us meet tomorrow evening. Chapter 78. You have never been alone, Zhang Tian remarked. Dr. Qin, you must make a decision swiftly. Once the contract is signed, you will need to ensure they disperse the funds to you. This is no trifling amount. It must follow the proper protocols. Before Qin Wanwan could respond, Song Yilang inquired, what is the fastest time frame? Zhang Tian replied, if I exert myself, it could take about a week. While Song Yilang wished to urge Zhang Tian for expedience, Qin Wanwan interjected, there is no need to rush. Let us take our time with this. With that, Qin Wanwan smiled at Song Yilang, and though no words were exchanged, Song Yilang felt a pang of guilt. Observing this, Zhang Tian quickly took his leave. Let us meet tomorrow evening. I shall return home for a rest. I intend to enjoy a fine meal at an upscale restaurant. Song Yilang replied, absolutely, you choose the location. With that, Zhang Tian departed. How could Qin Wanwan be oblivious to Song Yilang's subtle intentions? Since learning of his cancer diagnosis, her focus had been entirely on him. She understood that Song Yilang lacked the will to fight for survival, and thus every action she undertook was aimed at reigniting his hope. She recognized his desire to escape his current existence, yet there were obstacles hindering his path. Qin Wanwan felt a sense of joy in being that very impediment in Song Yilang's life. Song Yilang, do you wish to arrange your final affairs and select a place to depart from this world? Qin Wanwan shall never acquiesce to that. Ultimately, however, Qin Wanwan chose not to confront Song Yilang directly. Instead, she silently supported him, saying, "Once you regain some strength, we shall return home slowly. The antiseptic smell in the hospital is overwhelming. It will be far more refreshing to rest at home." Song Yilang nodded and began to move at a measured pace alongside Qin Wanwan. Just as they reached the underground parking lot, Lu Xian rushed over. Song Yilang, taken aback, asked, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes glistened with tears, and he sorrowfully exclaimed, "Boss." Song Yilang replied, "What is the matter?" Lu Xian wiped away a tear and hurriedly fished out a bank card from his pocket, thrusting it into Song Yilang's hand. "Boss, the brothers were unaware of your serious illness. They thought you genuinely intended to resign. We've pulled together 500,000 for you. Keep it for your treatment." Not only was Song Yilang taken aback, but even Qin Wanwan, who stood nearby, was genuinely astonished. 500,000 was no trifling amount. It dawned on Qin Wanwan why Song Yilang, despite his cancer diagnosis, insisted on continuing to work. It was likely to ensure the well-being of his comrades. Evidently, those brothers did not let him down. With a gentle expression, Qin Wanwan realized that Song Yilang was indeed loved in this world, beyond her own affections, by the brothers who treated him sincerely. "How did you find out?" Song Yilang inquired. Lu Xian replied, "It was Zhang Lu. We learned about the lawsuit he's handling for you in Lejiakan. We also understand your character. If nothing had gone awry, why would you be in such a rush?" Lu Xian continued, "Besides, I've always been your assistant. Is there anything I wouldn't be able to find out? The others are at work, so I came first. They'll visit you when they have the time." Song Yilang chuckled, playfully punching Lu Xian's arm. "You rascal, using what I taught you against me now?" Lu Xian grinned foolishly. However, Song Yilang returned the bank card Lu Xian had brought. "Although I am ill, I still have sufficient funds. Moreover, I received a paycheck upon my departure from the finance department, so I am not without means for treatment. The brothers have families to support. Don't waste this money." Lu Xian had always heeded Song Yilang's words, for without him, Lu Xian would not be who he was today. Yet this time, Lu Xian did not comply. He shoved the bank card into Qin Wanwan's embrace, and, with a face full of concern, said, "Dr. Qin, I beg you, the password is the boss's birthday." Before Qin Wanwan could react, Lu Xian had already turned and dashed away, leaving behind a parting message. "Boss, take care of yourself. The brothers are waiting for your return." Song Yilang stood there, staring blankly at Lu Xian's receding figure, feeling an inexplicable urge to cry. A delicate, fair hand brushed away the tears from the corner of Song Yilang's eye. Turning his head, he found Qin Wanwan, her own eyes glistening with moisture. "You see, Song Yilang, you are not alone." Qin Wanwan stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, whispering softly, "The journey to combat cancer may be fraught with difficulties, yet if we persevere, I believe miracles will occur. I implore you to trust me this once. I am a doctor, and I can make it happen." With her eyes gently closed within Song Yilang's embrace, Qin Wanwan realized that, in uttering these words, she was uncertain whether she was comforting him or herself. However, she sought nothing more. No longer did she yearn for Song Yilang to be with her, nor did she desire to witness his former spirited self. All she wished for was his safe and sound existence. Previously fixated on titles, she now found everything else utterly inconsequential. The opportunity for studying abroad has been relinquished by her. Nothing holds greater significance than the life of Song Yilang. In her lifetime, Qin Wanwan has never fought for anyone. But this time, she yearns to try. After a brief pause, Song Yilang slowly extends his arm, embracing Qin Wanwan and gently stroking her silky hair. Offering a wry smile, "You truly place me in an impossible situation." Qin Wanwan is elated by Song Yilang's response, yet her heart aches at his words. "Do not feel burdened," she says. "I understand the inadequacy of words. You need not do anything but eat, sleep, and rest." Closing her eyes momentarily, she expresses a hint of fear. "Just don't leave me. Don't abandon me alone." What could Song Yilang possibly respond? He wishes to agree. Yet he himself is uncertain if he can keep that promise. If he were to break it, what would become of Qin Wanwan? Why must such an exceptional doctor like her encounter him? Ultimately, Song Yilang can only continue to caress Qin Wanwan's long hair, his eyes filled with an inscrutable pain. Meanwhile, at the Lin Group, Xiao Yu arrives with the finalized real estate certificate. A flicker of joy appears on Lin Su's previously troubled face as she inspects the document. This is quite good. He should be appeased now, she remarks. Yet, Xiao Yu sighs and queries, President Lin, if you value Mr. Song so dearly, why do your conversations with him always end in discord? Lin Su pauses momentarily, taken aback, unable to respond. Xiao Yu, though typically refraining from meddling in her superior's affairs, feels compelled to voice her concerns regarding Lin Su's actions. President Lin, you are aware of Mr. Song's strained relationship with his family, yet you attempt to coerce him through his mother with the allure of benefits. Although it may not have succeeded, what immense psychological damage could this inflict upon Mr. Song? You were once the closest person to him, and you know precisely where it hurts most. You understood he would disapprove, yet you proceeded nonetheless. Xiao Yu continues. Have you not noticed that Mr. Song is increasingly unwell? This is not how spouses should behave. If this matter were to lead to any harm befalling Mr. Song, you would likely regret it for the rest of your life. Chapter 79. Lin Su is intoxicated. Xiao Yu's words resonate powerfully in that moment. Lin Su wishes to retort, but the image of Song Yilang's increasingly frail form flashes in her mind, rendering her unable to voice her objections. After a prolonged silence, Lin Su gazes at the real estate certificate and asks Xiao Yu, what do you think I should do? She cannot help but feel a sense of mockery. After all these years together, she has reached a point where she must seek advice from another. Xiao Yu sighs, President Lin, I do not know what course of action would be best for you both, but you should at least refrain from using Mr. Song's family to coerce him. A sincere apology is in order. Lin Su suddenly feels a headache coming on. Please, leave me for now. I need time to reflect. Fortunately, the company has been operating smoothly of late, granting Lin Su the opportunity to contemplate her relationship with Song Yilang. Bai Feng's words prompted Lin Su to reflect on her own actions. Deep down, she recognized her errors, yet she found it difficult to relinquish her pride. Moreover, Yang Mei had informed her that Song Yilang would return in a month, and that this time would be given to him. A month? Why did Song Yilang require an entire month? Was this not merely an opportunity for him, but also a period for Lin Su to contemplate? She shook her head slightly and returned the property deed to her desk. Since Song Yilang had requested a month's wait, she would abide by it for now. However, the thought of pressuring him too much filled her with anxiety. Previously, she had thought that Qin Wanwan's presence beside Song Yilang was inconsequential, but upon further reflection, the idea of Qin Wanwan truly usurping her role as his wife was unbearable. For the first time, Lin Su found herself deeply evaluating this relationship. After work, she instinctively found her way to the KTV in the capital. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, she muttered a curse under her breath. Damn it. Just as she considered leaving, the manager approached her. Is this not General Manager Lin? Are you here for business? Same as usual today? Lin Su paused momentarily and tossed her keys to the manager. Just a small private room today, preferably without any interruptions. The manager beamed. Of course, General Manager Lin. It's been a while since you've visited. Come. Let us make sure you are well taken care of. Following him, Lin Su entered a small room. The attendant asked, General Manager Lin, shall we serve the same drinks as before? Lin Su nodded, just serve them as they come. The attendant acknowledged her request and departed. Soon, the drinks were brought in, and Lin Su began to consume them voraciously, reminiscent of a thirsty beast. In the years past, when Song Yilang accompanied her to such gatherings, she rarely became intoxicated, as he would always shield her from excessive drinking. Those years of humble submission had been navigated with Song Yilang's support, and as she ascended in status, Lin Su had forgotten the arduous path she once traveled. The sharpness of the liquor jolted her back to reality. The door swung open, and under the kaleidoscopic lights, Lin Su seemed to catch a glimpse of the youthful Song Yilang, brimming with vitality and affection. How wonderful those times had been. Many women admired Song Yilang, yet he had eyes only for her, treating her with unique regard. She had loved him fiercely, and even now, despite his entanglements with other women, she could not let go. When had they gradually arrived at this point? Gu Yuan sat beside Lin Su and called out, General Manager. That single utterance snapped Lin Su back to awareness. Song Yilang would never address her in such a manner. Oh, but then again, he might when enraged. Lin Su withdrew her gaze. I have no clients to entertain today. Your presence is unnecessary. Gu Yuan appeared somewhat anxious. However, Lin Su was suddenly enraged. He smashed the wine glass in his hand, causing Gu Yuan's complexion to blanch. Lin Su simply uttered one word, get lost. Ultimately, Gu Yuan departed with a heart full of regret. Each time Lin Su engaged in business discussions and accompanied clients, he would summon Gu Yuan as a companion, never overstepping any boundaries. Yet Gu Yuan believed himself to be an exception, as Lin Su had always only appointed him to accompany. But today, Lin Su's demeanor made it abundantly clear. The manager was indeed correct. Those in their line of work should refrain from developing any inappropriate feelings, for it is oneself who ultimately suffers. Gu Yuan, however, could not comprehend nor understand why someone of Lin Su's stature would be enamored by anyone else, especially to the extent of drowning his sorrows in alcohol for that person. This was the first occasion Lin Su had come here without any companions. Lin Su could not recall how much he had consumed, but after finishing, he felt slightly lightheaded. In the end, he merely forced himself to stay conscious long enough to call Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu arrived in haste, Lin Su had already succumbed to drunkenness, sprawled across the table. As Xiaoyu approached, Lin Su finally relaxed and drifted into slumber, murmuring, "Don't let anyone else touch me. Take me home." Xiaoyu, feeling helpless, was fortunate to have brought a female colleague along, and together they assisted Lin Su out the door. Gu Yuan, witnessing this, rushed over, attempting to take Lin Su. "Let me carry her to the car." But Xiaoyu sharply reprimanded, "Stop." Gu Yuan's hand retreated in an instant. With a stern expression, Xiaoyu warned, "Mr. Gu, this is my second warning to you. If it happens again, you can forget about your job." After saying this, Xiaoyu and her colleague escorted Lin Su away. Xiaoyu understood Lin Su's nature well. Despite always calling Gu Yuan to accompany him, there had never been any physical contact. Aside from a few times when Gu Yuan poured drinks for him, that was already quite generous. Lin Su's final words were merely a precaution against Gu Yuan. Xiaoyu subconsciously could not believe that genuine feelings could exist in such a place. Countless young men had gravitated towards it over the years, all seeking to climb the social ladder. Yet Lin Su was different from those others. Gu Yuan could only watch as Lin Su was assisted into the car, driving away, his eyes reddening. At that moment, the manager appeared, patting Gu Yuan on the shoulder with a smile, simply stating, "On your first day in this line of work, I warned you not to develop feelings for the clients, especially those from the capital's KTVs, particularly someone as cold-blooded and ruthless as Mr. Lin." Gu Yuan muttered, "Cold-blooded and ruthless? I have accompanied so many clients, yet only she has never touched me. Is that what you call cold-blooded?" The manager shook his head. "You are still too young. True cold-bloodedness lies in possessing absolute rationality and self-discipline. Over the years, have you ever seen Mr. Lin intoxicated, aside from today?" Gu Yuan fell silent. "Manager, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Ms. Lin is not an uncomplicated individual. I have met her husband, who bears a striking resemblance to you. It is precisely this similarity that permits you to share a table with her. Do not harbor any other illusions." Chapter 80. The mundane days on her journey home. Lin Su gradually regained consciousness. She opened the car window, allowing the evening breeze to tousle her hair. As she gazed at the receding scenery, tears began to flow inexplicably. Lin Su pondered whether, had she invested more care into this family, they might not have reached such a juncture. She wiped her tears away, surrendering to the wind that played with her disheveled locks. She found herself missing him. At that moment, Qin Wanwan and Qin Man were preparing a late-night snack for Song Along. Qin Wanwan's insistence on bringing him home was indeed quite literal, leaving Song Along with no opportunity to refuse, while Qin Man welcomed him with great enthusiasm, having barely nibbled at dinner due to his lack of appetite. Song Yilang found himself the subject of their relentless culinary efforts. Though he wished to assist, Qin Wanwan firmly pressed him into a lounge chair on the balcony, commanding him to rest. In the kitchen, Qin Man inquired, "Wanwan, have you truly thought this through?" With unwavering resolve, Qin Wanwan nodded and replied with a smile, "Mother, I understand your concerns, but I have never liked anyone as much as I do him. Please support my choice." Qin Man sighed, "But what if you stake everything, only to end up with nothing?" After a brief silence, Qin Wanwan responded, "Regardless, I must try. Mother, my affection for him is profound. His willingness to have me by his side is the greatest gift I could receive." Qin Man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she tenderly stroked Qin Wanwan's head. "You are a child of misfortune, and so is Mr. Song." With a bittersweet smile, Qin Man added, "With that in mind, you two do seem rather well matched, two little bitter gourds." Qin Wanwan chuckled, her own eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you, mother. Foolish child. All I wish is for your happiness, for both of you to flourish." Turning her head, Qin Wanwan spotted Song Yilang sitting outside on the balcony and cheerfully remarked, "I hope so too." "All right, hurry and prepare the wonton wrappers," Qin Man instructed. Nodding in agreement, the mother and daughter began to chat and laugh as they crafted wontons together. Song Yilang, lacking an appetite, could only manage to consume a few wontons, leading Qin Wanwan to prepare a variety of fillings: pork and cabbage, pork and chives, minced celery with beef, and even a separate filling of loofah. The wonton wrappers were vibrant and colorful, enticing to the eye. She did not mind the extra effort. Even if Song Yilang could consume just one or two more, it would be worthwhile. After assisting Qin Wanwan with the fillings, Qin Man retired for the night. When Qin Wanwan returned with a bowl of beautifully presented wontons, she found Song Yilang already dozing off in the lounge chair. Qin Wanwan initially intended for Song Yilang to rest a while longer before partaking in a meal. However, as she rose to depart, Song Yilang awakened once more. "Oh, it's you, Wanwan. I apologize, I feel rather drowsy." Qin Wanwan shook her head, her eyes brimming with compassion. "It's quite all right. Come, let us have a late-night snack first. It would be uncomfortable to sleep on an empty stomach." Song Yilang smiled as he accepted the food. "It looks delicious, thank you ever so much." Qin Wanwan affectionately ruffled his hair. "You eat your fill. I shall fetch your medication." Before Song Yilang could fully comprehend her tender gesture, Qin Wanwan had already returned to the living room to retrieve the medicine. All the prescriptions from the hospital were in her possession. She could not bear the thought of Song Yilang succumbing to despair. Thus, she willingly took on the responsibility of the medication. Song Yilang shook his head. "Are you treating me like a child?" He chuckled softly before lowering his gaze to begin his meal of wontons. Though he still ate little, he managed to consume 12 out of the 20 wontons. Noticing that Song Yilang had set down his bowl, Qin Wanwan approached with a handful of medication and a cup of warm water. "Here, take your medicine first, and then you can rest. I have replaced the sheets and duvet in your room with fresh ones, and your wardrobe is filled with clothes, courtesy of my mother and me. There are even 2 sets of comfortable loungewear and slippers for you to wear at home." While many assert that cancer is a terminal illness, there are those who have survived it. So, ease your mind and regard it as a mere ailment. Besides, I am a doctor. With me by your side, I shall ensure your well-being. After taking his medicine, Song Yilang felt a warm sensation in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Wanwan placed her index finger gently against his lips. "I know what you wish to say. All day long, you've expressed your gratitude, but I find it exhausting just to hear it." Song Yilang could only offer an awkward smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Wanwan then took the bowl that Song Yilang had left on the table and polished off the remaining wontons. Song Yilang's eyes widened in astonishment. "You, yet," Qin Wanwan, unfazed, wiped her mouth and smiled at him. "What is the matter? Are you disapproving of me?" Song Yilang quickly waved his hands, feeling inexplicably flushed. "No, it's just that you don't find me bothersome." Qin Wanwan, with a playful smile, helped him to sit up from the recliner. "Not at all. As long as you don't find me bothersome, that is sufficient." Song Yilang found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her candidness. It seemed that once Qin Wanwan became aware of his illness, she no longer concealed her emotions. Upon returning to the room, Song Yilang observed the newly changed duvet cover, a lovely blue reminiscent of the sky. The medication contains some sedative components. You should be able to enjoy a restful slumber. I will be sleeping in the adjacent room, so if you feel unwell, do not hesitate to call for me. Song Yilang nodded in agreement. "Sure, but I have an appointment with Zhang Tian tomorrow night." Qin Wanwan patted his shoulder, displaying a proud demeanor. "Do not worry, I will accompany you. I have time off tomorrow and the day after." Song Yilang smiled. "All right. Good night." Qin Wanwan replied, "Good night." After exchanging their farewells, Song Yilang changed into his pajamas from the wardrobe. Even as he lay on the soft bed, he was enveloped in a dreamlike sensation. He couldn't help but pinch himself until he felt pain, at which point he murmured, "So it's not a dream after all." Throughout his life, he had always been the one giving, and the feeling of being well cared for had long slipped from his memory. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan let out a sigh of relief, not due to tending to Song Yilang, but because there seemed to be a hint of affection in his gaze that she had never encountered before. How wonderful! With joy in her heart, Qin Wanwan went to wash the dishes, pondering what delicious meal she should prepare for Song Yilang the next day. What time should she rise? If only he could eat a few more bites. Qin Wanwan realized that such simple days were quite delightful, filled with anticipation. At the very least, they were far better than her past experiences. So, Song Yilang, Please stay with her a little longer. After all, life is but a fleeting few decades, and encountering someone you cherish is a rare gift. Chapter 81. Days of gentle flow. The headache following a hangover was particularly unbearable when Lin Su awoke. It was already 8 in the morning. The sky outside had brightened, and her mind was gradually clearing. Instinctively, she sat up and called out, "Husband?" The only response was an echoing silence. It suddenly dawned on Lin Su that they had long since divorced, a decision she had signed herself. Tears welled in her eyes once more. She had believed, like others said, that with time, everything would fade. Yet, that was far from the truth. Time only served to remind her of the past, repeatedly tormenting her. Steeling herself, Lin Su composed her emotions and got out of bed to wash up. After preparing herself, she descended the stairs. Before she even reached the bottom, the sound of her parents arguing reached her ears. Bai Feng exclaimed, "You truly are insufferable." When they divorced, you didn't utter a word. Now that no one is here to attend to you, you turn your ire on me? Moreover, do you genuinely wish for Song Yilang to return? Or are you simply yearning for his flattery? It's laughable, after hearing sweet words for so long. You've lost all sense of self-worth. Lin Fu retorted, "You crazy woman. How could I have married you? And as for Song Yilang, he is a junior. Respecting one's elders is a natural obligation. How can you speak of this so insensitively?" Bai Feng scoffed derisively. "How ridiculous. He is merely your son-in-law, lacking any blood relation. Why should he owe you respect? Besides, they are divorced, yet you continue to nag incessantly. Do you think I want to hear this? And do you believe I ever wish to marry you?" Lin Fu tried to speak, but Bai Feng cut him off. "Why don't you divorce me? Are you not aware of the reasons? You may never find a woman as magnanimous as I am. Do not elevate yourself to a pedestal of virtue. Your petty misdeeds are not as obscure as you believe." Lin Fu was incensed by Bai Feng's words, his face flushed with indignation. Today, he had merely reprimanded Song Yilang. Was it not warranted that Lin Su drowned herself in drink for him? Bai Feng, who once held a disdainful view of Song Yilang, seemed to ignite at the slightest provocation today. Just as Lin Fu was about to further engage in the argument, he noticed Lin Su descending the stairs. Her expression was one of icy indifference, silencing Lin Fu, while Bai Feng also sensed the shift and turned to glance at Lin Su. Lin Su cast them a fleeting look, stating, "I am capable of managing my own affairs. If my parents find themselves perpetually idle, they might as well engage in their own pursuits to avoid incessant bickering." With that, she entered the kitchen and prepared ginger soup, ascending the stairs without a single glance at her parents in the living room. Lin Fu and Bai Feng exchanged a knowing look and a mutual snort, choosing to disregard one another henceforth. Seated at her vanity, Lin Su instinctively glanced upward, catching sight of the dark circles beneath her eyes. Since Song Yilang's departure from their home, her sleep had deteriorated significantly. Yet, she had little time to dwell on sorrow. As a driven career woman, she had already strayed from her principles for Song Yilang the previous night, and she could not afford to falter again today. After consuming the hangover remedy, Lin Su began to prepare herself. Meanwhile, Song Yilang had risen as well. Wanwan, having worked the night shift and cared for him all day, remained soundly asleep, and he chose not to disturb her, instead quietly entering the kitchen. This was the first time he had cooked for himself since the divorce. As he had already left for work. When Wanwan finally awoke, it was past 9 in the morning. She hurriedly got up and washed up, immediately detecting a delightful aroma upon stepping out of her room. Curiosity piqued, she rushed to the kitchen to find Song Yilang, apron tied, lifting noodles from the pot. Hearing her approach, Song Yilang turned to glance at Wanwan and greeted her with a warm smile. "Awake? Wash up and enjoy breakfast." Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. "You can cook noodles?" Song Yilang chuckled. "I am nearly 30. Lacking basic life skills would surely lead to starvation." As he spoke, he brought over a bowl of noodles adorned with boiled eggs. Wanwan instinctively took the bowl. "You should be resting. I can handle these chores." Song Yilang replied naturally. "If one does nothing, life loses its charm. While I can still rise from bed, I find joy in doing something simple." With that, he fetched chopsticks, and they sat across from each other. Wanwan remarked, "You have a point. So, feel free to do as you wish. Today I am off. Is there anything you would like to do or any sights you wish to see? I shall accompany you." Song Yilang paused momentarily with his chopsticks, then smiled gently. "With my current condition, I'm afraid I can't walk far. It's perfectly fine to stay at home, watch some dramas, and play video games." Wanwan replied, "That's true. But what games do you enjoy? Perhaps I could join you later." Aren't we supposed to have dinner with Zhonglu tonight? Song Yilang chuckled. Yes, let's plan for that. Sounds delightful. The two then ceased their conversation on that topic. After finishing their noodles, Qin Wanwan went to wash the dishes, while Song Yilang tidied up the house after taking his medication. Subsequently, they nestled together on the sofa to watch a movie. Song Yilang focused on the film, while Qin Wanwan observed him instead. In truth, she cherished these tranquil moments, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. A disquiet so profound that it made her reluctant to face work the following day. All she wished for was to remain by Song Yilang's side. However, she could not afford such a luxury. The costs of his ongoing chemotherapy were exorbitant, and she was still consulting specialists regarding his condition. Therefore, attending work was imperative, as only through discussions with experts could they hope to discover a solution to save him. With her mind preoccupied, she eventually dozed off on the sofa. Thus, she remained oblivious to the apologetic glimmer in Song Yilang's eyes. The agony of chemotherapy was unbearable. He had endured enough suffering throughout his life and did not wish to spend his final days confined to a hospital. If all went as planned, that evening, Zhang Tian would arrive with members of the Liu family. Song Yilang had exerted considerable effort, employing both threats and persuasion, to secure the funds from the Liu family within such a short time frame. Otherwise, resolving this matter would be a distant prospect. He rose to fetch a light blanket for Qin Wanwan, covering her gently before switching off the television and retreating to the balcony, where he reclined on a lounge chair, gazing up at the azure sky. Chapter 82. Preparing a path for Qin Wanwan at 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang arrived as scheduled. However, to her surprise, the gathering included not just Zhang Tian, but also Liu Xian, Chun Wei, and members of the Liu family, Liu Xiao and Liu Feng, along with the village chief, Liu Li, and a middle-aged woman from the village committee, whose identity eluded her. Qin Wanwan's expression darkened slightly, but quickly regained composure as she turned to Song Yilang and inquired, "What is happening here?" Song Yilang replied, "The Liu family is here today to sign a mediation agreement, with the village chief and Aunt Zhang as witnesses. As for Liu Xian and Chun Wei, they are here to ensure no one absconds." Upon their arrival, everyone stood up. Liu Xian and Chun Wei greeted, "Big brother, Dr. Qin, hello." The members of the Liu family wore increasingly grim expressions, yet they forced themselves to speak courteously. "Ah, it's Xiaowan. Please, come and sit." Qin Wanwan glanced at them and, without extending any warmth, took her seat beside Song Yilang, offering no cordiality to the Liu family. Song Yilang glanced over and instructed the attendant standing by the door, "You may serve the dishes now." It was only then that Qin Wanwan found an opportunity to ask Song Yilang, "What method did you employ to have them come personally?" She had assumed that Song Yilang, being merely a patient at present, would lack the energy to engage in other affairs, yet she had underestimated his capabilities. After all, how could someone so young, who had ascended to the position of vice president of a publicly listed company, be an ordinary individual? She had indeed oversimplified the situation. Even in illness, Song Yilang managed to handle everything with remarkable composure. Song Yilang had always been a paragon among men. Calmly sipping a cup of warm water, Song Yilang replied, "Human nature is inherently flawed, yet everyone possesses weaknesses. Our visits to numerous families were not in vain. Remember, when it comes to matters involving money, it is prudent to resolve them swiftly to prevent prolonged complications." Upon finishing his statement, a more pronounced smile appeared in his eyes as he continued, "Wanwan, after today, you and Aunt Qin will have no further concerns." Qin Wanwan stared at Song Yilang, captivated by such a remarkable and exceptional individual. How could she not be moved? At that moment, Song Yilang spoke again, his voice gentle, yet sending shivers down the spines of the Liu family. "Zhang Liu, I appreciate your assistance." Zhang Tian nodded, rising to his feet, and distributed copies of the prepared contract to those present who had a stake in the matter. "The terms outlined in this agreement are quite clear. Please take a moment to review them. If there are no objections, I will read it aloud, and both parties can sign accordingly." As the attendant entered to serve the dishes, everyone quietly perused the contract. In truth, Qin Wanwan was the only one who had yet to see it. Each clause within was designed to pave the way for her future. Aware of Qin Wanwan's exceptional talents, Song Yilang was determined that no one would obstruct her path to excellence. Glancing at the contract, a smile nearly escaped Song Yilang's lips. This was the second time he had expended such effort to assist a woman. Once everyone had finished reading, they awaited Qin Wanwan's response in silence. Upon reviewing the contract, Qin Wanwan confirmed that it aligned with Zhang Tian's description, an agreement to sever ties through monetary compensation, where she would cease to pursue the matter of the water incident. And the Lu family would not appear before her again after settling the payment. She turned to Zhang Lu and said, "No issues. Thank you, Zhang Lu." Zhang Tian smiled in return. "It is my duty." With that, he began to read the contract aloud for all present. What followed was the signing by both parties and witnesses. There were no objections, and the process proceeded smoothly. The only dissent came from Lu Xiao and Lu Feng, who were filled with anger but remained silent. They could not fathom how Song Yilang had persuaded the village chief and committee members to advocate on his behalf. They were reluctant to pay this sum, nearly losing their jobs and receiving a stern reprimand from their superiors, and even faced pressure from their children's school to bring the children back home for discipline. At present, this matter may seem trivial, yet the recollection of the harrowing experience from the previous night sends shivers down their spines. Lu Xiao and Lu Feng were assaulted on their way home from work, their heads forcefully submerged in a pond, nearly drowning. In the end, their assailants issued a chilling warning. Should they continue their obstinacy, they would be made to truly experience the torment of suffocation. Although they could not discern the identities of their attackers, an instinctive conviction led them to suspect Song Yilang. However, they could not procure any tangible evidence. Despite possessing some local influence, they found themselves utterly outmatched by the vice president of a publicly listed company. Upon their return, barely clinging to life, they were met with the heart-wrenching cries of their wives, who feared the worst. Upon further inquiry, they discovered that a recording had been sent to them, one that captured their family's intentions to scheme against Qin Wanwan, alongside the anguished voices of the two children revealing the painful truth. The recording concluded with a stark ultimatum. If they failed to provide a satisfactory answer, the recording would be disseminated across the internet. In this digital age, the exposure of such a tape would spell disaster for the Lu family and their progeny. It dawned on them that they had entangled themselves with formidable adversaries. Ultimately, the family patriarch, Lu Yi, spoke up. It was the Lu family that had wronged them. He proposed they cease their tumultuous actions, acknowledging that Qin Wanwan had powerful allies supporting her. They should gather funds to settle this affair swiftly, ensuring that no one would pursue Qin Wanwan and her daughter further. Early the next morning, still shaken, Lu Xian and Chun Wei arrived, accompanied by the village chief and Aunt Zhang. Lu Xiao and Lu Feng felt utterly powerless, sitting there with cards in their pockets, unable to resist. The meal was devoid of any enjoyment for the Lu family. An hour later, Lu Xiao approached Qin Wanwan, stating, "Wanwan, my uncle was overly petty in the past. Here is 1 million as compensation. From now on, let us maintain our distance." Before Qin Wanwan could respond, Song Yilang took a card machine from Lu Xian and seized the bank card from Lu Xiao's hands, declaring, "If we are to sever ties, let it be done decisively." Lu Xiao winced at the sight of Song Yilang's actions. That 1 million would deplete their family's resources. Yet, when the card machine was presented, he could only submit, tears in his eyes as he entered the password. Before long, Qin Wanwan's phone chimed, confirming that the 1 million had been transferred. Staring at the message, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She had anticipated that confronting a bully like the Lu family would require careful planning, intending to wait until Song Yilang's condition stabilized before addressing such troubling matters. To her astonishment, Song Yilang acted with remarkable swiftness and preparation, even bringing a card machine. As the meal concluded, Qin Wanwan remained in a fog, grappling with the surreal nature of it all. Little did she realize that Song Yilang had stayed behind solely to ensure she received this compensation. No matter how capable Qin Wanwan is, she remains merely a girl. Such matters are best left to men. Chapter 83, Reunion with Lin Su. After bidding farewell to the Lu family, Lu Xian and Chun Wei departed as well. Zhang Tian observed Song Yilang, appearing as though he had something to say but hesitated. Noticing Zhang Tian's intent to speak privately with Song Yilang, Qin Wanwan tactfully remarked, "I'll wait for you in the car." Song Yilang nodded in acknowledgement. Once Qin Wanwan had walked some distance away, Zhang Tian sighed and asked Song Yilang, "Are you certain about this course of action?" With a smile, Song Yilang affirmed, "This decision is not made in haste. You know I am always thoughtful in my endeavors." Zhang Tian, still unwilling to accept the situation, questioned, "Is there truly no alternative?" Gazing at the bustling traffic outside, Song Yilang felt a wave of bitterness rise within him. If it were any other ailment, it might be bearable, but with late-stage cancer, What are the odds of survival? He murmured. Having worked tirelessly throughout my life, encountering Wanwan at this juncture is indeed a blessing. However, it is precisely for this reason that I cannot allow her to squander her life on me. He continued, moreover, I am genuinely weary. I have never seen the ocean in my lifetime. Perhaps now is the time to visit a coastal city. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian's throat tightened. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He could only silently hand over the plane ticket from his bag. This is the earliest flight the day after tomorrow, departing at 7:50 a.m., by which time Dr. Qin will still be at work. Song Yilang accepted the ticket, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. This journey will truly be one way. Zhang Tian stepped forward and patted Song Yilang on the shoulder, saying, I have arranged for a construction team. The alley will soon be equipped with streetlights and surveillance cameras, so you need not worry. Song Yilang looked at Zhang Tian with deep appreciation before retrieving the sum of 500,000 he had saved. Zhang Tian was about to decline, but Song Yilang insisted. Take it. Use part of it for the construction team and invest the rest in her hotel. Any assistance will be beneficial. Ultimately, Zhang Tian accepted the bank card in silence. Are you not concerned that Dr. Qin will search for you everywhere? Zhang Tian inquired. Song Yilang could not help but cough lightly. Even so, our relationship has only lasted a few months. In time, she will forget and gradually adjust. Zhang Tian found himself at a loss for words, for Song Yilang's statements were undeniably true. In this world, who can truly not live well after parting? With a sigh, Zhang Tian remarked, after all these years as brothers, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Song Yilang nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Zhang Tian departed, while Song Yilang stood in place, quietly enjoying the evening breeze for a few minutes. After collecting his thoughts and securing the ticket, he began his slow journey back. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan sat in the car, staring at the 1 million in her account, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The money had arrived too swiftly, leaving her unsettled. Soon after, Song Yilang returned. Qin Wanwan took on the role of the driver, steering the car homeward. Did you employ any tactics with that money? She inquired. Song Yilang responded with calm assurance. Yes, but no one will trouble you. Do not worry. After a brief silence, Qin Wanwan replied, I am not concerned for myself. I am worried about you. Song Yilang paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. I will be fine too. See, everything has been resolved now. In the dim light, Qin Wanwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Song Yilang, you are unwell. You must not bear such heavy worries. Leaning back in his seat, Song Yilang murmured, Yes, I understand. From now on, I shall focus on recuperation and embrace being a carefree invalid. Qin Wanwan intended to say more, but turned to find that he seemed genuinely fatigued. His eyes now closed. Sighing, she slowed the car's speed and turned on the heater, allowing him to rest comfortably. Although it was summer, Song Yilang appeared particularly sensitive to the chill. The thought of his condition weighed heavily on Qin Wanwan's heart, akin to an immense stone pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The most suitable course of action for Song Yilang would be to stay in the hospital, where his condition could be monitored continuously. Yet, she recognized the challenge of persuading him to accept chemotherapy, let alone to agree to hospitalization. With her brow furrowed in contemplation, she pondered how to convince him to willingly seek treatment. Silence enveloped them as Song Yilang dozed off until they arrived home. Upon reaching the parking lot of their community, Qin Wanwan chose not to return immediately. Instead, she quietly accompanied him in the car, cherishing the rare moments he could sleep without medication, even moderating her own breathing to not disturb him. An hour later, Song Yilang gradually awoke. Are you awake? Let's get out and rest inside, Qin Wanwan said. She exited the car first to retrieve his coat. Groggy, Song Yilang hastily unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out, where Qin Wanwan draped his coat over his shoulders. It's chilly tonight, better to dress warmly. He allowed her to fuss over him, glancing at the time with mild surprise. Why didn't you wake me? He asked. Qin Wanwan smiled gently. You seldom get the chance to sleep so soundly. I couldn't bear to disturb you. With that, she naturally took his hand to lead him toward the elevator. Come on, let's go home and rest properly. Sleeping in the car isn't comfortable. Surprisingly, Song Yilang did not resist as he usually would, allowing her to guide him. Suddenly, he inquired, Do you have a night shift tomorrow? Yes, she replied, but rest assured, I can still spend the day with you. I'll leave at 5 in the afternoon when my mother returns. She'll prepare dinner for you. Song Yilang smiled. All right. When do you finish work? Qin Wanwan. The earliest it will be is around 8:30 in the morning. I'll bring you breakfast. You can sleep a little longer. Song Yilang gently nodded in agreement, replying, all right. The two swiftly entered the elevator. Suddenly, Wanwan seemed to recall something and inquired, do you ever regret divorcing your ex-wife? As she spoke, she had already released Song Yilang's hand. Song Yilang remained silent for 3 seconds before responding, no. Every decision he made was the result of thorough contemplation. Although he had considered the possibility of turning back, Lin Su had never afforded him that opportunity. He had long since resigned himself to his fate. Thus he had no regrets. Just as Wanwan was about to feel a surge of happiness, the elevator doors opened, revealing someone neither of them wished to encounter, Lin Su. In stark contrast to Wanwan, who valued the people around her more than her career and possessed a warm, approachable demeanor, Lin Su exuded an air of noble elegance, radiating an imposing presence even while standing silently. Lin Su's gaze traversed past Wanwan, settling on Song Yilang. Shall we talk? Chapter 84. Dr. Qin is impressive. Wanwan turned to glance at Song Yilang, saying, I'll wait for you at home. Song Yilang smiled gently, all right. Thus, Wanwan had no choice but to bypass Lin Su and return home. Song Yilang regarded Lin Su with an expression devoid of any emotion, simply stating, let's step outside to talk. He wished to avoid creating a tumultuous atmosphere in Wanwan's home. In the past, Lin Su would likely have offered a scathing remark, but this time, she refrained. The two descended in the elevator together. Lin Su asked him, would you like something to eat? My treat. We can discuss things over a meal. Song Yilang shook his head. I just ate. Lin Su pressed further. How about coffee? Song Yilang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Su, bemused by her unusually accommodating demeanor. Lin Su, feeling slightly embarrassed under his gaze, mustered her courage and shamelessly asked, care for some? Song Yilang replied, it's too late for that. I won't be able to sleep afterward. Consequently, Lin Su fell silent, and the two strolled through the neighborhood. During their courtship, they would often take evening walks hand in hand, but since their marriage, such outings had become rare. Now, post-divorce, that very scene seemed to resurface. After walking for some time, Lin Su handed over a document from her bag to Song Yilang. Take a look. Isn't it just a property deed? What is so interesting about that? He remarked. Nevertheless, Song Yilang accepted it, glancing at the name of the registrant, Song Yilang. To be honest, he felt a fleeting shock. But ultimately, he returned the deed to Lin Su. Lin Su was aware that Song Yilang would not respond immediately, so as they walked, she spoke, Yilang, during this time. I have come to understand that I made numerous mistakes in the past, neglecting both my family and you. When we divorced, your two requests were not unreasonable. I have used my savings from these years to purchase this apartment for you as a gesture of my sincere apology. Taking a deep breath, Lin Su grasped Song Yilang's hand, her face pale with anxiety. It was all my fault. Can you forgive me and let us live together peacefully? Song Yilang remained silent, leaving Lin Su unable to discern his thoughts. She continued, I was foolish, hurting you repeatedly. I promise I will change. We can move out and start our own life. I will focus on our family. We are still young. Let us bring 2 children into this world and raise them together, shall we? Without offering any response, Song Yilang pushed Lin Su's hand away just as her palms began to sweat from nervousness. With her hand falling empty, Lin Su's eyes turned red. She was truly beautiful, even in tears, evoking a sense of longing and compassion. Yet, as Song Yilang reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, gazing at her familiar face, he could not deny the nostalgia. However, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any emotion. Susu, it's too late, he said. It had been a long time since he had called her that intimately, leaving Lin Su momentarily stunned. In truth, Song Yilang had already expressed everything he wished to say. He understood that Lin Su was not inherently bad, but her temperament and actions over the years had drained his affection. He did not wish to endure a second round of such a life. He could not bear it. Go back. We agreed on a month to consider. The time has not yet come, he stated, turning away from Lin Su and walking off. It was only when her legs began to numb that Lin Su realized her tears had thoroughly soaked her blouse. When she arrived at Song Yilang's rented apartment, she learned that he had already moved out and had blocked all her means of contact. She could only send her associates to inquire about his whereabouts. Upon discovering that he was on his way back to Wanwan's home, she hurried to wait there, fearful of missing him. Lin Su believed that if she sincerely apologized and expressed her feelings, Song Yilang would reconsider. She had dressed beautifully for this occasion, donning the floral dress she wore on their first date. She indeed caught a glimpse of nostalgia in Song Yilang's eyes, yet there was no trace of love left. She had witnessed the love Song Yilang once had for her, and now, as she saw the absence of that love, she could clearly comprehend the reality. But why? Why did love simply vanish? She had turned a blind eye to the affair between Song Yilang and Qin Wanwan. She had taken so many steps back, and, as Xiao Yu said, she had apologized. Lin Su gazed at the property certificate in her hand, pondering how this was precisely the life that Song Yilang had longed for. Yet, how could it be so easily cast aside? Not only was the house rejected, but so was she, and even those within Song Yilang's own family were dismissed. Heartbroken, Lin Su returned home. Meanwhile, Song Yilang had come home, taken a shower, and was preparing for sleep when a knock resounded at his door. Reluctantly, he opened it to find Qin Wanwan's radiant smile, along with a bundle of dark traditional Chinese medicine in her hands. Song Yilang was left both amused and exasperated. Do you believe that Western medicine alone is insufficient, prompting you to supplement it with traditional remedies? Qin Wanwan chuckled lightly, briskly entering his room and placing the medicine on his desk. This was sent by a friend this afternoon, and my mother insisted on combining Eastern and Western medicine. There's no harm in it. Afterward, she produced some Western medication she had prepared earlier and placed it on the table. Rest assured, I have meticulously researched these medicines. They will aid in your recovery. She assured him before dashing out only to return swiftly, one hand carrying warm water and the other holding peeled fruit candies. With her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Song Yilang, she urged, quickly, take your medicine. With a resigned expression, Song Yilang furrowed his brow and consumed the traditional medicine, subsequently accepting the warm water to swallow the Western pills. Observing this, Qin Wanwan promptly popped a piece of candy into his mouth, causing his furrowed brow to gradually relax. Her joy was palpable as she exclaimed, "Wonderful. We'll continue this way. I will prepare the medicine for you. When I'm not around, my mother will do it. You must diligently take your medicine." Song Yilang shook his head. "This is too torturous." Qin Wanwan, with sincere concern, replied, "Bitter medicine is beneficial, don't worry. I have bought plenty of candies and placed them in the living room. You can have one after taking your medicine." With that, she hurried out again, returning with a plate of incense. Song Yilang was puzzled. Though it is summer, there are no mosquitoes now. This isn't mosquito incense, it's calming incense. Relying solely on medication for sleep isn't ideal. This will help you rest. I have chosen the ingredients carefully, and they are good for your health. Try it. And if it proves effective, I will prepare more, she explained. Song Yilang was taken aback. You made this incense? Proudly nodding her head, Qin Wanwan replied, indeed. I am a treasure trove of skills. She dedicated her evenings to these endeavors, determined to improve Song Yilang's well-being. Instantly, he gave her a thumbs up. Dr. Qin, you are remarkable. Qin Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. It's merely childish play. Now, go to sleep. You've had a long day. Good night. Song Yilang smiled at her, gently replying, Good night, Wanwan. Chapter 85. Living, wherein all possibilities reside. That night, perhaps due to the weight lifted from his heart, or perhaps the calming incense crafted by Qin Wanwan taking effect, he experienced a night devoid of dreams until dawn broke. As Song Yilang awoke around 7 o'clock, Aunt Qin had already left for the shop, while Qin Wanwan was likely still nestled in her slumber. After refreshing himself, Song Yilang made his way to the kitchen and discovered some wontons in the refrigerator, which he simply boiled. Just as he finished preparing the wontons, Qin Wanwan emerged. Why are you up so early making breakfast again? With a smile, Song Yilang replied, I had nothing to do anyway, and I merely boiled some wontons. Qin Wanwan, sitting at the table with her hands supporting her chin, gazed at him and said, Simple is quite nice. Carrying 2 bowls of wontons. Song Yilang approached her. Indeed, it is. After we finish breakfast, let us go grocery shopping together. You can pick whatever you'd like, and I'll prepare a proper meal for you. Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? Song Yilang nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. I have some free time these days. Her radiant smile momentarily faltered as she seemed to recall something, a hint of concern clouding her expression. But your health? Song Yilang reassured her. It's nothing serious. I've been feeling much better lately, and the pain is not as intense as before. Qin Wanwan, with a hint of naivety, asked, Is that true? Song Yilang confirmed. Yes, I slept very well last night. Not wishing to dwell on the topic further, he inquired, Now, tell me what delicious food you'd like to eat? Qin Wanwan replied, I remember you're allergic to seafood, so let us avoid that. Song Yilang responded. If you want it, we can make it. Qin Wanwan paused for a moment, then shook her head, saying, No, I'd rather eat whatever you choose. Song Yilang, taken aback, ultimately chose to refrain from pressing the matter. All right, as you wish. Let us think of something else. While she ate, Qin Wanwan pondered, her thoughts lingering on medicinal dishes. Let us prepare some medicinal cuisine. We could buy a chicken, some lamb, and a fish. All can be made into nourishing meals. Song Yilang chuckled. We are cooking what you desire, not what I prefer. Qin Wanwan giggled. But I want to eat too. I expend so much energy each day. It's perfect for me to replenish. She continued. Moreover, I have plenty of herbal medicine in my room. When you cook, I'll add them one by one. Song Yilang found it amusing that even their meals were being transformed into remedies. Nevertheless, he nodded. All right, it's all up to you. Elated by Song Yilang's response, Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with joy whenever she looked at him, making him feel a bit bashful. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they headed to the market together, with Song Yilang holding the dog leash, as Lifu needed to be taken for a walk. Since moving in, Lifu had accompanied him, though he hadn't found the time to take him out yet. The trio swiftly completed their grocery shopping and returned home. As Song Yilang began to cook, Qin Wanwan assisted him. He simmered a pot of black-bone chicken soup while she stood beside him, adding herbs. With a smile, Song Yilang remarked, This doesn't resemble black-bone chicken soup. It's more akin to a nourishing tonic. Qin Wanwan, the nourishing soup is just nourishing soup, but it is quite delightful. Song Yilang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite delightful. Qin Wanwan dashed out to retrieve the grapes she had just bought, washed them, and then offered them to Song Yilang. He calmly accepted them and ate. Qin Wanwan had acted with a hint of trepidation, not expecting Song Yilang to indulge her so willingly. While she felt a surge of joy, a flicker of unease also crept in. Was this a sign that Song Yilang was beginning to accept her? Yet, she hesitated to ask. The two were busy until 1 in the afternoon before finally sitting down to eat. As Qin Wanwan gazed upon the table laden with exquisite dishes, she couldn't help but exclaim, I never realized your culinary skills were this remarkable. I had truly underestimated you. Song Yilang replied, If you like it, do indulge a bit more. There's plenty left in the pot. I'll pack some for you to take to the hospital. You can eat it during your night shift. He added, I'll prepare 2 portions for you, considering the length of your night shift. Qin Wanwan felt her heart warm at his thoughtfulness and eagerly nodded. Then I'll have 1 portion for lunch and save the rest for a midnight snack. That sounds perfect. She then inquired, What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? You should rest a bit more. I'll bring something back for you after my shift. Song Yilang tightened his grip on the chopsticks slightly, knowing that by the time Qin Wanwan returned home, he would likely have already departed from Jiang City. Nevertheless, he maintained his usual demeanor and smiled. Let me handle it. You need not buy anything from outside. Save some money. Qin Wanwan was somewhat reluctant, but Song Yilang interrupted earnestly. Wanwan, while I am still able to do something, I wish to contribute in any way I can for you. Her protest was effectively silenced by his words. Song Yilang continued, What would you like to eat? How about sesame glutinous rice cakes? Qin Wanwan nodded. That sounds great. I'm not picky. Just prepare whatever you like. However, I have been craving some noodles lately, so the sesame rice cakes would be perfect. All right then. Make sure to return home early after work tomorrow, Song Yilang said. Qin Wanwan immediately agreed, although an inexplicable sense of anxiety lingered within her. As she continued to eat, she suddenly asked, You will be at home waiting for my return, right? Song Yilang replied, If I am not home, how could you enjoy a fresh, warm breakfast? At that moment, Qin Wanwan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. True, so please wait for me. I'll rush back as soon as I finish my shift. She chuckled inwardly, realizing that she had never felt such a fervent yearning to return home before. The sensation of having someone awaiting her arrival was truly wonderful, so enchanting that Qin Wanwan almost believed it to be a dream. Song Yilang merely nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After their meal, Song Yilang insisted on washing the dishes himself, not allowing Qin Wanwan to help. Remembering his earlier words, she refrained from stopping him and silently prepared medicine for him instead. Western medicine can be harsh on the body. Even if Song Yilang's cancer were to be cured, the side effects of the medication would likely leave him in a dire state. Thus, Qin Wanwan resolved to combine both traditional and Western medicine, supplemented with dietary therapy. Though she had never attempted to integrate all 3 methods before, this time, she was determined to try. After washing the dishes and taking his medication, Song Yilang reclined in the sun on the balcony's rocking chair once more. Qin Wanwan entered the room to fetch a blanket for him, saying, "It's a bit chilly outside. You should cover up." Song Yilang did not refuse. Qin Wanwan then settled beside him, offering, "Shall I tell you a story while you take a good nap?" However, Song Yilang remained silent, merely turning his head to gaze at her and asking, "Wanwan, is all of this truly worthwhile?" Qin Wanwan was taken aback by his question, yet she gently grasped his hand and resolutely replied with 2 words, "Worth it." After all, this was a matter of Song Yilang's life. How could it not be worth it? In both public and private spheres, she wished for him to live. Living meant that everything was possible. The road to battling cancer was arduous, but no matter how difficult, she was determined to accompany Song Yilang on this journey. With a sigh, Song Yilang, for the first time, clasped Qin Wanwan's small hand in return and remarked, "As a doctor, you should let nature take its course." To which Qin Wanwan responded, "But as Qin Wanwan, I wish to challenge death itself." Delighted that Song Yilang had initiated the hand-holding, her smile radiated brilliantly as she reassured him, "Do not fear. I am here for you." Song Yilang intended to say more, but upon seeing her vibrant smile, he ultimately refrained from uttering any hurtful words. They exchanged a glance and quietly admired the scenery together. Song Yilang relished the experience of lying there, observing the ebb and flow of clouds. He had never had the time for such marvels before, but now found it quite enchanting. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep, perhaps due to the warmth of Qin Wanwan's presence, and this time, he slept soundly. Qin Wanwan, too, smiled softly, and eventually rose to light an incense stick. Once the fragrance filled the air, she boldly kissed Song Yilang on the lips. This was not her first secret kiss, but it was indeed her first direct kiss on his lips. Song Yilang, deeply asleep, remained unaware. Qin Wanwan reflected, "My relentless efforts in the past were all aimed at becoming a doctor, to heal and save lives, to ensure I had no regrets in this life. I wish to use all my knowledge to save you, Song Yilang. You must live well." Yet, Song Yilang was oblivious to her words. In the end, with sheer determination, Qin Wanwan carried Song Yilang back to the bedroom, removed his shoes, tucked him under the blankets, and sat beside him, gazing at him for an extended period. For reasons unknown, the sight of him sleeping brought a subtle ache to her heart. Qin Wanwan picked up her phone, instinctively wanting to request leave from her superior, but ultimately set the phone back down. She needed to earn money, enough to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, she closed the door again, changed her clothes, and took the lunchbox that Song Yilang had prepared earlier to work. As dusk descended, Song Yilang slowly awoke, the room still shrouded in darkness. His reactions were sluggish, and he sat on the bed for a considerable time before gradually rising. At this moment, Aunt Qin knocked on the door. "Xiaolang, are you up yet?" Song Yilang opened the door and greeted her, "Aunt Qin." Qin Man smiled gently. "Hurry, come eat. I've warmed up the breakfast you made this morning. There's plenty left. Remember to take your medicine after eating. Wanwan has been quite concerned about you and keeps reminding me." Song Yilang replied with a warm smile, "All right. I'll be there after I freshen up." Qin Man nodded. "Be quick. The food will get cold. This medicinal dish is best enjoyed hot." Her incessant chatter made Song Yilang's heart feel a tinge of melancholy. After finishing his meal and taking his medicine, Song Yilang took Laifu out for a stroll, circling the neighborhood a couple of times before returning home. Since Qin Man had risen early to prepare ingredients for the shop, she had already gone to bed by the time he returned. After washing up, Song Yilang lay down as well. Meanwhile, Yang Mei was pouring hot water, but, lost in thought, accidentally scalded her hand, causing her to scream and drop the cup. Song Ji rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "What happened?" Yang Mei, frowning as she ran her hand under cold water, couldn't help but express her unease. "I don't know why, but I've felt restless lately. As if something is amiss at home." Yang Ji replied, "You're just being paranoid. The eldest has found a new job, and the second's business is thriving. Everyone is doing well. What could possibly be wrong?" Just as he turned to leave, Yang Mei asked, "What about the third?" Song Ji paused, realizing they hadn't seen Song Yilang in quite a while, but recalling that Song Yilang had severed ties with them after taking 50,000. He felt anger rise within him. What does it matter? Suddenly, Yang Mei grasped Song Ji's hand tightly, her face pale and her heart racing. "You haven't seen him lately. You don't know. He's lost so much weight, there is hardly any flesh on him. What if Lin Su's words are true? What if Song Yilang really has cancer?" Song Ji was taken aback, his heart racing as well, yet he scolded, "That's nonsense. Just because he took some money, how could he possibly have cancer? Stop imagining things. Yang Mei shook her head. Something feels off, Songji. Regardless of our differences, he is my son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Though he has been rebellious lately. If he truly is ill, we cannot simply ignore him. After a long moment of contemplation, Songji replied, "It's too late today. Let us wait until tomorrow. After breakfast, we'll go check on the third." Yang Mei nodded, though her anxiety remained unabated. Meanwhile, Lin Su lay restless in bed, feeling an unease that she couldn't shake. She got up, retrieved some alcohol from under her bed, seeking to numb herself with its embrace. As dawn broke, Song Yilang opened his eyes. After Qin Man left at 5, he quickly got up, gathered his belongings, and entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Once he had warmed it, he picked up his suitcase and stepped out the door. Song Yilang entrusted the car keys to Qin Wanwan. Although his vehicle held little value, it would serve as a means of transportation for her, and it was the only possession he could leave behind. Approaching 6:30, Song Yilang arrived at the airport and received a WeChat message from Qin Wanwan, a selfie of her in a white coat, basking in the sunlight with a joyful smile. Almost off work. Looking forward to the sesame glutinous rice cakes you made. Song Yilang gazed at the image and message for a full 20 minutes. His fingers dancing over the keyboard, typing and erasing, yet ultimately saying nothing. Rubbing his aching temples, he proceeded through the security check as the announcement echoed in the background. Clutching his ticket, Xiao Yu, who lived near the airport, spotted Song along with his suitcase as he drove to work. Bewildered, Xiao Yu promptly called Lin Su. On the first attempt, Lin Su did not answer, and by the time Xiao Yu reached the security area, Song Yilang had already passed through. Anxiously, Xiao Yu dialed again, and Lin Su picked up, still in a daze. "Lin, I've seen Mr. Song with a suitcase at the airport, and he's already gone through security." Lin Su's mind snapped to attention. "What? Where's he going?" Song Yilang moved too swiftly for Xiao Yu to catch up, and with cars honking behind him, he had no choice but to find a place to park. "I don't know. I just ran into him on my way to work," Xiao Yu exclaimed. Lin Su's face turned pale with urgency, throwing on her clothes hastily, slipping into sandals, and racing downstairs while shouting, "Find out where he is going. He must not leave. Stop him at all costs. Do you hear me?" Chapter 87. No one can stop him. Xiao Yu could only park by the roadside and dashed into the airport with his phone in hand. Yet, he could only see Song Yilang disappearing into the crowd. Breathing heavily, he reported, "Lin, I'm afraid it's too late. Mr. Song is about to board the plane." As Lin Su rushed out with car keys in hand, she declared, "Go to the broadcasting room. Speak with the airport staff. If that fails, halt the flight. I will bear any costs incurred." "Xiao Yu, I am on my way, but please, you must stop him." With that, Lin Su hung up, her face ashen as she hurried outside. At the airport, Xiao Yu watched helplessly as Song Yilang faded from view. Desperate, he urged the airport staff to escort him to the broadcasting room. Just as Song Yilang was in line to check in, the announcement blared, "Mr. Song Yilang, please respond to this announcement and contact the broadcasting room. Your family is waiting for you, Mr. Song Yilang." The message repeated. Initially taken aback, Song Yilang glanced at his ticket, yet he did not turn back. As he approached the ticket checkpoint, a flustered voice broke through the air, "Mr. Song, this is Xiao Yu. I am aware of the grievances you have endured over the years, but your wife, Lin Su, is desperately on her way. I implore you to wait for her, to allow her the opportunity to explain everything. If you are willing, could you please contact me within 3 minutes?" Mr. Song Yilang, however, remained expressionless, his emotions unperturbed. Xiao Yu, anxiously pacing, felt the weight of time pressing down on her. Beads of cold sweat formed as she awaited his call, which never came. In desperation, she attempted to reach him, but he offered no response. With no other options left, she turned to the staff. "Could you please allow me to check Mr. Song Yilang's flight information?" The staff, unyielding, replied, "I'm sorry, but this pertains to customer privacy, and we cannot comply." Feeling increasingly frantic, Xiao Yu hastily informed Lin Su of the situation as she drove towards the airport, simultaneously arranging for the head of the flights to be contacted. Lin Su had never engaged in such absurd and reckless actions before. She was willing to spend a fortune just to secure Mr. Song Yilang's presence. Xiao Yu anxiously awaited at the airport, and within 15 minutes, Lin Su arrived, juggling phone calls with airport officials as she rushed inside. Yet, just as she was about to enter, a plane ascended into the sky. Stunned, Lin Su felt a sharp pain in her heart. Uncertain if that aircraft was indeed Mr. Song's, her instincts whispered that he was on board. Standing frozen, tears streamed down her face. At that moment, her phone rang. Xiao Yu's voice trembled as she spoke. Lin, Mr. Song's flight has just departed. It was that very plane. Lin Su's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as a ghost, startling those around her. Xiao Yu rushed out, and upon seeing Lin Su, was struck with shock and hurried towards her. Yet, before she could reach Lin Su, the anguished cries erupted from her lips. Xiao Yu halted in her tracks. She had never witnessed Lin Su in such despair, not even during the financial crisis that had once beset their company. In that moment, Lin Su finally grasped the significance of Song Yilang's month-long agreement. She had believed it was a chance for both of them to breathe, yet it had merely served to grant him the time to leave her. Not even a week had he afforded her, let alone a month. Mr. Song had no intention of returning. She had once considered that he had merely developed feelings for Qin Wanwan, which explained his coldness towards her. Yet, in truth, Song Yilang sought neither Qin Wanwan nor Lin Su. He had turned his back on both of them. Why? Lin Su's heart ached. Her vision blurred as tears flowed freely, until she ultimately fainted. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness enveloped her, Lin Su still harbored a glimmer of hope, yearning for the instant she would awaken to find Song Yilang by her side, that their bond remained unbroken, and their love still flourished. Little Yu, witnessing this, was taken aback, hastening towards her with alarm. President Lin. Meanwhile, Song Yilang sat silently on the plane, closing his eyes in contemplation. He had meticulously prepared for every conceivable eventuality before his departure, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances could arise. In hushed tones, Song Yilang whispered to himself, Lin Su, when I wish to be by your side, no one can thwart me. Conversely, when I decide to leave, no one can impede my choice, not even you. Throughout these years of marriage, I have wronged no one but myself. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he soared through the boundless sky, his thoughts drifting to Qin Wanwan, that hopelessly foolish woman. His final wish was for her to find a partner who would love her wholeheartedly. Softly, he murmured, Wanwan, do not blame me for my callousness. At that very moment, Qin Wanwan was concluding her workday. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already past 8. Yet there was no word from Song Yilang. A surge of anxiety coursed through her, prompting her to hastily shed her white coat and rush home. She first ventured into Song Yilang's room, knocking several times to no avail. Confusion settled in. Had he not awakened? Not wishing to disturb him further, she proceeded to the kitchen, where she discovered a steamer atop the induction cooker. Lifting the lid, she found warm sesame glutinous rice cakes, freshly boiled sweet corn, and a cup of hot milk. Stunned, she pondered. Breakfast was prepared, yet where was he? Suddenly struck by a thought, she dashed to Song Yilang's bedroom, flinging the door open, only to find it empty. Even the clothes in the wardrobe had vanished. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of panic engulfed Qin Wanwan. She attempted to call Song Yilang, but he did not answer. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell upon a piece of notepaper on the table. Instinctively, she approached it, revealing a note from Song Yilang. Wanwan, I am grateful for your unwavering companionship throughout this time, and I cherish that, when all others abandoned me, you were the sole one willing to rescue me. However, each person has their own destiny and way of life. Chemotherapy is unbearably painful, a torment I cannot endure. I do not wish to become a version of myself that I can no longer bear to see in my final moments. For a long time, I have yearned to explore the world, yet my earlier life has been a haze, devoid of days lived for myself. Please forgive my selfishness and respect my choice. Wanwan, cease your affections for me. I am a flawed individual, unworthy of your unwavering devotion. Go forth and love those deserving of your heart, and live your own life. Oh, and remember, the opportunity to study abroad is rare. Do not forsake your future for someone who is not worth it. If, in the coming year, the grass grows lush upon my grave, I wish to hear you tell me that your future shines bright and resplendent. I hope, Wanwan, that your remaining days are free from illness and pain, filled with peace and joy. Farewell. As Qin Wanwan finished reading the letter, her sobs were uncontrollable, her trembling hands unable to steady the paper. Chapter 88. Every detail leads to his demise. How can he continue to live? Qin Wanwan's quivering voice was heart-wrenching. Fool. Song Yilang, you are such a great fool. In her frustration, she considered throwing the letter away, but as her hand lifted, she hesitated, unable to part with it. and instead wept as she carefully tucked it into her bosom. Wanwan was oblivious to how Song Yilang had learned of her impending departure abroad, but at this moment, pondering who might have leaked the information was futile. If he was determined to leave, she could not stop him. Given her modest family background, she had no means to trace his whereabouts. But suddenly, Wanwan lifted her gaze, her eyes tinged with crimson. Perhaps there was someone who could know. She secured the letter and stepped outside. As she reached the ground floor, just as she was about to exit the community gate, she encountered two unwelcome guests, Song Yilang's parents. Wanwan found it absurd. He had vanished, yet they, as parents, only now appeared? Yang Mei and Song Ji exchanged glances and approached her. Yang Mei spoke. I heard my son is staying at your home. Wanwan had little patience for such insincere parents. Her expression icy as she replied, he is not here. With that, she attempted to leave, but was blocked by Song Ji, who admonished, hey, how can you be so impolite? If we didn't know, would we come to this neighborhood? Hurry, take us up to see him. Wanwan's face darkened, her demeanor increasingly aloof, and she couldn't help but scoff, if I recall correctly. Song Yilang has severed ties with you long ago. What face do you have to seek him out? Yang Mei and Song Ji's expressions turned ashen with fury at her words. Yang Mei snapped, can he just cut ties as he pleases? Regardless, we are his parents. And that is a fact. For the first time, Wanwan felt anger rise within her. Parents? I have never seen such parents in my life. You didn't even know your son had cancer. How can you claim to be Song Yilang's parents? With parents like you, he is truly cursed. Song Ji exclaimed. Hey, how can you speak like that? But Yang Mei had keenly caught the words, her complexion paling as she grasped Wanwan's hand. What cancer? What nonsense are you talking about? My son is perfectly fine. How could he possibly have cancer? Song Ji fell silent, instinctively taking a step back. Yes, Wanwan had just implied that Song Yilang had cancer. Wanwan wrenched her hand from Yang Mei's grasp, tears brimming in her eyes, gritting her teeth as she declared. Indeed, cancer, stomach cancer, in its late stages. He has little time left. Aunt, do you know how I discovered that Song Yilang has cancer? Yang Mei stared blankly at Wanwan, unable to utter a word. She longed to rebuke Wanwan fiercely, imploring her to stop cursing her son. But the words caught in her throat, leaving her speechless. It was Song Ji who trembled and asked, how did you find out? Wanwan fixed her gaze upon Yang Mei, stating, initially, I was only aware that Song Yilang had a stomach ailment. So I endeavored daily to prepare delicious meals for him. I did not expect his stomach condition to improve. I merely hoped for his overall health to stabilize. Under my care, I genuinely felt that his physical condition was gradually improving. However, she shifted her tone. The day you visited him, Aunt, I am unaware of your conversation. But after you left, Song Yilang suddenly fell ill and lost consciousness, his condition deteriorating, necessitating his admission to the ICU. With each word Wanwan spoke, Yang Mei's complexion grew increasingly ashen. After much difficulty, Song Yilang regained consciousness, and I persuaded him to accept treatment. Yet shortly thereafter, his ex-wife appeared. Just a few days ago, Wanwan wept. I too do not comprehend what transpired, but just moments ago, Song Yilang left a letter and departed. He refuses to undergo treatment, even though her sobs rendered her breathless. Even though I would willingly sacrifice everything to save him, he remains unwilling. He has long lost his job, and I am unaware of how much money he has left. His condition is worsening. Do you understand my fear? If you do not love him, why did you bring him into this world? I truly do not understand. Was he not your own? If love is absent, why must there be so much harm? As the ancients often said, parents love their children. Thus they plan for their future. Yet everything you have done is leading your own flesh and blood down a path of despair. Upon finishing her words, Yang Mei felt a dull pain in her heart, her legs giving way beneath her, and she fell forward, only to be caught by Song Ji's swift hands. Yang Mei murmured to herself, how could this happen? He was perfectly fine. Song Ji, equally overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Wanwan handed the letter to Yang Mei, who accepted it with trembling hands. Though she recognized each word, the meaning eluded her. What chemotherapy? When did Song Yilang begin chemotherapy? How could I, as his mother, be so oblivious? Why didn't he tell us? No, Song Yilang had indeed mentioned it. She had heard it from Lin Su's lips. Yet everyone, including herself, dismissed it as mere dramatics, a fabrication. Yang Mei collapsed entirely, her body succumbing to weakness, and Song Ji could only join her on the ground, overwhelmed. Qin Wanwan retracted the letter, steadied her emotions, and observed the sorrowful figures of Yang Mei and Song Ji. Her thoughts intricate. Ultimately, she uttered but one phrase: "Take care of yourselves." With that, she turned and departed. Such parents were not worthy of her pity. The one in need of rescue had always been Song Yilang. She had already witnessed her father perish before her eyes, and she could not bear to see Song Yilang die alone. Even as his life neared its conclusion, she resolved to accompany him through his final moments. In the advanced stages of cancer, the deterioration worsened with each passing day, rendering Song Yilang increasingly frail. Without care, he might succumb in a foreign land. She would not permit such a fate to befall him. After Qin Wanwan departed, Yang Mei suddenly regained her senses, grasping Song Ji's hand as she implored. What she said was a lie. It must be a lie, right? Just as Song Ji was about to respond, Yang Mei broke down. No. Qin Wanwan is an oncologist. An oncologist? How could she be an oncologist? Seeing Yang Mei's frantic demeanor, Song Ji felt his own eyes welling with tears. Perhaps Qin Wanwan and Song Yilang are conspiring to deceive us. He uttered this thought, yet even he found it hard to believe, let alone Yang Mei. Yang Mei shook her head vehemently. Her once proud and glamorous demeanor vanished. It is impossible. He is growing weaker. His health is truly deteriorating. I had sensed it long ago, yet I never dared to ask. With tears blurring her vision, her hands trembled uncontrollably, her voice hoarse. As her internal panic magnified, "That is my son, my youngest son. When Yilang was born, we were filled with joy, naming him Yilang in hopes that he would be cheerful and lively. But what have we done? What have we done? He is gravely ill, and we continue to demand money from him. Is that truly money? No, it is his path to death." Yang Mei teetered on the brink of collapse. Every single instance is a dead end, a dead end.